This story begins in the year 2050. The Earth was suddenly invaded by monsters. They've been invaded by strange creatures called constellations. Terrible monsters crushed and destroyed everything in their path. Along with them came people who became able to use magic after the so-called awakening. They fought desperately against monsters while protecting ordinary people from them. He lived in this fast-paced world where the news every day told of a large number of missing people. This guy wasn't a hero or a hunter, just an ordinary citizen. He was going to bed that day. He quite liked his quiet life where he didn't have to fight and die at the hands of some monster. But then one day his phone rang to let him know he had a text message. An unknown number offered a guy to become an awakened person. Instant activation upon acceptance. He thought it was a stupid joke or a scam, but it was a message the guy received late one night that changed his life forever. When he woke up in the morning, he suddenly discovered an unusual huge chest in his house. Upon opening it, the guy discovered the SSS-Rank feature and legendary class gear. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He was curious and decided to try on the gear. Looking in the mirror, the guy decided that it looked cooler than he first thought. But it turns out it's tethered equipment. The only way he can get rid of it is if he dies. Warriors from different guilds fought to get the golden armor. No one wanted to give up. In order to protect himself, the guy had to raise his levels. He had to fight huge, terrifying monsters ready to destroy anyone who came near them. In golden armor, he destroyed the bloodthirsty monsters that infested the dungeon. And before he knew it, he was one of the few rank awakened in Korea. In addition, he was given S-ranked companions as a reward. First among them was the Knight of the Order of the Sacred Heavens, Somyeol. The second was a knight with metal arms, with which he easily destroyed monsters. The huge robot Achelon could easily crush the horrible monsters without leaving a wet spot. The third comrade was the Knight of the Abyss, Gewolf, who fought the monsters with a huge sword. The fourth warrior was in the guise of a wolf with burning red eyes. His name was the Dragon Knight, Krogbot. Under the might of his crushing power, no terrifying monster could resist. Altogether, they were a great team protecting the world from the invasion of bloodthirsty monsters, thanks to which no one else could look down on him. Not long ago, he was an ordinary clerk working in an ordinary office. Glancing at his watch, the guy looked forward to the end of the workday. At last, the cherished hands showed 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was safe to go home. He was surrounded by the kind of ordinary guys and girls he said goodbye to every night when he left work. When the workday was over, everyone was in a hurry to leave the office and get home quickly. Just quietly walk away. This principle that had allowed him to live minutely up to this point. He was convinced that greed often led to misfortune. Therefore, if you let it go, you can live a very good life. He did this work every day, but he felt very tired. When he left, he saw the training every day. He'd seen them 1,000 times, but it was still like the first time. A guy and a girl were fighting, and she was using a special technique constellation giving light. But then came the year 2050, and the whole world changed. The Earth is suddenly invaded by horrible monsters paired with strange creatures called constellations. Along with them came people who became able to use magic after awakening. Countless battles had begun between the monsters and the awakened one, and now they had reached a temporary balance. This is Soul Academy. It's where they train new awakenings to become hunters. It's also been his place of employment for 9 years now. He thought about the fact that waking hunter constellation hunters all sounded pretty cool, but regular people like him wouldn't care. It was a very ordinary evening when the guy, rather tired, finally made it home. As he dined in front of the TV and sipped his drinks, he could feel them refreshing him. There have been reports of missing persons in the news. The Hunters Association says most of the missing are linked to the constellation of the King of Carnage. Listening to this, the guy thought it was the same thing every day. The King of Carnage is rampaging in the north. Nothing new. The next story was about the conflict between the Hunters Association and the Civic Coalition. The reason for the disagreement was about budgetary funds. He thought one side wanted to spend more money, the other side wanted to cut back. There's no end in sight. And although the world has changed, those who have learned to profit from it live happily ever after. But society is still filled with crime and corruption. And even though it seems like a huge shift in society, everything is still the same. He thought it was all about people smarter and more capable than him. He thought that someone might call him a loser or a coward for thinking that way, but he thought it was a sign of wisdom. As he fell asleep, he reasoned that the more things you leave behind, the easier life becomes. It's no use crying when you're not getting anywhere. There's no reason to be sad if it seems like you're not talented at all. He was absolutely sure that living doing what he could was the best option. With these thoughts, he fell asleep. It was late at night when he was awakened by a beep on his phone telling him that a message had arrived. With difficulty, the guy picked up his phone to see who could have texted him so late. The message said he was being offered to become an awakened man. All he had to do was say yes. He thought it was a joke or a scam. Yawning, he said if they wanted to know if he wanted to be awakened, he'd do it. If he becomes at least an FA, rank awakened, he'll get a pay raise. As he fell asleep again, he thought that if it were possible to awaken at will, everyone and everything would already be awakened. Suddenly, he heard the beep on his phone again, and it made him angry. To keep his phone from disturbing his peaceful sleep, he just got under the covers with his head. It was morning. The alarm went off on his phone, and the guy reached out to see what time it was. Not wanting to finally wake up, he fumbled for the location of the phone. When he picked it up, the guy was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand who could have written 7 messages to him during the night. He thought those who wrote were very insolent. It's a good thing he didn't say anything back to them in the night. When he finally stood up, he was amazed to see a huge chest in the middle of his room. Opening the chest, he was horrified to think if yesterday's text was true. He checked his phone again and read that his consent was confirmed. Constellation and system handover activated. The guy shouted furiously that he said it would be a good idea. He didn't say he agreed. What a divorce. He read that since he's asleep, the constellation synchronization has been canceled. He's been given a system. The specialty and equipment were given to him randomly. The next message was that if he said status window, a status window would open. The guy was dumbfounded and thought it was real. Thinking it was a cringe to say it out loud, he did. He looked dazedly at the open window, startled by its appearance. Exhaling, the guy decided it was no big deal for now. Not that he had been blessed by the constellation, but it didn't matter what status you woke up in. It's the fact of waking up that mattered. He thought it was a pay raise for waking up. That's pretty cool. The guy read the feature on the path of the great night. Rank SSS. After reading about this status, the guy was amazed and couldn't believe his eyes. He began to wander around the room from corner to corner, trying to gather his thought and decide what to do next. His heart was ready to jump out of his chest as he opened the chest to see what might be inside. With hands trembling with excitement, he opened the chest and looked inside. Everything inside glistened. He read that his random equipment was the legendary Golden Guardian Sacred Beast legendary armor. Shocked guy thought SSS-Rank and legendary weapon. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He decided that if this had happened 10 or even 5 years ago, he would have been overwhelmed with joy. But it's not like that anymore. He doesn't need all that in his present life. The guy decided he needed to get rid of that trunk and started looking for garbage bags. He was sure this so-called blessing would only ruin his life, and he had no desire to die in battle. He'd already started packing the armor into a garbage bag when he decided he couldn't do it right away. If the legendary item is found here, the whole neighborhood will become a battlefield. Many warriors will wish to appropriate it for themselves and will fight to the last man. After thinking it over, he decided he needed to go to work first. He tried to ask his boss to leave early, explaining that he had an urgent matter to attend to. After a little thought, the boss said that if it was so urgent, he could go. The boy thanked him. Eventually, he decided he needed to throw away the evil thing that was threatening his life. He was riding with the hidden armor, and he was curious. So he decided, why don't he find out what's so special about it? Thinking it over, the guy thought his biggest gripe was that it was called the Knight's Path. Opening the description, he read, "The path of the Great Knight implies that he will protect the world. He will be rewarded when he stands up for justice." He reasoned that on the plus side, you can learn all the skills of a knight. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Finally, the guy got to a quiet and secluded place to get rid of the armor. He stood on top of the mountain about to drop the suitcases of armor down. With a violent swing, he threw the 2 huge suitcases down the mountain. After a while, the suitcases fell into the water with a clatter, causing splashes to fly in all directions. After scratching the back of his head, the guy still decided that this was a very good thing. Satisfied with himself, he walked back home and thought it had been very easy. Fumbling for the switch in the darkness, the guy prepared to turn on the light. Suddenly, powerful lightning flashed and the shocked guy fiercely cursed. It happened 24 years ago. The New Light boarding school was attacked. It was the year when the great master of the strongest, awakened in history, left Korea after a conflict with the government. Because of this, monster appearances became more frequent, and Korea's security system went to hell. Evil, bloodthirsty monsters attacked the children in the boarding school at that moment. With huge fangs and eyes blazing with fire, they tried to destroy anyone who got in their way. Suddenly, one of the attacking monsters was dealt a powerful blow. In an attempt to protect the children, the guy hit the monster with a fire extinguisher with all his might. But a girl nearby screamed that there were more monsters. The boy's eyes widened in horror. He was dumbfounded to hear such words. A huge crowd of bloodthirsty monsters smirkingly loomed over the boarding school. When the guy saw them, He was shocked by the sheer number. He realized that they were dead and desperately screamed to be rescued. The guy shouted to the head of the department that the monsters were very close and would attack soon. The head of the department asked if he'd had time to contact the hunter. The guy replied that the hunter in Oranga was already here. At this moment, the principal is in danger, so the hunter went to him. The head of the department was trying to figure out what was wrong with the kids when he saw them hiding in a room. At this moment, a horrible monster with huge fangs was already approaching the room with the children. The head of the department shouted in desperation to the children that the monster is already here, they need to escape. He yelled at them to get out of there as fast as they could and run as fast as they could. Looking through the window, the monster saw the children running away. One boy hid under the table out of fear. The children ran in different directions in terror and shouted to the teacher to save them. At this moment, the bloodthirsty monster, with a fierce grin, smashed through the glass and burst into the room with the children. Children were running around the room trying to escape. Only one boy was frightened and huddled in a chair, sitting still. The horrible monster was grabbing children one by one and leaving no one alive. The hidden boy sat frozen with terror and afraid to even move, not making a sound. He doesn't know if he was lucky when he was the only survivor in that room. When the hunters managed to drive out the monsters, the press arrived. The correspondent asked the hunters and survivors to look into the lens. He insisted that the surviving kids smile too, because it would look great on the news. Hunter asked the boy to smile. He said he survived the massacre. He had God's help. And now when he came home after dumping the gear, he saw the suitcases standing in his room again. He couldn't understand how this could have happened. The guy looked at the suitcases dumbfounded, not understanding why this stuff was standing there. It was nightfall when he pulled out the armor to get a closer look. He thought that some people dreamed of it, but for him, it was just a hassle. He decided to find out how the gear came back and clicked on the status window. At this moment, the dumbfounded guy saw that the armor had lifted up, assuming a vertical position. He read that the legendary Golden Guardian armor of the sacred animals binds to whoever opens it first. He couldn't believe his eyes that this gear also had a tether. The guy decided to find out what else was hiding under that golden armor and pressed the Advanced Features button. The system gave him the information that the armor had the additional effects of the Guardian Oath of the Sacred Animal's breath control and thermoregulation. Also included in the feature set were self-healing pocket storage and survival. The last feature was the self-recovery function. The guy was dumbfounded to think it had all the convenience. Frowning, he thought it must have come back using the self-recovery function. The guy thought about the fact that his life would be in danger if someone found out he owned one of these things. Could use a pocket dimension. He didn't know how to put it on and assumed there was a magic word like equip. Before he could even finish saying the words, he saw that the armor itself was on him. Seeing that the armor covered his body, the guy was amazed that it actually worked. Looking at himself in the mirror, he said admiringly that it looked even cooler than he thought it would. He thought she just looked. He mentally tried to fight himself because he was sure there was no point in giving him such equipment. Lying on the floor in full gear, he decided he couldn't stay like this. He decided he'd best go to the academy and try to find out something about it. After opening the panel, the guy decided to use the pocket store button to stack his armor. He returned to work when a colleague asked why he was here. Timlid replied that he remembered that he had forgotten to finish something important. He figured if he went through Hunter's manuals and equipment lists, he'd find something. While researching Timlid information, I read that the penalty for this feature is even worse than it first appeared. He'd have to fight in close combat all the time. This one's so stupid. After thinking about it, Timlid decided that usually if the penalty is quite substantial, the bonus should be decent. But all that was said is he will be rewarded for whenever he comes to the side of justice, punishes evil, or protects the weak. All the skills in the Knight class branch are also available for him to learn. He decided it was too vague. Then Timlid decided that he would start by studying all the materials regarding the skills of the Knight class and melee combat. After dumping all the necessary information onto the flash drive, he decided that now he had everything he needed and it was time to go. Looking around, Timlid wanted to slip quietly to the exit without being seen by anyone. Deciding in order not to be seen better to go down the stairs, he headed for the door. Walking down the stairs, the guy suddenly heard someone yelling that she had already said no 100 times. To find out what was going on, Timlid carefully peeked out and looked down. Hunter said the Avalon Guild, and they'll find her right after graduation if she agrees. That's a great offer, but the girl screamed she didn't want to. She tried to walk away, but the hunter shouted furiously for her to stop. They weren't done yet. Hearing that, Timlid cursed, deciding that this hunter was just trashy. There are guilds at the Academy of the Awakened, and they fight among themselves for prospective students. Formally, the procedure should consist of a guild competition, after which the student signs a contract with the winning guild. The girl said she knew she could get a better contract once she leveled up. or he thinks she's some kind of loser. Standing on the stairs, Timlid listened to them arguing and didn't know what he should do next. Avalon is known for aggressively pulling recruits to them. He decided to intervene and called the Jalian Guild. He told them Avalon was trying to get the student to sign a contract with. They're in the emergency stairwell of building B2. Satisfied with himself, Timlid waited for the continuation, and it didn't take long. The man who suddenly appeared on the stairs shouted that he didn't dare to do that. Students are forbidden to make contracts by themselves. When Timlid saw that, he thought they'd reacted very quickly. He is, after all, the head of the disciplinary committee. The hunter tried to escape when a hand was placed on his shoulder. The head of the disciplinary committee said he was sure Jang Yoon-seok had been warned. With a wide smile, Jang Yoon-seok replied that it was no big deal. They were just chatting. Standing outside the door, Timlid smiled, satisfied that he had helped this girl. The girl thanked the head. He said there was no problem. If they came again, they should go straight to the committee. Seeing this, Timlid thought that it was very good that everything ended peacefully. Holding out her phone, the girl asked the head to give her his phone number. When Timlid heard that, he was dumbfounded. She didn't know that the guild was no better than Avalon. After leaving work, Timlid walked down the street and thought that everything seemed to have ended well, but he felt bad. He saved a child from a fox by giving it to a wolf. Suddenly, the system thanked him for his bravery and saving the girl from the pressure. The path of the great knight promised a reward. A panel opened up in front of him where he could choose some reward from the options offered. He decided to choose a skill point since no one would be able to steal it. Suddenly, a new window popped up in front of the dumbfounded Timlid in which a skill had to be selected. He was dumbfounded as he leafed through them. Timlid didn't think that any knight skill would be available to him at all. The choices were overwhelming. He decided that such skills were the envy of even the constellation. He had read Sigwalt von Engrel's unique sword art. Next offered was the unique spear art skill of the Platinum Spear Knight Ryuho. The next skill was the close combat skill of the Sand Knight's commander Rashil. He realized that he could learn the unique abilities of the legendary knight. All he has to do is spend a skill point, Timlid said, clutching his head, that he thought it wouldn't be like this at all. He read his effect is an enhanced ability to learn and grow in all martial art. After a bit of thought, Timlid decided he should learn the talent after all and press the button. The system reported that he had gotten Grendel's combat talents from the Universal Knight. If all other stats are equal, the more talented one will win. Closing his eyes, Timlid listened carefully to his inner sensation. Not feeling anything different, he decided that nothing seemed to have changed. The next day in the break room, the guy said he'd die of boredom during that meeting. Good thing it's only 3 in 1 year. The interlocutor replied that there are between semester meetings exams and graduation. If you add sports, that's 4, 1 per season. Suddenly, he asked Timlid what he did last night. The Avalon Guild went crazy. He calmly replied that he turned them into Jalian because they were harassing the student. The guy said the girl they were working on was special. They're really mean right now, Timlid grinned. The guy said that it was probably Avalon Guild young master Jae Yoon-seok. Looks like the girl has a specialty in alchemy. That's why they need her badly. Upon hearing the alchemist's peculiarity, Timlid was amazed. He realized that this was a special girl. It's a skill that all the big guilds are after. Timlid shouted in horror if they knew that he was the one who had sabotaged them. The guy says they're probably gonna find out soon. He's telling him because he overheard the guys on the committee talking. Clutching his head, Timlid cursed furiously. I can't believe those fucking bastards on the committee haven't heard of witness protection. The guy waved him off and told him to be careful. End of the season. It's going to be sad to lose Timlid. Left alone in the break room, he leaned back on the back of the couch and thought, this sucks. He didn't know what to do, though he knew he couldn't just sit around. Back at the workplace, Timlid was still pondering his situation. He couldn't afford a bodyguard. Guild ties won't help him either. They wouldn't go for a simple white-collar guy. He sighed, thinking he didn't want to get himself in trouble. If he had gotten the legendary skills and weapons before he awakened, he would have been able to continue living his life as he had. He thought it was all some kind of prank, making him wake up. Even whining about it was a waste of time. At this time in the academy, Yoon-sung was sitting in the Earth classroom, thinking about how to track down the one who had interrupted him. He studied the data, trying to figure out them. Suddenly the phone vibrated, telling him that a message had arrived. The message had a photo of Yu Sang-won and said he was 32 years old. His profession is manager of a human resource management academy. Grinning, Yoon-sung said that he had finally found the bastard. Did he really think it was possible to get involved in his affairs so easily? The guys told him to calm down. If a student destroys an academy employee, it'll only draw attention. He's just a loser with no powers. A fellow student patted him on the shoulder and told him to forget it, and suggested he find someone more interesting. An enraged Yoon-sang yelled that the guys don't realize that he screwed him over. They need Yunhye. He's had enough of sitting in Earth class. The Academy divides students according to their rank into 3 classes, Celestial and above Earth's-Rank, and Norm's-Rank. As a Rank C awakened, he was unable to enter the Heaven class, which would have allowed him to easily join most of the big guilds. The classes are so named because the difference is really like the difference between Heaven and Earth. The awakened heavenly classes are responsible for the defense and security of Korea. Since getting into the heavenly class is an unprecedented opportunity, only such graduates have the right to inherit the position of the head of the Avalon Guild. Angry Yunsang shouted that he would do anything to get into the heavenly class, but now he can't even raise his status. He's tried everything. A fellow student said they'd better find some kind of solution, so they can't waste their time on this collar. But Yunsang decided that he still needed to punish that miserable bastard. If he didn't do it now, he might not be able to stop them in the future. Let this be an example for the rest of us. The students supported him. They thought it made sense. He'd forgotten his place. They asked how he thought he was going to destroy it then, what he was going to do. He grinned and said he knew someone who was good at this. A fellow student asked if he wanted to use that vulture. Vultures and demon worshippers are enemies to humans and monsters alike. They are a community of criminals and scum. And while demon worshippers are sworn to serve the enemies of humanity and can't be negotiated with, vultures aren't like that. They're only interested in profit. That's why the guilds use them to do their dirty work. All the big guilds have a connection to the vulture, and when he's done with the collar, all they have to do is spread the word. To get away with it, Timlid decided to ask for a vacation. The boss was furious that he asked for a vacation during graduation. For 5 whole days. He must be out of his mind. The guy thought he knew he would, but he's so stubborn. The guy said he just needs a few days. He thinks he can hide out. The supervisor vehemently shouted no and no. Their slogan is unity, so that's not going to happen. He didn't come to work here yesterday. Why is he acting like this? As he left his boss, the team leader thought that at least now he knew that the Avalonian was after. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. He had assumed, of course, that the Avalonian would not act on his own, but would send a vulture after him. In any case, however, he needs to disappear from the academy for a while. First thing he did was go to the armory, where the salesman asked him if he needed a gun for defense. With a smile, Mr. Yu wondered if rumors spread so quickly. The salesman smiled and said that there was no other purpose for the awakened man to come here. Placing the sword on the counter, the salesman examined the assortment Mr. Yu had chosen. Frowning, he wondered if he was going to wrap everything in the potions and the sword and the canister. The guy was worried about whether he could afford it with his paycheck. After thinking about it, he decided that potions and a sword would be enough. He told the salesman he'd pick it up after work. In the evening after work, after picking up his weapons, Timlid went to the dungeon where many monsters were hiding. He decided he needed to clean up the shallowest level of the dungeon. Even an ordinary man with a gun could handle it. He decided he needed to get stronger to fight back against this Avalon guy. What else can he do? The system wrote him a dungeon quest. Destroy the beast hounds. Brutal hounds were huge red dogs with huge fangs. He needed to destroy 3 of these bloodthirsty monsters to complete the task. Upon entering the dungeon, Timlid said that like it or not, he would have to take them on. To fight the bloodthirsty monsters, the guy put on gold gear. The beast hounds were destroyed in one blow. He thought it was too easy for an awakened man. The armor put on him automatically, and he thought they might catch him that way. In the next dungeon, he needs a different plan. At that moment, a new pack of beastly hounds rushed at him with their mouths grinning. Waving his sword, Timlid thought that apparently, thanks to his skill, there were more and more hounds destroyed. With each swing of his sword, the guy felt his stance and movements getting better and better. While destroying the monsters, he realized that by destroying 10 hounds, he was able to slaughter the next 2 in one blow. It seemed he'd made the right choice. As he continued to fight the monsters, he wondered how fast he was improving his skills. The guy knows where they are without even looking. Grendel's combat talents of the versatile knight is simply an incredible skill. Perfecting his technique, Timlid destroyed the bloodthirsty hounds with a single blow. When the battle was over, the boy realized that he had killed 30 Zerhound. Instead of them, there were precious crystals on the ground. Looking at them, Timlid thought that if he sold these crystals, the association would know that he had awakened. Opening the status window, he began to examine how much his stats had increased. Yu Sung-wan guessed that the golden armor increased his stats. The system says he's cleared the Beast Hound's territory. The exit will open after he clicks Get Reward. He realized that there wasn't much to expect from a dungeon of this rank and pressed the button to get the reward. The system wrote that awards would be given out according to the path of the Great Knight. It congratulated the guy for defeating evil. He was offered a choice of 1 skill point to summon a knight or choose an item. He was dumbfounded that they were giving him all this for clearing the dungeon. Deciding that the SSS-Rank feature was something the guy chose another point. He was first offered a unique dance skill, but he decided it was no good. The next item was Invincible Hero Tactic. The guy decided he didn't like passive cheating skills. He finally found the unique skill insight of Forest Blade Elemental Knight Solarian. Timlid decided it was what he needed. He figured performance enhancement is always a good thing, and there's no penalty. That's great. Knight Solarian was a guardian of the forest for many years. However, he died without finding a worthy replacement. His secret technique is now just history. After giving the reward, the system informed him that the exit would open soon. After seeing the specs, the guy was dumbfounded by his level 4 specs. He realized that at this rate, the best guilds in Korea would be at his throat. It was more complicated than he thought. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won heard footsteps behind him. A branch crunched under his foot. He assumed he was being stalked by a vulture. It was a mistake to show up here like that. He must be keeping a low profile because of his armor. We need to find him before he escapes. Looking around, he tried to figure out which way he should go. He thought it was easier said than done. At that moment, a white bird flew past him. Several other birds were sitting on branches nearby. Yu Sang-won finally realized that they were showing him the way. He realized it was the effect of a new skill. This is what Forest Help looks like. The guy stealthily pulled out a sharp dagger and swung it as hard as he could. After a moment, he flung it in the direction the white birds were pointing. The deadly dagger flew swiftly into the thicket above which the birds sat. After a moment, the birds flew into the air and a loud cry was heard from the bushes. Yu Sang-won realized that he was in trouble. Satisfied with himself, he figured he couldn't use ranged weapons, but he could throw melee weapons. Suddenly, the system warned him that he was using tactics forbidden for a knight. He's not allowed to drop his weapon. If he does, he'll be fined. He thought the extra fines were too harsh. It should be allowed for self-defense. The guy decided to check out where he had gotten to and who was hiding in the thicket. As he got closer, he saw a man with glasses lying on the ground. He realized that this man was wounded, but he might have a concealed weapon. We have to be careful. Suddenly, the man put out his hand and shouted for the Golden Knight to stop. He didn't come here for him. He had another task and asked for potions and bandages. The guy asked what his assignment was. The man said he was hired to teach a guy a lesson, but it's definitely not him. He looks really cool. Why would an insignificant person like him be able to compete with him? Yu Sang-won handed him the potion. The man bowed and thanked the Golden Knight for the healing elixir. Using it, he smiled that he was better now. At that moment, the armor struck him. Before Yu Sang-won even realized that he had destroyed him, he had never destroyed anyone before. Reaching out, Yu Sang-won reached into his pocket to pull out his phone. After studying the information on it, he realized he was right. He's here for his soul. Apologizing for destroying the guy, said it was necessary to protect his real identity. A variety of boxes and jars were lying at the scene of the dead man. He had heard that when an awakened person dies, things automatically fall from them. He realized it was true, and he had to get them back. Thinking he could use it, he decided to copy the data from his phone. The guy just dumped the body down, figuring he'd just leave it here, and the monsters would take care of it themselves. Rubbing his hands together, Yu Sang-won decided that he had sorted out the evidence and there was nothing to worry about anymore. He decided that he needed to change this auto-equipped armor as it was too conspicuous. Next thing you know, the guy decided to come back to get his level up. A suddenly dumbfounded Yu Sang-won saw that the system had penalized him and denied him a reward for attacking an enemy who didn't fight back. He was amazed that he was fined 3 times. The guy thought it was too much. To fix it, he decided he just needed to clear 3 dungeons. That shouldn't take too long. This time, Yu Sang-won got a dungeon with bloody turtles. When he saw the turtles in front of him, he drew his sword and prepared to destroy them. Swinging his sword furiously, Yu Sang-won destroyed the bloody turtles one by one. Splitting their shells with a crushing sword, the guy destroyed all the turtles of the dungeon. The system informed him that he had completely cleared the dungeon, and his level 6 penalty was 3. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won couldn't understand why the number of fines hadn't decreased. He thought that the level had increased, but the penalties hadn't decreased, probably because he was fighting weak monsters, but the beast hounds were weak too. But since he could at least raise levels, he decided to train further by clearing dungeons. The next monsters in his path were the horrible ruby-eyed spiders. Unveiling his crushing sword, Yu Sang-won was destroying horrible monsters. He struck the ruby-eyed spiders over and over to destroy them all. Soon, the last monster was destroyed, and the dungeon was cleared. In the place of the destroyed ruby-eyed spiders, precious crystals were left behind. The system reported that the dungeon reward could cancel the effect of the penalty. After getting level 10, he was rewarded with a skill point. The guy was completely confused and didn't understand what conditions were responsible for the rewards. He had read that unlike beast hounds and ruby-eyed spiders, blood turtles are not hostile to humans, rewarded for cleaning up dangerous species. His new skill was a master device powered by nanomachine. It expands his eye system and adds many functions. Seeing that he now had a lot of different information, Yu Sang-won decided that it could be useful in battle. At this point, the guy thought that since they had lost contact with the vulture, they would probably send reinforcements soon. Dealing with the vultures won't be hard, but what's he gonna do about the Avalon Guild? He hid the evidence, so he'd better not meet them. 3 days have passed since then. Yu Sang-won also continued to hide. The angry Yun Sang couldn't understand why the vulture never wrote to him. He said he would definitely take care of the problem today. At this point, the guy informed the boss that the message he sent to the vulture had gotten into the academic network. There was an active discussion on the forum about whether or not someone in the guild had actually hired Vulture to destroy. Scared of the consequences, Yun Sang was dumbfounded that it was all true. He couldn't understand how it was possible. The guy said that the academy staff started spreading rumors, and those rumors started spreading to the other guild. After realizing that he had done something stupid, Yun Sang was afraid that this would escalate to a guild confrontation. The guy said that's why he tried to stop him. They don't stand to gain from taking down this loser. The enraged Yun Sang shouted at his subordinate to shut up immediately. At that moment, his phone rang, and an unfamiliar number popped up on the display. Answering the call, he heard Yu Sang-won say that he was the caller who had to run away after the recent incident. Guy said he worked at the academy for 9 years, so he's got good instincts. The vulture he sent out is dead. Yun Sang asked if he really wanted to confront Avalon. Timlid replied that he just wanted to return to the academy. Mr. Yun offered him money. Timlid replied that he didn't need anything. Let them just ignore him like a stone in the road. He's already handed everything over to the head of the Avalon Guild, so he should think twice before he does something stupid. The enraged Yun Sang shouted that he couldn't even destroy that cunning bastard now. As he hung up the phone, Timlid thought that people always pay a price to survive. He had to do it to survive. The guild leader said his son's childish behavior put Timlid in danger. He's grateful the boy wants to settle this quietly. What he wants. The boy replied that he didn't need anything. He was just grateful for their mercy. The head said that Yu Sang-won is a wise man. Deciding that this was the end of his problems, Timlid decided to return to the academy at the right hour. On his way back to work, he decided to check his recent performance review. At this point, Yu Sang-won's level was already 16, characteristics 21. The boss said it's good that he sorted it out, but he can't just let him get away with going missing from the workplace. Impersonating the boss, the guy said he knew Timlid was having a hard time. Maybe he'll take a vacation. And he told himself he couldn't do it before the exam. You have to work harder to cover the absence. His co-workers asked him if he ate anything special since he doesn't sweat at all. Looks like there's more work. They've doubled the scale from last year. Embarrassed? Timlid replied that it was because he was well rested. He needed to work harder. He thought to himself that the characteristics didn't make him tired at all. After work, they all went to the locker room. Timlid remembered not to attract attention. As he changed, he moaned that he was very tired. They worked until 9 o'clock every day. When everyone had changed, the guy told them to leave without waiting for him. He forgot something at the gym. After saying goodbye to his co-workers, Timlid moved leisurely down the hall. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won felt someone's gaze on him. He became alert. The guy thinks they're Avalon spies. We need to get them into the hall. On the map, he saw a second dot that followed him to the hall. Seeing that they were quite close, Timlid thought fearfully that they would be here soon. He shouted that he had been following him perfectly all day and could go out. At that moment, a girl came out, surprised to be noticed. Looking dumbfounded at Timlid, she asked in surprise if she'd been caught. The guy was equally amazed when he realized he'd been stalked by a student all day. Frowning at him, the girl said, "Couldn't he have come somewhere private sooner? She didn't even get to eat while she was following him." The guy said she was following him, and why would she want him for a celestial student? Could be a declaration of love. The girl grinned and said he wasn't her type. Given that he didn't deny noticing her, he didn't even try to pretend to be normal anymore. Saying she didn't know why he was working white collar, the girl offered to fight him. Dumbfounded by such an offer, Timlid thought he didn't want to fight the student. He answered her by saying no. The girl was dumbfounded and didn't understand how it was. The guy said he's busy studying for exams. He should find someone to spar with. He doesn't have time. He thought it was unlikely that he could survive if he fought an awakened Viranga. Besides, there was no reason for him to reveal himself. The girl insisted they fight just once. If he refused, she'd tell everyone he was an awakened man. Timlid inquired as to her reason for wanting to fight him. She replied that her constellation said he had a battle star. She has to fight him if she wants to be strong. The boy realized he couldn't hide from the constellation. But he doesn't have any battle stars. Thinking hard about what's out there, it's Grandel's cursed combat talent skill. Grandel's fighting talents are Universal Knight. If he's talented enough to have his skill enlisted in a constellation, it's understandable why he's called a star. He replied to the student that, however, he had no reason to fight her. Trying to stop him, the girl screamed that she would tell everyone that he had awakened. Shrugging, Timlid replied that then he would just quit, and that would be it. That's all. She lowered her head and said she wanted to be stronger. He asked if she would have to go to an academy or guild to level up. She screamed that levels are just numbers. She just wants skills. She wants to fight strong people, not boring monsters. Pointing northward, Timlid said that the archidemons of the Slaughter King and the demon worshippers would be happy to help her. Without giving up, trying to persuade him, the girl said that Mr. Collar would not leave so easily when he was asked by such a nice girl. Turning around to leave, he yelled that if she wanted to train, then let her go to the mountain. Suddenly, the student used magic, creating a magical judgment circle. The dazed Timlid didn't immediately realize what it was. Could it be a barrier? He told the girl that students are fined for assaulting staff. She replied that he was an awakened person, not some staff. Smiling, the girl said that this barrier would only go away if one of them died or was knocked out. It was a gift from her balanced constellation. Realizing he had no choice, Timlid said he had a few things to ask her. First, this fight is a secret. Second, his awakening is a secret. She would not require him to apologize or complain. The girl wondered why he was making things so complicated. It's just one fight. He replied that he would only agree to fight if she swore by her constellation that she would fulfill those conditions. The girl swore by the constellation, but also gave him one condition. If she wins, he becomes a member of her group. That's it. After a moment, the female student rushed at him to attack. Timlid shouted to her to stop. As he put his sword in front of him, he realized it was too late. Her attacks are too fast. She lunged at him again to deliver a crushing blow. His sword put up a defense. A moment later, the student flew aside and collapsed to the floor with a thud. The guy asked excitedly if she was all right. Holding her bruised head, she wondered what it was. Did he really use magic? He himself did not understand anything and stared dumbfounded at the window where it was written that even in sparring, one should not forget about manners and honor. After bowing, the girl said that her name was Shin Ah-yoon, and she was asking her balance student to teach her. She asked dumbfoundedly what he was doing. Doesn't he want to accept her? He asked if he should do it too. It's not like he's a martial artist. He said he's the Yushang 1 of the night class. He doesn't like it, but he'll do it because he has to. The girl got down on her knee, and Timlid thought dumbfoundedly that he had sworn something, and it still worked. That's bullshit. At that moment, the female student lunged at him again. Timlid tried to stop her. Having blocked her blow, Timlid still felt the energy spreading through his body. The girl sped up and prepared to give him a crushing kick with her foot. She threw a powerful punch, but he was able to block her blow with his sword. He grinned and asked if she couldn't get his sword. It wouldn't be easy with him, so let her get ready. The girl was not going to back down. She accelerated again and prepared to attack. She screamed judgment, book solar eclipse, divine punishment. Looking at the attacking girl, Timlid realized he was putting his skills to use. The student's attack was very powerful, and Timlid barely managed to repel her blow. Frowning and gritting his teeth, he thought that such an attack was dangerous for him. He didn't know if it was his skill, but after blocking her blows a couple times, he was getting used to it. The guy didn't think he was gonna lose, but it was quite difficult for him to attack. At this point, the student screamed why she was only fighting back and not attacking. With a smirk, Yusang-1 said that she would complain after she gets her flight. Angry, Shin Ah-yoon shouted that if that was the case, he was about to get it. Seeing the cracks in the wall, Timlid wondered why they hadn't thought to reinforce the training room. He'd have to fix it in case of emergency. The girl screamed fiercely, book judgment book, secret mysteries, punitive justice. Seeing this, Timlid thought that this technique was incredibly dangerous. Frowning, he prepared to defend himself. He wasn't going to give up. The attacking Shin Ah-yoon was rapidly approaching Timlidu, about to deliver a crushing blow. Rounding her eyes in surprise, the girl realized she had missed. Timlid managed to dodge. At this moment, Yusang-1 saw that the girl had opened up attacking him. A moment later, he dealt her a powerful crushing blow while she was open. From his crushing blow, Shin Ah-yoon flew far to the side. Clutching his head, he was terrified of what he'd done, and with a child. Flying across the room, the girl dropped to the floor with a clatter. She was sitting coughing on the floor when Timlid ran up to her and asked if she was okay. Rubbing the bruised spot, the girl said it was okay. pain, burning, and delight. She likes sparring. Timlid wondered why he felt scared. The girl stood up and admitted that she had lost. He asked if she was okay. Shin Ah-yoon replied that she was sore and had trouble breathing, but otherwise she was fine. At that moment, the barrier was down. Timlid asked if it was enough to admit defeat. She replied that the point was that they had fought at full strength. He asked that she just keep her promise and take care of the damage. Finally, Timlid decided to leave the hall and headed for the academy's exit. The girl headed after him, and he asked why she was following him. Shin Ah-yoon replied that he had enough formalities. He replied that they were done. The girl said the past is in the past. Now they have to create the future. She asked why he was hiding his skills. Timlid replied that he had no intention of becoming a hunter. Just let him go. Unexpectedly, the girl offered him to be her personal collar. She would pay him twice as much and treat him better than at the academy. And she'll also help him hide the fact that he's an awakened man. After thinking about it, Timlid decided it sounded like a good idea. All he had to do to hide his identity was change job. He replied that he would need free time so that he could level up. Shin Ah-yoon replied that of course he would. The next day, Timlid came to work at the academy as usual. The supervisor called him to his office. He said he knew about Timlid sparring with a Sky class student. The boy replied that he was lucky he wasn't hurt. He remembered the words of Shin Ah-yoon, who said that all he needed to do was stick to the story. There were no cameras in the hall.
The boss said that Ms. Shin Ah-yoon wants Timlid to work exclusively for her to make up for the damages.
If Yu Sang-won agrees, it's fine with him. It's a shame to see such an employee leave, but what can you do? The boss wished the guy good luck. After a while, Timlid gathered his things and left the workplace. Upon entering the new office, Yu Sang-won was pleasantly surprised. He never thought he would come here. The office of exclusives is on a whole other level. He's a very lucky man. The next day, Yu Sang-won arrived at the academy in his new office. Looking around, Timlid thought the office of exclusive workers was very nice. The guy took his time putting all his things in their places and looked around at the result. He thought that he could rest now. At that moment, Shin Ah-yoon walked in. When Timlid saw her, he asked where his contract was. The girl showed that she had brought it. The guy read that he has to spar one sparring session a week. The rest of the time is free. Deciding that there would be no problem, Yu Sang-won signed the contract on the spot. He said he wanted to go straight to the dungeon, if everything was ready. Shin Ah-yoon replied that of course. She pitched in to train with an exclusive worker. Soon, he received permission on his phone to train with Yu Sang-won. Smiling, Timlid thought that now he could raise levels and not worry about anything. After that, Yu Sang-won left the academy and headed towards the E-Rank dungeon in the north. On the way, he decided to study the information about the dungeon and read that unlike creatures that are no stronger than normal animals, there are monsters here. One of the real monsters inhabiting the E-Rank dungeons were the creepy goblins. The constellations that pose the greatest danger to Korea are the King of Carnage north of Seoul and Eternal Fury in the Pacific Ocean. Thanking the driver, Timlid got out of the cab and headed for the dungeon. He saw the Awakened talking about how they didn't like night raid, but if they didn't meet their quotas, there'd be trouble. The guy thought that the Awakened were no different from regular office work. He thought about something he had noticed a little earlier that was very strange. The red dots are approaching him, only to recede again. Could they be sensing his characteristics? After a while, he approached E-Rang's dungeon. It was the home of the Flesh Snatcher. The system gave Yu Sang-won the task of defeating one Skin Slicer. He realized that if they were asking for one, he had to destroy the boss. Once inside, he felt it was creepy. The guy saw that there were bones lying everywhere and a horrible stench of rot. Walking over to the large door, Timlid opened it and peered inside. The ghastly creatures tore the meat with their sharp fangs. At that moment, one heard the door creak open and turned around. Putting on his gear, the guy thought he'd clean up quickly and get out of here. He swung the door open with force and entered the room to the goblins. The ghastly creatures turned around. With their ravenous mouths full of sharp teeth, they lunged toward the warrior. Nudging his sword, Timlid began furiously delivering crushing blows to the monster. The goblins attacked him from both sides at once. Timlid fought fiercely to repel the attacks. Finally, he managed to crush the ghastly monster. They were lying on the floor, dead. Finished with those goblins, Timlid walked to the stairs and headed to the second floor. Suddenly, an enraged monster flew out at him from above, predatorily spreading its paws with huge claws. Swinging with all his might, Timlid struck a deadly blow and destroyed the goblin. The horrible monster stuck its tongue out and flew across the room and fell to the floor with a clatter. At this moment, Yu Sang-won saw a goblin flicker in the far room and decided that that was where they were gathering. After thinking about it, he decided it would be better to go around the room and approach them from the back. Stepping inside, Timlid saw two more creepy monsters with huge fangs. Swinging furiously, he struck them with a deadly blow, destroying them both. The enraged goblins surrounded him and attacked from several directions at once. Clutching the hilt of the sword tightly, the guy struck again and again with devastating blows. From his powerful blows, the ghastly goblins were blown into small pieces. Looking at yet another crushed body, Timlid thought that at this rate, the mopping up would be easy. At that moment, a message came through from the system that said to respect the code of honor. He should wave the banner and announce his name. Irritated, Timlid thought it must want him to die here. He's risking his life. What does it care about honor? The system has responded that honor and nobility are his everything. If he keeps tarnishing the honor code, they'll start a tutorial on honor. He decided he shouldn't piss that thing off. It might make him do something weird. The more he thought about it, the angrier it made him. If you die, no honor can save you. At that moment, the system gave a message that it was starting a tutorial. Shocked, Timlid shouted that she was reading his mind. The system says he has to introduce himself and wave the flag, rewarded by the removal of the fine. Angry, Timlid thought she probably wanted him to die introducing himself in the middle of the dungeon, but the removal of fines was tempting. Being able to get skill things or summon knights just for presenting yourself is very cool, but he doesn't know how to do it at all. The system offered an option where he would shout to the demons enemies of humanity that he would destroy them in the name of the code of honor. Timlid thought it was kindergarten. Sighing, he decided he had to do it after all. It was important to remember that the fine would be waived. He thrust his sword into the floor and shouted for the demons living here to heed him. He is the Golden Knight protector of the human race and will destroy them in the name of the code of honor. Let them treat what will happen here today as divine punishment and fear the way as they fear their doom. Hearing him, 3 goblins approached him, one of which was huge. The boy thought he'd just made things worse. He drew his sword and prepared to fight. He had no choice but to destroy them all. The system praised him for the ritual he performed. Now he must do it always. Timlid swung his sword, slaying the bloodthirsty monster. Suddenly, the vicious goblins started throwing sharp daggers at him, but none of the daggers hurt him. When they hit the armor, they broke and shattered. The Golden Knight turned towards the monsters, about to deliver a crushing blow to them. The dumbfounded goblins looked at him fearfully, realizing that they could not defeat him with daggers. With a sweep of his sword, Timlid destroyed all the monsters standing there in one blow. Seeing another angry goblin, he swung again to deliver a deadly blow. Another bloodthirsty monster was crushed by the Golden Knight's slashing sword. Looking at the crushed bodies of the monsters, he thought it was probably all the goblins that were inside. The guy opened the map to check and decided that the boss was located in the basement. Opening the door to the basement, Yusang-1 carefully peeked inside. Worried not knowing what awaited him there, Timlid decided to cautiously descend. Trying not to make any noise, he very carefully descended the rickety stairs. Suddenly, he saw a huge monster arm that was waving a huge knife. Swinging, the bloodthirsty monster was chopping the meat into pieces. The goblin looked terrifying. After thinking for a moment, Timlid decided to make a surprise attack to destroy him with one precise blow. At that moment, the system reminded him to abandon his dastardly plans and not forget his knightly honor. Getting closer to the demon, Timlid shouted loudly to him that today was his last day. Hearing the Golden Knight's voice, the monster dropped its occupation and turned towards him. A huge carcass of a monster with eyes blazing and tongue sticking out loomed over the guy. Smirking, the demon shouted happily at the knight freshly and prepared to grab. The demon swung a huge knife and stabbed with force. Timlid barely had time to bounce back. The knight dashed to the side and shouted furiously where the damned rat was hiding. The guy crouched at the table, about to deliver a crushing blow from his hiding place. As the monster approached, Timlid struck it in the paws with all his might with his sword. The demon fell to its knees and cursed furiously. The knight replied that he should have practiced more. The guy thought before he got up, we should finish him off quickly. He's just the boss of the E-Rang. He swiftly ran up to the monster and dealt it a deadly blow. A moment later, the breathless demon fell to the floor, and precious crystals sprinkled from it. Seeing the falling sparkling crystals, Timlid breathed a sigh of relief. The system informed him that he had cleared the dungeon of the Flesh Snatcher's house. The exit will open when he presses the reward button. The system congratulated him on his victory over the evil monsters and offered him a choice of a knight summoning skill point or an item. After thinking about it, Timlid decided it was probably best to get another skill. The system suggested he gather the knights who would fight alongside him. The system says he has chosen to summon a knight. If he summons a knight to help him, the knight will be summoned as a reward. At this moment, bright lights flashed around him, and a summoned knight appeared in front of him. It was Achelon, a metal golem knight that looked like a robot. He said the master's registration is complete. From now on, he will stand in his defense. The second knight summoned was the knight of the Saint Squad, Som Myul. She bowed and said she would follow him on the path of light. Looking at her, Timlid thought that this knight even had wings. It's definitely not human. Turning to Achelon, Timlid clarified that he could consider him a summoned or subordinate. He replied that he was awaiting his master's orders. He asked the girl the same thing. She said that as long as he did not lose his way and did not step on the path of evil, she would follow him. The guy thought the Golem Knight agreed with everything without reservation, and the Angel Knight must hate evil. Too little information. He decided to find out in the dungeon and asked how to feed them. They replied that power was not necessary. In the case of repairs, magic power would be needed. Timlid remembered that he had seen a skill for storing summoned in the skill list. He decided to go to another dungeon to get a point. He opened an app to track the location of dungeons and decided to go to one more. At this time, the people waiting outside decided that since he had come in alone, he couldn't exactly mop it up. Suddenly, the eyes of one of the guards rounded with surprise. A golden knight accompanied by a golem knight and an angel knight emerged from the dungeon. Timlid guessed they were vultures. He asked why they were waiting at the entrance to the dungeon when someone entered. The vultures replied that they were just passing by and would now go on their way. At that moment, Achelon pressed a button on his head, and the vulture's conversation erupted. Golem reported voice playback complete. A hostile attitude was confirmed. Timlid praised him. The vultures started yelling that they were sorry. One of them cursed and said that they had been told the guy would be alone. Timlid realized from their conversations that upon learning that he had entered the dungeon alone, they had decided that this was the perfect prey. The vulture said it was a misunderstanding. They weren't going to attack the Gold Knight. Timlid said there was a problem. This guy is him. After a moment, he uttered a cancel and his gear began to disappear. An ordinary guy stood in front of them again. Yu Seng-wan asked if he was the one they were waiting for. The vulture said it didn't matter if he was right or wrong. That's not what they agreed to at all. They guessed he was awakened. The guy replied that he was a little wrong about hiding his identity, but he couldn't leave the vultures behind. He told Achelon and Som Mo that they would each take one. The terrified vultures rushed to escape. They hoped to escape as quickly as possible. Catching up with the vultures, Timlid angrily ordered them to stop immediately. To escape the chase, they decided to run in different directions. The Golden Knight ordered Achelon to run to Som Myul's left, to his right. The Angel Knight shouted that in the name of the Heaven Saint Squad, Som Myul would punish them. The Golem Knight replied that the order was accepted and shouted that it was an Achelon attack from the Galactic Unit. Catching up with the enemy, Timlid thought he should hurry. It was like he'd escaped from the circus with that tin can and the puppet. He realized that his life would be in danger if he missed anyone who saw his face. It was imperative that we capture them. He was already near the vulture and reaching out his hand thought he had caught it, but he managed to escape. Timlid was amazed. He thought it would be a good idea to use a throwing weapon, but it was forbidden. At this moment, the vulture was running as fast as it could away from the chase. Looking back, he saw no one and decided he had finally broken. Grinning, the vulture thought that there was nothing special about this Golden Knight. At this moment, he turned around and noticed that the Golden Knight was still pursuing. With his sword drawn, Timlid shouted that he was caught. To escape, the vulture decided to hide in the dungeon. As he ran towards the dungeon, he thought it was the right decision. He should have thought of it earlier. At this moment, the Golden Knight gave him a crushing blow with his sword. The vulture fell. Timlid said he didn't think it was safer to go into the dungeon if he was first at the entrance. The guy took the vulture's phone and started reading his correspondence. There was correspondence with the devil-worshipping King Massacre, who demanded sacrifices. He was shocked that the devil worshippers were actually behind the vulture. At this point, Achelon came in and reported that the enemy had been captured. The dazed Timlid thought the golem had flown up into the sky to catch a vulture. It could have been seen by many people. At that moment, Som Myul flew to him and informed him that the mission was accomplished. Opening his phone, Timlid saw a publication about the coming of a new constellation and posted pictures of its summoned knights. He realized that he had to get out of here before the crowd gathered. He ordered them to hurry up and get rid of them. The summoned knights replied that they had accepted the order and all would be carried out. A moment later, the summoned knights flew high up, holding vultures in their hands. At that moment, the system congratulated him for destroying the wicked and offered him a reward. He decided he needed to find a place for the knights to live as soon as possible. He leafed through the suggested unique skills, but couldn't find the right one. He finally found the portal to the shrine. The spell can lead to the Sanctum Sanctorum of Mu Yung's Knight Squad that swore an oath to fight for protection. He knew he couldn't use magic, but apparently there were exceptions. He decided to try and the system congratulated him on getting the spell. The Golden Knight shouted loudly for the portal to appear before him. A moment later, A golden door appeared in the air above him as the entrance to the portal. Moving closer, Timlid carefully opened the door to peek inside. After looking at what was inside the sanctuary, he decided it was pretty good. He called his knights and told them he would call them later. For the rest of the time, let them wait here. The summoned knights simultaneously replied to the commander that the order was accepted. Closing the door, Yu Sang-won finally exhaled and decided that he was calm now. Going home afterward, Timlid slept peacefully until the morning. With difficulty, he opened his eyes and reached for the phone to see what time it was. Looking at the screen, Yu Sang-won was dumbfounded when he realized what time it was. At that moment, he heard a voice saying that a knight should get up early. A dazed Timlid saw Sum Mayol and asked how she got here. She said that any member of the knight's troop was free to come in and out. The guy said he asked them to wait in the shrine and not to be seen by people. Sum Mayol replied that was why she had disarmed herself and put on normal clothes. She told me that Akelon designed the clothes. He's more talented than she is, but he couldn't find clothes that fit, so he stayed in the sanctuary. Laughing, Yu Sang-won thought that Akelon's problem was clearly not the clothes. At that moment, the guy smelled the odor and asked what she was cooking. The girl replied that it was also Akelon. She said that since supply and maintenance were important, she had cleaned the house. Everything was sparkling clean. Surprised to see the stew, Timlid thought he wondered what it tasted like. After tasting it, the boy realized it was delicious. Sum Mayol said that Akelon had used less soy sauce because he didn't know if he would like it. Akelon had also prepared his ceremonial clothes. The dumbfounded boy wondered who this Akelon even was. He looks like a fighting machine and so caring. The boy started to get ready to go to the academy, and Sum Mayol said she would go with him. He told her to wait at the shrine, but the girl was against it. She replied that it takes 3 seconds for the shrine to appear, and she would not be able to defend it. Timlid replied that 3 seconds is not much. When Sum Mayol left, Yu Sang-won thought it was also worth it to designate that they would not come out in the future. He remembered he had to check something before he left. He opened the status window and realized he had only raised 1 level, and all the characteristics had crossed the threshold of 640 points. Shaking his head, Timlid stopped the rapture. He still had a long way to go. A true S rank could only be obtained with experience, with ability, and wisdom. When he arrived at the academy, Shin Ah-yoon came up to him and asked if he had been to the dungeon. He said yes and asked what her classes were. The girl said nothing but a martial arts class, and the meeting with the staff is also training. The guy asked what he had to do today. Shin Ah-yoon replied that he was going to the White Knight Guild today and she would go with him. After a while, they reached the White Knight Guild's branch of the academy. When they went inside, they saw the students practicing who were fighting powerfully. During the confrontation between the 2 students, sparks flew in all directions from the blows. The dumbfounded Timlid rounded his eyes in surprise and wondered if they practiced like this every day. As they passed by, 2 students asked them to stop. A surprised Timlid asked Shin Ah-yoon why they were picking on them. At this moment, the students bowed to Shin Ah-yoon and politely said hello. Timlid thought they looked like gang members. Angry, Shin Ah-yoon shouted that she had asked them 100 times not to do that. Why do they keep doing that? Embarrassed, the guy replied that she was the only one in their guild from the Heaven class. Angry Shin Ah-yoon replied that the Heaven class were ordinary people. At this moment, she saw that a guest from the Blue Dragon Guild had come over. Upon seeing her, the guest from the Blue Dragon Guild said hello to Shin Ah-yoon. It was Go Sung-joon, the son of the Blue Dragon Guild's guild leader. He said he was waiting for her. The girl said that if he came back with that offer, she would refuse. Because of her constellation, she can't change guilds. He said then, let him come to their pack and keep the guild. He can't watch the talent rot in a place like this. Although there are 3 major guilds in Korea, the Blue Dragon Guild is the one that all awakened people seek out. It's the most conflicted guild. The girl said to stop bothering her. Is there a law that the Heaven class is required to join one of the 3 major guilds? Ko Sung-joon said that she has the unique skills of Judge's Truth and Fist of Justice. They will pay her a decent remuneration. In order to continue leveling up, she would need C-rank dungeons, which the White Knight Guild is not ready for. She replied that she would create her own team. He said to let him think hard. The ideology of their Blue Dragon constellation is fighting. They will spare no effort for her growth. She's a good match for them. Listening to his words, Timlid thought he was a strange type. What kind of blessing of 2 constellations is he talking about? The constellations are proud proprietors. They will not agree to share 1 apostle. She replied that judging by the face of a staff member who has worked in academia for 9 years, it's all a load of crap. Timlid didn't understand why Ko Sung-joon was staring at him like that, since he didn't say a word. With a frown, Shin Ah-yoon told him to leave. She had business to attend to today. Go! Sungjun slammed the door forcefully as he left. The girl thanked Timlid for helping her. He wondered why she had pissed off one of the 3 major guilds. She could have just said that the constellation was against her leaving. The girl replied that that guy was also from the Heaven class, and she couldn't just ignore him. Those who use close combat are very precious. He thought that those awakened with close combat often fought with devil-worshipping vultures and Mostra, and died more quickly. You need a lot of them. The girl said she'll become stronger. She will improve her technique and skills, and immediately after graduation, she will go to the C-rank dungeon to level up. Timlid frowned and said that because of her dream, he was disliked by the Blue Dragon Guild. He was about to go to the dungeon again. At this moment, in the Blue Dragon Guild office, Ko Sung-jun shouted that he had asked to check on Shin Ah-yoon. He punched the guy in the face and yelled that hiring talent was like a battle between guilds. He had already said several times that Shin Ah-yoon needed their guild. The guy tried to apologize to the master. Getting even more angry, Ko Sung-jun gave him a powerful punch again. Even though she is a student of the academy, she is destined to wear the emblem of the Blue Dragon Guild and become a part of their guild. He hopes everyone understands that. Frowning, Ko Sung-jun inquired if they had investigated the employee who had interrupted them. They said it's Yu Sang-won under Shin Ah-yoon's direct report, the former Timlid of the Academy's maintenance department. A surprised Ko Sung-jun said that the Heaven class didn't need the help of staff members. Was she really serious about forming a team? We're 2 years away from graduation, but instead of hiring a staff member, wouldn't it be faster to ask the White Knight Guild for help? The guy replied that there's a possibility that this employee is awakened. They found camera footage of their fight where Shin Ah-yoon used the judge's truth. With a smirk, Ko Sung-jun replied that after the judge's truth, he wouldn't have left her. That means it's at least a C-rank guy, maybe even higher. His next step was to apply to the E-rank dungeon for training. With such potential, he could obtain a B rank at the 45th level. The guy said with that kind of potential, he could get into one of the 3 guilds. Why would he hide his powers? The enraged Go Sung-jun shouted that he was the one who had to find out. How can he work in the guild if he's so stupid? Maybe he woke up too late. He works at the academy and knows how it is with the awakened, so he's hiding. Judging by his reaction, he is all too familiar with the hunter industry. The guy thought Shin Ah-yoon had exposed him. Knowing that he can't hide anymore, he accepted her offer to become a personal employee. With a frown, Ko Sung-jun said that in 2 years, the White Knight Guild would get 2 B-rank awakened ones and break into the C-rank dungeon business. That's too bad. It's not just a tidbit. It creates competition among the awakened. After thinking for a moment, Ko-sung clarified if this guy was really going to the dungeon right now. Hearing the confirmation, he ordered Jang-soo to go after that guy and find out where he was going. He will prepare himself and go after him right away. After a while, Yu Sang-won reached the forest near the dungeon. This time, the guy was going to go to E-Rang's dungeon. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won heard suspicious footsteps. He became alert and listened. Frowning, he assumed he was being chased by some vulture again. Pretending not to suspect anything, the boy walked calmly down the forest path. After a moment, he rushed forward swiftly to evade his pursuer. At this moment, an armed Chong-soo from the Blue Dragon Guild chased after him. Suddenly, Jong-soo stopped after losing the trail. He didn't understand where Yu Sang-won had gone. Hiding behind a tree, the guy thought it was a rookie vulture, some rascal. Thinking about it, Yu Sang-won couldn't understand why he didn't run away when he realized he was burned. He's clearly not a vulture, but who ordered him to chase after? In the current situation, he could only be targeted by Go Sung-jun. While digging about Shin Ah-yoon, I sensed that he might be awakened. It's stupid to fight a Blue Dragon Guild that likes to get into fights. He took out his cell phone. At this moment, Jong-soo, watching him from the side, couldn't understand why he didn't enter the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was in the slums of the northern part of the city. Jong-soo reported to the master that Yu Sang-won had gone to the dungeon. He realized the boy had noticed him, but if he reported it to the master, he might beat him up and kick him out of the guild. He decided it wasn't a problem. The enemy is S-Ranga and Mr. B-Ranga. Plus, he'll have 2 other S-Rangs with him. At that moment, Jong-soo's eyes widened in horror. He was astonished by what he saw. Dumbfounded, he spread his hands apart and stared bewilderedly in front of him. At that moment, a car with the master and other guild members arrived. Frowning, Ko Sung-jun clarified if this was really located here. Holding out his phone, Jong-soo replied that he even had a photo. Then they decided to wait here. The master asked if Jong-soo didn't follow him. He was told that he was afraid of the other vultures. Laughing, the guy said he was only a D-rank. That's wise of him. He'll live longer. Looking at the entrance to the dungeon, Ko Sung-jun frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Looking around, he thought he didn't see any vultures around here. At this moment, the knights accompanying him received crushing blows. The enraged Ko Sung-jun furiously shouted who dared to do this. Dodging the blow, the gentleman caught the arrow flying swiftly at him. Looking closely at the arrow, he couldn't figure out who had done it. Could be vultures. At that moment, the grinning vultures came out to him. One of them said he thought the captain was different. With a frown, Ko Sung-joon wondered if they were really vultures. The guy grinned and said that judging by his words, he'd only seen a vulture duster. The infuriated Ko Sung-joon fiercely cursed and shouted at the vulture. He grinned and replied that since they had come into vulture territory, they would send them straight to the underworld. The phone was mercilessly crushed. He said there was no need for it. Looking around, Ko Sung-joon saw that he was surrounded by vultures on all sides. The frightened Ko Sung-joon realized with horror that he was in trouble. This is vulture territory. He asked if they knew they were coming. The vulture replied that he thought they would not know about the vulture hunt. Rounding his eyes in surprise, Ko Sung-joon said that he didn't understand what hunting was about. Vulture replied that even D-rank awakened ones rarely came to the F-rank dungeon, and here it was C-rank and B-rank bastard. Thinking about it, Ko Sung-joon realized that that staff member had gone into the dungeon alone. When the vultures found out, they thought it was an easy target for him, and they walked right into a trap. He shouted to the vultures that it was his first time here today, and he wasn't going to hunt anyone. Laughing, the vulture said that he didn't think they would believe him. Apparently, he's an academy student who's never even smelled the life of a hunter. Lucky me. The frightened Ko Sung-joon was horrified to think that his main equipment was in his inventory. There's no time to put it on. The only thing he can use now is the legendary level dragon tooth weapon. Grinning, the vulture said for the boys to show this young gentleman what a real hunter was. Cussing furiously, Ko Sung-joon decided to attack first in order to save himself. As he was about to strike, the guy was surprised to realize that the vulture was not dodging. His hand almost reached the vulture's face, but he continued to stand still. At this moment, the dumbfounded Ko Sung-joon saw something on his leg that sucked out his strength. He realized with horror that if he didn't get out of here quickly, he would soon be dead. Trying to save himself, the guy was desperately waving his arms and legs, but the devil's energy was climbing higher and higher. It had already taken over his hands completely. Vulture said with a chuckle that he didn't know that he was from the famous Blue Dragon Guild, but he's not the only one to receive the constellation's blessing. He got it too. The boy asked if he was a devil worshipper. The vulture smirked and introduced himself as the flesh hunter of Massacre King Jungmin-soo. A shocked Ko Sung-joon shouted out what he said about King Carnage. The Slaughter King is a diabolical constellation that controls North Korea and parts of China. The people blessed by the Slaughter King are devil worshippers. With a smirk, Jungmin-soo said that the young master from the academy was quite mediocre. He has less experience and wisdom than a monster. He's a real catch. For the flesh of the awakened B-rang of the Blue Dragon constellation, the King of Carnage would give him many blessings and points. The frightened Ko Sung-joon shouted that he couldn't end up like this. In utter despair, he screamed with all his might for someone to save him. At this time, Yu Sang-won was inside the dungeon with his summoned warriors. Devouring the food Akalon had prepared, the boy praised that it was delicious. Golem replied that appetite is one of the most important human needs determining morale, so they hone their culinary skills every day. Angel Knight asked when the commander was going to clear the dungeon. He replied that he would postpone it because the situation outside was more important. He wondered who would win. The young lord would not come alone, but the vultures would fight hard. At that moment, Akalon held out a cup of flavored coffee to his host. Holding a cup of fragrant coffee in his hands, Yu Sang-won said that enjoying coffee before the dungeon is pure buzz. At that moment, a notification came from the system that he had dealt with the enemy by stealth. But without honor, it is not the way of the knight, and it issued one penalty. He thought that since the evil had gotten worse, the vultures had won. After all, being awakened wasn't everything. At this point, he decided it was time to start mopping up the dungeon and shouted equip. From the depths of the dungeon, glowing red eyes looked at Yu Sang-won. There was a huge bloodthirsty dog coming at him. The guy thought that if it bit him, it would take off half his body. He said, "Honor and glory. Today he will punish evil. Today is the last day of the evil beast." The summoned knights shouted that at the commander's command, they would destroy evil. The terrifying monster roared furiously, baring its huge, sharp fangs. At this moment, Seom-myeol swung her sword and gave the beast a crushing blow. She fought the bloodthirsty monster fiercely with more and more blows. From Seom-myeol's crushing blows, the bloodthirsty monster fell to the bottom of the dungeon. A moment later, the bloodthirsty beast rushed towards them again. To defend against this monster's attack, Seom-myeol swung her sword several times. After a moment, she bounced to the side to avoid the monster's attack. Frowning, the girl glared fiercely at her horrible opponent. The bloodthirsty monster glared carnivorously at Seom-myeol, intending to destroy. At that moment, Achelon dealt him a mighty crushing blow. The golem repeated the slashing blow, and the monster squealed and flew off to the side. The girl thanked Achelon. He replied that Song Myeol's skills were excellent. Watching them, Yu Sang-won realized that these two got along well. At this moment, a bloodthirsty beast with huge fangs was rapidly approaching them. He glared furiously at Achelon and Song Myeol, who had prepared to attack him. The enraged beast attacked Achelon with a powerful strike with its paws. With a swing of her crushing sword, Song Myeol rushed at the monster to attack. Seeing this, Yu Sang-won decided that he would take this one on and bared his sword. Attacking the creepy beast, he delivered a crushing blow to its legs. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won was amazed that the force of his punch was much stronger than he had expected. The golem clamped its iron hands over the mouth of the enraged, bloodthirsty monster. At this moment, Song Myeol delivered another powerful, crushing blow with her sword. The vicious monster roared furiously in pain with a predatory maw. In a moment, the vicious monster was finally destroyed. At this point, the system reported that he had dealt with the evil, but due to a penalty, there was no reward. The exit is about to close. The guy decided it was time to check out what was going on outside. Upon exiting, Yu Sang-won didn't hear anything suspicious and shouted to Achelon to check. The golem responded that the system had not detected an enemy. It does not see any intruder. In the lantern light, Yu Sang-won saw the recorder lying on the ground and went to get it. Taking it in his hands, he thought he was very lucky to keep it running. The Angel Knight wondered what that thing was that he had picked up. The guy replied that he took this recorder out of his inventory and threw it in before entering the portal. That way they'd know what was going on outside. He figured they'd listen when they got back. The Achelon is too conspicuous. Let them go to the sanctuary first. At this time, the Blue Dragon Guild headquarters on the artificial island were discussing what had happened. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Ko Cheon-soo, was informed that Sung Joon was missing. In the office of the guild leader of the Blue Dragon Guild, a subordinate reported that he couldn't contact young master. He doesn't show up at the academy or the guild office. The head asked if he had not gone out on some mission. The girl replied that he always reports on his actions, but yesterday he left and there was no news. Angry, Ko Chung-soo asked if his location had been traced. The girl replied that his last location was near the E-Rang dungeon. He wasn't there alone. There's a chance he could have been attacked by demon worshippers. Clutching his head, the guild leader said that it was the northern part, so it was King Slaughter's men. They attacked him to eat him. Frowning, he said that first we needed to investigate what had happened. And when they find out, they'll explain to them what the Blue Dragon Guild motto means. The girl replied that the Blue Dragon had instructed them to fight and win. They would surely find the enemy. At this time, in the White Knight Guild office at the academy, Yu Sang-won showed the report of E-Rang's dungeon. From the materials, he obtained an E-Rang magic stone and a devil dog fang. She said that the Devil Dog Fang was not bad, but nothing happened between him and the Blue Dragon Guild. The guy asked what was supposed to happen. The girl replied that it was just that Go Sung-joon suddenly disappeared. He said he didn't know at all. I thought to myself that I'd assumed he was missing. Leaving, Yu Sang-won said he was going to the dungeon today and offered to spar tomorrow. He decided that it would be a good idea to check out the situation at the Blue Dragon Guild before heading to the dungeon. Walking down the corridor, Yu Sang-won was sure that there must definitely be murmurs here. He heard the students discussing Sung Joon's disappearance. One of them didn't believe that a B-rank monster and the guild leader's son could disappear. The other one replied that the Blue Dragon Guild was on their ear right now, and how could this happen in a guild of a constellation dubbed the Constellation of Conflict? As Yu Sang-won passed by, he decided that if something happened, he would be the one to be suspected. It's dangerous to go underground today. Walking through the corridors of the academy, he stumbled upon the association's weapons repair shop. The delighted guy said he knew that's how he knew the association workshop was on another level. The master handed Yu Sang-won the sword and said that the repairs were completed. The boy was surprised that it was so fast. After thinking for a while, Yu Sang-wo decided that it was then necessary to prepare to go to the dungeon. He thought he could take the hunter's flyer. At that moment, a girl asked him if he was Yu Sang-won. At that moment, he saw a girl and a guy come in. He thought they had finally arrived. As he approached them, he told Blue Dragon's guild deputy that he was a fan. Could he have an autographed photo? The girl replied that they had some questions for him. The boy replied that he was always ready to help the deputy head of the Blue Dragon. The guy said he was Namguk Jin, an officer of the 11th Blue Dragon Search and Reconnaissance Guild. He asked if Yu Sang-won knew Sung Joon. The guy replied that he knows a Heaven-class student from the academy. He's interested in Shin Ah-yoon from their guild. Namguk asked about his relationship with Madam Shin Ah-yoon. Yu Sang-won smiled and replied that she had hired him as an employee. He was just about to go to the dungeon for a training session to thank her. The deputies turned around and said they were clear and left. Yu Sang-won shouted, What about the autographed photo? Namguk replied that instead of an autograph, they would send him a special souvenir from the Blue Dragon Guild. Smiling, Yu Sang-won said let them send him the SSS-Rank sword of Blue Dragon J.G. Young as a souvenir. When they left, the guy exhaled, hoping the fool image had worked. He had an alibi, so he wouldn't have to worry about that for a while. On the way, the girl said that it looks like the young master was chasing the guy and got caught by the vultures. The cameras show that he wanted to be friends with Shin-a-yoon. Namguk frowned and said that this employee had become a nuisance, and it was decided to remove him. Striking the wall with his fist, he said that why on earth did he go to that place in a simple, cheap hunting kit, leaving a full one with the blessing of Hephaestus. She assumed he wanted to hide his identity. After all, an employee of the White Knight Guild, the young master could be in big trouble. After thinking for a while, Namguk decided that he should investigate the vultures and demon worshippers after all. At this moment, Yu Sang-won was in the dungeon. A monster was rapidly approaching him. He was dumbfounded when he saw a huge bull with horns running at him. Swinging with all his might, he delivered a crushing blow to the monster. From the Golden Knight's powerful strike, the savage monster flew far away to the side. Looking at his sword, Yu Sang-won said that the repairs were worth it. The sword is fine. At that moment, a beep sounded, and Song Myeol said that it was a glorious battle. With a sigh, Yu Sang-won said that this was an E-rank dungeon, so there wasn't much to be happy about. And where did that sound come from? Akalon replied that he uploaded it. At this point, the system gave a message that although he had won, there was no evil in this place, no reward. He realized that the E-rank dungeons were not suitable. A knight's path cannot be easy, but that doesn't matter to him. If he wants to go into a real fight, he needs a lot of companions. After thinking for a moment, Yu Sang-won again chose to press the knight's summon button. The system reported that he had chosen to summon a knight, and a knight would be summoned to help him. A moment later, the huge Draconoid Knight Crocbane appeared in front of him. Looking at the Golden Knight, Crocbane wondered if he was his master. Looking up from below, Yu Sang-won replied that maybe he wants something. Glaring furiously with his eyes, Crocbane replied that he promised to fight for food. With a relieved sigh, the Golden Knight replied that if that was all it was a deal. Bowing, the Draconoid took the oath of a knight. The boy thought he was big and strong. He looks trustworthy. Now he has another knight. Training will be more effective. Surrounding him, the summoned warriors asked what their future plans were. He replied that they were going to the next dungeon. From now on, they would not only clean the dungeon, but also train inside. A month later, in the conference room of the Blue Dragon Guild, Namguk said that based on the results of the investigation, the young master was eliminated by Jongmin-soo. He was originally an awakened Disranga, but became a demon worshipper by sacrificing to the King of Carnage. Listening to the report, the guild leader asked why he was targeting his son. He replied that the day before, someone had destroyed some vultures, and they had hired a devil worshipper out of fear. The young master fought him. The angry head shouted that he had told him so many times not to look down on the low-ranking awakened one. He ordered to capture Jongmin-soo first. He also wants to know who destroyed the vulture. The deputy chief replied that it was unknown. The vultures also assigned the search for the perpetrator to a devil worshipper. Turning the slide over, he said that given all the surrounding circumstances, it might be that employee named Yu Seong-won. There's footage from the day of the vulture extermination. At this time, he was mopping up the E-rank dungeon in that very neighborhood. They thought that by destroying the young master, the devil worshipper had taken all his items, so there's another A-rank devil worshipper. The deputy chief said this guy's bringing together devil-worshipping vultures and monsters under the constellation of the King of Carnage. There's an attack plan. The enemy is the enemy. It must be dealt with before it gets worse. The guild leader decided to immediately contact the other guilds and associations. One of the subordinates asked what to do with Yu Sang-won. He's a member of the White Knight Guild. The guild leader said they'd leave him alone. If other guilds found out about it, they would spread the rumor that his son was destroyed by an idiot. I'd rather they think he died honorably fighting a devil worshipper. The Blue Dragon had ordered them to punish this arrogant devil worshipper. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle. At this time in the E-rank dungeon, Yu Sang-won was training with a newly summoned knight. Swinging his sword, he fought the Draconoid to hone his skills. The Golden Knight attacked, dealing powerful crushing blows to Krogbine, but the summoned knight easily dodged his deadly blows. In response, the Draconoid gave Yu Sang-won a powerful blow with its huge tail. The Golden Knight was unable to dodge Krogbine's crushing blow. A moment later, he flew far to the side and collapsed to the ground with a clatter. A Golden Knight's hand was sticking out from under a pile of rock. He said he'd made the right choice. Barely getting out from under the rubble, Yu Sang-won decided that he wasn't wrong. The Draconoid smilingly said that the master had grown a lot. Crocobane praised him. At this point, Akalon appeared and suggested that the host replenish the amount of fluid in his body. Taking the water bottle, Yu Sang-won happily drank more than half of it. Akelon said his abilities are developing by the day. He even wounded Crocbane today. With a frown, Yu Sang-won said that let them stop this praise. It was time to go to the dungeon. This time, bloodthirsty octopuses with burning eyes and sharp fangs awaited them in the dungeon. Swinging his huge sword, Crocbane rushed to attack the monster. A moment later, he delivered a crushing blow, destroying one of the monsters. He continued to deliver powerful blows to destroy all the monsters. The bloodthirsty octopuses looked fearfully at the huge Draconoid. Grinning and furiously flashing his red eyes, Krogbine rushed forward to attack. At that moment, Akelon shouted for Krogbine to hold the line. Sommail asked if he was trying to take all the honors for himself. At that moment, a horrible monster with a human hand in its paw appeared. He shouted that the meat had come by itself. Swinging his huge sword, the Draconoid shouted to the monster that it would be destroyed. Frightened with its hands in the air, the monster shouted, inquiring when. At this moment, a powerful crushing blow fell on the terrifying monster. After a moment, the system informed Yu Sang-won that the dungeon had been cleared. His level was 28. The guy was surprised it happened so fast. He said it was unbelievable. He thought level 28 was no joke. If the association found out, there would be a fuss. The 3 biggest guilds would have fought to hire him. He was determined not to get caught. It's a stressful life. At this moment, he saw 15 missed calls on his phone from the strongest in the universe, Ah-yoon. The guy decided to call her back urgently to inquire about this persistence. Hearing Yu Sang-won's reply, he asked what was wrong. He had just finished with the dungeon. She said there's a problem. Mom knows everything. After the dungeon, the guy went to the White Knight Guild headquarters. He told the girl who met him that Mrs. Shin Ah-yoon called him. He's her assistant Sang-won. Walking down the hallway, he thought about the fact that she was secretly using her mother's money to pay his salary. He didn't understand what she had summoned him for. At that moment, the accompanying girl told him where to go. When he entered, he saw Shin Ah-yoon kneeling in front of the throne. Sitting on the throne was the head of the White Knight Guild, Shin So-mi. She looked down on them. He came over to the girl and bowed down too. The boy thought that the throne was already high enough, so why bow down? Looking at the guy who entered, Shin So-min smiled and said that he seemed to have good manner. Without raising his head, Yu Sang-won replied that the White Knight Guild leader was embarrassing him. With a grin, she replied that was good. She thought it would be better to talk to him than to her daughter. The guy was dumbfounded. Was that queen-like woman really Shin Ah-yoon's mother? She said Yu Sang-won was more decent than she expected. She thought he was a slacker who bewitched Ah-yoon. Jumping up, the girl screamed that he wasn't. Her mother ordered her to keep her mouth shut. He received a message that the attempt to see through him had been quelled by the resistance of the Golden Guardian's armor. The head said she heard that he was sparring with Ah-yoon, but it doesn't look like he studied any martial arts. What are his duties as an employee? Tensing up, the guy realized it was going to be hard to get out. He said he wasn't really doing much, to be honest. The girl tried to intervene again, but the mother told her to keep quiet. Adults talk. After a moment, White Knight Guild head Shin So-ming raised her index finger in the air. A white ribbon stretched from her hand across the hall towards Shin Ah-yoon. A moment later, a dazed Shi Ah-yoon was bound with white tape. Her mouth was also taped shut. Looking at the guy, Shin So-min asked, "Isn't that the same as confessing to a hidden agenda?" Looking at her, Yu Sang-won replied that it was her daughter who suggested the contract. It was hard to resist the temptation of a double salary and a 24-hour-a-day schedule. With a frown, the guild leader asked if he had accepted the offer because of money. He replied that beggars like him are quite sensitive to money matter. As long as he had money, he could do whatever he wanted. She grinned and said that his words were plausible, but many men listen more to instinct than to reason. Standing up, he said he could prove that to a child he preferred mature, wise, and worthy women. A dumbfounded Shin Ah-yoon saw Yu Sang-won putting his hands in his pockets, walking up to the throne. As he approached the guild leader, he looked at her and said he preferred women like her. Tied up on the floor, Shin Ah-yoon was simply furious at his action. Bleeding cold sweat, he thought he'd done it, though maybe the doubts wouldn't go away after his loud words. Guild head Shin So-min was dumbfounded by his action and word. He caught her off guard. He was afraid he thought it was insensitive to a married woman. I guess it's only a matter of time before she's fired. Embarrassed, the head replied that she really understood. Now she was convinced that he was not interested in young girls. She said all parents who have a daughter are like that. That's all. She has an important meeting. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won was amazed that everything worked out and he was approved. A furious Shin Ah-yoon shouted, what was he even thinking? He replied that he had no choice in such a situation. The girl said he was hitting on her mom. He said he was just dispelling doubts that he was a pervert who liked a kid 14 years younger. Pouting her lips, Shin Ah-yoon replied that she was not a child at all, but a grown-up girl. As she was leaving, she said that there was no father in the family. Yu Sang-won was surprised. She said he was gone when she was born. She wondered what happened to her father, but her mom never even said he was dead. I wonder if he knew about it. The dumbfounded guy replied that he didn't even know they were in the same guild. The girl asked him if he was really crazy then. Deciding to end the conversation, Yu Sang-won turned to leave and said that he had done what he had to do. Turning around, he looked at Shin Ah-yoon carefully and told her not to draw strange conclusions. Smiling, the girl said he was the first man her mom had ever reacted to like, she's an A-rank hunter, so she's often hit on by celebrities. The guy told me not to bullshit. He'll turn in his report and go on vacation. At this time, the Hunters Association conference room was going over the report. In the video, the hunter said the recon team was destroyed, but the results are in. He grew up. Jung Min-soo, who was thought to be an A+ ranked devil worshipper, turned out to be SS ranked. The dumbfounded hunters watched in horror as the devil worshipper grabbed the scout. He shouted into the cell that he thanked them for sending the victim. Their constellation has become even stronger. The Blue Dragon Guild thanks you for your support. The hunter said that Jung Min-soo is rapidly expanding the Carnage King's domain. It's urgent to form a joint team to suppress him. Seoul Guild head Kang Dong-ho said that S-rankers from other guilds would be gathered to clean up the crap behind the Blue Dragon Guild. He was told he was overreacting. Even though he belongs to the Seoul municipality, can't he show good intentions as one of the biggest guilds? Chief Dong-ho said he's not overreacting. He doesn't know when those bastards will attack Seoul, but until that happens, let them not be called out. One of the hunters said that Seoul was Seoul after all. The other frowned and added that it was without the Seoul Guild. Hunter turned to the next guild and asked what about Olympus. He said they had to contact those above them. As always, you have to get permission from a higher authority. The hunters were discussing how the Olympus bastards always flush out when they smell a roast. They're useless, real egomaniacs, even though they're the strongest in the world. Head coach Chun-soo said, to deal with an S-ranked devil worshipper would require at least 3 S-ranked or 10 A-ranked hunters. He is waiting for active cooperation from the other guild. Are there any among them willing to do so? The guild leader of the White Knight Guild thought that in order to preserve their own power, they would recruit the strength of other guilds. Who would do such a thing? Angry, Ko Chung-soo said that he had hoped for voluntary cooperation. The association has no choice but to issue a mobilization order. Their Blue Dragon Guild is planning to hire 5 A-rank hunters and 1 S-rank hunter. He asks for help in selecting the 5 A-rank hunters for the battle. He asks each of the guilds to allocate an awakened A-rank. These guilds are the guilds Ecthelians, Blade Celestial Squad, Indomitable Patient Avenger, and White. In the name of the Korean government, the Korean Hunter Association, and the Blue Dragon Guild, each must provide forces for the punitive detachment. The guild leader of the White Knight Guild was dumbfounded that their guild was too. She was the only A-rank hunter in their guild. She shouted that there was only 1 A-rank hunter in their White Knight Guild. Head coach Chung-soo replied calmly that she was A-rank. He doesn't see what the problem is. She said that you can't mobilize the head of the guild. If something happened, the guild would fall apart. He replied that they would need the power of the judge's I-class. When they left, the assistant asked if it was necessary to mobilize the head of the White Knight. Her abilities were not suitable for a punitive unit. The Judge's Eye class is a class that helps you learn information about dungeons and monsters. In open terrain combat, such an awakened one is worthless. It will only get in the way in battle. The head said that's why they added an S-rank Cheon Young. If anything, they would have 1 S-rank and 9 A-rank. They're not fools out there. He won't leave this weak class alone. Shin Seomi will pay for her daughter twirling her tail in front of his son. The girl pictured the head of White Knight surrounded by monsters and asked, really? He replied that he would warn Chung-yeon so that no harm would come to them. Let him try to escape if he can. Even if their march on the devil worshipper fails, slow-moving Seoul and Olympus can no longer stand idly by. If it goes well, good. If it doesn't, it's nothing to regret. At this time, Yu Sang-won was in the dungeon, fighting the devil dog Belloc. A huge monster with a grinning mouth rushed to attack the Golden Knight. Reflecting the attack, the guy crushed the monstrous beast with his crushing sword. The system congratulated him on his victory and informed him that he had reached level 30 and could choose a reward. He selected the knight summoning again. The system informed him that a knight would be summoned to help him. He thought he had Akalan Som Mel Crocbane. Who would be the 4th? He finally finished creating his knight's party. At this moment, Abyss Knight Calf appeared and said that he hadn't felt the air of the material world for a long time. Looking at him, Yu Sang-won thought that he was different from the knights that came before. He must be human. The summoned knight clarified where his contractor was and fell to his knee in front of the Golden Knight. He said he liked the contractor and would follow him. Yu Sang-won was surprised to hear that right away. With glittering green eyes, Kolf wondered if he doubted his powers. The guy said he didn't doubt it, but he wondered if he wanted something. The Abyss Knight replied that the fact that he came to the real world was a condition of the contract. The Abyss is too boring. At that moment, Seo Mule congratulated him for manning the team, and Krogbine told the host that he was hungry. Looking at Akalon, Kolf asked how he contracted this ironclad. Akalon replied that the code to recognize allies had been given to Sir Kolf. Yu Sang-won thought about how the knight looks strong, but they all use sword. He'd like a wizard or a hitman. That's sad. At this time, at the White Knight Academy Guild branch of the White Knight Guild, Yu Sang-won informed Shin Ah-yoon that he had reached the 30th level. She replied that he could now go to D-Rang's dungeon. He asked her to prepare the relevant document. Shin Ah-yoon replied that it was impossible to train alone in D-Rang's dungeon. A fake party was needed. It's literally the absorption of non-existent team members into the dungeon sweep paperwork. It's like renting individual credentials. Each person that provides their identity receives between 5 and 10% of the dungeon's income. Suddenly, the girl remembered that she had forgotten to tell him that she couldn't participate in the next sparring session. A mobilization order has been issued. They will participate in a punitive campaign against the Devil Worshipper and need help with the preparation. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won wondered where this devil worshipper had come from. The constellation of eternal wrath had sent him. The girl said that he was on the news recently. He's the devil worshipper who destroyed Ko Sung-joon? Sang-won was surprised that he wasn't A rank. The guy guessed that by destroying Ko Sung-joon, the devil worshipper had increased his rank. Shin Ah-yoon said that they were mobilizing from every guild and her mom was among them. He replied that since that was the case, he would train and level up in the dungeon for the time being. Shin Ah-yoon yelled for him to wait. He figured the girl wanted to ask him, but punishing a devil worshipper is dangerous. After changing her mind, Shin Ah-yoon said it's okay. Wei is just taking care of herself. Exhaling that he wouldn't have to decide what to answer to the request, he answered well. It was deep night. A lone full moon illuminated the sleeping city. Yu Sang-won couldn't sleep as he lay in bed. He couldn't stop thinking about the hike. He didn't understand why he couldn't get them out of his mind. Wouldn't 10 A rank and 1 S rank be enough? Taken aback, he realized that he had S rank stats but no experience or information about the enemy. He agonized without sleeping and couldn't decide what to do. He was tormented by the thought that because of the seeds he had sown, Shin Ah-yoon and her mother would suffer. After hesitating for a while, he picked up the phone. It was 23:30 on the clock. He texted Ah-yoon to see if they needed workers. She replied that of course, not everyone wants to go on a campaign against a devil worshipper even with high pay. Looking at Yu Sang-won's phone, he was surprised that she answered it so quickly. It was like she was just waiting for him. He wrote that he'd join them as a handyman. When the time comes, he'll grab her mom and they'll run away together. At this time in Kaesong in Korea, the devil worshippers were also discussing the upcoming campaign. Sitting in the chair, Jung Min-soo said he was grateful for their food, but now they are annoying. Some kind of punishment squad. He asked when they were coming. His subordinate replied that the operation was scheduled for 4 days from now. He thought that from a normal guild, he would have fled abroad and laid low. But the Blue Dragon Guild pursues the enemy until it is destroyed. The subordinate replied that if they escaped, it was unlikely that the guys there would leave an S-rank devil worshipper alone. There's icy doom above. To the west is Shihwangdi. In the east are the Japs or the 66 demons of heaven. And in the Pacific Ocean, eternal wrath. Whatever the case, it's better to face the Blue Dragon. He reported that according to the information, there would be 10 A-rank awakened ones and 1 S-ranked one. The Blue Dragon Guild had teamed up with 5 guilds. There will be 1,000 men in all. They'll do everything they can. They'll try to use magical vehicles, tanks, and helicopters to help Seoul's artillery. But this battle is still 100 times better than facing the monsters and devil worshippers of other constellations. And if the chances of winning were 0, he wouldn't have called them to a place like this. Grinning, Jung Min-soo replied that they were lucky he wasn't a fool. They're targeting him, and some people here are just trying to make a profit. The subordinate turned around to leave and thought he had a bad feeling. He suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He turned around fearfully. A moment later, a powerful, crushing blow flew into him, and he screamed. Holding the weapon in his hands, Jung Min-soo said that he had not yet finished speaking. It's better to fight with those you trust than those you don't. At this moment, the creepy monsters appeared, and the subordinates wondered why the demon's minions of the Massacre King were here. With a grin, the demon worshipper said that he had made sacrifices to the Slaughter King and raised the rank. Naturally, he hired these monsters for the points he received. The only drawback is that they need to be fed constantly. Looking at the monsters, he told them it was time to eat. A moment later, the bloodthirsty monsters rushed towards the standing subordinates. Some tried to escape by taking advantage of being close to the exit, but their feet found themselves trapped by the deadly energy that was consuming them. Terrified after realizing that it was a trap, they shouted that Jungmin-Soo had lured them here. One of the subordinates tried to attack Jungmin-Soo, yelling at him to go to the other side. But in a moment, even this man was destroyed by the devil worshipper. He fell to the floor with a thud. He was immediately surrounded by creepy monsters. Looking at how the monsters were destroying the remaining ones, Jungmin-Soo said that this was his first time. His level was increasing, and he said with a smile that the monsters were eating and he was gaining experience without even getting his own hands dirty. Looks like he's gonna be an SS rank. 4 days later, military equipment stretched towards Seoul's northern border. Looking at the punishment squad, Yu Sang-won thought that he knew that guilds were larger than armies, but he didn't think it was that big. At that moment, a man came up to him and hit him on the head. He told the guy to stop beating around the bush and go to work. Rubbing his head, Yu Sang-won replied that he apologized. It was just his first time seeing so many techniques. At the elder's orders, Yu Sang-won dragged the heavy boxes. Suddenly, he was summoned. The elder said that the guild leader told him to come over. There's a problem with the treaty. Tell him to drop everything and go to the guild leader immediately. The boy obediently put the box. On the way to the guild leader, he wondered what happened, and Yoon personally signed the contract so there shouldn't be any problems with. When Yu Sang-won came closer, he asked what happened. What's the problem with the document? The White Knight Guild leader sitting at the table grinned and said that it was just an excuse. Didn't he guess? He asked why she'd called him in then. He wouldn't want to stand out too much. She asked what he was thinking about signing up for the punishment squad. Her daughter said not to worry, but she still can't figure out his true agenda. She's about what her daughter can't tell because of the contract. The guy said he's awakened, but doesn't want to register as a hunter. He wants to cash in on the vultures and came here for the money. Looking at Shin So-mi, he thought he gave a detailed answer and hoped she understood. The head asked why he didn't want to be a hunter. Since he's Ah-yoon's assistant, he's at least a D-rang. Won't he earn more as a hunter? He replied that he was 32 and had worked at the academy for 9 years. He had lived a quiet life, so why should he risk becoming awakened? Doesn't Shin So-mi think that the job of a hunter is too dangerous to rely on high rewards? At this point, he needs security more than money. Does she understand why he came in as a replacement? The head of the White Knight Guild replied that such an answer was enough for her. Thanking the guild head, Yu Sang-won said that he would go to work then. Back, the guy got in the car, and soon the convoy was on its way. After patting him on the shoulder, the man asked if he was afraid. The boy said he wasn't, but the man didn't believe him because he was shrinking. The others started teasing him about not wetting his pants when he met the monster. They hadn't even started fighting yet. Grinning, the man said that if Yu Sang-won gets scared, he should hide behind my back. He boasted that he had slain over 100 monsters. When he heard that, the guy thought that if he disappeared, no one would really notice. After a while, all the guild members gathered to start a video meeting to discuss strategy. The leader of the punishment squad was Ko Cheon-young, the S-ranked Blue Dragon Holy Fist. He said that the purpose of the campaign was to destroy or capture Jungmin-Soo. This devil worshipper is of the long-range type. He uses guerrilla methods and traps when hunting. He'll probably ambush us on the way to Kaesong. He warned everyone to be thoroughly prepared for a surprise attack. He'll probably attack at night. Jungmin-Soo might escape. But if he steps outside of the Carnage King's territory, the rest of the devil worshippers and vultures will not stand still. One of the hunters asked if they could just bomb the town where Jungmin-Soo is. The girl said that if the S-rank was so easy to destroy, the punishment squad wouldn't be needed. Another hunter inquired as to what they would do with Jungmin-Soo. The commander frowned and replied so they wouldn't worry. The devil worshipper could only shoot arrows and use traps. A squad member asked what if high-level monsters or demons suddenly appeared. A devil worshipper of that level has enough power to summon. The commander said he'll take Jungmin-Soo on his own. The A-rank will deal with the demon. Hearing this, Shin So-mi thought that at the worst-case scenario, she would have to fight B-rank monsters and above. She didn't know how to survive. Remembering her daughter's words, the head tried to understand what she meant. Before leaving, her daughter told her that if she gets scared, she should go to her uncle. He's more reliable than most people in the guild. The head wondered why she should pin her hopes on someone who wasn't even officially a hunter. 10 hours after the meeting, the punitive detachment was stationed near Kaesong. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and all the squad members were quietly eating dinner. While cooking, Yu Sang-won asked why they didn't go to Kaesong but camped here. Yu Sang-won replied that they were delaying their deaths a bit. The replacement just doesn't know that the roads outside Seoul are unmaintained. There's a dense forest and a lot of dungeons. There's no easy way through. He doesn't see it, but up ahead, everything is being brought back to normal with heavy equipment, tanks with magic stones set up. Plus, There are vultures targeting them every minute. It's not safe, so you have to move carefully, no matter how slowly. Suddenly, the system informed Yu Sang-won that a message from Akalon had arrived. The excited boy was afraid that something had happened. The post said to add 1 spoonful each of salt and sugar to keep the vegetables from burning, and fry until it becomes difficult to scrape off the bottom. The angry guy yelled that he thought they had an emergency, and this is just a cooking tip. Golem replied that food and sleep affect the morale of soldiers. Good food reduces stress and boosts morale. The host should be a good cook. The guy irritably replied that he knew everything himself. His partner asked why he was making so much noise while cooking. Maybe there's a problem. After realizing that he almost got caught, Yu Sang-won said it's okay. He'll take care of it. At this time, the devil worshipper was watching their camp from afar. He carefully assessed what defense there was and who was guarding the people now. Looking in, Jung Min-soo thought that the defense looked better than he expected. But good defense wasn't everything. Putting his hand forward, he summoned his aides. A huge crowd of bloodthirsty monsters appeared from the nearest dungeon. The devil worshipper said that hunters only catch monsters in dungeon. They will show real strength to those who take it as S-Rank. Hearing the call to attack, the terrifying monsters grinned their vicious mouth. A dark army of monsters, led by devil worshippers, advanced on the punishment squad's camp. Grinning, Jung Min-soo told his monsters that it was time to attack. Suddenly, the camp heard an alarm and realized it was an attack. Intelligence reports a mob of monsters attacking 2 kilometers to the west. There's about 2,000 of them, mostly flesh-eating and blood-sucking E-rank dogs, D-rank bloodsuckers, and carnivores. All can be dealt with firearm. When the commander heard that, he said that was great. He ordered the monsters to be made into mincemeat. The hunters began to shoot the terrifying army of monsters that was rapidly approaching. The commander of the punishment squad yelled for everyone to gather. They'll be leaving soon. Those who can't keep up with him should get right into that flying dragon. At that moment, the girl screamed that they had found him. As expected, the devil worshipper sends monsters and shoots out of the forest a kilometer to the west. With a grin, Ko Cheon-young thanked him for the information and shouted that, "Now let's go." The hunters swiftly rushed to meet the terrifying monster. The head of White Knight said it was weird that he was quick to give himself away. The guy said he agreed. It's worth leaving a couple people here. Running past, the hunter shouted that it was too late. They are far away from the camp, and Wu Chung-yeon won't let them share forces. At this moment, 2 deadly arrows stabbed in next to Shin So-min. The hunter shouted for her not to worry. Only that bastard is capable of shooting those blood-red arrows. The girl hunter used her staff to apply a lightning strike to destroy the monster. A huge pillar of flame rained down on the attacking bloodthirsty monster. The hunter used a crushing hammer that sent powerful lightning bolts flying. The commander of the punishment squad swung his sword in different directions, crumbling the monsters in his path. He thought Jung Min-soo was an idiot to ambush them on the first day while they were awake. But the sooner he finishes, the sooner he goes to sleep. At that moment, someone seeing Jung Min-soo shouted that he was trying to escape. Standing on the airplane, the girl drew the Earth's boundary, blocking the fugitive's path. She shouted, "Beware of the traps. There are many." At this moment, Ko Cheon-young had already reached the devil worshipper and swung for a punch. With eyes burning with rage, he shouted that Jung Min-soo had been caught. The hunter used the blue dragon fang. Suddenly, the dumbfounded squad leader saw that the devil worshipper running in front of him had vanished into thin air. Dazedly looking around, he was horrified to think it was a decoy. At this moment, he received a report that an A-rank boss monster from the royal family of the Slaughter King had appeared in the camp, as well as the B and C rank monster. When he turned around, he saw the place where the camp had been lit up with multicolored flashes. Screams could be heard. The terrifying monster boss scattered the war machine like toy. Military equipment flew apart in different directions with a rumble falling to the ground. While watching all of this, Jung Min-soo grinned and said that these guys were stupid. It was very easy. He used the blood puppet skill. He thought that this high-ranking skill was really super. While those idiots are chasing his doppelganger, he quietly came here and opened the portal. The frightened people shouted in terror that they should call Cheon-young quickly. They didn't understand where these monsters had come from. The bloodthirsty monster shouted happily that it was ready to eat, and a moment later swallowed the man. Looking at this, Jung Min-soo thought monsters were eating people alive. So he sacrifices to the King of Slaughter and gets money and level up. If every day is like today, the dream of becoming an apostle will no longer be just a dream. The terrifying monster boss raised its huge paw over the shooting people. After a moment, he brought it down with a clatter, trying to crush the pathetic human. The frightened people didn't know what to do. One shouted that they should hold out until the guild leaders arrived, but he didn't have time to speak. At that moment, he was grabbed by the huge paw of a bloodthirsty monster. The workers were ordered to lock the trailer door for safety and not come out. Yu Sang-won's co-worker said with horror that the monsters would crush this trailer to pieces. The guy wondered if he should call the knights, but he realized it would be a dangerous burden. Crocbane and the Abyss Knight Kalf could easily be mistaken for monsters or enemies, and Sommoel and Accolon have already been exposed once, so it's worth being careful. He thought about what he should do. First, he should run away with Ayun's mother without anyone seeing. Deciding that he couldn't just sit there and do nothing anymore, Yu Sang-won swung the doors open. At that moment, at the open door, the guy saw a sinister monster destroying people and realized that he had to run. At that moment, the system wrote that he was thinking of fleeing a battlefield that might increase his fame. That is not befitting a knight. Let him think carefully. Cussing, the guy grabbed his head and realized that something had to be done. First of all, find the asshole who'd summoned these assholes. He guessed that the sudden appearance of a large number of these monsters meant that someone had opened a portal for them. Who's the devil worshipper? He's not an ordinary guy since it was decided to destroy him after he was discovered. At that moment, he heard a shout from the ambulance that an injured man had been found near trailer 32. I need help right away. Guy guessed that in the midst of this chaos, a devil worshipper must be collecting the bodies of the awakened to sacrifice them to the King of Carnage. Seeing a white robe lying there, Yu Sang-won threw it on. He ran towards the trailer, realizing that the devil worshipper would definitely target the wounded man. The wounded hunter lay on the ground. He looked in horror at the approaching enemy. Grinning, Jung Min-soo said that it was a cool-headed awakened B rank who was about to let out his last breath. At this moment, Yu Sang-won ran up to him and held out a flask of revitalizing potion, offering him a drink. Seeing this one from the ambush, Chun Ming-soo fought out. It was the damned B rank he had recovered. At that moment, the devil worshipper frowned and asked if they were leaving. At that time, the hunters asked the captain if they were leaving. Go Chung-yeon shouted for them to come to their senses. Let them start by reporting on the number of survivors. Angry, Jung Min-soo said that it was a pity to miss out on the B ranking, but it couldn't be helped. Safety first. When he saw one of the wounded hunters, he thought that since he was walking around alone, he would eat the little guy. At this moment, Yu Sang-won approached the warrior and offered to drink a restorative potion. The warrior thanked the guy for being able to recover thanks to him. The enraged devil worshipper thought that this medical worker had already interfered with him more than once and twice. At that moment, the recovered warrior ran onward, and Yu Sang-won waved at him and told him to take care of himself. Deciding that this was a very convenient opportunity, Jung Min-soo pointed his crossbow at the guy. He fired a deadly arrow. The devil worshipper was about to destroy him. Satisfied with himself, Jung Min-soo said that it was ready. Now he wouldn't be able to be so arrogant, but he didn't have time to finish. His eyes widened with horror. At this moment, he was struck down by the Golden Knight's crushing sword. Grabbing his sword, the dumbfounded devil worshipper asked how he did it. Laughing, the guy replied that it was all thanks to his shot. The moment the arrow approached his body, the system reported that an enemy had been detected and activated Grandel's combat talent. The Golden Knight managed to catch the arrow flying swiftly at him. He drew his slashing sword to chase down and destroy Jung Min-soo. After a moment, with a swing of his crushing sword, Yu Sang-won rushed forward to attack. He managed to crush the devil worshipper with a deadly blow. The system said that the honor of a coward attacking from behind does not need to be honored. Let him get rid of it and leave it as fodder for wild beasts. At this point, the devil worshipper trying to save said cluster of bloody glasses. Hearing those words, Yu Sang-won tried to realize what he had just said. A moment later, a massive crushing explosion rang out, shrouding everything in smoke. When the smoke cleared, the dazed Yu Sang-won suddenly realized that the enemy was not around. The devil worshipper, clasping his wound, stood on a high branch in a tree. The enraged Jung Min-soo fiercely swore at the Golden Knight and asked if there were any wounds. Looking up at him from below, Yu Sang-won wondered if he was using the explosion to fly away. Seeing that the knight had no damage, the devil worshipper shouted furiously, wondering if he had thrown away the points he had saved up for 20 years. The pathetic knight at least knows how hard he worked to collect them. He was getting more and more agitated and shouted that he had already used the elixir of life and even a scroll of regeneration today. He's broke because of a fucking gold armor. Standing on the branch, Chun Min-soo shouted that he was mad as hell. Therefore, he had to get his breathless body. The guy realized that the devil worshipper's talking a lot means he's afraid. Drawing his sword, Yu Sang-won rushed forward, assuming that the fight would be short. The dumbfounded Chun Ming-soo thought that this Golden Knight was not afraid. He's different from the ordinary guys in the guild. At this moment, a Golden Knight appeared in front of him and delivered a crushing blow. The devil worshipper barely had time to dodge Yu Sang-won's deadly strike. As he flew farther away, he thought that a distance of 10 meters was a different matter and fired 2 arrows at the knight. Swinging his crushing sword, Yu Sang-won destroyed his arrows in the blink of an eye. The enraged demon worshipper was furious. He didn't understand how he'd done it. At this moment, Chong Min-soo had to dodge the knight's crushing blows. Barely dodging the powerful attacks, the devil worshipper decided it was best to get out of here. The Golden Knight shouted, "Is it really the talent of an S-ranked devil worshipper to constantly run away?" Laughing, Jung Min-soo shouted that it looked like the armor was giving up. He had been living like this for 20 years, and he couldn't catch up. He'll sacrifice the bodies in his inventory to the Slaughter King, and when he levels up, he will definitely get rid of the golden armor. Swinging his sword, Yu Sang-won rushed in pursuit of his opponent. He thought about the fact that he knew he was in for a long-distance fight, and so he prepared himself. 3 days before the trip, Yu Sang-won had gotten skill points for defeating the vultures that were bothering the townspeople. He chose the skill Vanishing Legacy of Night Lord Yucheon's Stream, Lord of the Heavens. The boy shouted to the heavens, "Let them check this sword that has reached the highest point. This hit will prove that he is the real star that stands on the ground." A huge stream of powerful energy was released from his sword. Yu Sang-won thought it was rather sloppy. The guy once again shouted the words of the Heaven Lord's Sword Stream Earth Star Flash and intensified the flow of energy. A crushing stream of deadly energy reached the devil worshipper. Jung Min-soo screamed in horror. A moment later, the Golden Knight was already standing beside the dazed devil worshipper. He walked over to the injured Chong Min-soo, who was looking at him with hatred. The infuriated Min-soo furiously shouted who this son of a bitch even was. He tried to get his arm back, begging to recover as quickly as possible. Swinging his sword, Yu Sang-won thought that he knew that devil worshippers were tenacious bastards. Looking at the Golden Knight in horror, Chong Min-soo begged him for mercy. A moment later, Yu Sang-won delivered a crushing blow, destroying the devil worshipper. Looking at the items left behind, the guy thought that soon the A-rank monsters he had summoned would disappear, and everyone would realize that Jung Min-soo had been destroyed. To avoid exposing himself, he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. At that moment, the hunters were walking along the forest road looking for the devil worshipper. The commander was trying to figure out what had happened. Not only had Jung Min-soo fooled them, but there was also a strange explosion. As we approached the battle site, the commander said it was unimaginable power. Only an S-rank hunter can do that. The hunter ahead shouted that he had found a breathless body and the things that had fallen out of it. As the commander ran up, he realized they were too late. He ordered a search of the area, find any sign of them. The hunter said they identified the body. It's Jung Min-soo. They found the young master's gauntlets and uniform among the drops. Seeing all this, the commander of the punitive detachment was simply furious. He fiercely cursed with a violent kick at the tree growing there. About a third of the warriors were destroyed by A, B, and C rank monsters that suddenly appeared in the camp. Including the wounded, about 2/3 of the staff were injured. But the purpose of the trek to tackle the devil worshipper was taken away by someone. The commander shouted furiously what kind of freak it could have been that had interrupted them. After a while, the hunters began to pack for the return trip. Yu Sang-won carried heavy tanks. At this moment, the guild leader of the White Knight Guild came up to him and asked if he had survived. The boy replied that in his position, he could hide without a fight. He asked for permission to ask a question. The guild leader asked what he wanted to ask her. The boy asked if the damage was serious. She replied that although the laborers survived the deaths of the awakened C ranks are painful to them, it is not easy to replenish the ranks of classes like the Knight of Justice. The guy asked if the constellation that patronized the White Knight Guild wasn't very good at selecting talented people. Sighing, Shinsomi replied that the constellation has restrictions on choices. Besides, some people run away and hide. Looking at the crystal, Yu Sang-won said that it was too confusing for him. He can't understand it. But anyway, the future of the survivors is more important. Looking at the stones, Shinsomi asked if it was Jung Min-soo. He replied that he just killed a couple of vultures by pretending to be a handyman. He told her that it was compensation for the losses suffered during the trek. Shinsomi said it was billions. Can't she just take it away? Frowning, Yu Sang-won replied that helping each other was useful, let him just take them. The head of the White Knight had doubts. Maybe he wants something. Yu Sang-won turned around to leave and said that she could buy him a home-cooked meal. It's been a long time since he's had a home-cooked meal. He thought he was a little sorry, but if she took care of his profits, he wouldn't think about anything else. At that moment, he met his co-worker who was happy that the guy was alive. He said the devil worshipper was destroyed. They have to get out of here before the other vultures arrive. Carrying the heavy box, Yu Sang-won decided to check his status. The system said that he was already at level 38. Yu Sang-won was happy. At that moment, he heard the workers discussing that Captain Ko Cheon was freaking out because someone had stolen the devil worship and the guild's plans had failed. Passing by the commander's van, Yu Sang-won heard the infuriated captain cursing furiously. He smirked, thinking he'd really hurt him. I shouldn't see him again. A few hours later, the punishment squad returned back. The Blue Dragon Guild's base on the artificial island was discussing what had happened. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Ko Chun-soo, was studying the camping report. When he reached the end of the report, he slammed the folder furiously shut and swore. He shouted furiously at the commander that he had not sent him for such results. Lowering his eyes, Ko Chung-yeon apologized and said that he had nothing to say to that. The head said that there was nothing to be done about the damage caused by the devil worshipper. He had rushed his preparations from the beginning because of personal account. But he really hoped that Go Cheon-young would fulfill the Blue Dragon's last order. So why didn't the head of the White Knight Guild get killed by the vultures? Cheon-soo frowned and said that he couldn't believe that suddenly there was a guy who could deal with an S-rank devil worshipper alone. The commander showed him a picture taken from all the recording devices and drone. It shows the Golden Knight destroying Jungmin-soo. He said that given time, there is doubt as to who exactly is in the gold armor. Looking closely, Cheon-soo asked if this infantile armor design wasn't that guy from Olympus. The commander replied that they are different. Greek and Roman expose the body lines differently, and the shapes are not as tight. He's not from the Soul Guild either. The head said so. It was an ace from the sleeve of one of the guilds that were there. Blade of Actilian Heaven Squad, Indomitable Patient Avenger, and White Knight. There are two places with the Awakened Knight Club. They are the Blade of Actilian and the Indomitable. Not sure where exactly it can be found. The frowning head said that humiliation is humiliation, but they can't let an 11th S-rank hunter hide. He must be exposed. First, they need to deal with the aftermath of the punitive campaign against Jungmin-soo, and then they'll deal with the golden armor. At this time, Yu Sang-won was at his home, sleeping off the camping trip. Pulling himself up, he decided he'd had a good night's sleep and decided to check what time it was. Taking the phone in his hands, the guy was dumbfounded to realize that it was already night. The time was 12:36. At that moment, he saw that his summoned knights were in the room. Akalon said that the host had gathered members for the Knights troop and was fighting alone. Caliph said they are bound by contract. Why is the contractor having fun in one? Sommail asked why he didn't call them out during the fight. Everyone wanted to fight. Frowning, Yu Sang-won thought that they didn't understand why their captain was fighting alone and not calling them out. He said that asshole targeted him and it was a personal matter. Just one enemy cowardly attacked him, so he was alone too. He doesn't know how things are done in the army, but did he have to trample on the challenge he was given by the strength of the majority? He hoped the answer would please them. At this point, Akalon replied that he understood and accepted his host's answer. Sighing, Kalf said there was nothing to be done, but next time don't let him have fun on his own. Smiling, Somyeol said that he was an exemplary knight. If you think about it, he wasn't even expecting an enemy on the battlefield. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Yu Sang-won thought that luckily they liked his answer. Thinking that I was in too much of a hurry yesterday so I couldn't check the trophies I got, I decided to take a closer look at them. The dazed guy saw a blue notepad among other things and was surprised. He asked in surprise what it was. Somyeol wondered why the captain was asking. He thought it didn't fit. Looks like partner records, not vulture enemies of humanity. The government and the academy believe that King Massacre's territory represents the apocalypse, but in reality, it's a kind of community. He was surprised to read about the Human Research Center and about the pastor. Throwing the notepad towards Yu Sang-won, furiously thought that this world had gone crazy. At that moment, Akalon came in with a freshly baked pizza. He really hoped the owner would like it. Laughing, the guy said as long as it wasn't mint chocolate, it was okay. He asked if he baked it in his body. He smells like cheese. As he continued chewing, Yu Sang-won thought about the Human Research Center and Pastor Lee. He had a bad feeling about it. In the morning, he went to the academy. He had a meeting scheduled with Shin-a-yoon today. In sparring, the girl used powerful techniques to deliver crushing blows, but Yu Sang-won managed to repel all of her attacks without letting herself be struck down. The girl fought desperately, trying to get the guy with strong hold. Sparks flew in all directions from their crushing confrontation. Without being stingy, Yu Sang-won used all of his energy to strike. After another crushing attack, Shin-a-yoon flew far away to the side. To protect herself from Yu Sang-won's powerful punch, the girl used a defensive technique. Reflecting the crushing blow, the girl exhaled and asked who he was. Why fights every day using a new martial art? Before that it was Taekwondo, and before that Thai boxing. Looking at her, Yu Sang-won frowned and asked if there was any problem. She said it was just strain. After all, it's hard to learn even one martial art, so why he uses a new one every day? He thought to himself that it was because of Grendel's universal knight combat talent skill. After 3 days of Taekwondo training, he managed to do a 540-degree roundhouse kick with a 540-degree turn. His technique was improving day by day. He was able to achieve incredible results. And after 2 days of judo lessons, he beat a member of the national team. He quickly mastered any martial art and became a master. He asked if he should stop since she didn't like it, but Shin Ah-yoon replied that she just wanted him to attack as hard as he could when he saw a gap. Ow. With a smirk, Yu Sang-won replied that it was as she wished if she could break through his defense. The girl recoiled in horror at seeing the incomprehensible, terrifying shadows behind his back. She looked at Yu Sang-won in surprise, trying to figure out what it was just now. Wiping his eyes and rubbing his head, Shin Ah-yoon thought about who it was that had just appeared behind his back. She said she needed some rest first. Yu Sang-won replied that he could use some water too. Taking out a bottle of water, Yu Sang-won calmly drank. The girl was looking at him at the same time. She thought she had always known that this uncle was an unusual awakened one. After sparring, Yu Sang-won was accompanied by Shin Ah-yu. He asked why she goes everywhere with him. Doesn't she have any friends? The girl replied that the Heaven class couldn't have friends. This could turn into a political fight between the guild. A surprised Yu Sang-won wondered where they were going after all. She asked him what he usually does on his break. Since he works at the academy, he probably doesn't go out much. After thinking about it, Sang-won said he spent most of his time at home, but sometimes he would go out with his colleagues for social gatherings. Sighing that it was a dreadful bore, Ah-yoon asked, didn't he want to do anything when he was a teenager or in his early 20s? The guy said he lived in a shelter, then he was sent to an adult hostel, and after the army, he applied to the academy and started working here. Sighing, Ah-yoon said that she thought things would change when she became an adult, but it's still the same, working for money. Suddenly, he noticed a female academy student. She seemed to be following him. She was sent by the Blue Dragon Guild, a handyman who came out of nowhere. It might have looked suspicious. At that moment, Ah-yoon stuck to the display case and shouted that the new Beowulf gloves were out. This is the original with the improved mod with the ability to wave attack and voice control. This is exactly the kind of armor she wants. She asked how he goes to the dungeon. The guy said he had an association kit, inexpensive and durable, used by beginners and hunters. The girl inquired about his weapon. He replied that he used an ordinary steel sword. She asked him if he should buy a new weapon. Yu Sang-won smirked and thought that a golden armor was enough for him. He said out loud that he was about to look for something, but he didn't have time. She suggested he go shopping and see what he needed. The guy tried to fight back, saying he didn't need it. They entered a store where all the shelves were stocked with various equipment. He was surprised at the abundance, and Yoon said that even though he wasn't going to lead a hunter's life, he needed at least 3 weapons. The boy replied that his class couldn't use ranged and throwing weapons, and Yoon suggested spear, sword, and stick as examples. Asking what kind of things he buys, Ah-yoon recommended Hephaestus's workshop. A surprised Sang-won asked if she didn't prefer Beowulf items. She replied that she was just looking at them and suggested they go to the 8th floor. She told me that Hephaestus is the name of the god of fire and smithy in Greek mythology. The apostle of Hephaestus, of one of the 12 constellations of Olympus, ruled the artisans and became the world's leading weapons manufacturer. The salesman smiled and said no junk food here, only one-of-a-kind things. The workshop deals only with works of art. The girl told me that the original craftsman of the constellation created individual weapons. Any weapon chosen here would be one of a kind. He thought marketing about the one of a kind was a perfect fit for the romanticism of the awakened. The girl reminded that one needed a sword, a spear, and a mace of each kind, one-handed and two-handed, 6 in all, plus a shield. That's a total of 7 to choose from. Sang-won frowned and replied that if he bought all these items, he would be left penniless. The seller assured me that the non-legendary and heroic items were inexpensive. All weapons of legendary and heroic rank created in their Hephaestus workshop tend to choose their master themselves. The guy thought, what's the point of a gun shop like this? Must be hard to find a man that fits the weapon. Couldn't get a good deal. The vendor asked if Ah-yoon had come to challenge the heroic weapon again. She replied that she should try it, and that uncle would challenge it too. He thought he shouldn't be involved. It was only a matter of time before his name became legendary and widespread among the 3 major guilds. Yu Sang-won tried to refuse, but Ah-yoon said that a good weapon is an awakened person's dream. He replied that it was better to develop skills and not depend on weapons. She suggested he at least give it a try. Maybe he'd be chosen by a legendary weapon. The salesman said he was a true warrior with a determined spirit. With a frown, Sang-won thought that these two were mocking him. When did Ah-yoon become an employee of the Olympus Guild? Suddenly his gaze fell on an unusual spear. He moved closer to examine it. He reached out his hand, not sure how to get it out. Maybe just open it and take it out. At that point, the salesman yelled that it wasn't for sale. It's a Titan's stake, a divine item created by Hephaestus to bind the Titan. You need S rank to take it and SS rank to use it. He thought fearfully that he'd almost gotten himself in trouble. His stats were now at SS rank, but if he'd gotten him out before he was stopped. He stepped away from the display. The salesman said there were plenty of other weapons for him. They walked on, looking at the gear on offer in the display case. At this point, the salesman asked the Titan Stake, "Isn't he dissatisfied?" The gun replied that he was here for the first time to meet the man who could be his master. Too bad he's just leaving. Suddenly, a salesman's hand rested on Yu Sang-won's shoulder. He stopped the guy and asked him to talk to him. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won didn't understand what the salesman wanted. He said he wanted to offer him something. Send him to the VIP room. Confidentiality guaranteed. It's a great offer for him. The salesman said not to underestimate the eye of the handyman. He doesn't know him, but he knows he's got an eye for the gun he just looked at. Carefully pulling on white gloves, the salesman said that it was the weapon Yu Sang-won wanted. Let him start by gently picking up the weapon. If it falls, it'll penetrate the 8-story ceiling, so let him be careful. With a smirk, Yu Sang-won thought that the weapon had detected his abilities because it was of legendary rank. He wondered if he could really pick it up. What about it being brought in by the staff? The boy carefully reached out to the Titan's stake to try and take it. When Yu Sang-won raised it above his head, he was absolutely thrilled. He shouted that it was awesome. The dumbfounded salesman looked at this and rounded his eyes in surprise. Smiling, the salesman said he thought so. His eyes were never wrong. He was now their customer. It's made of divine steel, so it's strong, heavy, and incompatible with magic. It was originally used to bind Titan. A dumbfounded Sang-won replied that it must have a high price. The seller said he would just give it away and keep it a secret. If he gave it a different shape, no one would recognize it. A surprised Yu Sang-won asked if it wasn't worth at least $1 billion. With a grin, the salesman replied that hundreds of billion. After all, no one but Hephaestus can melt divine steel. Thanking him for the opportunity, Yu Sang-won asked him to keep it a secret. The seller swore on the name of Hephaestus. After visiting the store, Yu Sang-won and Shin Ah-yoon went to the nearest cafe. They were sitting at a table, and the girl was happily devouring sushi that was very tasty. He yelled at her for being too loud. Let her be quiet. Yoon ordered more sushi. The guy wondered when she'd be full. If anyone saw her, they'd think she hadn't been fed in a week. Opening the panel, Sang-won found that he already had 4 tails. He couldn't understand who it was or why he was being followed. He thought it was so clumsy it even pissed him off. At that moment, the girl realized she'd been noticed. She figured that while he was sitting there, she could use scanning magic, but it didn't work. Her system said it couldn't verify. Current target has strong defenses, using a defensive skill or artifact. The dumbfounded girl was astonished. She didn't understand what kind of defense skill an ordinary employee could have. She realized that this guy wasn't so simple and assumed he was the Golden Knight. After visiting the cafe, Yu Sang-won said that they had fun and now they should go back to the academy. It's not about having fun, it's about raising your level. She replied that why would a person who doesn't want to be a hunter be so eager to level up? The student decided to follow them and find clues. Walking down the corridor, Yu Sang-won thought the gnats would go away, but they just got bigger. There are now 10 of them. The guys passing by were discussing the news about the Golden Knight they still couldn't find. He was from a guild that was part of the campaign. Thinking about it, Yu Sang-won couldn't understand where this feeling came from. He was careful after all. He decided to check the news. On the news, he read an appeal for a Golden Knight. He was asked to reveal his identity and contribute to the defense of humanity. His picture was posted there. Yu Sang-won cursed as he realized that now everyone knew that a Golden Knight had appeared. The system informed him that the defense system had blocked scanning magic insight, magic, and skill level measurement magic. He didn't know how he could prove to them that he wasn't a Gold Knight. Luckily, they haven't figured out to join the fight and aren't doing anything weird. Carefully looking around, Yu Sang-won decided that there was one way after all. He determinedly headed for the exit, about to carry out his plan. The guy went to the White Knight Guild office to meet with Shin So-mi. When Yu Sang-won walked inside, he greeted the guild leader. A surprised Shin So-mi asked what happened and what purpose he came for. Putting his finger to his lips, the guy asked to keep his voice down. They might hear. With a smile, the head replied so he wouldn't worry. The guild uses not only guards, but also resistance magic. He exhaled with relief that in that case he was very lucky. Looking at him with a smile, Shin So-mi asked what happened to the newly awakened Golden Knight Lord. She should have known when he gave her a bunch of magic stones, but she naively took his word for it. Grabbing his head, he said that meant she already knew he needed help. Shin So-mi smirked and said that she didn't want to miss out on the golden egg, so she'll help him. The guy said their doubts led to him. It's suspicious that a regular employee would join a camping trip. Plus, he can't be scanned. The head asked why he shouldn't register officially and make his debut. He has plenty of fighting skills. He said he just wants to live a quiet life, so if she suggested such nonsense, he would just leave Seoul. The guild leader suggested that he disable the protective function of his armor. A surprised Yu Sang-won replied that he would burn his stats. After thinking, Mi said she could do something about it. She has the eye of a judge. She studies blocking magic since she specializes in scanning. It was necessary to come up with a reason why this had happened. She asked what grade he was in. The boy wondered if the other awakened ones had a certain class. I don't know why he doesn't have one. After thinking for a moment, Yu Sang-won replied that he was a knight specializing in close combat. With a smile, Shin So-mi said that from today onwards, he would watch over the Golden Knight on behalf of their guild. Imagining a golden knight looking for a golden knight, Yu Sang-won laughed. He said that this is really the way out. The guild leader is a real genius. Leaving the guild leader, the guy thought the conversation had gone well. Time to start hunting. At that moment, he noticed with his side vision that the student was following him again. Turning the corner, Yu Sang-won abruptly rushed to run in the opposite direction. The dazed girl carefully peeked around the corner, thinking what to do next. At this moment, Yu Sang-won jumped high and hovered in the air above her head. At this point, the unsuspecting girl was looking around trying to figure out where he had gone. Suddenly, the guy jumped down right in front of the dazed girl. Hitting the wall with his fist, Yu Sang-won shouted that she had been annoying him all day. Looking fiercely at the girl, he said he had finally caught the newcomer. She asked in surprise how. He replied that he was also her co-worker. It would be strange not to have noticed such a lame surveillance. Looking at him fearfully, the student with a tremor in her voice asked what he wanted. He said he wanted information. She was communicating with others during the stakeout. The student fearfully replied that she didn't really know anything. Slamming his fist into the wall even harder, Yu Sang-won repeated the question. He said that otherwise he would buy her a one-way ticket to the underworld. Looking at her fiercely, he asked if she was ready to tell. The frightened girl screamed in terror that she didn't know. He said she would give her life for the guild. That's commendable. Yu Sang-won said he wouldn't ask again. There are others. At this point, the student held out his phone and showed him a group chat. He read in the correspondence that no one knows anything about the Golden Knight. The vultures are in chaos. If Pastor Lee takes over Kaesong, he'll expand his reach. He thought there were many more than he had realized. The girl said fearfully that he should watch and she should go. He said she could go and handed her the phone. The student thanked him. Carrying out his plan, Yu Sang-won swiftly rushed to flee further. Suddenly appearing behind his pursuer, he furiously demanded information. The guy tried to run away, but Yu Sang-won gripped his shoulder tightly. Frightened, he said he understood and held out his phone to Yu Sang-won. Taking the phone, Sang-won thought it was a bit rude, but perfect for spreading rumors about him and dispelling suspicion. A week later, in the conference room of the Hunters Association, they were saying that after Jung Min-soo's death, the search for the Golden Knight yielded no results. The chaos intensified. The head of the Hunters Association, Hwang Soo-hwan, said Pastor Lee has begun preparations for the nomination. He was interrupted by the head of the Blue Dragon Guild, saying that this was not on the agenda. The head of the Hunters thought that the fucking guild bastards would shut up as soon as he started a conversation they didn't want. Out loud, he said that then he would get right to the point. The association and government announces the decision regarding the Golden Knight. The Golden Knight who stole the victory over S-ranked Devil Walker is identified as S-ranked Devil Walker and is wanted. This statement will be released in a week. If anyone is harboring a Golden Knight as a Trump supporter or employee, let them think hard. Smiling, Shin So-mi thought that it was all because they couldn't get hold of it themselves. With a chuckle while listening to them speak, the guild leader of the White Knight Guild thought that they were bad people. After a while, in the Temple of Carnage in the D-rank dungeon, the monsters were feasting. Terrible monsters with horns and glowing green eyes were destroying people. Suddenly, a deadly sword was at the neck of one of the vile monsters. The Golden Knight said it was good that they were all here today. Upon seeing him, the monsters screamed fresh meat and prepared to hunt. With a cry to go to the other world, they rushed to attack the Golden Knight. Taking out a Titan stake, Yu Sang-won decided to try it out once today. The enraged monster bared its sword and stuck out its ugly green tongue and lunged at the guy. The Golden Knight swung his new weapon and dealt the monster a crushing blow. He furiously swung the Titan stake, scattering the bloodthirsty monsters in different directions. From his blow, the deadly sword fell from the attacking monster's clutches. Titan's stake glowed brightly, spreading a crushing energy. The Golden Knight threw more and more blows, scattering the remaining monster. The furious monsters furiously roared and attacked the guy from all sides. The Golden Knight easily repelled the monster's deadly strike. Swinging furiously, Yu Sang-won slashed two monsters at once with one swing. The slain monsters flew away in different directions, leaving behind precious crystals. Looking at the piles of crushed monsters, Yu Sang-won said that Titan's stake instantly destroys with a single blow. He likes it. Smiling Crocbane said he wanted one too. Som Mel congratulated the commander on getting the perfect pair. K-Wolf said the knight had found his weapon. Now, if you swear an oath, the counterpart will also become a true knight. After opening the dialogue window, Yu Sang-won realized that the oath is what he needs to do to become a true knight. That's why his status window is empty. Golem asked if a gang of armed robbers were knights. A knight is someone who has taken an oath to be a protector. The angel girl told the commander to swear whatever oath he wanted. Whatever oath he took, they would be with him to the end. A surprised Sang-won wondered why they were all making such a fuss. He doesn't want to live to save the world or something. Walking further down the dungeon, Yu Sang-won saw unusual pentagrams on the ceiling. Determined to find out what this place was, he swung open the huge door. In front of him was a temple with a huge number of creepy, ugly demons. The boss of the Temple of Carnage grinned at the prey coming into his hands. What luck. The Golden Knight shouted that today was the last day for the evil demon. In the name of chivalry, justice will be served today. Demon Boss said he's got a good tongue, so let him enjoy the festival. A sinister laughter rang out. The demon laughed and shouted that he was overflowing with energy. Standing behind his master's back, Crocbane warned him to be careful with magic. The demon boss, furiously glaring with empty eye sockets, shouted to his warriors forward. The Golden Knight shouted to his team to move forward as well. Running bloodthirsty monsters with naked swords screamed that the meat party had begun. The loyal knights rushed to attack the demons along with the commander. Taking out his titan stake, the Golden Knight delivered crushing blows. His team amicably destroyed the bloodthirsty monsters with deadly strike. A grinning Crocbane told his host that there seemed to be no need for caution. He replied that it didn't feel any different, except that the body felt a little numb. The destroyed bodies of the horrible demons were lying on the floor beneath the boss's feet. He fiercely promised the knights that he would show them his strongest magic. Shouting that let him try, Yu Sang-won gave the demon boss a powerful blow. Titan's terrifying stake went straight into the demon boss, crushing him. The system gave a message that he was frequenting the D-rank dungeons of the Temple of the Slaughter King. After receiving the reward, the exit will open. This time the reward will be a random hero box. Golden Knight said it's not a bad trend. He doesn't need it right now. He'll put it in his inventory. At that moment, the phone rang, and Yu Sang-won saw Shin Somi's name pop up on the screen. At this time, there was a party going on in the party room on the rooftop of Kaisen Spets Hotel. The beautiful girls played wonderful music on musical instruments. The devil worshipper of the constellation King of Carnage, Pastor Lee, welcomed the honored guests and introduced today's main course. In front of him was a huge platter with an incredibly large amount of meat. The monsters looked at Pastor Lee's new creation and thought it looked very nice. Pastor Lee said he lovingly prepared this dish for the archidemon beasts that guard the King of Carnage. The archidemon beasts slowly ate slowly, savoring every bite. They recognized that Pastor Lee's culinary skills were amazing. The terrifying monsters enjoyed the cooked meal and praised Pastor Lee. Looking at the archdemon beasts enjoying their meal, Pastor Lee thought that everything was going right. After a while, the meat was all that was left, and Pastor Lee thanked all the apostles for coming to the opening. They were opening the Human Research Center too. The pastor said he wanted to make them an offer. He said their research center studies and clones the awakened to make the perfect squad of apostles, but it looks like due to current supply issues, they won't be able to make the sacrifice. The apostles were furious. They screamed that this was impossible, how Pastor Lee was running everything. Smiling, Pastor Lee replied that the quickest way to solve the problem was to hunt. The archidemon asked that he needed their help after all. That's an impertinent. The pastor replied that he wouldn't dare ask for help. He had prepared a hunting competition as entertainment. It is a special right of the ruler of the land. And since it's entertainment, there should be a worthy reward to fuel the interest. The apostles frowned and wondered what kind of reward they were talking about, what he had in store. The pastor replied that first of all, it's a rage potion that can increase stats. Using this potion, they will increase all stats by 1 rank for 1 hour. Secondly, a potion of evolution. If they take it, it will help them become an SS-ranked apostle. Beasts of Archidemons was interested in the possibility of becoming an SS-ranked apostle. They were also attracted by the opportunity to gain 5 years of experience at a time. The pastor said whoever catches the most live prey gets the evolution potion. Second and third place will each receive a potion of rage. The duration of the competition is 1 week. The creepy demons rushed away, arguing over who would be first. They'll use their power. When the apostles left, Pastor Lee called his subordinates and ordered the place cleaned up, and let them be ready to receive the awakened who are captured by the beast archidemon. At this time in the White Knight Guild office, Yu Sang-won came to meet with the guild head. He was furious when he heard that the Hunters Association thought he was a devil worshipper. The guild head replied that it was natural since they wanted an awakened S rank to join an association or guild. The guy said it was ridiculous. He saved them from an S-rank devil worshipper, and in return, they treat him like one. With a frown, Shinsomi warned that he should not wear the golden armor from now on, except in really dangerous situations. Sighing, Yu Sang-won replied that he understood and got ready to leave. Walking down the corridor, he thought angrily that he knew the guild and association was a scary place, but he didn't think it was that bad. In a week, he'll be labeled a devil worshipper. We need to come up with a solution. After a while, the academy students were on their way to practice. Shin Ah-yoon told her classmates that while she would sweep everyone away, let them deal with the monsters with ranged attack. The students said that if the Heaven class says so, they'll do it. That's a good idea. She asked them to double-check everything they had brought with them. The items would be guarded by their guild. The scowling White Knight Guild warriors rode the bus with them together. One student said they looked reliable. The other said this is his first dungeon experience. He's nervous. A week earlier, Academy Principal Baek Ga-young said that the virtue the Academy values above all others this year is unity. So this time, the vacation assignment has been changed from a dungeon hike with the guild to an independent student hike. To be fair, they have instituted a quota system for Pati. Each will have 1 Heaven class person, 2 Earth classes, and 3 human classes. A classmate told Shin Ah-yoon that it would be difficult. Since she's the class of Heaven, then she should be the leader. At that moment, the guards announced that they were approaching the dungeon. They will be guarding the place and hope that they will return safely. Ah-yoon frowned, thinking that they were treating her like a child. She could not wait to graduate from the academy and clean up the dungeons alone. Finally, the bus with the academy students arrived at their destination. The students headed towards the dungeon. Shin Ah-yoon walked ahead of them. Upon reaching the right place, the girl shouted to her companions that she could see him. After asking if everyone was ready, she told them it was time to go inside. At this time, the guys from the White Knight Guild were quietly sitting on the bus waiting for the students. At that moment, the alarm suddenly went off. The danger alarm sounded. Dazed security guards were trying to figure out what was on the radar. Why the alarm was suddenly going off? They discovered that an S-rank monster is rapidly approaching them. They have to run. The guard yelled that he's already here. Tell him to quickly call the guild leader. The other one scaredly shouted into the phone that an S-rank monster had appeared. The Hunters Association Hall was discussing the current situation. Currently, there are 7 S-rank monsters near Seoul's borders. There are also several A and B ranks that have not been previously recorded. What they all have in common is that they are archdemons in the form of beasts. The guild leader frowned and asked why only the Slaughter King's apostles went on the offensive. The hunters didn't understand what was the point of 7 S-rank creatures appearing at the same time. They must have been in cahoots with that vulture. The head of the Soul Guild said that they appeared right after they destroyed Young Min Soo. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild reminded him that it wasn't them who destroyed him, but the guy in the golden armor. The head of the Soul Guild challengingly said that Blue Dragon couldn't do it. The enraged Go Chung-soo angrily asked him to repeat his word. The Secretary of Defense yelled for them to stop. A state of emergency has already been ordered. The Army, Navy, and Air Force are on standby. The hunters supported that the most important resource in the fight against the archdemons is the Awakened. The army must buy time for the Awakened to attack. The military cried out, did they really intend to use the army as bait? Even one awakened man could provide support to reduce casualties. Listening to the arguments from all sides, the head of the Hunters Association, Hwang Soo-hwan, grabbed his head. At that time, Yu Sang-won was at his home and resting peacefully. With a leisurely stretch, he walked out of his bedroom and headed for the kitchen. There, Yu Sang-won was already waiting for Akalon with a cup of freshly brewed coffee. He said the owner worked late last night. He went to bed at 3 or 4 in the morning. He said it was because he was writing a report on the dungeon. At least today he could relax. Holding out a cup to his host, Akalon said, "Let him drink to wake up." Slowly sipping his drink, the guy said there was nothing more pleasant than morning coffee. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won heard someone knocking on his door very insistently. The dumbfounded guy asked to wait a minute. He'll be right there. Turning to Akalon, he asked him to go to the sanctuary for a while. When he opened the door, the shocked guy saw the panting head of the guild. She asked why he wasn't picking up the phone. His phone was disconnected again. Looking at the guy, she asked if he had watched the news. He said he had just woken up. The guild leader said it's no time to yawn. A state of emergency has been declared in the country. He said thank you for her coming to tell him that. While getting dressed, Yu Sang-won said that he should hurry up and go to the academy's shelter to the south. At this moment, Shin So-mi grabbed his hand and dumbfoundedly asked if he was going to run away. He said that's exactly what he was going to do, and asked where he would go. Looking at the head of Yu Sang-won, he thought about what she expected from him. He had just started going to D-Rang's dungeon. He said thank you for the information anyway. The guild leader shouted angrily that her Ah-yoon. She went to the dungeon. Yu Sang-won was shocked by this information. Showing her phone, Somi said that there were S-rank monsters in the north, 7 archidemon beasts, and a bunch of other monsters. They're heading south. After reading the news, Yu Sang-won wondered where exactly Shin Ah-yoon was. She said her daughter went to a dungeon in the north to do a vacation assignment. She can't get in touch with. Shaking her by the shoulders, Sang-won asked, "Is Ah-yoon now in the northern dungeon? What about the association?" The head said that the association is in a meeting right now, but they can't make a decision. It all happened suddenly. They don't know where to start. Tears came to Shin Somi's eyes. She begged Yu Sang-won to save Ah-yoon. Frowning, the boy turned away. He said there was nothing he could do. The guild leader begs, saying her child is all for her. She begs him. He replied that let him not blame him for the result in that case. He had never faced S-rank monsters before. In front of her stood a golden knight who warned her not to expect too much. With hope in her eyes, Shin Somi thanked him for agreeing. After a while, a lot of military equipment was pulled to Seoul's northern border. Looking through binoculars, the military saw the terrifying archdemons that were rapidly approaching them. The soldier reported that there was an archdemon beast Iberico 1,800 meters ahead. The captain gave the order to shoot him. Have all equipment put on alert. The fleeing archdemon Iberico laughed that they had gathered all at once to make it easier to get rid of them. He easily deflected the projectiles flying at him. He shouted, wondering if they thought these toys would help them take him down. The archidemon reflected the shell, and it flew back towards the standing tanks. Falling on a military vehicle, the shell exploded, blowing up all the tanks standing nearby. The archidemon laughed that it was time to hunt. Let them do what they want with the humans, but leave the awakened ones to him. There was a chilling laughter. The archdemon beast, Iberico, said that the Slaughter King was watching them. Creepy, bloodthirsty monsters pounced on people, destroying everyone who got in their way. The furious Iberico clenched his huge fist and destroyed the military equipment with ease. He was throwing tanks around like toy cars. Everything exploded and went up in flames. The military tried their best to contain the archidemons. All kinds of projectiles were flying at them. Enraged, Iberico shouted, Get annoying, bastards," and used the technique staggering. He used the Roar of Doom technique. His roar made all the war machines fly apart. The military pilots tried to attack it from above, but the Roar of Doom put them out of action. They fell to the ground with a clatter and exploded. A satisfied Iberico watched with a smirk. The captain watched the full might of military hardware turn to ashes. At that moment, the captain felt his phone vibrate. He received a message from the guilds. The Blue Dragon Guild was urging them to hold out a little longer. The warriors desperately shouted that they would survive. They believe in the Blue Dragon Guild. The assistant told the guild leader that the guys from the Soul Guild are fighting hard, and they usually run away, saying they're protecting Soul. The guild leader said that we could delay then. The dumbfounded assistant said that if the defense line broke through, Soul would be destroyed. The head replied that the enemy's goal is not to destroy Soul, but to hunt the Awakened. They need to hold out for about a week. They'll pretend to work. They focus on fighting S-rank monsters by raising levels. He said that the head should become Korea's first S-rank hunter. Looking around the battlefield, the monsters decided that they had wiped out everyone who was here. At this moment, the exit from the dungeon where the students were practicing opened. The tired academy students leisurely walked outside near the portal. The guys said they did a good job. D rank is difficult. The amount of monsters here is on another level. Smiling, Shin Ah-yoon asked with a chuckle, "Was it really difficult?" Suddenly, the dazed girl looked around and realized that the trailer wasn't there. The students decided they needed to call the security guards to find out what happened. Wary Ah-yoon said to be on the lookout. "There's no trailer here, which means something strange has happened in the neighborhood. Have them drink the potion and be careful." A frightened academy student wondered if a monster had appeared here. The girl tried unsuccessfully to call the guards. She didn't know what to do next. At that moment, her phone rang. Mom yelled out whether they had enlisted the dungeon. The girl replied that they just came out and there's no trailer here. The guild leader shouted that there was no time. "Let them get out of there. It's better to find a weak dungeon and hide there." The guys asked what was wrong. Why do they have to go into the dungeon again? And Yoon replied that if Mom said to evacuate, then the situation is not normal. The girl said that they should quickly move to the nearest dungeon. At that moment, they heard a rooster crowing. The archdemon beast Leghorn saw them and cheerfully said there was a whole set of awakened ones here. Shocked, Shin Ah-yoon guessed that it was an archdemon beast. "We need to save ourselves." She remembered that an archdemon beast is a demon that reports directly to the King of Carnage. They are the strongest monsters at the S-rank dungeon boss level. She thought there was no time to escape. There's no other way out either. Leghorn said even a monkey runs away when he can't win. Humans are stupid. The girl yelled to the guys to run without looking back. She'd take care of that cockhead. Looking at her, the archdemon laughed. Was she really going to fight him? Putting all her strength into her punch, Shin Ah-yoon used the judge's truth technique. Archdemon Leghorn was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected such a thing from a pathetic girl. He said it's even better that she's an apostle of some constellation. It's a skill that can't be destroyed by force alone. It's like the law of constraint. If she's not talking, he's right. But if it's destroyed, the barrier will disappear. He added that it was unseemly to fight without giving a name and constellation. The rooster said he was Leghorn, one of the beast archidemons and apostles of the King of Carnage that guard the halls. Now let the little man tell us his name. The girl thought she had bought enough time for the others to escape. She said that she was Shin Ah-yoon, the apostle of the Balance constellation. At that moment, the girl saw a huge deadly fist in front of her. Trying to avoid the deadly blow she thought about when he had time, she tried with her last strength to hold back the onslaught of the bloodthirsty monster. Losing her last strength, the girl realized she couldn't handle the monster. Their power differential was too great. She couldn't stand up to that. After another attack, Shin Ah-yoon fell senselessly right onto the grass. Grabbing her Leghorn, noted with joy that she had not had time to perish. Throwing it on his shoulder, he decided it would be a lot to pay for a child who knew the technique. Suddenly, he heard someone call him a chicken head. In front of him stood a golden knight who ordered him to quietly and calmly put the girl on the ground. A dumbfounded Leghorn asked what the ridiculous fashion of gold armor was. The knight replied that Leghorn is called a chicken head because his head is bad. They're not here to evaluate each other. Enraged, Leghorn shouted that he was a cocky little man with a rank higher than the female, but because of his insolence, he would not hold back and destroy him. The Golden Knight thought he was not so terrible but strong. Would he be able to go home tonight? At that moment, the archdemon said that since he didn't run away when he saw him, he should give his name. The guy said he doesn't have a name for an animal that touches children. Let him just call it Knight. Enraged, Leghorn abandoned Shin Ah-yoon and decided to attack the nameless Golden Knight. The girl fell to the ground with a clatter and flew far to the side. Seeing this, Yu Sang-won thought that this archdemon was just a pathetic He had just abandoned Ah-yoon and decided to fight him to capture both of them. To confront the terrible monster, Yu Sang-won pulled out his Titan stake. Realizing that he had hit the target, he thought happily that he had hit the bullseye. Archdemon Leghorn's feathers flew in all directions from the deadly blow he received. The guy ran up to Ah-yoon and tried to bring her to her senses. He asked her to come to her senses. The archidemon screamed that he was not forgiven. The others came and called the name. Guy summoned his team and ordered Somyeol to carry Ah-yoon to safety and the rest of them to go with him to battle the monster. The Golden Knight furiously swung the Titan stake to deliver a crushing blow. Swinging as hard as he could, he lunged at Leghorn, shouting for him to go to the other side. Folding its huge arms in front of it, the monster repelled the guy's crushing blow. He grabbed onto Titan's stake. Yu Sang-won thought that he had blocked his attack too easily. Turning to his team, the guy yelled for them to attack faster. The archidemon gripped tightly onto the Titan's stake. He and Yu Sang-won confronted each other. Throwing himself into the attack, Kalf shouted that he finally had a chance to overpower a formidable opponent. Akalon shouted a wise decision. Behind them, Crocbane ran in to attack and shouted that he really liked ground chicken. At this moment, the terrifying monster was joined by other bloodthirsty monsters. The deadly confrontation between the Golden Knight's team and the creepy monsters has begun. Everything around was glittering with deadly blows. The battle was crushing. Swearing, Yu Sang-won shouted that the chicken head was a coward. He called out to his subordinate. An enraged Leghorn shouted for the human to look at himself. Releasing a powerful energy, the creepy demon promised that this time he would taste it. He delivered a crushing blow. Yu Sang-won could hardly hold back the monster's onslaught. Reflecting Leghorn's deadly blows, the boy struck back with the Titan's stake. Reflecting Yu Sang-won's attacks, he thought that this monster was different from the ones he had encountered so far. If it wasn't for this new weapon, he'd be in big trouble by now. Looking at Leghorn looming over him, he thought he had a slight chance. Preparing for a confrontation, the guy waved the Titan's stake. The enraged archdemon screamed who he was, and don't let him say he's just an ordinary man. Grinning, Yu Sang-won asked what was wrong. Maybe this Leghorn is too weak. Infuriated even more, the archdemon shouted furiously how the pathetic little human dared. He fiercely attacked the Golden Knight, but Yu Sang-won managed to give him a crushing blow. The stunned boy couldn't believe that Leghorn's attacks had slowed down. He guessed that the power of his skill had manifested. The dazed monster screamed that it was impossible. He was wounded by a human. The Golden Knight rushed into the attack, promising the monster to finish what it started. The archdemon put a paw forward and asked the man to stop. At this moment, Yu Sang-won heard someone from behind say that it was adorable. Turning around, he saw the beast archidemon Przewalski, who said that this was a scene he could not have imagined. Yu Sang-won swore and realized that his friend had pulled up. The more he pulled, the more disadvantaged he became. An overjoyed Leghorn asked Przewalski to help him as soon as possible. The monster replied that they were rivals, and it's such a shame that he was defeated by a human. With a relieved exhale, Yu Sang-won thought that it seemed that these two were clearly not comrades. Enraged, Leghorn shouted that they would see what a horse's head could do. An enraged Przewalski shouted that let the chicken head say when he won. Looking fiercely at the Golden Knight, Leghorn said, let the human consider it an honor. Originally, the Phoenix Ascension could only be seen by entering the Hall of the King of Carnage or challenging him. The Archdemon released a powerful internal energy and his body was engulfed in flame. The Golden Knight was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the monster could be upgraded. He lifted and shouted to the heavens to check this sword that had reached the highest point. This blow will prove that he is a star standing on a star. Furiously unleashing his deadly claws, Leghorn shouted for the knight to take his time. He was not yet in his transformed form. An irritated Przewalski shouted that Leghorn was a chicken head. Who would even wait for our transformation? With a sweep of his sword, Yu Sang-won shouted the flow of the Heaven Lord's sword. Striking a deadly blow, the Golden Knight screamed a flash of Earth Star. A deadly stream of crushing energy rained down on the terrifying monster. A huge dark spot was in front of Yu Sang-won at the monster's location. Glancing at the screen, the boy realized that the archdemon was still alive. The red dot was glowing. Suddenly, a huge paw with deadly claws appeared from under a pile of rocks. Climbing out from under the rubble, the transformed Leghorn shouted for the little man not to hope he was dead. Looking at him, the boy thought that even though he had been caught by his deadly blow, the transformation had succeeded. He didn't know if he could win now. While displaying the Titan stake in front of him, Yu Sang-won thought that the more he thought about it, the less chance he had. The angry Leghorn shouted furiously that he couldn't stand the humiliation any longer. Let the little man see the power of the Phoenix's ascension. With a deadly blow, he shouted at the Golden Knight to go to the other world. Barely dodging the blow, Yu Sang-won thought about why the monster had become so fast. Looking around, the boy couldn't figure out where Leghorn had disappeared to. Suddenly, a dazed Yu Sang-won heard a voice behind him asking if he was looking for him. The terrifying monster struck a devastating blow, shattering everything around it. The Golden Knight fell to the ground from the blow he received and thought that if this continued, he would die. Reaching out a clawed paw to him, the archdemon shouted, "How dare the little man humiliate him like..." Grinning, Przewalski said the chicken head could finally do it. If he can manage it, let him take it with him. Shouting for Przewalski to shut up, Leghorn promised to chew and swallow the Golden Knight. When he took the helmet off the guy, he promised to eat the eyeballs first. Then he'd rip off the arms and legs and eat them alive. But first he'd take off the useless tin can. Looking at the monster, the boy thought he was going to die like that. Leghorn asked if he was in pain. At this moment, the system congratulated Yu Sang-won for reaching the 39th level. The Golden Knight looked at the ugly monster with fury, deciding that he would not just give in. Shouting that they would see who would eat who, Yu Sang-won grabbed the dumbfounded monster by the beak. Squeezing with all his might, the boy shattered the beak of the shocked Leghorn. Shards flew in all directions. The dumbfounded archdemon released the Golden Knight from his hands in surprise. The boy thanked the knights. Thanks to their fighting, he had raised his level. Finishing another monster, Crocbane replied that they were happy to help. Kolf said he was lucky. Accolon warned his master that it was too early to let his guard down. Drinking the elixir, Yu Sang-won decided that he would restore his stamina first. Clutching his broken beak, the archdemon promised to destroy the humanoid. Reaching out with his huge clawed paws, he screamed that he would send him to the other side of the world. At that moment, Yu Sang-won pointed the Titan stake at the monster and delivered a deadly blow. Struck by the deadly blow, Leghorn fell to the ground with a clatter. Yu Sang-won couldn't believe himself and asked if he had won. Turning around, he asked the monster if he wanted to fight too. Putting his hand on his head, Przewalski replied that if he wanted to, he could fight, but the boy didn't seem to want to. The Golden Knight replied that the archdemon was right. He didn't want to fight anymore. Too bad Roosterhead didn't realize it. Przewalski replied that they were not comrades. He had simply forgotten his duties and fought of his own accord. It is foolish to go out to have fun and get killed. The Golden Knight said then he was leaving and taking the items with him. They were worth risking his life for. The monster replied that he could rest easy. It was enough for him to eat the chickens that had lost their master. He shouted for them to eat. His subordinates pounced on the surviving chicken-headed monsters and started tearing them apart. Looking at all of this, Yu Sang-won furiously cursed, calling them cruel bastards. At this moment, Crocbane's caring hand lay on the Golden Knight's waist. He said he'd support the master. Let him get some rest. Akalon said the host did a good job. The fight was beautiful. Kolf maintained that he would wake him up near the city. Let him cover his eyes for a moment. Sitting on Crocbane's back, Yusang-1 said he was in a lot of pain. He should take more painkillers. He won't fight SSS-Rank monsters anymore. At the same time, fierce fighting was taking place near Seoul's northern border. The archdemon beast Tosa Inu shouted for the monsters to grab the humans faster and not pull. His subordinates, flashing their eyes and sticking out their purple tongues, replied that they understood. Looking into the eye of fate, the White Knight Guild leader watched as they slowly approached. She thought about how lucky they were that their enemies didn't know about the Eye of Doom. She reported 2 B-rangs, one of them a Chindo, the other a Chihuahua. There's an A-rang sheepdog on the right. There's a bunch of demons digging a tunnel to the west. New military equipment was brought out again. Tanks for defense were at the ready. The commander shouted for everyone to be ready, going into battle on his orders. Trying to see into the eye of fate of her daughter Shin Somi really hoped that Ayun was doing well. At that moment, Tosa Inu reported that Chicken Head Leghorn had been destroyed. He shouted that the horse head was there, and in a rat eating his subordinates. He ordered a retreat. A pack of bloodthirsty dog-like monsters rushed after the commander. He shouted that Leghorn's servants were their new prey. Watching this, the military man was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes that the monsters were retreating. He wondered what made them retreat. The warrior replied that in any case the fight was over. The remaining warriors shouted joyfully that they had managed to survive against all odds. After hearing that an S-rank monster had been destroyed, the guild leader wondered if it could have been a golden knight. At this time, everyone in the Hunters Association was carefully watching the development. The head of the Hunters, Huang Suhuan, was trying to understand why the monsters had retreated. The military speculated that there may have been internal problems or disagreement, but even though they're gone now, they should prepare for another attack. The heads of the guilds looked at the military, carefully deciding how to proceed. The head of the Hunters said it's unclear, but from the data we've gotten, we know they came here to get the awakened ones on Pastor Lee's order. The military wondered how the archdemons had been mobilized. These beasts could attack several more times, causing irreparable damage. The casualties are already so many that it's impossible to count. The community will definitely push for a rescue campaign. Head Huang Su said that 7 S-rank monsters had been mobilized this time. At least 21 S-rank hunters would be needed for the campaign. The head of the Blue Dragon said it was not 7, but 6. In this video, their guild is fighting the Archidemon beast Baran. He put the video on the big screen so everyone could watch the battle. The Archdemon beast Baran screamed that stupid Leghorn was dead. He can't give his flesh to others and ordered a retreat. From the video, the hunters realized that one of the S-rank monsters had been destroyed. No one present knew who did it or how it happened. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that he had discovered something by looking at the satellite images during this time. He displayed a picture of the explosion on the screen. There was a golden knight in the photo. They realized that the Golden Knight was using the same skill as when he had dealt with Jungmin Su. The military was dumbfounded that a Golden Knight could destroy Leghorn. Head Go Chian-su said that he thinks the Golden Knight is connected to Leghorn's death. The question is whether it was a solo or group attack. On second thought, the commander decided it was probably the work of the group. Either way, he became even more mysterious. The head of Olympus said if it got out after she declared him a devil worshipper, chaos would reign. Kang Dong-ho said they'd cover it up. The head of the hunters said it's the other way around. They're using public opinion to create a unit to free the abductee. It will cause resentment, but there's no other way. Ko Chin-su said he's right. This way they'll calm down the public and pressurize the Golden Knights 2 in 1. At this time, the injured Yusang-1 arrived at the White Knight Guild office. The guild leader was horrified when she saw the guy's condition. He said he overdid it when he saved her daughter. Luckily, Ayun is in the hospital. She told the guy to lie down and asked him to take off his clothes. Yusang-1 was dumbfounded and asked what she was doing. Frowning Shin, Somi replied that it's been a long time but she used to be a doctor and wants to assess his condition. The guild leader carefully removed his clothes, exposing numerous bruises. She told the guy to get comfortable first. She's gonna examine him. Examining Yusang-1, Shisomi said that he had many fractures, bruises, and bleeding. There are many wounds, but none of them require surgery or regenerative treatment. Just let him rest and use a healing potion. With a smile, Yusang-1 replied that he was lucky. Because of the pain, he was a little worried. She replied that his survivability stats were 910. He's S-rank. The guy was dumbfounded when he heard that. His survivability stats were only 910, but it was more like 1,800. The system reported that the Golden Guardian Beast armor is damaged, so the Divine Beast Power boosting option is not supported. Seeing his stunned look, she said no need to look like that. The treatment of the Awakened depends on the characteristics of the skills, so she checked the stats. He didn't have to worry about himself anyway. Besides, she erased the hospital's records of his stats. While getting dressed, the guy thanked her. Shinsomi replied that he was a benefactor for saving her daughter. She should be the one thanking him. The head asked if she could ask him a question. He answered that only if it was not too unpleasant for him. She asked if he had destroyed Leghorn. The Archidemon beasts retreated when they heard of the monster's death. I'd like to think it has nothing to do with rescuing Ayun, but it looks like the Golden Knight who handled him is him. He thought he couldn't pass by. He said he was lucky to be alive. He thought he was going to die. Next time he's in a situation like this, he'll run away. That's out of the question. The head replied that he understood and thanked him again for saving Ayun. Yu Sang-won said that he would get a good night's sleep now. He asked how many days he needed to be on sick leave. She replied that his health profile was good. He would recover quickly. The boy said he'd take potions and pills and go rest at home so as not to arouse suspicion. The head said that he was very cautious. Yu Sang-won replied defiantly that there was nothing wrong with that. Smiling Shin Shimi said that he could do whatever he wanted. Let him be calm. She definitely deleted all the medical records. Afterward, Yu Sang-won went home to rest and recuperate. While at home, the guy decided he was sick and couldn't do anything, so he would rest. Sitting on the couch, Yu Sang-won thought that it was very good that the armor repaired automatically. He decided to turn on the TV and rest properly to recover. At that moment, he was pierced by the thought that he had forgotten something important. Showering himself with cold sweat, he shouted fearfully how the guys were doing. The guy dumped a bunch of vials of recovery potion right on the bed. Once again, asking how they were feeling, he suggested they use the potion if needed. His team showed up. Akalon said he was repairing himself. Catfish Meal said she had enough magic power. Kalf decided to drink, and Crocbane had enough. A relieved Yu Sang-won said that they were very resilient. They can do whatever they want today. He asked Crocbane what he wanted to eat. At this moment, Kalf appeared beside him and looked at the boy enigmatically. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he asked if the contractor would regret his words. In front of the team of knights, mountains of soiled plates lined the table. Fed and satisfied, they informed the contractor that they were finally full. He replied that he noticed that they had eaten a big meal. He thought to himself that he had spent 2.5 million won. Maintaining a team is no joke. Opening the status window, he thought it was a good thing there was still a reward for the quest. His level was 43. He saw that he only had half the stats. You can't use the power of a divine beast. Titan's stake could not be used. The system prompted him to choose a reward for reaching the 40th level. The next reward was offered for saving a lady at the risk of her life. The third award was for battling and defeating an invincible enemy. After thinking about it, Yu Sang-won decided that since he had 3 rewards, he could get a healing skill. That's when Kalf intervened. He told the boy it wasn't a good idea. A surprised Yu Sang-won asked what the problem with this skill was. He said he couldn't tell me which skill to choose, but he's already proven his courage. If he chose the path of courage, let him follow it to the end. The boy looked at Kalf in bewilderment, not sure what he meant. Golem said he agreed. Being perfect in one thing is better than mediocre, but in many things. Let him put points into strength to make it easier to fight. The girl also supported that he didn't need healing magic. It would be better to hire a professional healer as a member of the party. He couldn't understand why they were discouraging him. Yu Sang-won asked what they would choose. They started offering the Holy Heaven Knight skill, the Abyss Knight skill, and the Galactic Squad skill. He realized they were imposing their squad technique. After thinking about it, Yu Sang-won said he wanted to learn how to ride. Isn't it funny that he's called a knight and hasn't even been to other cities? Upon opening the dialogue box, Yu Sang-won was dumbfounded by the amount of skill on the list. He asked what they would recommend to him. Personally, he would like to learn to ride a dragon. Kalf frowned and said the dragons were strong and tough and would be a good asset in battle, but they had a bad temper. It's hard to win their favor. Golem supported that they are reptiles, and their weakness is cold regions. Food needs to be plentiful. The cost of maintenance is high. After thinking for a while, Yu Sang-won decided that dragons were more trouble than he thought. Then it won't work. Angel Knight said it doesn't mean there's no way out. You can sign a contract right after the draft. Must have both the summoning and riding skill at the same time. Also be a recognized summoned creature. Then there will be no maintenance problems. Thinking about it, Yu Sang-won realized that he needed to learn the skill of summoning and then also the skill of riding a summoned creature. She replied that it was better to start by learning a riding skill that could be used on different creatures. Then, several contracts could be made. After realizing what needed to be done, Yu Sang-won began to search for the skill he needed. He found a legendary skill that can be used for any vehicle to which the concept of riding applies. The system gave a message that he had learned the legendary riding skill. He decided that now he needed the summoning skill. He chose the unique skill art of summoning Magic Knight Kaleda. The system wrote a message that the unique summoning skill has been learned. The guy asked if he should summon the creature right now and thought about it. After thinking about it, he decided that summoning a magical or divine beast here would cause chaos. Better to be rewarded. After opening the dialogue box, Yusang-1 clicked the Get Skill button. He read that the knight who defeats Leghorn in battle will receive an honorable award. You had to choose a symbol of honor, subject wisdom, or physique. He thought, body build endows physical strength in hand-to-hand combat with demons and wisdom the ability to reason with archidemon beasts. After thinking about it, he decided that there were too many variables in both options, so he'd rather pick an item. The system gave a message that he had selected an item capable of enhancing the knight's abilities. Using this item, Yusang-1 was surprised that it both mends and strengthens at the same time. Suddenly, Som Myeol shouted to the commander that the appearance of the item was beginning to change. A dumbfounded Yusang-1 couldn't understand what was going on. The knights handed him a mirror, and Som Myeol asked him if he liked it. Golem said it had a sense of nobility and majesty. The boy screamed that he didn't want to wear them. Let them look at the pattern. Anyone who sees them will realize he's the one who took down Leghorn. Calf said it was a good thing. What's the problem? Sighing, he decided that since there was nothing he could do to change it, he should check the functionality. System-written legendary essence of the Fallen Phoenix, increased armor durability, and enhanced skill, vanishing legacy of the Lord of Knights. After reading it, he thought it was great. If he collected skills related to King and Knight in the future, he would become stronger. The next morning, waking up, Yusang-1 shouted to Akalon, "What's for breakfast?" Suddenly, he saw Shin Ah-yoon in the kitchen, who asked if Uncle was awake. The dumbfounded guy asked when she got out of the hospital and if she was okay. The girl asked if he was the one who saved her. He said he saw the face of an S-rank monster because of it. Chicken Head is really creepy, especially when you stare with your wings spread. The girl apologized for putting him in danger. He replied that if he had known about the S-rank monster, he wouldn't have gone. Smiling Ah-yoon said that he did well. The guy realized that she had guessed it too. He said he almost died. In addition, he could not go to the hospital and had to recover by taking pills. Yusang-1 frowned and replied that he hadn't fully recovered yet. Yoon insisted that he eat what she had prepared. At this time, the news was talking about the Golden Knight who destroyed the Archidemon beast and disappeared. The dazed boy couldn't understand how they knew he'd taken down Leghorn. Who could have seen him? The girl said that because of martial law, a general warning system was launched and satellite images were taken. Head coach Hyun-soo announced that despite the Golden Knight's victory over the monster, he is being identified as a devil worshipper because he is in hiding. He was being asked to reveal his identity right now. Yusang-1 grudgingly remarked that they were very persistent. Shin Ah-yoon said it's okay to be afraid of a nuclear missile that's out of control and does what it wants. It's not like they don't know who he is. Thinking about it, Sang-won decided that if some crazy S-ranked hunter didn't belong to any guild, no one would know what to do. He asked how she was doing on her midterm, and Yoon said she'd pass if she wrote a report on the battle with the monster, but the members of her party disappeared without a trace. Yu Sang-won frowned and said that the escaped ones must have been taken to Pastor Lee. He asked how many vanguards were in her party. She said just her. Going to a low-ranking dungeon, she scraped together a rear team. They say the pastor's experimenting on the Awakened. After Jong Min-soo was destroyed, Pastor Lee expanded his activities to Korea and began kidnapping the Awakened. Thinking about it, Yu Sang-won said that if this continued, it would be difficult to organize a punishment squad. A surprised Shin Ah-yoon asked why he thought that. They have S-rank hunters too. He replied the guilds wouldn't want to lose S-rank hunter. Right now, there are 2 in the Soul Guild and 3 in the Blue Dragon Guild. This determines the leadership. The girl agreed. 3 S-rank hunters and 10 A-rank hunters are needed to capture 1 S-rank devil worshipper. He said that's why you shouldn't expect much from a rescue team. The fact that we'd have to deal with SS rank is reason enough to abandon the operation. Husseying. Ah-yoon asked if they couldn't be saved. He confirmed. The other thing is if there is mobilization again, but that won't happen. It's too risky. Shin Ah-yoon's eyes filled with tears. She felt very sorry for those guys. Looking at her, Sang-won thought she shouldn't expect anything from him. He had almost been caught himself. He was also almost destroyed by an S-rank monster. Already completely unable to hide her emotions, Shin Ah-yoon sorrowfully burst into tears. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won wondered if the girl was crying. Looking at her confused, he didn't know how to comfort her. There was nothing he could do. After a while, Yu Sang-won went to work at the academy. While in the reading room, he decided to check his trophies from the battle. Looking around, the guy decided there were quite a few of them, enough for 100 people. After taking the glove, he decided to give it to Ah-yoon. But first, he had to check if it was life-threatening. Looking at the sword, Yu Sang-won decided that this item could be used. The system reported that this is a legendary sword of carnage. It can easily cut through the tough skin and bones of any living thing. The next trophy was a precious ring with the blessing of the King of Carnage. The system reported that this legendary ring is the symbol of the constellation of the King of Carnage. It can be used to trade with the apostles. He decided it was useful. Thinking about it, Yu Sang-won admitted to himself that he was nervous about being drafted. Since he had come to the reading room, why not look for materials on the subject? He found a book with the title How to Do the Draft Correctly and began to study. After reading all the information, he realized that the summoning required a victim or intermediary. But other than that, he didn't realize anything and thought about maybe committing to the draft today. In Yu Sang-won's book, I read that a victim is something the target likes. A mediator is something that the target may be interested in. He figured he only had materials like the Phoenix for destroying Leghorn as an intermediary, but they could summon an evil creature. Looking at the available items, Yu Sang-won thought that the ring could be the mediator. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won had a hunch. He could use this ring to open the King of Carnage's shop. He figured he could buy another middleman from the King of Carnage's shop. If he sold Phoenix-type items like S and SS ranked magic stones to a normal shop, he would be detected immediately. But he could try to sell them at the Massacre King's shop. Yu Sang-won thought about it. After a while, Yu Sang-won went to Mafogu so he couldn't be seen. Not far from the Hunter's management office, people walked quietly through the streets. He thought that reconstruction work was in full swing in the north, but it was quiet here. The guy decided to look for a more secluded place to carry out his plan. Finally choosing a deserted place where there were no people, he put on Leghorn's ring. The system suggested that he use King Slaughter's shop and summon an apostle. Yu Sang-won exhaled and decided. Deciding that it was no longer worth delaying this moment, he decisively pressed the yes button. At that moment, the dazed guy saw powerful lightning flashed around and a pentagram appeared. After a while, a small, gloomy house with glowing windows appeared in front of him. Clenching his fists and finally making up his mind, Yu Sang-won swung the door open and walked in. He was greeted by a pretty girl with fox ears. She said her name was Foxy, and she was bidding on behalf of the King of Carnage constellation. When Yu Sang-won saw her, he was very surprised. He was expecting to meet some kind of strange demon. Looking into his eyes, Foxy said she recognized him as a client of legendary rank. She asked how she could help him. Confused, Yu Sang-won replied that he was interested in buying and selling items and materials. Selling first. She asked what he planned to sell and the guy said it was rock. Foxy asked what kind of materials are flesh, blood, or bone. Their constellation wasn't very interested in magical stones, so they were inexpensive. He replied that he was fine with it and was going to show the things he had. Smelling the scent of Leghorn and King Carnage, Foxy asked if he was the one who destroyed it. Frightened, the boy asked if he could sell the item. Looking at the items, Foxy offered 1,000 points for the Phoenix Feather and 2,000 points for the Phoenix Bone. The guy asked about the Flame Spirit Stone. She said she doesn't do that kind of thing. It would be better sold to another constellation, more profitable in the human world. He said she's a merchant. Why wouldn't she buy something cheap and sell it for more? She replied that the constellations are not businessmen and are not after profit. In another place, on the contrary, the Phoenix Feather and Bones were not bought at that price. The guy replied that he understood and would do as she said. Foxy replied that she would do the math. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won received a message from the system and realized that 11 Phoenix Bones were 22,000 points and 32,000 feathers. It was supposed to be 54, but he got 48,600. He asked about the commission. She said they had to live on something. Walking over to the buyer's window, he saw the generalized price list of King Carnage's shop and realized that they didn't understand what was cheap and what was expensive. The dumbfounded guy saw the heroic clothes of the Blue Dragon Guild. He asked Foxy if all the items laid out were stolen items. She said they take the blood, bones, and flesh, and they sell the rest of the items. Did he think they had craftsmen like the others? Yu Sang-won wondered why the prices were generalized. Nothing is valued here but carnage, so vultures can buy a good outfit for a single price. He didn't know what to choose. Foxy said if she was going to hunt a dragon, there was nothing better than treasure. Mountains of gold and gems. He didn't know if he had enough points. Foxy said there's a dragon baiting kit. If you bought it right now, it would only cost 10,000 points. It was a chest filled with gems and gold coins. A shocked Yu Sang-won was amazed that 10,000 points could buy a chest filled with hundreds of millions. He realized it's not the market economy, but it's a good thing he can buy cheaper. The merchant asked if he didn't like the price. Yu Sang-won said it was fine and asked for 2. Foxy said the price was 20,000 points. After that, Yu Sang-won went back to the academy and came to the reading room. Kaelf appeared and asked if the contractor was going to summon the dragon after all. He said, "What's the big deal? It's so romantic. Akalon supported that dreaming of unfulfilled dreams was also the moral of a knight. Some mule said that a contracted dragon wouldn't be a burden. Yu Sang-won thought it would be better to be cursed and discouraged. As he began to perform the necessary actions, he asked not to be disturbed. He needed to calm down and concentrate. Gathering his wits, he drew the first magical sign hieroglyph. Concentrating, he carefully brought out a second magical character hieroglyph. Finally, Yu Sang-won completed the pentagram by bringing out the third sign. The boy waited fearfully to see what he would make of this, if he'd done the right thing. After a while, the fiery figure of an intimidating dragon appeared. The dazed guy himself couldn't believe he'd gotten it right the first time. When Kolf saw it, he said it looked like a Western dragon. Akalon added that it had golden scales. Looking at Yu Sang-won, the dragon asked if he had summoned him. The boy confirmed it. The boy was frightened by the dragon's presence so close to him, but he decided he wouldn't be afraid anyway. Leaning as close as possible, the dragon clarified to Yu Sang-won how much. How much did he spend on the contract? Yu Sang-won couldn't understand what he was asking. He motioned for the dragon to ask a little more in detail what he meant. Seeing the treasure chest, the overjoyed dragoness was very happy. She said she would take it whether they made a contract or not. Yu Sang-won doubted whether she was even listening to him or not. Admiring the jewels, the dragoness admired the graceful strokes and superb colors, absolutely to her taste. The dumbfounded guy asked his team if all dragons were like this. The dragoness asked what he would like their contract to be. They would be co-workers, or he would be a dragon knight, or a rider on her back. She said it's worth it to include a rider option for every draft. What kind of features does he even want? Magic is included in the package, but breathing and riding are separate. He didn't understand anything about why it was so hard. Sang-won asked the dragon lady why she was saying that. The summoning isn't some bizarre deal after all. She said it was all about getting more treasure. Even though he urged her on, signing a contract with a full option was essential. The hero is certainly interesting to follow, but he has very little money. But if you follow a rich man who is too lazy to develop his skills, it's not worth thinking about getting out. That's why it too puts strict conditions on signing the contract. Either way, he's confirmed his horsemanship. If he has the knight class, what about the oath? Embarrassed, Yu Sang-won replied that he didn't have any class yet. Dragon Mistress asked if there was then a knight he was serving. The dumbfounded guy said no, and asked if there should be one. She said it was even better, and asked about the term of the contract. The dragoness suggested 10 years with annual payment. She asked about the option. After thinking for a while, Yu Sang-won asked for more details about the cost. He wants the breathing option. He thought, what kind of dragon is it if it doesn't have dragon breath? The dragoness replied that the contract is for 10 years with an annual payment. Rider options are magic and breath. In battle, she will follow orders and give advice. Except for the loss of life, a penalty shall be paid if the contract is broken. Yu Sang-won asked for clarification on the price. Dragon Mistress said this chest is a deposit for her draft. To pay for the year, have her add another one. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won thought it was cheap. Even though he received treasures for destroying an S-rank monster, it was still cheap. Seeing his doubts, the dragoness said that if it was expensive, it could be paid in installments. When she heard that he would pay for a year in advance, she was surprised and very happy. Saying she was lucky, she added that the knights around were lovely and offered to buy some goods or option, but he declined. The dragoness said that in order to sign the contract, she had to leave an imprint to summon the power in the bracelet and tell her name. After agreeing, Yu Sang-won asked what about her name. The dragon lady said her name was Eldrin and asked if they were making a contract. They finally signed the contract, and Yu Sang-won put a magic bracelet on his arm. As he fell exhausted, he said that dragons really are exhausting creatures. Maybe he should have lowered the bar and limited himself to a drake or a verve. He got up with difficulty and decided it was time to go back. Kolf offered him a ride home, but he replied that he didn't want to get in touch with the Air Force. He asked what the contract was for then. Sang-won said he'll take a ride later. But what are they going to ride on? Kolf replied they have means of transportation. Dumbfounded, he asked if it was true. If they had it, they should have said so, but why the fuck didn't they say anything? They said he didn't ask much. Besides, there was nowhere to ride in the small dungeon, and there was no need for it in the local squabble. Enraged, Yu Sang-won shouted for them to show him their transportation right away. After listening to the contractor, Kolf put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. A moment later, a magnificent horse with a glistening mane appeared. He said it was a nightmare of the abyss. He recommended it to his contractor. The night angel showed the bird of the holy heaven. She is the legs of the night squad of the holy heavens and a faithful companion in the heavens. Seeing them, Yu Sang-won sadly thought that they were both super cool. Crocbane rode a basilisk. He said the basilisk is strong, can use the breath of petrification. Yu Sang-won was finally upset and thought that he must have been a fool to choose a dragon. At this point, Akalon said that his transportation is modest compared to the dragon. It's a Geohyos support mechanism. The engine is a magical stone. A frustrated Yu Sang-won yelled out what to do now. He'll have to ride a dragon that demands money. After a while, Yu Sang-won arrived at the White Knight Guild office. The dumbfounded guild leader wondered where he had gotten so much. He said he bargained a little. Is there a problem with that? She asked how many D and E rank magic stones there were in total. Frowning, Yu Sang-won replied that 1,000 D rank stones and 2,200 E ranks. The head replied that it was much more than she expected. A surprised Sang-won asked, "Isn't it normal for a guild of this size to receive so many multiple teams?" Shin So-mi showed him the monthly sales volume. There was a figure of 230. He was shocked that the White Knight Guild had only sold 230 D-ranked stones to the association in a month. She said it was because of Youngmin Soo. Normally, their guild would collect 200 and 300 stones per month for dungeon cleanup. For a D-rank hunter, mopping up such a dungeon is like fighting an S-rank monster. The guy said he heard her. He is too far away from reality. Shin Mi-soo replied that she's glad he knows now. To stabilize the guild's finances, she would take 300 D-ranked stones and 500 AHF-ranked stones and sell them under the pretext of stock sales. For the rest, let him use other ways to sell them. After thanking Yu Sang-won, he asked how much the stones would cost. The head replied that if you calculate everything according to the current exchange rate, 3 billion. The problem is taxes. He said he would take 1 billion then. If everything is sold on behalf of the White Knight Guild, the tax will increase because of the increase in sales. The head asked if he wanted to officially register as a hunter. With an official rating, he would get a fairer price, but he refused. With a frown, Shin So-mi said that he had become a good villain in the current situation. Hearing the name, the good villain Yu Sang-won pondered over the guild leader's words. After a while, Yu Sang-won again used a cab for a ride. The cab driver asked what he was going to the hunter's department in Shingangnam for. Smiling, the guy replied that he was going to visit the dungeon. The cab driver said we should have chosen another place with dungeon. Why go there? Laughing, Yu Sang-won replied that a friend had asked him to go with him. He thought to himself that there were many items at a good price. When he left, Shin So-mi asked him not to go secretly to the dungeons like this. Let him leave the exact time of entry and exit. Right now, all the associations and guilds are looking hard for a golden knight. He thought he needed a pack, and that's another headache. While riding in the cab, Yu Sang-won thought about how the north was now closed and the best option was Shingangnam. It would be good to team up with strangers. The cab driver warned that Shingangnam has strict entry restrictions, so they could be turned around. He knows that. The dumbfounded guy clarified what the driver was talking. He doesn't know. At that moment, a policeman waved his wand and ordered the cab to stop. When he saw Yu Sang-won, he said that if he was an awakened person, he should show his awakened person ID. A surprised Yu Sang-won held out a document for the policeman to check. The ID card said that Yu Sang-won had rank E and strength 37. Looking at the guy doubtfully, the policeman asked what the awakened E-Rang was doing here. He replied that he was going to go to the dungeon, so he was going to the hunter control. The cop said if you let people like him through, it's going to be a rush hour traffic jam. Tell him to go to the outer edge of town. Shingangnam is rumored to be a special fortress city that is the base of the Seoul Guild and the residence of politicians, their wives, and other bigwigs. When Korea's security was shaken in the past by the Grandmaster situation, the wealthy jointly formed the Seoul Guild. Officially, it's a Seoul Guild base, but in reality, it's a fortress to protect the power and money of Seoul and Shingangnam. After reaching the place, Yu Sang-won went to the Shingangnam hunter's office. When he came out, he said he was pissed off. In the end, he came back and paid another 13,000 won. Because people can't go to the northern dungeons, everyone flocks here. He opened the message board and realized that it would be hard to find a pack to go to a D-rank dungeon with an E-rank hunter. Since he had no choice, he decided to look for other options. At this moment, one of the guys pointed at Yu Sang-won and suggested him. He hadn't seen him before. At this moment, Yu Sang-won was puzzling over how to proceed. The girl looked at him and said she'd never seen him before. What about the information? The guy replied that it was hidden by the scanning blocking skill. He glanced at his phone. The guy's looking for a D-rank dungeon, but since he's having difficulties, he's an E or D-rank hunter. The girl said he was a good match for them, but might be afraid because of the difference in level. The guy replied that they would take another outsider so that there would be less suspicion. She ordered her partners to find another one, and she would process this one. She asked if they were sure of his rank. The guy said he was definitely weaker. Putting on a mask of innocence and shyness, the girl approached Yu Sang-won. She asked if he was looking for a dungeon party. They're looking for a group too, but they're short on people. Yu Sang-won confirmed that he was looking for a party. The girl asked what class he was. When she heard about the night class, she replied that they were just looking for Vanguard men and offered to go with them. After finding one more person, they met and decided it was okay to go. Although there are a lot of people, it is difficult to find people who fit the criteria. After formally introducing himself, the leader said his name was Bang Jung-si. He is a level 44 sniper and D-rank hunter. The other guy said his rifle was cool. Bang Jun-shik said its drawback is that it's noisy, but he can take down a monster with one shot. The mistress was Dahi, chosen by the constellation. The other guy, Choi Seok-pil, is a friend they've been working with for a long time. The leader motioned for the newcomers to introduce themselves. The new guy called Bae Young-hun, a D-rank hunter level 38 class warrior. Weapon is a halberd. After thinking for a while, Yu Sang-won said he was an E-rank hunter level 43 class knight. Weapons are sword and shield. He's embarrassed to be accepted into such a... They said not to worry. Finding a tank for the Vanguard is always difficult. Since there are no more questions, they are going to the dungeon. Yu Sang-won thought to himself that they had invited a newcomer and seemed to have already prepared everything so as not to waste time. After a while, they all reached the portal to the dungeon together. Dahi said it's getting harder and harder to find party members lately. He replied that he was communicating well with everyone here to raise the level. Watching them, Yu Sang-won realized that two were walking ahead to point the way, and one of the hunters goes behind to keep the newcomers from escaping. When Dahi approached him, she asked if he was in trouble. Yu Sang-won replied that he was just a little nervous. The newcomer said he wanted to reach level 40 and join the Soul Guild. The leader said that he would become a guard dog for the children of the guild. Watching Yu Sang-won realized that that guy had figured it out too. They're going to attack them soon, and he can't even put on the golden armor. At that moment, the leader announced that they had reached the target of the beast's lair. Have everyone take a deep breath and enter. They will all hold the front line together when they enter the lair. Soon, the beast-like monsters will arrive. At this moment, bloodthirsty monsters with sharp fangs appeared in front of them. The leader shouted that they were starting. Sung-won with his shield takes the left side, Young-hoon's right side. Sung-won thought they were a playful group after all. Jung-shik said he hoped Sung-won would stand up to it. They'll do their best. The monsters were rapidly approaching them with horrible jaws. In front with a shield stood Yu Sang-won, prepared to face the terrifying monster. At this moment, Bae Young-hook fearfully shouted that there were too many monsters. The leader shouted furiously for Young-hoon to hold the line and not be afraid. They'll have their back. Holding his weapon in front of him, Young-hook prepared to confront the bloodthirsty monster. At this moment, a gunshot rang out and the slain monster fell to the ground with a clatter. The dumbfounded guy stared in surprise at the monster's crushed body. With a smirk, Jun-shik told him not to be afraid and trust their team. Smiling contentedly, the guy replied that he trusted them completely. At this moment, the monstrous beast attacked Yu Sang-won, who was trying to fight back with his shield. Angry, he thought to himself that if he had been alone, he would have finished long ago. But with his level of strength, it was hard for him. A moment later, Choi Seok-pil flew up to the monster and crushed the monster with a deadly blow. From the crushing blow, the monster flew far to the side and slammed into the wall. Sang-won thanked him, but the guy shouted that thanks later. Let him concentrate on the battle. Suddenly, two deadly arrows stuck next to Sang-won. He was struck. Turning around, he stared dumbfounded at the humanoid monster. He heard the leader yell that they would take on the shaman. He ordered us to stay in formation. It's important to trust each other. Doohee should use magic resistance, and he'll give a buff. Using her staff, Dahi applied a skill that blocked magic. The overjoyed warriors saw an increase in magic resistance and an increase in attack power with a magic buff for 600 seconds. Putting his shield in front of him, Yu Sang-won repelled the attack of the humanoid monster. With his sword drawn, he decided it was time to fight. The attack becomes dangerous. Swinging his sword, Yu Sang-won delivered powerful crushing blows. On the other side, Young-hoon was waving his halberd at the monster. He said the buff was really good. Smiling, he said it was the first time he'd ever gotten one. He hadn't realized it was so nice to have a mage as a companion. Sang-won wondered if the sweep in the pack was going better than he thought. Suddenly, they noticed a mark. At this moment, Jun-shik shouted for them to be more careful. This mark is a trap. Tell them to move away immediately. A moment later, a huge deadly axe swiftly flew towards the guys. To protect himself from the crushing blow, Yu Sang-won put up a shield in front of him. They barely managed to avoid the deadly blow of the huge axe. Looking at the huge axe mark, Young-hoon said he almost died. He didn't even get married. The girl shouted that she would heal them quickly. She called out Yu Sang-won. He replied that he was fine thanks to the association kit. He's fine with the potion. Let him save his magic. After dealing with these monsters, the whole party moved on. When Young-hoon saw the huge door, he assumed it was the boss's room. Da-hee smiled and said that they were all very good. The leader suggested to take a breather in front of the boss's room. Yu Sang-won took out his food. The leader asked if the association's dry rations were tasty. The guy replied that it was edible. Taking out a container of vegetables, Junpil suggested he try it with this to make it taste better. Looking at the outstretched food, Sang-won assumed that he had put something in the food. It looked suspicious. The girl poured ginger tea and said it was good for after a meal. Sang-won refused. He thought they were trying to get rid of them before the bosses. Seokpil came up to him and asked him what was wrong. If he didn't like it, he could offer something else. The leader said Sang-won hasn't even touched the appetizer. Let him eat at least a bite. The guy thought it might be time to intervene. It was not a good idea to disregard the sincerity of others. He gently grasped the hilt of his sword. He thought that he would hate for the knight's path to penalize him again, but it looked like he had no choice. Suddenly, Seokpil screamed and fell down. A dumbfounded Jun-sik shouted, "What's wrong?" Da-hee asked. "What's wrong with Seokpil?" At that moment, Yu Sang-won saw that a punch had been thrown by Da-hee and Jun-sik. Young-hoon stood in front of them with burning red eyes. He said that thanks to the distractions, today was easier than usual. Seeing the guy's eyes, a dumbfounded Yu Sang-won guessed that he wasn't a hunter either. None of the four had any intention of clearing the dungeon properly. The leader tried to stand up and Young-hoon struck him again, telling him not to be stupid. Waving the rope, he said that if they did not resist, he would spare them. He tied Da-hee, Jun-sik, and Seokpil all together and gagged their mouths. A dumbfounded Sang-won asked who he was. The guy replied that people like him didn't need to know. He threateningly told Sang-won to keep a good eye on them if he didn't want to go to the other world. At this moment, spitting out the gag, Ban Jun-sik shouted for Sang-won to help them. Striking him right in the face, Bae Young-hun ordered him to shut up immediately. While gagging the leader, Sang-won asked Young-hoon if he was hunting vultures. The boy was surprised and asked if he knew they were vultures. Sang-won replied that he felt it when they were walking. Young-hoon said with a smirk, "That's a good sense. Those 3 vultures had 1,000 victims." Pointing at Da-hee, he said that especially that woman, pretending to be innocent and then stabbing her in the back. The reward for this bunch is 1 billion won. A dumbfounded Sang-won thought they were more important individuals than he thought. The guy said he can handle the boss, and Wang Song is watching them. If he tries to free them or get a reward for catching them, he'll die. With a grin, Ba Young-hun swung open the huge doors to the monster boss's room. In front of him stood an intimidating monster with red eyes and a huge club. Anticipating a glorious battle, Young-hong smiled. He prepared for the attack. After a moment, Young-hoon and the bloodthirsty monster rushed to attack each other. Swinging his halberd, the guy gave the monster a deadly blow. From the resulting blow, the monster boss, losing his baton, flew far away and crashed into the wall. With a furious scream, the bloodthirsty monster collapsed to the ground with a clatter. Leaving the crushed monster behind, Bae Young-hun walked back out into the cave. Looking at him, Yu Sang-won thought about how this guy managed to hide the stat information from the vulture. He may be a bore, but he has a lot to learn. At that moment, the system reported that the monster boss had been defeated and the portal was opening. Sang-won thought it was his first time in a pack and didn't know how things worked. As he exited the portal, he thought that if he didn't fight the monster, there was no reward. Looking at the bound members of the party, he wondered why there was no message from the knight's path. There would be no reward for catching the vultures either. He thought maybe the guy was using them to do something worse. He has only one way to find out. The villain must be destroyed. If they die, it's all over. In a moment, he destroyed all 3 of them. At this point, the system informed him that he would be rewarded for destroying the villains. When he saw that the reward chest of random equipment, he realized that because he didn't personally catch them, the reward had worsened. At this moment, Young-hoon came in and angrily asked what had happened here. He said they started acting weird and he had to deal with them. A magic circle appeared over their heads. The enraged guy punched Yu Sang-won and shouted at him. Rubbing the bruised spot, Sang-won realized he was right. If money was his goal, he wouldn't be so angry. The guy was screaming furiously that he was wrong. All he had to do was report that they had died at the hands of the vultures. He only let him live because the boss said to leave the dirty work to good-natured worms. Yu Sang-won thought it was suspicious. With a wave of his halberd, the guy shouted that there was nothing left for him to do now but take him away. He lunged at Sang-won to attack with devastating blows but missed. Sang-won managed to dodge the attacking guy's deadly attack. He was dumbfounded that Sang-won dodged. Young-hoon said that he must be more than just a worm. Exposing his sword, Yu Sang-won looked at the guy carefully and said what he thought of his words. Only those from the 3rd district of Shingangnam can join the Seoul Guild's Hunter Squad for the defense of Shingangnam. The dumbfounded guy asked how such a lowlife like him could know about it. Sang-won replied that he was called the Ace of Shingangnam. At that moment, The guy swung his halberd and rushed to attack. He promised that he would tear his ugly mouth open. He landed a devastating blow, but Yu Sang-won managed to dodge it again. At this moment, Yu Sang-won himself gave the guy a deadly sword strike. After being injured, the guy screamed and fiercely swore at Sang-won. From the powerful blow, the halberd flew out of his hands and off to the side. The disarmed Bae Young-hoon stood in front of Yu Sang-won, not knowing what to do next. Pressing his naked sword against the guy's body, Yu Sang-won ordered him to surrender immediately. At this moment, the enraged Bae Young-hun tried to stealthily take out the dagger. Looking at Sang-won with hatred, he swung his dagger and rushed forward to attack. To repel the attack and defend himself, Yu Sang-won dealt him a deadly blow. With a powerful crushing blow, Yu Sang-won destroyed Bae Young-hoon. The slain Young-hoon flew aside and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Looking at the crushed guy, Yu Sang-won whined. He couldn't even ask what he was up to. He pondered trying to figure out how he was going to handle this now. After thinking for a while, Yu Sang-won decided to say that the guy was destroyed by 3 vultures entering the dungeon, and he, numb with fear, the E-Rang hunter hid to stay alive. And when the vultures were exhausted, he managed to finish them off. Thinking it was a good plan, he decided he would take their weapons as evidence. While collecting the weapons, Yu Sang-won saw that the vultures had dropped wads of money. Picking them up, he thought he was lucky. The vultures kept the money in their inventory. After collecting all the bundles, Yu Sang-won estimated that it was about 1 billion won. After some time, the lad went to the Shingangnam Hunters Department. He told his version of what had happened. The officer listened to him and replied that it was a serious case. The guy said that the inventory had a weight limit, so he only took the basic weapon, but the Soul Guild member's personal belongings were all taken. After recording his words, the staff member said that they would proceed to directly transfer the item. A member of the Soul Guild will be here soon. At that moment, he saw a Soul Guild member enter the office. He said hello and introduced himself as Jang Yaksu of the Soul Guild. The guild member thanked Sang-won for returning their guild hunter's equipment and personal belongings. The guy replied that on the contrary, he was apologizing for not being strong enough, so I tried to bring as much of his stuff as I could. After thanking Sang-won once again, Jang Yaksu said he was surprised that there are still people like that in the world. Sang-won smiled and said he wasn't grateful. It was all he could do for the man who had saved his life. After rewriting all the items, Chok Yang-soo said that everything was correct. In return, he offered Wang Song a reward for the vultures as a return gift. When Yu Sang-won refused the money, he said he didn't deserve it. Catching those scavengers was enough reward. With a smile, Jang Yaksu was surprised that there were still such outstanding individuals in their world. Sang-won replied that the reward for clearing the dungeon was enough. The guild member asked if that was it. Sang-won replied that if he was greedy, his life would be in danger. That's his principle. After thinking for a while, Jang Yaksu said he was willing to do as the guy asked. Sang-won was about to leave. As he left, he thought that the guild member wasn't clear, but it would be strange to test him further. Afterward, Jang Yaksu went to the Soul Guild's VIP room for the Gangnam Ace. He reported everything he had learned about young Master Bae Young-hoon's death. After handing over the items, he stood with his head down. The boy's father shouted that he didn't think there was any point to it now. He was screaming that his Young-hoon couldn't just die. The boy's mother wept for his death. With a frown, Yaksu said that a hunter's job was to fight. Mr. Young-hoon was a B-rank hunter, and the vultures were C-rank. Such an outcome was possible. He said he was sorry this had happened to the young master, but he had brought all his belongings. A furious Bae Jong-soo shouted that he was nothing and should shut up immediately. He doesn't know anything. He asked how that E-rang worm survived. The wife screamed that we should grab him right now and check him out. He was definitely in on it. Frowning, Jang Yaksu thought that if that was the case, the guy wouldn't have brought the deceased's personal belongings. He asked the chairman if he should call Gangnam's aces. Jong-soo replied that his subordinates would be enough to capture Hunter E-rang. Calming his wife down, he told her to take care of the funeral, and he told Chilxiang's guys to catch the bastard. She agreed, and said they should catch the guy who destroyed their young hoon. At this moment, a hunter entered, and offered the chairman condolences on the young gentleman. The chairman ordered him to capture Sang-won immediately. He's involved in his young hoon's death. This guy's only E-rank, so it'll be easy for a B-ranked guy to handle him. Clenching a huge fist, the hunter said he would do his best. The angry chairman said he forwarded all the information about the guy to his phone. He gave him until tomorrow morning. The hunter replied that he understood. He would go with Kyungpyo and Sung Chan. Looking after the departing hunter, Bae Jong-soo thought about that guy Song-won. Looking at his picture, he thought about how he would never forgive him. Finally enraged, the chairman snapped the phone in half in a rage. 2 hours later, Yu Sang-won made his way to the ATM to check his balance. When he saw the amount on the screen, he was amazed and couldn't believe it was all his. The balance on the ATM showed the presence of over 3.5 billion won. Satisfied? He thought he had made 3.5 billion by going underground once. He also got a reward for clearing the D-rank dungeon today. He thought he might have a party to celebrate his survival. After picking up whole bags of groceries, Yu Sang-won walked up to his house. He thought about taking it to the sanctuary, and they would all have dinner together. As he approached the door of his apartment, Yu Sang-won noticed strangers. Looking at them carefully, he thought about what kind of people they were. At that moment, one of them recognized Sang-won and shouted that it was him. Hearing him address the man, Hyungnim Yu Sang-won guessed it wasn't the police. Throwing the grocery bags at them, Yu Sang-won rushed to run far away from here. One of the hunters yelled that this guy was too fast for some reason. A moment later, they rushed after Yu Sang-won before he could escape. The 3 Soul Guild hunters swiftly ran after Yu Sang-won. He looked back at his pursuers and wondered if he should fight them, but he decided it was better to run away. Catching up with the boy, one of the hunters shouted for Sang-won to stop. The other asked dumbfoundedly if E-ranks could be so fast. After reaching the stairs, Yu Sang-won decided that he needed to take a shortcut to escape. He deftly jumped over the railing and jumped down. He needed to break away. Jumping down, B Sang-won looked around to see how far away his pursuers were. The hunters shouted after him why he was running away. They just wanted to talk to him. Pointing his finger at them, Yu Sang-won shouted for help. He asked for help to escape from the vultures. The hunters began to look around for the vultures he was talking about. The enraged hunter cursed furiously, realizing that this guy had led them on. While running away, Yu Sang-won dialed Shin Ah-yoon's number to ask for help. When the girl answered, he inquired where she was at the moment. Hearing that she's in the Heaven class dormitory, Sang-won asked her to put on her school uniform and pick him up downstairs. He's going down there. The hunters guessed the guy was headed for the Sky class dorm. They figured he was an unusual kid. At this point, the hunters were stopped by the guards and asked who they were and why they were making such a fuss. Hearing them explain that they just wanted to check if they were all the deceased's belongings, the guards smiled. They believed that Sang-won had misunderstood them. When the guards left, the hunters sighed with relief, realizing that they were almost in trouble. One asked what to do now. There was no way to do it quietly. If he does get into the Heaven class dormitory, they can't get him. It's an area that even the chairman can't break into so easily. The leader replied that there was nothing to be done. They must at all costs comply with the chairman's order. He called Mr. Sun in and told him it was about Baejong-soo. He set up a meeting at the academy. At that moment, Shin Ah-yoon came downstairs using her pass. The girl took Yu Sang-won with her to the dormitory. They went to her room. Seeing a bunch of various fitness equipment, Yu Sang-won was dumbfounded. He asked in surprise if this was even a gym or still a room. She replied that it didn't matter and asked what he had done. Sang-won said he didn't know. He just went to the dungeon with the group. At that moment, someone knocked very insistently on the door of the room. The dumbfounded girl wondered who could have come to her at this hour. She asked who it was. She was told it was the head of the student council, Sung In-woo. He said he got a report that student Ah-yoon brought a man into the dormitory. He came to check it out. Sang-won knew the guy was from Shingangnam. Turning around, Shin Ah-yoon asked Yu Sang-won what she should do now. When she opened the door, she said it was her assistant. Sang-won hid in the other room. The head of the student council said that it was forbidden for anyone other than students to stay in the Heaven class dormitory for long. In particular, men are not allowed in the rooms of female students at the academy. Smiling, Shin Ah-yoon promised that she would get him out of the dormitory soon. She told Sang-won that he couldn't stay here. They're not weak in their preparation. He said he didn't even know who those people were. He said it was no big deal. There was one accident. How did it turn out that way? He's figured it all out and doesn't understand what caused this problem. A dumbfounded Shin Ah-yoon asked if he had anything to do with Ace Kangnam's death. If his name was Bae Young-hoon, he was from the family of the owner of the conglomerate that sponsors the Soul Guild. He replied that Young-hoon fought with the vultures, and he even returned his items and things. And Yoon said that he's taking Shingangnam too lightly. Even mom doesn't get involved with the Soul Guild. Hearing this, Wang Song thought that if even the reserved Shin So-mi was pissed off, it was obvious that they were cooperating with Shingangnam. He didn't know what to do now. She said there was nothing she could do to help. He'd have to leave. He replied that they were probably waiting to capture him. He'd have to fight. But in that case, their relationship with the Soul Guild might suffer. Sighing, Shin Ah-yoon replied that there was nothing that could be done in this case. The guy replied that it would be better for him to go out alone. Shin Ah-yoon confidently replied that she would go with him. Frowning, Yu Sang-won replied that if she interfered, it would escalate into a guild fight, which would lead to problems. He decided to let himself be caught first and then decide what to do next. As soon as Yu Sang-won came out, he was caught. The hunters were furiously swearing that in order to catch him, they had to disturb young master Ying Wu. The leader thanked the young master. He replied that it wasn't worth it. They would see each other at young Hoon's funeral. At this moment, the hunters who had grabbed Yu Sang-won were striking him fiercely. Looking hatefully at the boy, the hunter shouted that it was so that the lowlife would know his place. Sang-won thought he was a bigger jerk himself. Afterward, the hunters dragged the captured Yu Sang-won to Chairman Bei's house. Looking around, Sang-won guessed that this was Chairman Bei's house. The hunters shouted at him to move if he didn't want to get beaten up again. Holding on to his bruised spot, Yu Sang-won obediently followed the ringleader. Suddenly, the hunters grabbed his arms and forced him to bend over. The dumbfounded guy couldn't understand what else these ambassadors wanted from him. Seeing the sound muffler, Yu Sang-won guessed that the chairman had said to bring him there. After opening the door to the room, the hunter forcefully pushed Yu Sang-won inside. He warned Yu Sang-won not to even try to escape. Even A-rank hunters can't get out of this prison. Let him make a will before the chairman comes to deal with him. After that, the hunters closed the door behind him. Yu Sang-won was left alone. Turning around, he saw another prisoner behind the glass and realized this was a prison where they could see each other. Left alone, he decided to sit on the floor and think things through. He had to decide what to do next. He thought nothing. He's the kind of guy who likes to tease others. At that time, a farewell ceremony for Young-hoon was being held at Shingangnam Sangcheon Hospital. There were many people around in mourning attire who came up to offer condolences. The chairman was asked where the lady was. He replied that she had fainted and had been put to rest. At this moment, a man burst in who was desperately shouting, calling out for Mr. B. He asked why Mr. Bei, after the Changsong plant explosion, keeps delaying compensation for the victim. Because of this, his son was unable to have surgery and died today. He shouted that the chairman's son was also dead. At that moment, the guard hit the man. The guards promised to remove him immediately. He entered under the guise of a guest and started making a mess. Bae Jong-soo ordered the lowlife to be disposed of immediately. Putting the man on his shoulder, the guard headed for the exit. At that moment, the chairman stopped him. He shouted furiously that the thought made him hot. How could you put a worm and his son on the same level? An enraged Bae Jong-soo ordered him to be thrown into the underground holding cell. He has to show him the difference. All the while, Yu Sang-won continued to sit in the cell pondering his action. At that moment, the door opened and a plate of stinky rice was thrown to him. The man said it was worm food. Looking at the incomprehensible substance remotely resembling rice, Sang-won didn't understand how it could be eaten. At that moment, the guy from the next cell started eating. The guards watching said they were going to throw up. Why are these worms so disgusting? The furious Yu Sang-won clenched his fists violently. He promised that he would make those demons regret everything. At that moment, the leader came in and said that the chairman and his wife wanted to see him. Grinning, he said it was amazing how much they wanted to deal with him, since they'd finished burying his son in one day. They came to a gloomy building with lightning bolts overhead. The leader told the boy, "Welcome to the underworld." Pushing Yu Sang-won inside, he forced him to sit on his knees. The boy's hands were tied. Looking up, Yu Sang-won was shocked. In front of him stood the chairman and his wife. Behind them was a huge stand with a variety of weapons. Putting on his gloves, the chairman said, "Finally, the worm has come." He asked why he was in such a state. He definitely told the leader to take good care of him. The guy's got to be awake when he hits him. With a glance at Yu Sang-won, Madam said that it didn't matter. We have to start quickly. The boy was put in a chair. The ringleader gave him a blow and ordered him to sit up straight. Stubbornly looking at him, Yu Sang-won did his own thing. The leader looked at him in bewilderment. A moment later, before he could even realize it, the ringleader received a powerful blow. With a desperate scream, the ringleader received a deadly blow and fell to the floor with a clatter. The guards who saw this were shocked. They screamed in horror at how he could do it. Holding Titan's stake in his hands, Yu Sang-won said he was trying to be human. Rounding his eyes in horror, the guard shouted to the chairman to evacuate immediately. Swinging the Titan's stake, Yu-san prepared to strike the fleeing guard. The chairman and his wife rounded their eyes in horror and tried to get out of here immediately. Turning around, the shocked chairman saw the Titan's stake bearing down on the guard. Drawing their swords, the guards prepared to attack. One asked in surprise if this guy was an E-rank. Another told him not to talk nonsense. A moment later, the deadly strike of Sang-won's formidable weapon also descended upon them. Swinging the Titan's stake furiously, he delivered crushing blows, destroying the guards. His deadly blows sent the crushed guards flying in different directions. One of them rumbled to the floor with a thud and asked with difficulty how the guy got such strength. The chairman furiously shouted at Yu Sang-won who he even was. Without letting him finish speaking, Yu Sang-won gave the chairman a powerful punch to the face. In front of him stood the chairman's wife, trembling with fear. She begged him to spare her. Looking at her, Yu Sang-won said that he would, but in return, she owes him something. The chairman and his wife were tied firmly to chairs. Their mouths were also tied shut. Yu Sang-won said with a smirk that this was the so-called torture chamber. Everything is here. Looking around, he thought it was fortunate there were no security cameras. Now the question was how to create an alibi. The boy called out to Kulf. In a moment he appeared and asked why the contractor had called him. He ordered a minute after he left to deal with all the trash. Maybe wipe out anyone who gets in the way, but let him keep a couple alive. They would have to witness his escape. Kulf replied that he understood. He grinned and asked if he could have a little fun in between. Sang-won replied that he could do whatever he wanted. After a while, Yu Sang-won ran out of there screaming. He shouted that a demon had appeared. There's a monster here. The dumbfounded guards couldn't believe that the little boy they had captured yesterday had just run past them. They announced over the speakerphone that a black knight had appeared in the torture chamber and grabbed the chairman and his wife. Everyone don't worry about anything else and go there immediately. This is an emergency. Seeing the guards rushing into the torture chamber, Yu Sang-won thought that everything was fine. The alibi is done. Grabbing the railing, he swung over the fence to get out of here. While the guards were busy, he needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. After a while, Yu Sang-won was already on the streets of the night city. Putting on his golden armor, he asked Sung-myeol if they could go slowly. Looking at Yu Sang-won, she asked if he was going to walk. He said he'd ride too. He doesn't have to pay a lot of money for it. He shouted loudly to Eldrin. A moment later, a golden dragon appeared in front of him. She asked if Sang-won had called her. The guy said they had a job today, so he would ride. Lowering down so he could climb the Draco nest replied that as much as he wanted. Climbing on top of her, Yu Sang-won shouted chase, and they soared into the night sky. When people saw this, they started taking pictures of the golden knight on the dragon. They didn't understand why he was on the streets of Shingangnam. We have to report it to the Soul Guild. A short while later, a video of a golden knight flying on a dragon made its way to the Soul Guild. They were surprised that the golden knight devil worshipper had really come to Shingangnam. They received eyewitness accounts. The head ordered that ordinary citizens should be evacuated and the nearest guilds and the Ministry of Defense should be notified. He ordered the asses to assemble and go to the scene. Another problem was reported to him. A strange demon had appeared in the chairman's house. The guild members speculated that it might be related to the vultures that Young Hoon killed. Maybe they've come for revenge. The guild leader said those scum wouldn't avenge their comrade. We should send Jung Suk's group over there. In the meantime, he'll try to contact the Department of Defense and the Hunters Association. At this moment, Chairman Bay's residence was ablaze. There were flames everywhere. In the midst of all this chaos stood a satisfied Kulf. He said it was a great massacre. He knew it was the best way to relieve stress. At this moment, a golden knight who had flown in on a dragon landed on the ground. He asked Kulf if he had left alive those he must save. Together with his team of knights, Yu Sang-won entered the room with the bound chairman and his wife. Shivering with fear, they looked at the golden knight who had entered. After looking at them, Yu Sang-won thought that this place should now be prepared to receive guests. He opened the news. The announcer was saying that a golden knight devil worshipper was in Shingangnam. He had taken Chairman Bay and his wife hostage. The Soul Guild has been dispatched to the scene. Further actions are being discussed with the Ministry of Defense and the Hunters Association. At that moment, Sung-myeol told Yu Sang-won that the military had arrived. Helicopters circled above the house. Military trucks arrived at the entrance. Looking at this, Sang-won thought it looked like a scene from a movie. They came to capture a terrorist. At this moment, a Soul Guild hunter shouted into the mouthpiece for the Golden Knight to surrender. He's surrounded. Yu Sang-won recognized the squad leader Shim Kang-hoon, whom he often saw on TV. He's an S-ranked hunter of the Soul Guild. There are only 2 S-rank hunters in the Soul Guild. They're also very rare among the S-ranked classes. It's rumored that the Soul Guild head is mostly in charge of administrative matters, while Shim Kang-hoon has the real power. Looks like the rumors are true. The head of the squad shouted pointlessly to hold the hostage. The Soul Guild does not negotiate with terrorists. Have them release the hostages immediately. After thinking for a while, Yu Sang-won decided that it was time to go out. Clenching his fists, the Golden Knight advanced towards the head of Shin Kang-hoon's squad. He said he didn't think he needed to negotiate with such a scum either. He's only here to punish the evil that has taken root in Shinganam. The dumbfounded Shin Kang-hoon looked at Yu Sang-won in surprise and asked what he meant by evil. The knight said he knew what Chairman B had done. He kidnapped innocent people, locked them in a basement, tortured, and destroyed them. His wife is just as evil. Kang-hoon rounded his eyes in surprise and looked at the knight in disbelief. Yu Sang-won said that he guessed he wouldn't believe him, so he can produce evidence. Let him check out what's in that scary basement. Frowning, Shin Kang-hoon furiously asked what he was even talking about. Does he really think that after such a revelation, their guild and Chairman Bay would be ruined? Times have changed since people learned about constellations and the awakened. Sangwon replied that he understands that too. He talks about it as a procedure. The squad leader asked what procedure they were talking about. The Golden Knight replied that it was about the procedure of their destruction with the Soul Guild. Rounding his eyes with fury, Shin Kang-hong was shocked by the Golden Knight's word. The guy said he's what they call a Golden Knight. He came into this world to condemn a vile evil. He would punish them and reveal truth and hope. At that moment, the system sent him a message that it was a perfect and very colorful battle announcement. He received a skill point as a reward for it. After a moment, he raised his hand upward, concentrating a powerful energy. Behind him stood his loyal knights ready to rush into battle. The Golden Knight shouted for them to get ready and prepared to attack. Shin Kang-hoon's eyes flashed with red light. He warned the knight not to move or he would die. He thought he had snipers and marksmen and wizards in the second row, and they're all at the ready. And in the front row, he placed pre-buffed A-rank tanks and other attack-type hunters. He shouted that this was a victory tactic of the Canam assassin. Does the Golden Knight think he can get through? A moment later, Yu Sang-won delivered the first crushing blow with the Titan stake. From the Golden Knight's deadly blows, the first ranks of the Soul Guild's hunters flew apart. With screams of terror, they flew off to the sides and fell to the ground with a clatter. One of the Soul Guild hunters snuck up from behind and tried to strike Yu Sang-won. Abruptly turning around, the Golden Knight delivered a crushing blow, and the hunter flew upwards, losing his weapon. Waving the Titan stake, Yu Sang-won fiercely repelled the attacks of the Soul Guild members. At this moment, the hunter reported to the head that the knight was attacking from the flank. The dumbfounded Shin Kang-hoon couldn't believe that he had broken through the entire S-rank defense with a single strike. The loyal knights of Yu Sang-won's squad fought alongside him. Akalon attacked the opponents from above. The Abyss Knight Kolf delivered crushing blows with his sword, scattering the attacker. Angel Knight Som Mayul flew with her naked golden sword, helping to fight. The Draconoid Crocbane scattered opponents with two huge paws at once. A guild warrior shouted, "Why mages don't cast debuffs and curses?" She was told that the Golden Knight's armor is an artifact that bounces off everything, and the others stick with the Dark Knight that emits some kind of dark protective smoke. The mage reported to Kang-hoon that they tried to attack from behind, but were spotted. He cursed that they didn't have any abilities against magic and powerful attacks. Hunter Park Changsong was struck down and lay crushed on the ground. Following him, Yu Jong-hun was destroyed. His breathless body lay to the side. The next victim was Ju Ji. He was also crushed by the deadly blow. The hunter reported to Shin Kang-hoon about their destruction. 37 of the 100 Gangnam assassins had been defeated. Something must be done soon. Raising his sword above him, Kang-hong used the battle art technique of enthusiasm. Let them not forget who they are. They are the defenders of Shin Gangnam. All the warriors joyfully shouted hurrah. The art of battle cheering worked. Golden Knight to continue to confront Soul's army of hunters and mages. Excitedly, the warriors bared their swords and rushed to attack Yu Sang-won. Looking at the armed crowd running toward him, he thought he knew they wouldn't be easy to take them down. Could it be the fighting spirit? Putting a hand on his shoulder, Kolf told him not to worry. High morale didn't mean it couldn't be broken. Turning around, Yu Sang-won replied, "Thanks for the advice, but he wasn't worried about it. It's just annoying." Immediately, two hunters swiftly flew upwards and rushed up to attack the Golden Knight. With a smirk, Shin Kang-hun said that the buff for tanks was comparable to the best potion. They would no longer fall down from a single hit. But Titan Yu Sang-won's stake continued to crush the attacking hunters. Seeing the slain warriors swiftly fall to the ground, Shin Kang-hong was astonished. Sangwon grinned and told Kolf that he was worrying for nothing. These warriors are really bad. The enraged squad leader looked at the Golden Knight with hatred. He couldn't understand how he had done this to all of them. Looking at the destroyed warriors, the hunter said something was wrong. He asked if they were sure they had gotten healing buffs. The magician replied that they do. It's just that they fight monsters, even with the support of mania and poison. Plus, they have a dragon covering them. The Golden Knight asked the squad leader if they would continue. The enraged Shin Kak-hun fiercely cursed and thought that they had been too presumptuous. Looking at the dragon, he thought that the dragon was only covering the rear, and the damage was enormous. He yelled to his subordinates that they were retreating. "We need to change strategy." Dragon said it looks like they're retreating. Could use a catch-up breath. That option has been enabled. Yu Sang-won replied that some other time. He decided that using his own feature was enough for now. Raising the sword, Yu Sang-won shouted, "Heaven, check this sword reached the highest point." This blow would prove that he was a star standing on the ground. A moment later, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow. The knight added the technique flow of the Heaven Lord's sword, first appearance, Earth Starburst. At the same moment, a deadly stream of destructive energy swiftly flew towards the retreating Soul Guild warriors. A crushing stream of deadly energy was rapidly approaching the fleeing warriors. The flying stream of energy was destroying everything in its path, crushing the rocks into pieces. The squad leader desperately shouted to the warriors to immediately form a defense. But the crushing torrent broke through the Soul Guild's defenses and rained down on the warriors. Rounding his eyes in horror, Shin Kang-hun heard cries for help coming from all directions. He cursed furiously, trying to resist the deadly energy and defend himself. Watching the deadly stream sweep away everything in its path, Yu Sang-won thought it was a beautiful sight. He shouted to Eldrin that it was time to use the breath. She said excitedly that it was finally time to show her skills. Holding out his hand, Yu Sang-won showed the dragon ahead of him the protective barrier. The dragon replied that this protective barrier guards the city of Shingangnam. She asked why it needed to be destroyed. Sang-won said it was a nuisance. Looking carefully at the target, the Darken Sama clarified if she needed to take off. The defense barrier is a symbol of the arrogance and vanity of the ruling class. As the dragon flew up, she began to rain fire on him. At that moment, the news said something incredible was happening right now. Kanam's Shinganam stronghold has failed miserably. Listening to the head of the blue dragon, he said, "That's where they should go. This is what happens to those who put a price on themselves every day without any real combat experience." They wondered if the Golden Knight was too strong. Would it be an exaggeration to call him a true SS rank? It's not clear where he came from. The commander replied that even knowing who he was, that they could. He sees that the Golden Knight has destroyed the expensive barrier. At that moment, the news said that part of the defense barrier had just collapsed. Because the dragon attacks from within, the Ministry of Defense considers the use of helicopters or fighter jets dangerous. They're using Hunter. The announcer started to talk about the extent of the damage, but the head of Ko Chang-su switched to another channel. It said that the Shingangnam Wall that the dragon attacks is located in the south and is under the jurisdiction of the constellation Sango-jung. If it's destroyed, the place will be vulnerable to vultures. Because of that, the shares of Shingangnam and Soul Guild are falling. The head of the Blue Dragon said, "We can't just sit back and watch." He ordered to send a couple of units to scout for information. They need to find out the identity of the Golden Knight by any means necessary. At that moment, the girl held out her phone to him and said that the battle was not yet lost. The announcer said that the second S-ranked hunter, Shim Kang-hoon, had finally appeared. Now, the Golden Knight Devil Worshipper will face the head of the Soul Guild. The guild leader had just pulled out his sword to restore the broken honor. The commander said the news is talking about the deaths like it's a sports broadcast. Pathetic reporters always do that. The head of the Blue Dragon ordered us to film the fight between these two. Have them send some of the guys from the scout team to film it. The subordinates bowed and promised to fulfill everything in the best way. The head thought that S-rank hunters had never faced each other. This fight would make good material. At this time, the head of the Soul Guild challenged the Golden Knight to a fight. He said that judging from his attire, he was also a knight. Looking at him, Yu Sang-won wondered what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He said he had no reason to answer. Akalon shouted that their master was the strongest. He will take the fight. They cannot miss the dueling knights. Looking at the way Sum Myeol and Crocbane gave him a thumbs up, Yu Sang-won thought that the majority didn't support him. He said Kang Dong-hu, "Welcome knight from the garbage dump. He is ready to fight." The guild leader was surprised that he called him a trash knight. The Golden Knight said that of course he's from the garbage dump. After all, only such a knight would protect rats like Chairman Bay. He also calls himself the Protector of Soul, but he only deals with Shingangnam's sponsor. The guild leader was furious at his words. Grinning, Yu Sang-won replied that if he didn't like the word dumpster, then he could be called a dung knight or a gutter protector. The enraged Kang Dong-ho shouted that he would not tolerate such insults and rushed to attack. Two S-ranked knights converged in a deadly confrontation to the last. Powerful streams of crushing energy collided in a battle of knights. The powerful confrontation made the ground crack under Yu Sang-won's feet. They crossed their weapons. The boy thought that the guild leader was different from an S-rank hunter. The head said he has a buff from Shim Kang-hoon, and he and the Golden Knight are on equal footing. Who is he? The clash of their swords sent powerful lightning bolts flying in all directions. Swinging around, the guild leader of the Soul Guild prepared to deliver a crushing blow. To protect himself from the deadly blow, Yu Sang-won put out a titan stake in front of him. The powerful opponents fiercely confronted each other in a brutal battle. They dealt each other devastating blows. No one wanted to give up. Looking at his opponent, Sang-won thought that even though they were equal in strength, he couldn't take him down with a single blow. He has the advantage of his skills. He wasn't hurt even when the sword ran into his titan stake. Could it be Hephaestus made him? Looking at the Golden Knight's attack, the guild leader thought that there was a way out. We must prepare for this attack. Firmly clutching the sword in his hand, he released deadly energy to intensify his attack. Seeing this, Yu Sang-won decided that the head was going to use a deadly strike. Using a powerful technique, the guild leader shouted out 9 superb strikes. A moment later, he released a powerful stream of crushing energy towards the Golden Knight. To protect himself from the deadly blow, Yu Sang-won put out a titan stake in front of him. A huge blast wave hit the Golden Knight. A puff of smoke enveloped the whole place. Gazing into the smoky veil, the guild leader thought about the fact that it was dissipating very slowly. Seeing that the Golden Knight was alive, the guild leader was shocked. He didn't understand how he could have blocked his strike. Yu Sang-won smirked and told him that he was a typical S-rank hunter. His characteristics are good, but his strength is lacking. The Golden Knight asked if he was already tired, and where did that cheerful screamer go? The guild leader shouted for the knight to stop. He needs to catch his breath. Disregarding his request, Yu Sang-won rushed to attack the guild head. With a question of why he should know, he swung around to deliver a crushing blow. From the powerful strike of the Golden Knight, the guild leader flew far to the side. The slain head flew off with a clatter and collapsed to the ground. The ground cracked as he fell. Looking at him, Yu Sang-won thought that it was more profitable for the head to deal with him. Looking at the Golden Knight fearfully, the head of the Soul Guild shouted for him to stay away from him. Raising the Titan stake above him, Yu Sang-won said he would end the life of the servant of evil. With a forceful swing, the Golden Knight gave the guild leader a crushing blow. When Yu Sang-won saw that he was gone, he wondered if the guild leader had run away, and such a person calls himself the head of the guild. He decided it would be a shame to leave anyway without leaving a couple of fond memories of himself. He shouted the horizon that is the boundary between heaven and earth and struck a powerful blow. The Golden Knight shouted, "Behold my sword that cuts the sun and moon." He used the crushing technique of the Heaven Lord Sword Flow, second type horizon slashing technique. A crushing torrent of deadly energy rained down on the city, tearing everything around it. Sometime after the incident, the recent battle was discussed. The Academy was discussing how he could behave like that. This time, he overreacted. Now, everyone who is going to join the Soul Guild has joined the Blue Dragon Guild or Olympus. Their office is crawling with Soul Guild dudes. No one knew where the head of the student council went. He'd gone underground. He's just as bad as all the purebreds in Shingangnam, and he's been harassing everyone below him. Shin Ah-yoon thought that Sang-won defeated the head of the Soul Guild. It's a big deal. She texted that she'd come to help soon. At this time, the head of the Soul Guild was sitting not far from the trash can. Looking around bewildered, he tried to figure out where he was even. As he looked down the street, he sighed in relief that luckily it wasn't Shinganame. He must have been thrown here by teleportation magic. Barely getting to his feet, the guild leader decided that he needed to return to the Soul Guild first. He was shocked by what he saw in front of him. The guild leader couldn't believe his eyes. Dumbfounded, he thought about who dared to infringe on the Soul Guild. At this point, he was notified that he had 2 unread messages. The system reported that he had escaped from the battlefield and could not be treated as a knight until he apologized to the Golden Knight. The penalty for this is blocking all knight skills. Class, Soul Fugitive. The guild leader shouted in rage that disgusting rule. He wasn't willing to apologize to a devil worshipper. The system showed a new status. Class, Soul Fugitive, Strength 105, Dexterity 85, Magic 75. All of the knight skills are blocked. Furious, he shouted furiously that it was all the fucking Golden Knights doing too. Swearing furiously, he asked how he could find him and apologize. At that moment, he heard a voice saying that there was no need for that. When he turned around, he saw Kang Hoon and asked how he had snuck up. The guy replied that he was here the whole time. The head said he barely survived his power shut. It's all because he got screwed over by that bastard Gold Knight. Because of the penalties associated with knighthood, most skills are now blocked. Grinning Kak Hun asked how he thought to solve this problem. He's not in the right position right now. The guild leader couldn't find anything to answer. Kang Hong furiously asked if he didn't have any solution. The head replied that there was a solution, but he couldn't talk about it. He's deciding what to do now, and Kang Hoon must be very busy. Holding out the paper, Kang Hong said that it was a resignation letter from the guild leader. He was dumbfounded and asked who would take on this responsibility. The head thought it was okay. He must have misheard, and he just needed time. Looking at the former guild head, Kang Hong frowned and said that it was all over now. He ran after him, asking what he meant. Kang Hoon replied that it meant that the Soul Balek could now rest. Through the status window of the guild leader, he could check the buffs received from others, from the moment he became a C rank to apologizing to the Golden Knight. Desperately lowering his head, the former guild leader asked what would happen to him now. As he left, Kang Hoon said that they shouldn't announce that there was one missing SSS rank in their guild. They have a private training session planned. Make sure he hides well so no one sees what he's doing or where he's hanging around. A dumbfounded Kang Dong-ho shouted for Kang Hoon to stop. He asked him what he was going to do. At this moment, the enraged Kang Hong gave him a crushing blow. Looking at the embattled former head, he ordered him to freeze him quickly. In the next instant, the subordinates put Kang Dong-ho into a metal box. The subordinates closed the lid of the box, and Kang Hung pressed the freeze button. Looking at the closed box, Kang Hun thought that he would like to bury it, but there is no other choice but to leave it like this and wait. If you unlock his skills, you might find a use for him. Maybe he'll still be useful. After that, the Soul Guild men loaded the box into a van to take it to a secluded place. At this time, Yu Song-won was resting at home in his apartment. He needed to recover from the fight. He was awakened by a persistent phone call. The phone was bouncing on the table, threatening to fall. The guy reached out to grab his phone and check who was calling him so insistent. A surprised Yu Sang-won saw a bunch of messages from Ah-yoon and her mom. He decided that the first thing to do was to calm them down and tell them he was alive and well. After reading the messages, he realized that Ah-yoon was planning to save him for some reason. At this moment, the phone rang again. The disgruntled Yu Sang-won thought about what else they wanted from him. The dumbfounded guy saw the number of the Korean Hunters Association pop up on the screen. The caller said he was a member of the team investigating the Shin Gangnam incident. Sang-won replied that he had nothing to say and hung up. The caller asked him to take his time. The guy shouted that he almost died at the hands of Chairman Bae. He was saved by a golden knight. That's what they wanted to hear. The caller asked to talk more, but Sang-won said that the sponsors and the Soul Guild would want to take revenge on him. He's scared, so he'll hide. To stop the flow of questions from the caller, Yu Sang-won shouted disconnect and hung up. Angry at not being left alone, he shouted that they were pissing him off. The guy realized that he was the only witness to Chairman Bae's death and couldn't give up so easily. They'll be here soon. He'll have to leave. Pulling back the curtain, Yu Sang-won looked out the window and was surprised by what he saw. The White Knight Guild's van was standing outside. Shi Ah-yoon and her mom were standing beside it. The White Knight Guild took Yu Sang-won with them, and the van traveled away from his home. He asked Shin Ah-yoon how they found him. Did their guild really use illegal means? The girl replied that she had just installed a couple of apps on his phone when she came over, just in case. The dumbfounded Sang-won rounded his eyes in surprise. She said that this time he had gotten into something serious, but it was fucking awesome. Unbelievable power to sweep away everything in its path. The enthusiastic Ah-yoon said that when she became awakened, she wanted to be like that. How he felt when he was invincible. She asked if he'd seen the elongated faces of the Soul Guild. That was awesome. He replied that he wasn't invincible, but had just won the fight. He wondered if this story would have been different if the Soul Guild had used guerrilla tactic, if they had surrounded and started shooting. The guild leader said that unlike him, the Soul Guild didn't only care about winning, they fought in front of everyone at their sponsor's house. It is now their responsibility to find and defeat the enemy. What he's going to do now? He replied that he was in a big mess. So he was going to lay low for the time being. He was going to go to the C-rank dungeon to level up, but apparently not now. The head explained the situation to him. Right now, the guild members were divided into two groups, one part fighting and the other peaceful. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won clarified why they were splitting up, and what are the combat and peaceful parts. She said the situation only happened because of Chairman Bae's personal interest. Losses have been incurred. The combat unit is going to support another guild. Frowning, Sang-won thought that they weren't so easy to destroy. The head said that the peaceful part would most likely win. Disbanding the Soul Guild and Shin Gangnam would do no good. The wall will be rebuilt. Thus, Shin Gangnam will be re-equipped. The whole problem is the association. The guy said they already called this morning and tried to reach him, so Mi said they got to the guild too. They said to report back if he gets in touch. Sang-won crossed his arms over his chest and asked if anyone had seen them. The guild leader assured me that of course not, although it's possible someone followed their trailer. Looking at Shin-so-mi hesitantly, the guy was deciding whether or not to trust her. Smiling, she told him not to worry. She'd already made all the arrangements. First, they'll record the request for help, and then sell the association the eyewitness information. He was surprised she wanted to sell it. The head said they would videotape his testimony and then sell the tape to the association. A surprised Yu Sang-won thought that they were about to manipulate the situation now. The head said that this way they'd show that things weren't going well between them. You could say they locked him up to get information out of him. After thinking for a while, Sang-won said that he wouldn't be able to go to the dungeons for a while. That's not such a bad idea. After thinking for a while, Shin-so-mi said it would be better to say that they locked him up in the mountain. She asked her daughter if she could skip class. How about becoming a B-rank warden? And Yoon happily agreed. The dumbfounded guy thought they were all handy women. He asked what about the script, what their thoughts were. The head replied to begin with, you need to give out meaningful information so as not to arouse suspicion. Sang-won said a meaningful introduction to the Abyss Knight Calf. Insisting to the camera, Siomi said they don't have time. She'll take what he says in the video to embellish the image of the Golden Knight. Sang-won sat down across from her and turned on the camera. The head clarified if he was ready. Exhaling, Yu Sang-won confirmed that he was ready and could start filming. He said it's terribly annoying that he can't hide for the rest of his life. That's why he tells everything. He's very angry. As long as some people get wiped out, no one cares. But when Chairman Bei is killed, it causes a commotion. If anything, he'll go straight to the vultures. The girl defiantly grabbed him and yelled at him to shut up. Sang-won pretended to yell that they were setting him up. When the camera went off, he said it was pretty good, especially the last scene. Now he needs to lay low. He needs to go somewhere with Ah-yoon. They loaded back into the trailer. Shin Ah-yoon said she'll handle all the negotiation. When the trailer left, he asked if anything was going to happen. The girl said that if it did, what could be done? Frowning, Yu Sang-won replied something to somehow repay for everything. With a smile, Shin Ah-yoon thought about his words. She thought that there would be no problem. He asked if she would laugh because he was hanging on to her. The girl said no. An E-rang hunter cannot challenge a B-rang. She asked where they were going now. Yu Sang-won replied that they would train in the mountain. If they live near people, they will get into trouble. He said there must be a lot of wild monsters here, but the owner isn't here. Shin Ah-yoon asked what kind of place it was. She thought it might be a conflict zone, former North Korean territory. A surprised Sang-won said it was cool. Maybe she's a genius. The girl laughed that she was an honor student at the academy, and she's also from the Heaven class. Shin Ah-yoon told him to stick around while she bought something to eat. While the girl went to get food, Yu Sang-won decided to take a walk. He thought about what's going on with Chairman Bei. Studying the news on his phone, he found no news about the Knights or the chaos. Flipping through the news feed, Yu Sang-won searched for articles related to the incident. He found one about the victims' families trapped in the basement of Chairman Bei's house. They were promised to be sent to medical facilities, but the issue of paying for the treatment is still open since Chairman Bei is destroyed. Yu Sang-won thought that the world doesn't change. Yu Sang-won remembered helping to care for the sick once in the past. A man was lying on a bed asking for water. He moaned that his arms and legs hurt, but no one was helping. A hospital nurse's hand rested on little Yu Sang-won's shoulder. She told him not to worry about the patient and just do his job. As he handed out the medicines, he thought about how tough the patient was. He hasn't had food or water for 2 days. It must be hard on him. The nurses were discussing that his wife and kids left him, and he didn't even know. He cries that he wants to go home. 4 more patients are due in tomorrow. I can't think of a way to make room for them. They called Yu Sang-won over and asked him to pick something up and take it to the warehouse. Remembering that horrible moment, he wondered what he should do. The image of that guy from the cell next door flashed before his eyes. Remembering how he ate the spoiled food, Yu Sang-won thought that he couldn't leave it as it was. Clenching his fists, he decided there was nothing to think about. He had to act. He was determined that the Golden Knight needed to make another appearance. At that moment, Shin Ah-yoon came in with a heavy bag. She reported that she had returned with a mountain of shopping. Taking the package from her, Yu Sang-won asked if she knew who succeeded her after Chairman Bai's death. She said that his younger brother, Bei Jun-soo, is now acting as the acting director. He's probably at the funeral parlor right now. Why would he need that information? Not wanting to go into details, Sang-won replied that he was going to intervene slightly. At this time, the farewell ceremony for Chairman Bei was taking place in the funeral hall. His younger brother Bei Jun-soo stood by his portrait and thought about what a great sorrow it was. He thought he didn't know what went wrong, but his son wasn't alive either. So if the funeral doesn't go smoothly, he will easily become the next chairman. Bei Jun-soo grinned. At this moment, the subordinate in the morning hall were flying in different directions. A golden knight that suddenly appeared scattered the guards who were asking for help. The dumbfounded Jun-soo couldn't understand where the golden knight devil worshipper had come from here. Yu Sang-won looked at him and said that he seemed to be Chairman Bei's younger brother. A shocked Bei Jun-soo asked in horror what the golden knight was doing. He replied that when Jun-soo takes over as chairman, he should pay for his brother's disgusting hobby. The Golden Knight tightly gripped the Titan's stake and waved it in front of Bei Jun-soo. He slammed it into the floor with force. A torrent of shattering energy flew in all directions. The dumbfounded Bei Jun-soo looked on in horror at the flying stones from the collapsed wall. On his knees, he said he was wrong. He would take responsibility and take care of the lives of the victims and compensate them. A surprised Sang-won thought it was easy. He said he hoped that Jun-soo didn't have a hobby as disgusting as his brother's. At this time, the association's interrogation room was undergoing negotiations, and Shin So-mi, the association leader, said 1 billion won is too much. The SS-ranked devil worshipper's golden knight is too much. With a smirk, So-mi said that if they didn't like it, let them refuse. She would sell this information to the 3 major guilds. The association collects a lot of fees. Can't she afford it? They thought about her proposal. She thought that if she continued to be so sarcastic, she wouldn't have to worry about Sang-won anymore because the association would definitely buy everything. She said that the people who couldn't even say a word to Chairman Bay are now objecting to Hunter. She is also a guild leader and a Constellation apostle. She knew this deal wasn't right for them. All the civil servants think about is shutting up and then retiring quietly. They screamed that it wasn't. It's just that the amount is big and they have a certain budget too. She replied that they should make more effort, or they don't want to know about the Golden Knight's goals. Looking at them, Shinsomi thought that they were talking right in front of her. They offered her 500 million. The guild leader replied that it's tough to cut the amount in half. She agreed to 800 million. Frowning, the head of the Hunters Association agreed to her terms. He placed a briefcase full of money bills on the table in front of her. While taking the money, Shinsomi warned that Mr. Yu Sang-won has a strong antipathy towards the association. He's also emotionally unstable. It's because it was almost destroyed by Chairman Bay. There will be many unflattering words on the association's side. Let them watch it quietly until the end. In the video, Sang-won said the Golden Knight showed up in the secret room, saved him, and killed everyone else. Kolf said they were fighting against evil. He and the Golden Knight are looking for glory. For people like him from the bottom of society, the Golden Knight is a good man. The hunters were surprised that he was looking for glory. He says he's fighting evil. He's like Don Quixote. The head replied that if you think about it, the knight had dealt with Jung Min Soo and Lek Gorn. In the next shot, Sang-won was yelling to be let go. He's being framed. Shin Ah-yoon told him to shut up if he doesn't want to go to the other side. The guild leader said that her daughter Viranga was now looking after him for safekeeping purposes. She swore to the Constellation that she would never reveal this information to anyone else. After saying thank you to everyone, the guild leader turned to leave. At that moment, a subordinate burst in and shouted that they were in trouble. The Golden Knight showed up at Chairman Bay's funeral. The leader asked how it happened. The dumbfounded Shinsomi wondered what purpose the guy went there for. The supervisor said he knew the information was accurate, since he saved those in the basement. Shinsomi smiled and thought that she knew it was obvious when it came to Sang-won. It's getting more and more fun. A few days later, workers were clearing debris near the breached protective wall. The military warned them to be careful. A monster was seen here recently. At this moment, a bloodthirsty monster was sneaking through a hole in the wall towards the people. Landing on the backside of the wall, the monster looked at the humans with sharp fangs. Clasping the deadly weapon in his hands, he made his way toward the military hardware. As the monster approached the tank, he grasped the caterpillar and lifted it up. The dumbfounded military men saw the terrifying monster lift the tank into the air with ease. The commander shouted in horror that it was Gurmak and ordered an immediate attack. He shouted for support to be requested, but at that moment the monster pinned him to the ground with its paw. When the workers heard the noise, they stopped work and turned around to see what was going on. At that moment, one of them shouted that there was a monster. Suddenly, they saw a man standing behind them. The workers asked who he was. A stranger in a helmet and dark glasses grinned and said they should go with him and showed a naked sword. At this time, the head of the Soul Guild was in his office. With a hand on his head, Shin Kang-hoon sat at the table with his eyes closed. He had received a request for reinforcement. The A-Rang monster Gurmak was moving towards the center. The news reported that a mysterious group of vultures kidnapped workers from a construction site in Shingangnam. A subordinate walked into the guild leader and said that a support group was needed right now. The head asked if there had been any replies from the association and other guilds. The subordinate replied that there was no news and asked what to do with Gurmak. The guild leader asked if there was any guild that could handle him. The subordinate replied no. Banging his fist forcefully on the table, Shim Kang-hun shouted where this Golden Knight was when he was needed. The guild leader ordered him to gather A-Rang's men. We need to drive him out at once. At that time, Yu Sang-won was on the East Coast beach. He was resting peacefully on a chaise lounge under a beach umbrella and feeling great. A float floundered in the water in front of him. At some point it twitched. Quickly jumping up from his seat, the joyful Sang-won pulled out a huge fish. After seeing Shin Ah-yoon's catch, she was surprised that he had caught so many fish. She said she thought the sea was better than the mountain. It's a good thing they came here. The guy thought that after appearing at Chairman Bay's funeral, they tried to live in the mountains as planned, but they were being watched. They decided to move to a deserted East Coast beach. Now he lives a life of leisure. One downside? No home. At that moment, Crocbane came in and told Ah-yoon that training would start today. Swinging around the girl shouted for him to receive a fist of justice. Intercepting it with ease, the Draconoid said her fist was too weak. Enraged, Shin Ah-yoon attacked Crocbane from all sides with powerful blows. Grinning, he easily repelled her attack and struck back. Looking at it, Sang-won thought that she had lost 30 times already, but she didn't think of giving up. She looks more like a knight than him. Finally, the girl screamed surrender. Crocbane replied that she had grown a lot, enough to become his soldier. At that moment, Sang-won shouted that it would be good to have a snack. The girl replied that she would come as soon as she washed her face. Walking up to the boy, Crocbane said that the master could use some practice too. With his arms at his sides, Sangwon said that fishing is not a joke either. It's also training, patience training. He asked Crocbane what he thought of Ayun. He replied that she can fulfill her own potential, but the cost is efficiency. Sangwon thought about the fact that in order to become stronger than Ayun, she needs to raise her level and characteristic, or something her constellation should. Dragonoid said she's straightforward and doesn't turn a blind eye to dishonor. Too bad she doesn't have much strength with those characteristics. Looking at Shin Ayun, the guy replied that he completely agreed with Crocbane. At this point, the girl had changed her clothes after a workout and was drinking water. Turning to her, Yu Sang-won handed her a book and said that it was for her. The girl rounded her eyes in surprise, not realizing what Yu Sang-won was giving her. When she read the title Phoenix Dance on the cover, she was surprised to ask why she wanted the book. Sang-won smiled and said that it was a legendary rank Phoenix Dance skill. It fell from the S-rank monster Legern. The dumbfounded Ayun asked in surprise if he was giving it to her. He asked if he looked like a cheater. The excited girl screamed that it was cool. But why is he giving it to her? He replied that she was different from all the awakened he'd seen. She had no useless envy. She doesn't take advantage of others. Ayun replied with embarrassment that she didn't think so. When she saw him, she felt envious. He said his knights speak well of her too, so he's giving her this book to grow up. And Yoon asked if it was some kind of alliance. With a grin, Sang-won replied, "Stop talking. Let her go learn the skill. She can use it." Happy Ayun replied that she was just happy. She promised she wouldn't ask him again. He doesn't have to worry about her. She's got plenty of other skills. She wondered since he had given her the skill so easily, it meant his skills were even better. Frowning, Yu Sang-won glanced at her and replied without comment. Opening the book, Shin Ayun decided to use the skill right now. He realized that she had already opened the status window for Yu. The fact that he can't see the status window of others makes it look like a pantomime. Overjoyed, Ayun shouted that her A+ rank performance. In addition to that, the agility stats would increase even more. This was thanks to the legendary skill. He asked how much they had grown. The girl replied that she was now at the 45th level of A rank, even though she had never even been to a C rank dungeon. Yu Sang-won said that she should discuss it with her mom anyway. Suddenly, Ayun shouted that she would try the skill and come back and ran away. A dumbfounded Sang-won asked what about eating. Kalv said she wanted to make sure she was stronger. Don't let her get in the way. The lad returned alone to the beach house where they were currently staying. Without waiting for Shin Ayun, he prepared a large plate of delicious food. I had to eat dinner alone too. The girl was still gone. Smiling, he thought about when Ayun would come in and shout that he was dying of starvation. At that moment, the phone rang, and Shin Somi's number popped up on the screen. The guild leader said that she received information that Ayun had become an A-rang. He confirmed the information. Shin Somi said that a sudden promotion is not a good thing. He said that he too had to get into the C-rank dungeon and decided to make the White Knight Guild stronger. He gave her the skill book and she used it. Smiling, Siomi said that she already had potential. In any case, they could leave now. The association was settled. The guy replied that it was now possible to find a house on the outskirts. The guild leader said there was a problem. Had he heard about the attack on Seoul? A dumbfounded Sang-won replied that he didn't know. Shin Somi said that the situation was more serious than she thought. The monsters of Sang-go-jung's constellation have invaded, but because of the situation Sang-won caused in Shingangnam, they can't respond properly. The construction site to the south has turned into an A-rang dungeon. It's a very big problem. Although corruption is rampant in Shingangnam, this place represents Korea. Therefore, the association has issued a summoning order. The guy said they could handle it. He didn't care. At that moment, he got a message on his phone. The message said that Yu Sang-won should arrive at 6:50 at the Korean-American Hunter Academy. Yu Sang-won frowned and cursed. He thought about the fact that he would have to go to Seoul after all. After a while, a training camp was held at the Seoul Academy gym. The commander shouted for everyone to come to him for ID check. The uniformed Sang-won said that those jerks from the Seoul Guild had issued a mobilization order because they couldn't do it alone. He thought he was a hunter too, but he was being mobilized as a regular soldier. Due to the fact that hunters below D rank are little better than professional athletes, they are subject to conscription as regular soldiers. He figured if he wanted to be drafted as a D rank hunter, he'd have to pass the promotion test, but there's nothing he can do now. The guy walked over to the military man who handed him a regular rifle. When Yu Sang-won picked it up, he asked what it was. The military officer replied that it was a KR-5 rifle for mobilized soldiers with a high level of training. Frowning, Sang-won said that he understood that the rifle was on ordinary ammunition and not magic stone. At this point, the soldier said that if everyone had gotten their gear, we could start the briefing. Their goal is to bring the equipment to Shingangnam and build a line of defense. Each platoon's mission will be given to its commander. Their orders must be followed. After a while, the soldiers were busy erecting a line of defense. The commander listened to the fact that the battle with Gurmak was still going on at them. The hunters are also forced to do battle with hordes of robbers under the patronage of the constellation Sanggojung. In addition, the movement of monsters of the constellation King of Carnage and Vultures has been detected, making it difficult to react. The soldiers were discussing that if they unite, they're dead. Sanggojung's going to get them. The guys from the Soul Guild couldn't even stop the Golden Knight. At this point, the commander announced to the soldiers that they were taking a 10-minute break. Tired soldiers moaned that they had to work hard because of some asshole. My back was already tired. During the break, Yu Sang-won decided to text Shin Ah-yoon. The girl said it's a total mess. Everyone is in a complete uproar because of King Carnage's movement. The Blue Dragon is closing in on the north. Olympus is in Shinganam. When she asked him what he was doing, Yu Sang-won sent back a picture of himself with a shovel. The guy thought it looked like things were only getting more confusing, but there was nothing he could do now. Once this place is over, he'll be promoted to D rank and off to the country somewhere. At this time in the special headquarters of the second incident in Shinganam, speaking, the commander asked if they knew why Shinganam was so paralyzed. It's because the constellations of Sanggojung and King Massacre have appeared. From what they know, this attack is different from the previous ones. The ground troops have already taken significant damage. There are vultures in the assault. It's much more organized than before. We need to find out how they got together. Public opinion leaves a lot to be desired too. At this point, the hunter asked what they were all doing. Let them calm down. We can figure out how they got together later. That's not the most important thing. Even though Shingangnam has made many enemies, if it falls, Seoul will fall too. We need to think about what is really urgent and important. Upon reflection, the commander replied that then the defense strategy should be reconsidered. Looking at her, the Blue Dragon Guild leader thought that the bloody hag was at her peak again. S-rank guild hunter Olympus Arcades said they don't mind, but they don't like the position. The head of Cheonsu, she asked about Olympus's position. Arcades replied that they were monitoring the situation for now. If the Soul Guild collapsed, they would pick up the crumbs. The head of the Blue Dragon replied that he wouldn't want it to break up, but things have been heading towards it for a long time. Hunter Arcades agreed with. Ko Chung-soo asked if they knew about the Golden Knight. This knight used a Titan's stake. It's their Hephaestus's work. Or they think they're fools. Hunter replied that he understood what the guild leader was talking about, but Titan stakes are made in large quantities and scattered all over the world. It's hard to track them. The guild leader asked, didn't Olympus investigate where the deals had been made recently? He pulled out a check. Hunter Arcades responded that there are a couple of suspicious locations. Ko Chung-soo smiled and offered to share information with him so he could find him. He was willing to put in the amount he wanted. Arcades replied with a grin that guilds should help each other. Ko Chung-soo replied that the bigger the loot, the higher the reward. After that, the Blue Dragon Guild leader wrote out a check with the amount offered by Arcades. At this time, Shin Ah-yoon was at the White Knight Guild and was helping with the paperwork. Surrounded by piles of papers, the girl tossed the sheets in frustration and screamed that there were too many reports. The guild leader replied to her daughter that no matter how much she wanted to, she couldn't go after Sangwon. The girl asked how things are going with Shinganam now. The head replied that they are trying to cover all the holes. With a smirk, Ah-yoon said that Sangwon had been scooped up into the local self-defense force just to dig in. Shin So-mi frowned and said that he wouldn't get hurt then. Yoon wondered why mom was so concerned about him. The head asked what her daughter knew about circus elephant. Yoon replied that if you put a baby elephant on a chain, it can't break it even when it grows up. The chapter said he's strong enough to be called a SS-ranked devil worshipper, but he doesn't care about the world and doesn't want to do anything. He's lonely and has no power. The girl asked why he didn't care. So-mi answered he lost his family when he was a kid, running away from monsters. Once he got to the orphanage, his problems didn't end. A dumbfounded Shin Ah-yoon wondered what had happened to Yu Sang-won. The head replied that she saw many people who had been abandoned. Their lives were ignored. It was a time like that. Nevertheless, he was not angry at the world. In a way, they were lucky. Otherwise, they'd be facing a powerful opponent like no other. A dumbfounded Ah-yoon said it was really awful, but she still doesn't think it's okay to leave it like that. The head replied that Sangwon is a humble man. Everything will be fine. The more one thinks about him, the more one realizes. Laughing, Shin Ah-yoon said that it seems like mom likes that uncle. Laughing, Shin So-mi shouted that it wasn't true. It was just that she owed him a debt because of her. A short time later, the bus with the soldiers returned to the assembly point. He stopped to drop off the soldiers. The commander yelled for them to get out. They're meeting here tomorrow at the same time. No one is to be late. The soldier said that everything was the same as when he served. The second asked where the conscripts were now. Sung-won unloaded it from the bus with the rest of the soldiers and took out his cell phone. He saw the news headline that the National Guard had finally succeeded in separating the monsters in Shinganam from the new arrival. After reading that, Sang-won thought they must have been taken in by the ring. That's good. The news said that Academy Director Baek Ga-young is leading the Shinganam front. After reading this news, Yu Sang-won was surprised. He didn't understand why the Academy Director was here. Looking at the picture, he thought he didn't know why she was there, but he should stay out of her business. Frowning, Yu Sang-won tucked his phone into his pocket and went about his business. He recalled events that had happened 5 years ago when he was a team leader at the academy. The academy's principal, Baek Ga-young, came to their office and asked them to pay attention. They received a report of serious human rights violations against staff. She wants to build a legal system and cannot watch something like this happen. So she insists that all employees have their health checked. This is to improve the working environment. Have the person in charge gather suggestions for improvement. The guys were impressed with the newly appointed principal. After a while, Sang-won walked down the hallway. Suddenly, he heard someone yelling that this was an educational institution and they shouldn't engage in usury. What kind of idiot would accumulate trillions of dollars in an educational institution? All funds should be invested in research. The man shouted that she was a new director and didn't know that this was the way things were done. She yelled that it was negligence and corruption. With a great staff, the guild will be better. If the guild improves, its efficiency and fighting ability will increase over time. In battle, supply and defense are much more important than the army's ability. The guy thought that thanks to Baek Ga-young, some of the bosses had quit and work was easier. She's smart, but she's too straightforward. People around here hate that kind of person. After making up his mind, Yu Sang-won went to the road to get a cab. He told the driver that he was going to Shinganam. The surprised cab driver replied that it was dangerous there now. To keep the driver from changing his mind, Yu Sang-won offered to pay him 2 meters. The cab driver agreed, but warned me he wouldn't go inside. While they were driving, Sang-won thought about how he wanted to turn a blind eye to all of this, but he couldn't. The director has to survive until he comes. At this time, fierce fighting continued in Shinganam on the southern front line. Armed monsters attacked the military who tried to shoot them. The warrior didn't understand why they were shooting, but the monster wasn't getting smaller. The other replied that bullets won't stop D-rank and above. They are the hunter's problem. Bloodthirsty monsters attacked the soldiers and destroyed them with ease. The commander has been informed that the front line of the 3rd platoon has been broken through. No contact with the 2nd platoon. The 1st has been pushed back. The magic stone technology has reached its limit. Currently, there are 1,000 monsters of rank D and above, counting the A-ranked Gurmak, and all of them are under the direct command of Sang-go-jung. The commander said that Sang-go-jung's constellation is full of determination, but they won't retreat. Prioritize shelling the weak monster. Holding their weapons in their hands, the soldiers replied that they understood and would carry out the order. Raising their rifles, the soldiers continued to shoot the attacking monsters. The remaining tanks continued to hold their defenses as far as possible. There were powerful, crushing explosions everywhere, blowing everything in their path. The deadly explosions sent the terrifying monsters flying in different directions. The A-rank monster Gurmak was watching from the sideline. His subordinate said that the humans were fighting back hard. Grinning Gurmak replied not to worry. This time the robbery is being led by him. The monster laughed that these people are very stupid. Everything is going according to plan. At that moment, other monsters came up to the roof, and Gurmak ordered them to depart. The commander reported that 4 large groups of monsters had separated from the mountainside, where the base of the Sang-go-jung constellation, except for Gurmak. The soldier was dumbfounded. Are they not going to defend their base? When a constellation is cleansed, it's simply expelled from the earth. They risk their lives. It's not clear what they're thinking. Suddenly, the system said that a Bohaku S-rank monster was detected. It was heading towards Suwon. The dumbfounded commander clarified whether he meant the battalion commander. He shouted into the radio that the S-rank monster Bohaku was heading for Suwon. Code red. He wondered if even the apostle guarding the main sanctuary had been sent. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a thing. At this time, the campground received an urgent message and were deciding what to do. Looking into the tent, Shim Kang-hoon asked what was wrong. What was the occasion of the meeting? The academy director said that S-rank is not easy to deal with. She's going to Suwon. Can we get an A-rank hunter to help as well? He replied that during the last incident, they suffered heavy casualties, so it's not that easy. Baek Ga-young frowned and thought that it wouldn't make a difference. The Olympus Guild needs help. The frightened military men were discussing that the Seoul Guild wasn't responding. They didn't know who would help them. The director said she's going to Suwon and let them deal with it here. When she left, she said he was an arrogant puppy. That way they could win. She told her subordinate they're going to Suwon. She'll arm herself and activate the trailer right away. Then they'll go to Suwon. After a while, everything was ready, and they were off to the ultimate scorcher. At that moment, Sangwon arrived and asked where the director was. He was told that she had just left. The guy says it's an emergency, but she's not answering him, and he needs to give her this urgently. The subordinate said she went to Suwon. He told Sangwon that he had heard that there was an S-rank monster of the constellation Sanggo-jung. At this time, Baek Ga-young was moving towards Suwon and remembering everything she knows about this monster. She said that Sanggo-jung's constellation apostle usually uses a dirk. She wants information on his basic skills. The subordinate replied that this apostle was responsible for protecting the sanctuary. Not much is known about him. She said it was a difficult opponent that came out of nowhere. She asked me to remind her of the pirate class. He would likely have his skills. The driver asked the director if everything would be okay. Even though she was officially S-ranked, she refused to actively train. Looking at the image of the monster, the principal replied that she knew better than anyone what state she was in. She has a better chance of winning than a beast-like constellation servant. They retreat when they realize there's no profit in fighting. But this time, something is strained. Though when it wasn't like this. Going to the door, Ga-young ordered the door to open. Frowning, the subordinate replied that he would now follow the director's order. Pressing the door release button, he shouted at her to be careful. The academy principal stood in the doorway of the trailer, ready to engage the monster. A moment later, she left the trailer and rushed toward the scene of the battle. After a while, she reached the place where the monsters were. Frowning, she thought she saw them and prepared to fight. As Baek Ga-young lowered herself to the ground in front of her, a powerful explosion erupted. Climbing up on a tree branch, the headmistress watched what was happening below. She couldn't understand what that explosion was. Had the fight already begun? The principal saw the terrifying monster Bohaku below, who flew off to the side. The monstrous monster prepared to fight its opponent. It was the Golden Knight who shouted that they were robbers, blinded by wealth that attacked only the weak. They will punish them. He shouted to his crew to make them taste the sword of justice. His loyal team of knights shouted that they were ready to fight the monster. The dumbfounded Baek Ga-young guessed that it was that Golden Knight demon worshipper. The monster said they're really good. He's gonna take them all prisoner and take that golden beauty for himself. Looking at him, Yu Sang-won replied that Bohaku was no different from a criminal. Grinning, the monster replied that the right to covet and steal gold would remain with the strong. Striking, the Golden Knight said that such thoughts are the reason why innocent people are gripped by greed. Swinging his sword, Yu Sang-won delivered a powerful crushing blow to the terrifying monster. Instead of an arm, the Bohaku monster had a sharp sword that it fought desperately with. He fiercely waved it in front of the Golden Knight, intending to destroy him. Taking out the Titan's stake, Yu Sang-won directed a powerful stream of crushing energy at the monster. To counter the blow, Bohaku put his sword arm out in front of him and deflected the blow. Frowning, the monster said that the Golden Knight was pretty good, but what about his subordinate? At this moment, the powerful, terrifying monsters raised their weapons to attack. The Golden Knight shouted to Eldrin. He asked she would deal with him, wouldn't she? At this moment, a golden dragon mistress appeared above the monsters' heads. She yelled that these monsters are big. She's counting on the dividends. The ugly monsters released crushing streams of energy from their weapons. Opening her dragon maw, Eldrin prepared to release the dragon's crushing breath. The deadly flames released from its mouth and a wave of fire swept over the terrifying monster. Armed with the Titan's stake, the Golden Knight confronted the S-rank monster. Turning to his knights, Yu Sang-won shouted that it was time to begin. His entire team rushed to fight the creepy monsters, destroying them with their weapons. The Bohaku monster shouted to the attacking Golden Knight that this was not the end. Dodging Bohaku's punches, Yu Sang-won thought his attacks were getting stronger. Fiercely looking at the guy, the monster shouted for the Golden Knight to remember. He's his opponent. Striking powerful blows, Yu Sang-won replied that did Bohaku think he could forget. The academy director who was watching thought she heard a familiar voice. Flying high into the air, Yu Sang-won swung the Titan stake and shouted goodbye to Bohak. The enraged monster watched as his opponent rapidly approached him. A moment later, the Golden Knight struck a powerful blow and a crushing explosion rang out. The terrifying monster struggled to repel Yu Sang-won's deadly blows. It became increasingly difficult for him to resist the Golden Knight. His blows were getting stronger and stronger. Clutching his head, the monster screamed in desperation for the sea golems to help him. First, he was rescued. The Golden Knight dealt more and more crushing blows to the enemy. The Golden Knight thought this monster was too strong. Is it because it has the body of a squid? He remembered how once, long ago, a fisherman he knew had managed to catch a squid. He said that when you cook squid, you should aim for the vital point. That's where all the nerves are centered. Taking aim, Yu Sang-won delivered a crushing blow to the terrifying squid between its eyes. A deadly blow knocked the monster to the ground. It screamed violently as it fell to the ground. Falling to his knees, the monster looked at the Golden Knight with hatred and shouted that he dare not do this. The guy thought he was a bit hesitant, but it really worked. He shouted that this was his second S-rank monster hunt. The monster pleaded to be spared. Sang-won asked what was the point of letting his prey go. It's experience to level up the magic stone, and even money. The monster promised to make it up to you in money. If the knight destroys him here, he'll only get what he has now. The principal was surprised that an S-rank monster was begging for his life. A Golden Knight devil worshipper wouldn't buy such a pathetic bribe. The Golden Knight said he would if Bohaku gave him twice as much. Then he'd let him live. He thought it was fair enough in exchange for his life. He didn't let him go until after the deal was done. The bloodthirsty monster was dumbfounded by this suggestion. He pondered what to say. The dumbfounded Park Ga-young thought that he would agree to some measly ransom. Standing up, Bohaku replied that he accepts the Golden Knight's terms. He swore on the name of his constellation, Sango-jung. With a wave of his hand, the monster ordered his golems to stop fighting. The huge golems obediently crouched on one knee in front of their master. The Golden Knight said they should make a deal so he wouldn't try to fool him. The monster replied so the man wouldn't worry. They never break promises sworn in the name of their constellation. With a wave of his hand, Bohaku laid out the chests of gold and said he would leave it here. Let them count it and take it all. Pouring out a huge mountain of gold, the monster said that he had even raked in the savings of his subordinates. He asked the Golden Knight if that was enough for him. Yu Sang-won replied that it wasn't bad. Not fully believing in his luck, the monster said that they'd better get out of here. Looking at the mountains of gold, Sang-won thought that he didn't expect the monster to have so much cash. There's no need to count, it's just a few million won. Pensive Sang-won wondered why everyone was silent. Kalf asked the contractor something was wrong. He said that everyone was quiet. Maybe he's blinded by selfishness, or maybe he's going crazy. The Knight of the Abyss replied that it was a reward received after a battle of honor, so it's okay. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won heard an extraneous noise and shouted for whoever was there to not hide and come out. The principal came out and said that she was the one who was supposed to fight the bandits. She decided to formally introduce herself to the Golden Knight, but Sang-won interrupted her by saying that she was the principal of Baek Ga-young Academy. She was surprised that he knew her. Knight replied that the principal was contentedly famous. She said that the money he received could not be used. Stolen money, especially from banks, is protected by anti-theft mechanism. In other words, the money is considered stolen, so you can't take it back for yourself. The Knight fiercely swore that he had been tricked. This is garbage. The principal replied that the squid monster wasn't fooled. For a black market hoarder, it's just the thing. He said he'd have to settle for the magic stone and ordered Eldrin to burn the hell out of it. The dragon used her breath and unleashed a powerful flame at the mountain of gold. The principal saw millions of won being destroyed in the dragon's powerful flames. She said she could see that the Golden Knight was strongly interested in money and offered to listen to her request. Waving his arms, he replied that he was not for hire. He shouted to his knights that they were leaving. With a frown, Park Ga-young replied that she was sorry that Mr. Sang-won didn't agree. A dumbfounded Sang-won asked in surprise how she knew. Did everyone know who he was? She replied that she didn't expect to find out like that. His armor has magic protection on it, so she was trying to buff him. The system gave him the information that no magic buffs were activated. He asked if it had worked. She replied that she made a one-time attempt to give him a buff hunter offering, and this popped up. It said if she wanted to use it on Academy worker Yu Sang-won, so he understands. A dumbfounded Sang-won said, really? If someone wants to put a bullshit on him, his identity will be revealed. She said no. Does he remember her putting buffs on employees as soon as she became director? He remembered her saying that all workers should join a party and undergo regular mental and physical health check, and they will try to improve the treatment of staff and working conditions. Because of this, she was able to realize it was him the moment she tried to apply the buff. He asked what she was going to do now. She said she'd keep it a secret for now. She knows his identity, and if he's hiding himself, he must have a reason. Knight replied that he just didn't want to get into any trouble. The headmistress said he was already in enough trouble, but she could understand him. If his identity is revealed, he'll have bigger problems. Say-won replied how relieved he was that she told him. At this moment, a message came in that the squid monster and his pack were now moving into New Gangnam. The principal asked what he was going to do. Sang-won replied that he would pick up all the magic stones and other items before they disappeared. Frowning, Park Ga-young looked at the Golden Knight carefully. He said don't look at him like that. Those wealthy people in Kanem will sort it out themselves, and he's already made a deal with Bohaku, so he can't. She wanted to say something else about it, but he said he was charming. The director shouldn't get into battles and go back and forth from the Outpost too often. The Academy director was stunned to hear him talk about the Defense Force and the Outpost. She was shocked that Yu Sang-won knew where she came from. Maybe he knew she was going to fight Bokahu and came just in case. After these events, Yu Sang-won returned home and rested until his alarm clock woke him up. Stretching out, he grudgingly thought about going to the Defense Force. Sang-won shouted for Akalon to make him some coffee. Golem appeared in a red apron with a cup of steaming coffee and held it out to his host. He said that Sang-won had a guest. The surprised guy asked if it was Ayun or her mother. Akalon said, "It's Ms. Baek, Principal Baek Ge-young of the Academy." Sang-won was astonished. Looking out the door, the dazed boy realized it was really her. He asked why he hadn't warned her of her arrival. Golem answered that Mrs. Baek was not an enemy and had arrived about 2 hours ago. He did not interrupt his sleep. At this point, the principal asked if he was awake and added that Akalon was excellent at brewing coffee. The golem thanked her. She said that given the level of his demeanor, he must have a very sophisticated artificial intelligence. The guy asked why she came to his place. He's sure it wasn't for a cup of coffee. He needs to enlist in the Defense Force, so let him get right to the point. The director said he didn't have to worry about it. Have him look at his cell phone. The message said that because of the situation in New Kanema, their defense recruiting was canceled. The dumbfounded guy sighed and asked if it was all true. The director said the battle lasted all night. They may have been victorious, but the losses were great. He said he warned her not to get involved in the battles. She replied that it was necessary. She came to ask for a fair deal. He thought he didn't know what she wanted to ask for if the battle was already over. Yu Sang-won asked what the deal was. The director revealed that it would be about SS-ranked demon worshipper Pastor Lee. Without even fully listening to her request, Yu Sang-won shouted that he was refusing. He said she'd probably ask him to rescue the people he captured, so he refuses. The director told him to take his time and listen to her to the end. Sang-won replied that there are too many things in the world that can't be reversed. In an attempt to persuade him, Ga-young offered to pay a decent amount of money, but Sang-won refused. He asked why she was the only one trying to save them all. That's not what a principal is supposed to do. Even if she saves them because of the prices of treatment, the families of the victims will have a harder time. Good intentions do not always turn out to be good for others. Ms. Baek replied that she knew that. He told her not to waste her time on something so useless. He offered her breakfast before he left. Frowning her eyebrows, Baek Ge-young agreed to have breakfast with Yu Sang-won. She told the news. Bohaku returned to New Kanam. The siege on the rear front lines began. The defenses were on the verge of collapsing. The Olympus and Blue Dragon guilds intervened. 12 buildings collapsed. Monsters looted deposits and vaults. Buildings set on fire. There is no telling if New Gangnam will be able to recover. Yu Sang-won thanked Akalon for the wonderful breakfast. The director said that the shelters have been raided too. About 1,550,000 people have been kidnapped. They were captured because of some connection to the King of Carnage. This never happened, even when there were only awakened humans. It's the damn constellations. He replied that the constellations give credit where credit is due, and people only talk. When he first left the asylum and received 601, he was extremely happy. He found out later that he wasn't paid extra. He was working for nothing at the shelter. Even at the academy, the starting pay is minimum wage. That's why people are interested in constellations. They're honest. She asked, even if they are ruining the world. He replied, people only care about their money. Even if the whole world collapses, what matters most is how one feels. He asked if she'd ever been hungry, digging through a garbage can. If not, let him not talk about destroying the world with his righteous bullshit. Sang-won thought he was being too harsh. The director said his constellation has strange preferences. How can it cling to such a gloomy person? Sang-won replied that he doesn't have one. The principal was amazed that he didn't have a constellation. She asked what his power was then. The guy said he had no idea, but whoever handed him that garbage screwed up. The principal asked what he was going to do with that power. Become a symbol of justice by fighting off evil. He said no. He'll just get to a level where he can't be bothered and go back to farming. A stunned Baek Ga-young asked if that was his entire purpose with that kind of strength. Sang-won said yes. If he had a constellation, swearing by his name would be the best. The academy director couldn't find words. She said that's fine too. Then people won't know about the coward who only knows how to run away. He asked if she had finished eating. The principal asked if she had another request. Could he at least listen to her? He said why not? The coward hadn't had time to leave yet anyway. The headmaster asked if he could receive the Grandmaster's inheritance instead of her. If he only thinks of himself, it would be good for him. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won didn't understand what she meant. What was the Great Master's legacy? At this time, the academy was discussing rumors that the head of the student council had decided to voluntarily leave his post after all. The student said that the stubborn jerk left on his own. The other said that it was time to realize where he belonged after the three greatest guilds kicked him out. He shouted to Woosan whether he would go to New Gangnam. The guy replied that of course he canceled the contract. They decided to take the matter to the infringement court. He asked what would happen to Shim Kang-hoon. Woosan said that he would probably agree to go anywhere. After all, he's still S-rank. Seeing Ah-yoon, they were interested in how that little former B-ranked girl had made it to A+ rank for several years, what she did. The student thought she got the legendary skill book. Now everyone's nervous because she's the 11th candidate for S-rank. He approached Ah-yoon and told her that he had thought about the proposal he had made earlier. She said she had said 100 times that she was going to stay in Korea and work with her mother. He said, "Let him think about it. A future S-rank should not rot in this shallow water." She asked, even considering that there are 2 SS ranks in this shallow water. If the Olympus Guild can convince these two, she will join. He said she was naive. Have her contact him if she changes her mind. The girl told Ah-yoon that she should agree. She replied that these 3 guilds are arrogant, and there's no one of uncle's level. The surprised student asked who the uncle she was talking about was. Realizing that she had said too much, Ah-yoon said that she was just a C-ranked tank from the guild. He just joined the guild. The girl said Ah-yoon should reconsider Olympus's offer. It's very decent. Changing the subject, the girl asked about the concert. It was cool. Covering her mouth with her hand, Ah-yoon thought she had almost blabbed. At this time, Yu Sang-won was at the White Knight Guild and was talking to Shin So-mi. The dumbfounded guild leader was amazed that he had become Baek Ga-young's disciple. He tried to explain what had happened and told me how it was. The guy asked the academy director, he just needs to take care of it. She said it was the key to the chest containing the master's legacy. Let him take care of it. Give it to someone truly worthy. He asked what would happen if he gave to the wrong person. The director said he would pay the appropriate price. For example, problems with leveling up. If he listens to her request, she will put him on her list of students. The head said that since he became a student, Baek Ga-young should be able to control any information about him. He can safely level up. Frowning Sang-won said he was afraid of attracting unnecessary attention because of this. The head said that he was the headmaster's apprentice and wouldn't be involved in anything even if he showed above-average skills. Sang-won agreed with him. He said that a 4-person pack led by the guild leader with Ah-yoon and Dan. She also has the skill of a hitman. The chapter replied that it had allocated the rest of its points to improving medical equipment and first aid skill, but she had already applied for it. A satisfied Sang-won said that she had also foreseen the future, to have a full hit set just in case, and she's the one you can count on. With a wink, Shin So-mi replied that there was nothing to be surprised about. Anyone would have seen this coming. At this time in the underground city of Kaesong, the devil worshippers were leading captives. The captured men with bound hands walked guarded by vultures. At that moment, a huge black limousine pulled up to them and stopped. The devil worshippers looked at the car Pastor Lee was in. Pastor Lee looked out the window and asked why there was suddenly such an influx of captives. The driver replied that it was because of an incident in Canum that had recently occurred. The pastor asked what he was talking about. He replied that the demon-worshipping Golden Knight who destroyed Legern had caused a commotion there, and soon, Sang Guozhang's forces attacked, and now there was turmoil. Grinning Pastor Lee asked, so those bastards came here to sell the captive. The driver confirmed it. The pastor said that's not bad and asked what happened to the Chinese customer. He replied that the negotiations had failed. The pastor asked that everyone, including the emperor of the Qin constellations, King Peiyang, and the Chinese Communist Party. He said Emperor Qin and King Peiyang rejected the talks because of moral issues. The party said it was only interested in mercenary support. Pastor said, will the Chinese really give them money if they send them support? It's just ridiculous to suggest they become their lapdogs. The driver said that since negotiations with the Chinese party had failed, there were problems with the food supply. We'll have to take action soon. Their numbers had grown due to the scavengers brought in by the Archidemon beasts. Lee replied that it was necessary to get through when things got busy. They will fight and steal. The driver asked what they would do if the Golden Knight entered the game. He even has a dragon. Pastor Lee said the driver was talking too much. He apologized. The pastor vehemently told the driver to shut up and steer. He said he understood and apologized. With a fierce glare, Pastor Lee said that the adults would handle it themselves. Shivering fearfully, the driver replied that he understood and would keep it in mind. At this time, the White Knight Guild was holding a meeting on what to do next. Guild head Shin So-mi, along with her daughter, sat across from Sang-won and the academy headmaster. The guy asked if they should introduce themselves, and Yoon director already knows them well. He asked if Shin So-mi and the director knew each other. The director replied that she didn't know her, but had heard of her. Shin So-mi said that it was nice to meet the director. He said that since they had a common goal of a C-rank dungeon, they should make a plan. It was suggested that they take the B rank. The guy was dumbfounded. He said they had just met, so it was dangerous to go straight to the B rank. The director asked if they should waste their time on S rank if she's here. She asked Shinsomi for her experience in B rank dungeon. The guild leader said that she had been once, but only because of the A rank promotion exam. The director replied that if only rank B dungeons were taken into account, it was more than 300. If the White Knight Guild quickly clears the B rank dungeon, it might raise suspicion, but if she's with them, you can't even think about such thing. He thought that if he went to such a dungeon with an S-ranked hunter, the difference would be quite significant. Baek Ga-young said she announced that she's quitting her post to raise a student. There shouldn't be any problem. Sangwon asked when they'll be leaving. The director replied that if he wanted to go, he could go right now. Clenching his fist, the guy realized that the academy director was willing to take such a step. He said that if no one objects, it's okay to do it now. Ga-young said she knew he'd say that. I'm glad he's inquisitive. Overjoyed, Ayun shouted that of course they should go. Shinsomi replied that she's going too. She needs to gain experience. Smiling Baek Ga-young said that since everyone was ready, they were leaving. After a short while, they arrived at the B-rank dungeon control area. When they got to the trailer, the director said they were almost there. Have them check their potions and equipment. The subordinate escorting the trailer checked to make sure they were okay. He approached the driver of the trailer and asked if everything was in place. After making sure everyone was ready and hadn't forgotten anything, the director and his party set off. Soon they reached the place. The principal told everyone to get out. The entrance to the dungeon is a little further away, so have them prepare here. Pointing at the footprints, Yu Sang-won asked if there were any monsters here. She said they're traces from the loss of the constellation. They won't interfere in any way, and there's no need to be alarmed. Baek Ga-young patted Sang-won on the shoulder and said that she was sure he could handle it. He replied that he would try his best. They reached the dungeon through the forest. The Golden Knight went first. After a while, after pushing the leaves apart, Yu Sang-won saw a portal. The guy yelled to everyone that they had found the entrance to the dungeon they need. He figured this was a B-rank dungeon, so it was a bit creepy. The Golden Knight said this is just the beginning, so get ready. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won saw shadows and was dumbfounded, not realizing what it was. Seo-mi and Ah-yoon were tied up in the portal. The director said he would have to go alone. A hunter must be able to navigate in crisis situations. He asked furiously what the hell this was. A moment later, the portal disappeared with the people. Soon, there was a small dot left of him. Yu Sang-won fiercely cursed. He tried to grab her, but it didn't work. He was alone. The boy was furious. Why had the old woman done this to him, and what should he do now? At this time, the guild leader freed herself from the ropes and asked the headmaster if she was sure everything was all right. She replied that being a hunter meant that at some point he would have to put his life on the line. That's the kind of training he needs. She had heard that in the dungeons of V-Rang, not only combat training was important, but also experience and mind control. So he's gonna have to get through everything largely on his own. Thinking that he could use Yu Sang-won's help, he decided to call his squad. The system gave him an error. Because of the size of this place, he can't summon subordinates here. Out of anger, he started banging his head against a tree and screamed that he was going to go crazy at this rate. Having finally stopped panicking, Yu Sang-won decided to look around. He wondered what kind of place this was where he had been brought and left to fend for himself. He remembered the principal saying that in the dungeon where they would go this time was the apostle of the Great White Swan, a very cunning monster. Opening the book to learn about this monster, Yu Sang-won whined when he realized there was nothing in the book. The guy slammed the book shut furiously and decided he shouldn't panic. At least he'll learn something. Even allies should not be lulled into a false sense of security. He thought that if he settled here, he wouldn't have to get out of here. He was going to move to the village anyway. It would be even better. Deciding that he needed a place to live, Yu Sang-won stabbed Titan's stake into the tree with all his might. He beat again and again until he had the tree down and the right number of branches. After a while, Yu Sang-won built a shed with a roof made of leaves. Smiling, he thought it was easier to build a house than he thought it would be. But it looks a little flimsy because it was made without drying the wood. The guy didn't know if it would work because he couldn't call his knight. Taking advantage of Yu Sang-won's ring, he went to King Carnage's shop. This time, he stepped confidently inside where he was greeted by the fox saleswoman. She greeted the client and said they hadn't seen each other in a while, what she could do for him. He wondered if they had a blanket or anything, some kind of camping stuff. The salesman said he could choose anything he wanted. They have a large assortment. Pensive, Yu Sang-won asked if they had any more suitable traps. After purchasing everything he needed, the guy spent time in his new home. Suddenly, he was spotted by a huge three-headed bird. It wondered what he was doing here and how long he had been here. He'd never seen him before. Talking Heads decided he didn't smell like pain. He doesn't understand anything at all. He needs to have a nightmare. Then he'll feel pain. The three-headed head circled over the house Yu Sang-won had built, determined to give him a nightmare. At this point, the guy was sound asleep, having eaten a heavy dinner and was unaware of anything. The bird said he has gold armor and he's strange. A man shouldn't react like that when he's alone in a dungeon. He calls his territory home. Hearing some conversations through his sleep, Yu Sang-won sleepily shouted at him to shut up. The bird was screaming to give him a nightmare. He can't stand such a relaxed face. They decided to make him squirm in agony with a nightmare pierce. Circling over Yu Sang-won's house, the three-headed bird sent magical energy at him. She penetrated his dream. Magical energy swiftly surrounded the house and penetrated inside. The bird shrieked, let the man squirm in pain. Yu Sang-won's sleep became restless. The boy was stirring in his sleep and had an inexplicable sense of dread. Rounding his eyes in horror, Yu Sang-won tried to understand what had happened. Dazedly looking around, he couldn't figure out how he ended up on The guy saw parents walking in front of him, leading a little boy by the hand. A shocked Yu Sang-won recognized a scene from his life. He watched the scene with horror. Pointing to the trailer, the boy asked that his father buy him cotton candy. After stroking his head, his father said he would go get her and he would stay with his mom. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won shouted, "Wait, there was no way he could go there." At that moment, people ran away from the cotton candy trailer in a panic. Sang-won shouted at the man to run away. Waving his hand, Dad walked and shouted to Sang-won that he bought him cotton candy. Moments later, a speeding car hit the man, and he flew off to the side. Little Sang-won watched in horror and cried out desperately. A moment later, a huge, creepy monster with tentacles appeared near the carousel. He used them to grab people who got in his way. Little Sang-won's mom tried to take him away. She pulled him by the hand. At that moment, the bloodthirsty monster noticed the loudly screaming child. It reached out its huge tentacles toward them, intending to grab them. The mom tried to drag the boy away, but he was desperately screaming and wouldn't go. Watching this from the side, Yu Sang-won desperately shouted for them to stop. A moment later, the bloodthirsty monster reached out with powerful tentacles and grabbed his mom. The little boy rounded his eyes in shock at what was happening. The wounded mom tried to comfort the frightened little Sang-won. Clutching the boy to her mom, sheltered Sang-won with her body from the horrible monster. After a while of not paying attention to the woman lying on the ground, the monster moved on. Looking at her son, Mom said that Sang-won should definitely promise her that he would survive. The boy whispered in terror for his mother to keep her voice down. He was terrified that the monster would return. Watching this, Sang-won thought that this was how his mom and dad died, leaving him alone. Clenching his fists, he thought it was because of them that he had survived in this hole. It was only because of his parents that he became who he is today. Suddenly, he saw some kind of incomprehensible energy surrounding him and thought, what the hell? He clearly heard the words, "Wake up, guy," and opened his eyes in horror. Looking out the window, Yu Sang-won saw a huge three-headed monster with huge claws. He asked what kind of monster bird it was. It escaped the mines because it can fly. The bird thought the man was a real talker. The Golden Knight said that in the spirit of chivalry, he would face the underworld creature. The bird screamed for the man to stop. It doesn't want to fight. She said she didn't want to die fighting the strongest. She's here to offer her best wishes and ask him to leave. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won looked at the bird with incomprehension and asked why. She said he didn't belong in this dungeon. It turns hope and happiness into despair. He doesn't seek happiness with a pure heart. He's trash. A desperate beast. Cattle in human form. Let it live while it can. Let him go and be happy. Frowning Sang-won asked why he had to leave. He wouldn't fight if the bird didn't do it. He would just stay here. The bird said no. Life is painful, but also good. In place of beauty comes pain. The fall of hope and despair. The guy said there were too many. Can't only one head talk? The indignant bird said the guy thinks they talk too. The bird said, let the man forgive, but he's not doing any of them any good by being here. This is not a sanctuary. Not a sanctuary. He replied that the place where he lived wasn't a sanctuary either. A world of corrupt hunters and selfish people. The bird replied that maybe that's why they don't visit his dungeon. The guy said he's very comfortable here, and if the bird's the only one wandering around, there's no other monsters. She said it was true. They go quiet during the day and then come back to haunt his dream. But inside, he was already on the verge of despair, so he failed to hurt. Sang-won replied that this is the way of the world. She said, if the world is like this, according to a hunter of his level, do they need to defend the dungeon? If there is more pain in the world, there is no point in their existence. But if he gets out of here, it'll be easier for him. Let him get the hell out of here. Sang-won asked what he meant to do. The monster bird screamed loudly and flapped its wings, releasing powerful energy. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won, holding the Titan's stake at the ready, couldn't understand what the bird was doing. The three-headed bird cried out that he came here alone in search of paradise. Let him cherish his world and cherish it. And when it's filled with happiness and hope, they'll come back here again. Shocked, Yu Sang-won wondered if he wanted to blow himself up. The bird shouted, "Let him return when his heart was filled with happiness." A moment later, there was an explosion, and gold coins sprinkled on him. A pensive Yu Sang-won looked at the rain of gems and gold. He said he couldn't make a difference. He'd have to go back. All the while, the trailer stood waiting for Sang-won to come out of the dungeon. Walking up to the trailer, he reached out and said it was too easy. The principal asked how he managed to break through the dungeon. It wasn't easy for him because King Bully himself is there, the apostle of the White Swan. Grinning, he scratched the back of his head and replied that it was his little secret. Baek Ge-young frowned and said that he was so arrogant, keeping secrets from the commander. For the record, they'll say they cleared the dungeon together. Yu Sang-won should remember what was problematic in the dungeon. At this moment, Ah-yoon raised her hand and told the commander if she could change the report a little. Either don't turn her on or make her incapacitated in combat. She doesn't want everyone to know that she passed the B-rank dungeon without a problem. After thinking for a while, the director replied that she could fulfill Shin Ah-yoon's request. She said they'd leave the report like that. She'll try to find the next dungeon in a week. Sang-won was surprised to hear about the next dungeon. She said that she didn't want people to know that he was clearing dungeons so quickly. Otherwise, suspicion would be aroused. Chewing on her sandwich, Ah-yoon wondered what Yu Sang-won would be doing this week. Grinning, he replied that he would buy a mountain and build a house. That sounds awesome. The principal said it doesn't hurt to have a place to call home. She'll look at different options. He said thank you. She said he must not show the slightest sign of becoming a hunter. The guild leader said that she would go back to the guild and had some business to attend to. Shin Ah-yoon said she'll go back to the academy. After a while, they said goodbye outside the trailer and went about their business. The director asked Sang-won if he had chosen a place to live. He said he was thinking about it. Ga-young said she did a full analysis of his actions. She needs to make a prediction on what kind of damage could be done by those who are following the trail of the Golden Knight towards the academy or the White Knight Guild. He asked what she thought in the end. Ms. Baek replied that things were not going well overall. Wealth is good, but don't you have to fix the problems it created? Frowning, Yu Sang-won pondered over her words, thinking about what to say. She said that starting with Ko Sung-jun Jung, So Min, and the attack on Seoul by Pastor Lee, and the new Gangnam case, the scale of the damage is too great. He'll be caught. Frowning, Yu Sang-won looked thoughtfully at the academy director. She said that in addition, the Olympus Guild would quickly go after him with this Titan spear. He realized that they would find out about his visit to the gun shop. Baek Ge-young said that they might even guess that he was the Golden Knight demon worshipper. Smacking himself with the palm of his hand on his forehead, Yu Sang-won sighed and said that he had been too careless. Taking out his phone, Sang-won saw a message from guild leader Shin So-mi. He thought about why Blue Dragon and Olympus had come to the White Knight Guild. At this time, representatives from other guilds arrived at Shin So-mi's White Knight Guild. A co-worker met the head of the guild and said it was very good to have her here. The head asked who came from the Blue Dragon and Olympus Guild. The girl replied that it was the head of Go Chung-soo and the A-Rang Hunter. He wants to talk to her personally. After thinking for a while, Shin So-mi decided that since S and A rank hunters had come, it would be about the Golden Knight. She asked me to tell them to wait a little longer. At that moment, a voice said there was no need for that. Head coach Cheon-soo said that they're both in a hurry and don't want it to take too long, so it's better to talk quickly. Head Shin So-mi asked what brought them to an unremarkable guild. The head of the Blue Dragon asked where their E+ rank hunter Yu Sang-won was. She replied that he was the academy headmaster's apprentice, so she didn't know. With a smile, Shin So-mi wondered if the Blue Dragon head wasn't aware of it. He replied that he had seen the association's report on the cleared dungeon. The head of White Knight replied that she told them everything she knew. She even took a video of the interrogation and made it available. He said based on what they had learned from Olympus and the events that had happened, they believed that the White Knight Guild was cooperating with the Golden Knight. Grabbing Shin So-mi, he furiously asked Yu Sang-won if she was the Golden Knight. She replied that she didn't know anything. Looking at Shin So-mi fiercely, he said that he didn't expect her to confess everything quickly. Dropping his hand from her shoulder, Shin So-mi replied that it didn't matter much whether she confessed or not. With a frown, Ko Chung-soo replied that if I were to rephrase the question, what is his relationship with Yu Sang-won? The head of White Knight replied that they're worker. The guild gives him help when he needs it. He accepts it. That gives the Blue Dragon chapter something. He shouted she must understand the Golden Knight was responsible for the first incident in New Canum. If she didn't tell, they would be punished along with him. She realized they wouldn't move until there was hard evidence. Xiaomi asked if he was threatening. Cheon-soo said he's warning her. The oil tycoons are more focused on finding the person responsible for the incident than rebuilding the city. Although the damage is enormous, their money has been jeopardized. They've been at war with each other since the wall was built, but if one of them catches the culprit for everything, their rating will increase many times over. It's not enough to call those who fought in the first battle heroes. They just want a villain. They're trying to get rid of those involved in the incident. Shinsomi said that in the end, the Hunters and the Political Arena Association, if they don't cooperate, they will bury them here. Ko Chun-soo frowned and replied that he was just letting her know that it was time to choose the right side. With fierce glaring eyes, the head of the Blue Dragon said that he didn't promise to be gentle. Getting angry and clenching her fists, Shinsomi thought that she didn't expect this. Head Cheon-soo said that Siomi as the head has to make decisions quickly. Hunter said that they would have to start, so she would finally talk. The head of the White Knight Guild prepared to reflect the Hunter's energy. She decided she needed to tell him to stay away. Furiously looking at Shinsomi head, Ko Cheon-soo said heavier than he thought. While holding back the attack, the White Knight Guild leader wondered if she was doing the right thing. At that moment, there was a rumbling sound, and plaster and stones sprinkled from the ceiling. Through the resulting hole, a golden knight walked towards the Hunters with clenched fists. The angry Yu Sang-won cursed to himself and thought that he didn't look like himself at all. The head of the Blue Dragon and the Olympus Hunter rounded their eyes in surprise. They were stunned by the appearance of the golden knight of the demon worshipper. Picking up Shin So-mi-yu in his arms, Sang-won decided that there was no need to get into a battle. The Hunters were dumbfounded. Gently holding the head of the White Knight Guild, he was going to get out of here quickly. The head of the Blue Dragon shouted that he had to be caught. Realizing that they wouldn't leave him alone, Yu Sang-won fiercely cursed. He has ordered his loyal team of knights to destroy anyone who gets in his way. The knights replied that they understood and would do as he commanded them. Handing Shinsomi over to Akalon Sang-won, ordered him to take her to safety, no matter what it took. The Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds called all their warriors and ordered them in pursuit. On the roofs of all the buildings and on the sidewalk, hunters appeared ready to capture the Golden Knight. Seeing this, Yu Sang-won said that even a serial destroyer wouldn't go that far. At that moment, Ko Chung-soo said, "Is the Golden Knight less guilty than the serial destroyer?" Frowning, the head of the Blue Dragon said that he knew the Golden Knight was Yu Sang-won. The boy thought angrily that now he knew too, all because of Titan's damn spear. He said he just wanted to keep it quiet so they would leave him and the White Knight Guild alone. He reminds them that he didn't start it. He just can't sit back and watch the freaks think everything's going according to their plan. The head said they came with an offer. The Golden Knight replied that he didn't know what they wanted to offer, but he refused. The wolf will not bend to the dog. The hunters were dumbfounded that he called them dogs. They said that he had too sharp a tongue for a man who wanted to live in peace. The guy said he didn't want to live in peace because he was afraid of them. He just doesn't want problems from people like them. The infuriated Blue Dragon head shouted that the guy was an insolent bastard. At this moment, the system gave the head that the Golden Knight had insulted him. In this case, the compensation for his capture is much higher than it was before. With a smirk, Ko Chung-soo thought that the stakes had been raised. It looked like he would finally be able to reach the SS rank. At this moment, the guild leader was informed that all the troops he had gathered were ready for battle. The head of the Blue Dragon ordered all forces to arrest the Golden Knight Demon Worshipper. It is authorized to be destroyed. The Olympus Guild's hunter also ordered his warriors to capture the Golden Knight. A moment later, a stream of deadly arrows swiftly flew towards Yu Sang-won. Waving the Titan's stake, he deflected the crushing arrows flying at him. A moment later, a powerful crushing blow flew into the Golden Knight's back. Turning around, Yu Sang-won saw the man who had struck him and thought he was very annoying. The smirking, satisfied Blue Dragon Guild leader commanded his subordinates to continue the attack. Waving their deadly weapons towards Yu Sang-won, hunters from the two guilds rushed towards Yu Sang-won from all directions. Swinging the Titan's stake in a circle, the Golden Knight repelled the attacks and scattered the attackers. At this moment, new streams of crushing energy flew into Yu Sang-won. They hit the golden armor and did not do any damage to the Golden Knight. Soldiers armed to the teeth rushed at Yu Sang-won, trying to grab him. Swinging away, the Golden Knight thought he wasn't hurt, but there were too many enemies. The hunters attacked Yu Sang-won with powerful crushing blows. The guy decided he needed to buy some time to get away. Seizing the opportunity, Sang-won jumped high up and flew into the window, breaking the glass. The system gave him a message that his armor had taken damage and was self-repairing, 92% strength remaining. He realized he could hold out for now, but eventually the energy would run out and they would destroy him. He called for Kolf and Krokbing. Golem said he is excited and wants to destroy today. Kolf said he is waiting for orders. Sangwon said they will set up a line of defense and attack. Once the attack begins, he will try to break through the defenses. When their eyes are focused on him, they will hit the flank. Kalf said it's evolving pretty quickly. That's a good plan. Sangwon replied that he doesn't want to develop that way. At that moment, a powerful crushing attack began on the building Sangwon was in. The satisfied Blue Dragon head watched the battle with a smile confident of success. The building was cracking. Huge cracks were spreading across the walls. Huge chunks of walls were falling off. Standing in the window opening, the Golden Knight, tightly clutching the Titan's stake, shouted breakthrough. The hunters shouted that the Golden Knight was coming himself. They need to stop. At this moment, Yu Sang-won delivered a powerful punch, and the hunter cried out in horror. A furious Go Chung-soo shouted furiously for them to stop him immediately. He's trying to break through the encirclement. The Golden Knight stood surrounded by a huge army of soldiers. Hunters were even standing on the rooftop. The Draconoid grinned and shouted that just as the master had foreseen, they were approaching. Yu Sang-won thought everything was fine. Everything is going according to plan. There's only Eldrin left. A moment later, the entire space around them was split by powerful lightning bolt. At this moment, a golden dragoness with burning eyes and a grinning mouth appeared. Guild Hunter Olympus ordered his subordinates to aim for the dragon. His subordinates drew their bowstrings and prepared to release a stream of arrows. At this moment, Yu Sang-won shouted to Eldrin to use defense magic. As brightly as possible, the dragoness smiled with a twinkle in her eyes and replied that she wanted a lot of things too. She used protective magic and her body was enveloped in a blindingly bright light. The enraged Olympus Guild Hunter shouted furiously for them to immediately shoot both of them. At that moment, Yu Sang-won thought it was great. Now it's time to start. The hunter asked if there was a way to deal with the dragon. The mage replied that the dragon was somewhere S-rank, but they could handle it. Looking at the map, Sangwon thought that everything was going according to plan. Everyone was gathered in one place. He clutched his sword tightly in preparation for a crushing confrontation. He said that if a mountain blocked his way, he would cut it down. If a river blocked his path, he would cut it too. His path to unification is this. But he didn't have time to finish his speech. The dazed Sangwon realized that panic was setting in. Suddenly, an airplane appeared above them, from where a demand was heard for both sides to stop fighting immediately. The voice shouted for the Blue Dragon Guild and Olympus Guild to immediately stop their attacks and retreat. Failure to comply with the order would result in sanction. The disgruntled Ko Chung-soo and the Olympus Hunter looked at the airplane and frustratedly said why they were interrupted now. After a while, the guild warriors were surrounded on two sides by military tanks. The voice grew louder and louder. It repeated insistently that all hostilities must cease immediately. The Golden Knight shouted to his team that they were leaving. They decided to retreat. Hunter Olima asked why they are protecting the demon worshippers Golden Knight. Cheonsu replied that both the government and the association are involved. At that moment, a tank drove up to them. The Olympus Hunter said what a waste. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild replied that it was just that they had become a nuisance to them. At this moment, pushing the tank away, Yu Sang-won was rushing swiftly down the street, hoping to escape. The Olympus Hunter pointed in his direction and shouted that the Golden Knight was leaving. He asked if their guild would follow him. The head of the Blue Dragon said to let Olympus pursue, and they would follow. At that moment, someone said there was no need for that. The academy director came out to them and told them that they would lose valuable people in a futile pursuit. The dumbfounded guild leader and the hunter wondered if it was Baek Ga-young who had reported everything. She replied that of course she did. Who else but her could have acted so quickly? They should talk to the association. After the events that happened, they all went to the Hunters Association. They sat down at the negotiation table. The head of the Soul Guild said that there was a lot going on lately. The military said they already knew. The commander said he needs their attention. We need to get this meeting done quickly. The head of the Soul Guild asked who this Golden Knight demon worshipper was. The academy director sighed as she thought about what information to give out. She remembered Sangwon looking at his phone and yelling that he needed to get into the White Knight Guild right away. She said to wait. She just has to think of what to say when they ask about him. The guy replied that if they already knew everything, he had nothing to hide. He planned to leave Korea when they found out who he was. The guild representatives and the academy principal looked at each other thoughtfully. With a frown, Ko Chung-soo looked at Baek Ga-young, waiting to see if she would speak first. The Olympus Guild Hunter looked at those present, waiting to see who would stand up first. The academy principal looked at the guild representatives in no hurry to speak first. The first to speak was the Hunter of Olympus. He said that they had traced the path of the sale of the Titan's spear. However, they were thwarted by the White Knight Guild. The commander said that the guilds were given too much autonomy. They would have to pass a law to control them. The head of the Soul Guild replied that they didn't meet for that. They will leave the topic of autonomy for next time. Hunter continued that the Golden Night Demon Worshipper is Yu Sang-won, age 32 years old, single, grew up in an orphanage, got a job at the academy. The head of Cheonsu said they don't know when he awakened, so they don't have the whole story. Baek Ga-young will fill in the blanks. With a smirk, the academy director said they would see. She asked where to start. Standing up, she told me that he was level 45, Knight class. All 4 of his stats are SS, and his armor is legendary. He can summon 4 knights and a dragon, and has a wide range of mass skills. The surprised commander asked, "Aren't these characteristics superior to a half-sized apostle of the throne?" The soldier supported that these are very large characteristics. He's definitely human. The other said that he has the power of a medium guild. The principal replied that it was even more surprising that he didn't belong to any constellation, so he can't swear by a constellation. The commander thoughtfully asked how one could be a knight without a constellation. She's sure of what she's saying. She asked if they didn't believe her. The important thing is not how such a person exists, but why he takes on big cases from the shadows. She wouldn't even know he existed if it weren't for the events he was involved in. They know that joining a guild seems like a glamorous and beautiful life, but there are fierce battles and political battles. Hunter said he could stay away from battles, but would still do his best to level up and prepare for them. It's strange to avoid fighting. She replied that the incident with Chairman Bei was of the greatest concern. It was an accident for Sang-won. He was defending himself. Turning to the head of the Blue Dragon, she asked if he agreed with her. The enraged Soul Guild head shouted out what they were talking about. The principal asked, "Didn't Chairman Bei wake up the sleeping lion? And when he fought him was involved in his illegal hobby. Have they taken proper legal action against a private prison?" She said that Yu Sang-won doesn't want to become a hunter. He just wants to have the strength to protect himself. The consequences are pretty dire. He is an ordinary man without a constellation who suddenly became a being capable of ruling the world. A dumbfounded Kang Hoon asked what it meant. She replied what would happen if he didn't reveal himself, moving to another country. All those present at the meeting reflected on the words of the academy director. The soldier asked what the White Knight Guild was doing, apparently hiding him illegally. The guild leader's daughter was involved. Now it's a problem for them. With a frown, Kang Hong said that was correct. If the guild leader was involved, it was the guild's problem. Cheon-su said that they would have to call a meeting of the association leaders, including the guild leaders, and make a decision. It won't be without an arrest warrant. He thought that the ministry or association would somehow try to make this guy a guild hunter. Better to get rid of him than give him to others. At this time, Yu Sang-won was walking in the underground city of Gumgangsan. He walked down a narrow alleyway, flanked on either side by vendors. Looking around, the guy thought it wasn't as bad as he thought. Head Somi said that there were a lot of scavengers, but the city was still well guarded compared to Kaesong. He wondered what was wrong with Kaesong. Shin Somi looked at him and asked if he knew that this city was run by Pastor Lee. Frowning, Yu Sang-won thought that was why she asked him to come here. At that moment, 3 guys came out and looked at them and asked who they were. One of them shouted that this was their den. Grabbing his head, Yu Sang-won said, "Why are the idiots so loud?" The dumbfounded axe guy yelled, "What the hell?" The other guy said it was a SS-ranked demon-worshipping gold knight. He showed them a picture on his phone. When they looked at the phone, they were surprised to say it was really him. They almost had it. After bowing, they told Sang-won that he misunderstood them. May he forgive them and leave. Looking at the guys running away, Sang-won said with a grin that he was a celebrity. Everyone here is nice to them. He feels stupid. Turning to Shin So-mi, he asked what about her. Everyone thinks that the White Knight Guild is in cahoots with him. Smiling, she replied that he should take responsibility. The boy looked at her thoughtfully, wondering what to say to her words. So-mi turned to him and asked if she was a burden to him. The dumbfounded Sang-won replied that of course not. He thought he could see what Ah-yoon was like. The head said that she believed he would come to the rescue, but didn't think he would do it so stupidly. The guy replied that she trusted him, so he reciprocated. They passed a guy who was selling fruit, carefully displaying it. Yu Sang-won asked what's next. He hates to think about it, but he must have a plan. The head of the guild replied that each side would play in its own favor. The Kanem authorities will try to claim damages. Bei's case will eventually go to the judiciary, and there are bigwigs involved. He replied that they would probably just pretend to punish him and shift the blame to others. The guild leader said that Yu Sang-won would have to make a choice sooner or later. He asked between the association and the guild. Looking at her, he asked if he could stay a demon worshipper. No matter what, his purpose remains the same. He will continue to live his life without interfering in anyone's affairs. But after fighting the Blue Dragon Guild, he realized that it was difficult to fight against the strength of a few people. Against a guild, you need a similar organization. A surprised Shin So-mi wondered if he was going to start a guild. He replied that he would just start drafting new knights. with all the reward points he had left. She asked dumbfoundedly if he was calling the knights. Sangwon replied that he did. He listed that they were Akalon Krokbane Kolf and Som-Mule. She asked if he meant knights that are S-rank. He replied that's why they are different. A surprised Somi said she thought it was a matter of taste, but it's nothing more than an increase in personal power. What matters is who he decides to team up with. The guy said he didn't want to be part of the guild, but he doesn't want to do government work either. The head of the guild said that's why they have to work with the association. Sangwon smiled and said he had an idea. He'll contact the director. After a while, the academy director voiced the conditions to the Hunters Association. They shouted that the old woman was crazy to want to fulfill such conditions. Calmly finishing her cup of tea, Baek Young replied that she was just passing on the words. Hunter shouted that being a member of an association is going to dungeons, but not answering subpoenas. It's the same as being an autonomous guild. And the proposed payment of 1 billion won is ridiculous. It's an impossible condition. She said she knows, but that means the Gold Knight will be working for them. That's worthy of an SS-ranked association. We need to think rationally. Is 1 trillion really that much for them? 4 S-class knights and a dragon. Wouldn't it be more profitable to invest 1 trillion? The man yelled that the Gold Knight was taking too much on himself. That's ridiculous. One favor can't cost that much. Glancing at him, the academy director inquired, they were people from the government. He said yes. The second man said that the government could not give them such a prohibitive amount of money. Grinning, Ga-young asked if they were serious. What if some other country hired him for $1 trillion? The dumbfounded government people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The director said it's in the national interest to have it. If they wanted to, they could take money from the defense budget or the police budget. If they consider it a weapon, it doesn't represent anything that couldn't cover $1 trillion. And an anti-tank missile is good value for money. The difference is that the weapon can go to the enemy country at will. It's best to keep him on his side. He asked what he was going to spend the money on. Maybe something illegal. She said not to worry. Director Beck said she can guarantee that the funds will be used wisely. If they agree, Sangwon will join. At this time, Yu Sangwon was in the company of the White Knight Guild leader. They sat in a restaurant and drank wine, toasting the success of the venture. Sitting across from each other, Sangwon and Somi were eating dinner and making pleasant conversation. Tasting the wine, Yu Sangwon said that it had a nice mild odor. She asked if it was different from the wine he had tasted before. Embarrassed, the boy replied that it was his first time tasting wine. He had nothing to compare it to. He had never been to a place like this before. Somi smiled, surprised that he hadn't been to a place like this. She asked if he was even with his girlfriend. Embarrassed, he replied that he was too busy with work to think about a relationship. She was very surprised that he didn't have a girlfriend. Looking at Sangwon with a smile, the guild leader said that it was good that she was the first. The boy was even more embarrassed and confused by the word. He thought he was being an idiot. At that moment, the phone on the desk vibrated. Director Beck's name came up on the screen. Taking the phone in his hands, Yu Sangwon dumbfoundedly looked at the screen and said that the principal was calling. Picking up the phone, he spoke to Baek Ga-young. Sangwon asked if there was any problem. At this time, walking down the street, the academy director replied to him that did he really think it would be different. They agreed to his proposal. In any case, it will be beneficial to his reputation as well. She has to stamp the contract. The director asked if he wanted to see her in person. He said not until tomorrow. When he hung up, Shiso-mi asked what the director had said. He said that they had arranged to meet tomorrow. Standing up, Sangwon said that when she was done, they should leave. He needed to energize himself before tomorrow's trip. A surprised Shinso-mi wondered what he meant when he said charge in. He replied that he had 2 skill points he was accumulating and 2 options for a reward for rescuing his guild leader. He opened the status window and read that he was being asked to choose a special skill to summon a knight or an item. After thinking about it, he decided to summon a knight. He decided that he should have his own team while he fought the Blue Dragon. Summoning his knights, he asked them to give him some recommendations. Golem said the master would be fine with Galactic Knights. With a production sword knight and support drones, he would be well covered. Abyss Knight said that if it was a production model, it wouldn't have an auto-recovery system. The Abyss Knights are better. Some said it's the same with the Heavenly Knights. Heavenly power, rather than the sinister might of the Abyss, is better. Krokbane was in favor of the Draconoid Knights. With his head in his hands, Sangwon thought that everyone was trying to push their own agenda. Isn't there an organization that has a little more diversity? Krokbane said they fight. Kolf that they destroy and fight. Akalon that they are knights. Some male added that they are not afraid to take up arms. He said he understood. He always gets all sorts of SS and stuff. Kolf said it's because the contractor has a skill called Wangjae. Hearing about this skill, Yu Sangwon shouted accurately, it was visited by a brilliant idea. He opened the information window, read about the legendary essence of the fallen phoenix. He understood why the SS Royal Guard and other such organizations took to the streets in droves. Kolf said they were elite and would do a good job. After thinking about it, he said he needed powers that could do more. The guild leader said it didn't matter. The skills of the subordinates are valuable in themselves. The guy had read about the Bloody Leaf Guardians of the Elemental Knight of the Sylean Forest Clan and the Heavenly Sword Army of the Desolation Knight Liu Cheng. He said that he had a skill. Shinsomi asked if he had a skill. The guy went on to say that they both require the skill of a leader, so he would have to learn one and then choose between the two. He decided that he would choose the Celestial Swordsman. On the screen, Sangwon pressed the skill to lead the Heavenly Sword Army. Legendary leadership art for controlling and directing a group. A group under his command will give their best. Needed to command troops. After learning the leadership skill, he chose to challenge the Heavenly Sword Army, but nothing worked. Sangwon wondered why it wasn't working. Some Mule said it probably happens when he supplies him with magic. The guy figured the troops were expensive, and the price of the call would be expensive too. Opening the window, he read about the power needed to summon the Heavenly Sword Army. Hitting himself on the head, he realized it was very expensive. He wouldn't have enough. The head said he didn't know what was wrong, but it didn't seem to be good. Opening the window again, Yu Sang-won read about the factors that increase the required strength. He thought there was some mistake, but knights are a separate purchase. The head said that trying to assemble an army with 2 skills was not a problem. He agreed, thinking it was strange that it was so easy. He decided to write about the 2 option award. But first, one of the soldiers of the Heavenly Sword Army must be summoned for support. Yu Sang-won decided it was better to look and decide and chose one elite Heavenly Sword soldier. After a moment, the entire space around him spun and flashed with lightning. A summoned knight of the Heavenly Army in shining armor appeared in front of him. The knight told the dumbfounded Yu Sang-won that he had answered his call, what His Majesty would order him to do. Sang-won said it was strange that he was addressing him as a king and asked him his name. He replied that he didn't have a name because he was called as a soldier of the king. The boy replied that he wished he had a name. The knight said his life belongs to the king. Let him not ask for a name, but send him to battle. He thought the knight didn't want him to know his name or be led astray by personal sympathy. He said he'd called him to see. He could come back. Bowing, the knight said they were always at his service. They would always be there when he needed them. A moment later, the celestial knight returned back through the open portal. The guy stared wistfully in his wake, realizing that with an army like that, the game would change. All this time, Yu Sang-won and Shin Se-mi were still in the forest. Sang-won said that it took a lot of effort to follow the soldier. Seomi asked if he had seen the soldier's characteristic. The surprised guy replied that he hadn't looked, but what's in them is worth looking. She showed him that he had a soldier, a C-class hunter with stats and 4 skills. Opening the status window, the guild leader decided to check if she remembered correctly. The characteristics said physical strength 100, dexterity 75, resilience 110, magic 30. After revealing the characteristics of a Heavenly Army warrior, Shin So-mi showed them to Yu Sang-won. She said that even his knights were surprised when they first saw it. He replied that they had all those stats and skills. The guy said he doesn't have any status interpretation skills, so he can only use them like this. He'll try it sometime during the fight. Looking at his team, he said he didn't even know there was such a status check. The dumbfounded Shin So-mi wondered if he had been fighting all this time without looking at his status. With his status, he didn't need to choose an opponent. Deciding to continue, Yu Sang-won said that this time he would use 2 summons at once. By summoning 2 of them at once, Yu Sang-won hoped that he would find a good knight. Golem said he would like Exile or Barisada. Catfish Mel asked for the Holy Knights. Crocbane replied that they should be tolerated, though he's not against Dragonoids either. After a while, 2 warriors appeared in front of Yu Sang-won and knelt down. The first introduced himself as the elite of the Heavenly Sword Army. Chief of Staff Yu Chung arrived on His Majesty's orders. The second was also the Heavenly Sword Army's elite First Deputy Lee Jin-suk. He greeted His Majesty. Looking at the characteristics of the warriors, Yu Sang-won thought that their appearance alone was overwhelming. Looking at them, he asked if they were knights of the Heavenly Sword Army. The knights bowed and confirmed. He told them they didn't have to obey him. If they don't like him, they don't have to be afraid to leave. The knights sitting on the ground looked at each other, deciding what to do. Dragonoid said it was a shame to let them go like that. Kolf asked the contractor in his mind, why does he want to send them back? He replied that these guys are not the same type as them. He's not one of their majesties, and he doesn't want to disappoint them later. They should be able to get along with him as equals, let alone fight. Anyway, maybe he has the devastating sword skill, but he's not great, so they can leave if they want. Hearing Yu Sang-won's words, the summoned knights laughed loudly. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Sang-won thought they were kinda weird. What a funny thing to say. One said that at first he thought whoever dares to raise the flag of the Heavenly Sword Army is not a fool. What will Vij say? He replied, "A true monarch is either stupid or arrogant, but that's half the battle. He knows himself to be an adversary, knows how to listen to his subordinates, and has the qualities of a lord." They said that they would recognize His Highness as the Lord of the Heavenly Sword Army and would serve him for the rest of their lives. The lad replied that he was human and had no grand ambitions to fight great knights like that. They said it was fine. He can work on his ambition anytime he wants. If he combines modesty with ambition, the whole world will be at his feet. The guild leader elbowed him and said that he had become a king with a small budget. He yelled at her not to jerk him around. That's disgusting. The knights said, "Her Majesty the Empress is right. They look beautiful together." Embarrassed, Sangwoo and Somi began to make excuses that they had gotten it all wrong. Knight Yu Cheng said that from now on, he will take over financial management and scheduling. Is this satisfactory to His Majesty? After thinking for a while, Yu Sang-won said it was good. He's freeing himself from work. He showed his bank book. He said he wanted Yu Chung to keep them in stocks and funds and a little in bonds. The knight replied that this was a time to learn a lot. For now, he would be sure to get the knowledge he needed before he started work. Sangwon said he doesn't have any subjects he wants to rule over. That's why he prefers to be a partner rather than a lord. The dumbfounded Yu Chung replied that the Heavenly Sword Army was the king's army, his personal guard. How dare he call it something else? The guy thought that there was no doubt that he wouldn't listen to. Yu Chung said he had to put the army in order. Sir Kolf was asked by a knight to lead the order. Sir Kolf smiled and replied that he was beginning to like the template. Some Mel was left in charge of the bodyguard. She replied that bodyguard was the right job for her. He appointed Lord Accolon as quartermaster. Golem replied that he could not worry about supplies, and Crocbane would lend a hand where strength was needed. The knight said that tomorrow, His Majesty will have a signing ceremony with the organization. He will prepare the minutes. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won asked in surprise what kind of protocol he was referring to. The knight replied so he wouldn't worry. He has been in charge of the Heavenly Sword Army for a long time. He will make sure that the entire planet knows about His Majesty. Appearing horrified, Sangwon shouted for him not to do it. He would just sign the report. The guy thought he should do it without any witnesses. Yu Sheng bowed and said that if the king said so, there was nothing he could do. Sangwon warned that his actions should be discussed with him. He told the knights that they could stay in the knight's sanctuary for the time being. They told Sangwon that they were leaving then. Sitting down directly on the ground, Yu Sangwon said with a sigh that he was very tired today. He said it's just 2 people, so why all the fuss? Shin So-mi reminded him that it's 2 S-rank knights, so he'll get over it. A surprised Sangwon asked if they were really S-rank. She confirmed that they now had 6 S-rank knights and could take over the country. He thought that 6 S-rank knights and 1 SS rank. That's enough power to take over any country at any time. The guild leader said that she was almost certain he would be invited to a meeting tomorrow and try to talk him into it somehow. At this time, there was a press conference with the chairman at the Hunters Association. He was asked about administrative and legal measures for the Golden Knight. He replied that it was already known that the Golden Knight would be subject to legal sanctions at the government level. He will strive to ensure the security of Korea, and he and his knights are SS-ranked and will be able to contribute greatly to the security of the nation. He was asked if there wasn't a way to control the Golden Knight and his crew. The chairman replied that it is a national contract that has a place. They will work with him further. A reporter asked how they would handle future disputes between the victims of the Gangnam incident and the Seoul Guild dispute. The chairman said that the matter would be resolved by mutual economic compensation. Questions have been asked about reparations to victims of the crisis. Will they ignore the opinions of ordinary citizens in favor of S-rank hunter? The commander replied that they actively listen to the public. Huang Su-hwan promised that the people would not be treated unreasonably. At that moment, someone shouted that there was a golden knight outside. All the journalists jumped up from their seats, trying to get to him as quickly as possible. When they saw the golden dragon, they said it was very big and looked strong, bigger than it looks on the screen. Sitting on top of Eldrin, Yu Sang-won said he couldn't believe he was attracting so much attention. Journalists covered their faces with their hands from the strong airflow during the dragon's descent. She lowered herself to the roof in front of them. A golden knight sat on it. After a moment, Yu Sang-won came downstairs and headed towards the Hunters Association. Eldrin told Sang-won she was staying here. He promised her he'd be back soon. The guards were trying to restrain the people who were rushing towards him. They wanted to talk to him personally. Looking at all this mouse fiddling, Yu Sang-won thought that he hated it very much. Questions flew at him about his well-being and why he had not yet become a member of the Hunters Association after waking up. The reporters asked what constellation he was in and what his relationship was with the White Knight Guild head. People demanded that the Golden Knight be held accountable for the New Kingdom incident. Someone shouted that they knew how much money Sangwon wanted. At that moment, the Academy director came out and said that even with her helmet on, she could see Sangwon's facial expression. She invited him inside. He said the public opinion of him was worse than he expected. She told him not to worry. He is supported far more than hated. Inside the building, the Golden Knight was greeted and invited to walk with him. The guy said the elevator was still going. He asked why they were going down so deep. The guard replied for security reasons. The main facilities are underground. The director said she would have to use her hacking skills to get there. The Golden Knight thought that if word got out about the hunters being paid trillions of dollars, it would cause a stir. Finally, they got to the place they wanted and went outside. The guard said they had arrived. Seeing the people waiting for him, Sangwon thought it was a lot of people for one signature. The chairman of the Hunters Association invited Yu Sangwon to take a seat. There were 5 men sitting at the table. Yu Sangwon walked over to the chair opposite. Looking at one of them, the Golden Knight thought that he hated him the most. With his arms crossed over his chest, he said he'd just sign and leave. He's not gonna stay long. The chairman said it's not that simple. He has a lot of things to check. So Sangwon better sit down. Moving closer, Yu Sangwon rumblingly placed his Titan stake on the table. All the people present frowned and looked amongst themselves. Thinking that he could be patient for a while, Yu Sangwon said that it was okay to continue. The chairman said there are a few things they need to discuss when they sign the contract. It is a large amount of money. We need to discuss the details. Golden Knight asked what they wanted to discuss. He'll just get paid for the job and then go and do it. Frowning, Yuum Chul Park shouted that the young man was lucky to be awakened and should use his power for the good of the country. Yu Sangwon looked at him and asked who he was. The man replied that he was Bom Chul Park, the director of operations of the Hunters Association. He asked how Yu Sangwon could be so selfish. The guy asked if they were also checking out the Blue Dragon and Soul Guild. An enraged Bok Chul Pak shouted that they were acting within the rules of their own association. He replied that just like Blue Dragon Guild, so EM Guild Soul, what is wrong with Awaken, raising the price? At that moment, the chairman stood up and shouted for everyone to calm down immediately. He asked if these guilds abide by the rules of the association. Do they know what these guilds are doing behind their back? They pretend they don't. They do all sorts of nasty things to monopolize hunters, even hiring scavengers. Have they ever been punished? Not wanting to listen to Bok Chul Park turned away. Sangwon said that he had no desire to be a part of this society. He's just looking for a job, so let them just give him a contract. Director Baek said to avoid battles that aren't coordinated with the payment for killing, and no matter how many enemies, the payment will be the same. He said that's great. He also has the right to refuse the request because people can take advantage of it. The dumbfounded chairman asked in surprise what he meant. He said they would deny his request that they take care of all the subordinates of the camp, so he should have the right to choose too. The representatives frowned as they looked at Yu Sangwon, deciding how to proceed. After deliberating, the chairman ordered his subordinates to bring him the contract. Then a man came in carrying a heavy stone with inscriptions on it. He was followed by a second man carrying a huge feather. This was the adamantium version used only for top-level contracts. Electronic versions may disappear or be tampered with. It could only be signed by a person with at least S-rank strength. Looking at the pen, Sangwon thought there was no sign of tampering. The contents are intact. Taking it in hand, Yu Sangwon signed a contract with the Hunters Association. Afterward, he traveled by trailer with the Academy principal. On the way, he read news of the Golden Dragon approving the contract. The guy said there's a lot of news and it's just about Eldrin. The director asked if he had a name in mind. She could recommend one. He said it was good, but there are no articles about the guild yet. The director asked about the status of the White Knight Guild. Shin Ayun replied that everywhere thinks that they are cooperating with the Golden Knight. The guy said he's sorry to bother you, but things are getting worse than he thought. Leaning over to Sangwon Ayun, asked how it was with his mom. Did he confess to her? Sangwon asked what she meant. He was convincing her that it wasn't what she thought it was. He was busy discussing and preparing for the consequence. The girl asked if the captain had done nothing. The principal replied that she only knows how to fight. That's what she's good at. At this moment, Yu Chung appeared and shouted that it was bad news. There was a serious hiccup in the production of His Majesty's heir. They fearfully asked who he was. Yu Chung replied that he was His Majesty's soldier. While waiting in the shrine, an important story was heard. The director asked in surprise when Sangwon came to the throne, and Yoon said that maybe this gentleman was the new knight he had summoned. Grabbing his head, Sangwon asked why he showed up now. He checked his inventory and finances. The knight replied that he was here because he heard something important. Producing an heir is very important. He must do something about it. He will prepare rare liqueurs and herbs to boost his vitality. He will also take care of his sleep schedule to keep him in good spirit. Listening to Yu Chung's endless speech, Sangwon thought that the summoned knights were simply not suitable for him. Suddenly, Shin Ah-yoon asked what he was going to do now that his identity was revealed. It will be hard for him to live like a normal person. He replied that he would try to find some cheap mounts in the local neighborhoods. After the monster outbreak, the parks are closed, and it's easier to do that now. Upon reflection, the academy director said that it looks like he's looking for a stronghold. He said he couldn't live on the mountain forever. If things didn't work out, he would buy a trailer and just wander around the neighborhood. Director Bayek said that's what she thought. They're actually going to the place where they're going to build him a house, a base. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won asked if they were really going to build him a house. She asked if he remembered how she had asked him to take over the management of the Order Head's estate. He replied that Ga Young was going to give it to Ah-yoon. The director replied that she was A-rang. That's not enough to get the inheritance. After a while, they reached the place. When they got out of the trailer, Ah-yoon and Sang-won were dumbfounded by what they saw. In front of them was a huge iron fortress of the legacy of the head of the order. A surprised Shin Ah-yoon wondered if this was the base. It's just huge. The director said it was spacious, even though it was in Seoul. It can accommodate 2,000 people. There is basic infrastructure. She was inundated with offers from companies and guilds wanting to buy it, but she still didn't sell it. Since when does she have to sell them this beauty? She ordered a subordinate to prepare to open the security system. The subordinate pressed the red security synchronization button. After that, the doors opened, and they stepped inside the iron base. Director Baek told Sang-won to follow her. She needs to register him. The doors opened in front of them, and they entered a huge room. Surprised, Ah-yoon said admiringly that it was huge. Sang-won replied that it was hard to clean. The director said he didn't seem to know anything. It's a base, so a lot of its maintenance is automated, including security. When Yu Sang-won heard that, he was dumbfounded. He was amazed that everything here was automated. At that moment, all the instruments lit up and bright lights flashed everywhere. A moment later, huge fans started up, blowing fresh air. At this point, the system issued a message that environmental cleanup was beginning. After that, a whole cleaning crew moved into the room, followed by drones flying in. Looking at the robots, a surprised Sang-won asked if this base had burned down decades ago. She replied that it was once the largest base in East Asia, home to 3 guilds. It protected the world under the patronage of the head of the order. After Epic of Thrones, everyone said she should be destroyed, but Director Baek took her into her care and protected her. The guy said he was surprised the government or the association didn't touch it. He thought the state would confiscate the gold. She said it was the legacy of the head of the order. He's gone, not dead. If he was found, their power could be jeopardized. Suddenly, the phone rang. Shin Ah-yoon said that her mom needs her to go to the guild office right away, so she's leaving. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won turned around and asked why so suddenly. After waving goodbye, Shin Ah-yoon shouted that she would be back soon. Sang-won asked Baek Ge-young if something was wrong. She told him not to worry. If she needed help, she would call them. At this time, a meeting was taking place at the Blue Dragon Guild's base. The head of the Soul Guild asked what they were going to do. Fiercely looking at the head of the Blue Dragon, he asked if they would leave things as they were. Chief Cheon-soo replied that they have no choice. What can they do against an SS-ranked man? He could only be defeated by an SS-ranked hunter of the Olympus Guild. He asked Arcadius if he had gotten a response from headquarters. Hunter replied that his headquarters wanted them to make an alliance without question. He would do so. A furious Shim Kang-hoon shouted, "How could this be possible? Let them see what damage the Golden Knight had done." Ko Chung-soo replied that it doesn't make sense. In this world, strength determines power. Olympus Hunter said he got this far because he's strong, and now he's crying because someone else is stronger. That's an overly political point of view, unless he can't influence public opinion. Ko Chung-soo said it's better to recognize that their positions are changing. The 3 great guilds are the absolute power of the new canon, and the emergence of new forces to challenge. It is a simple dialectic historically and politically. From the ancient Greeks to the philosopher Hegel, existing vested interests struggle to suppress new forces. If they fail, the outcome of history will be on the side of the new power. In other words, perhaps they are all on the cusp of a change of power. Folding his arms across his chest, Shim Kang-hoon asked what this philosophy was about. Arcades said if the flow of history is on the side of the strongest, it is wise to be on the same side. He would no longer mediate the dispute between him and Sang-won. A furious Shim Kang-hoon thought it was a curse. He must do something before everything falls apart. At this time, Yu Sang-won was in the Iron Fortress. The system welcomed the temporary administrator. She was going to give him a briefing on how to run the base. Code 1 is green. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won thought that this all looked too complicated. At that moment, a green light came on that enveloped the standing Achelon. The system sounded an alarm. It reported that it was impossible to register Lord Achelon's identity. The golem demanded to be registered. He said he was serving his master's justice. He is obliged to register at his master's request. But the system said the request was unknown. The target was also not recognized. With his head in his hands, Sangwon asked what it was. He came in as an administrator and said that Achelon was his subordinate and asked if he could register him. The system said it would register him as a summoned golem for the temporary administrator. Achelon replied that he was not a golem. Cutting off the argument, Sangwon said that Achelon was a more advanced species, but let him be patient. He agreed with the master. Turning away, Yu Sang-won said that he was very glad that he was such a simpleton. At this moment, Shin So-mi and Shin Ah-yoon walked in. The head was surprised by the cleanliness. Ah-yoon said that this place was huge. Looking at them, Yu Sang-won noticed that there was something wrong with them, but he couldn't figure out what. He asked the guild leader what happened to them. Something's obviously wrong. The head said that she was abandoned by the constellation, and Yoon said she's out of contract. She's out of the game. A shocked Sangwon thought it was a punishment. Seo-mi replied that it was a kind of agreement so she wasn't cursed. Sighing saddened Ah-yoon said that both she and her mom had lost a lot of levels and skills. The head said that it was the price for being the guild leader who couldn't protect the guild. It's a huge loss of authority. She's glad it's over. Supporting her mother, Ah-yoon said she didn't have to leave, but her mom was moving and she couldn't stay there, so she just hung up the phone. Looking at them sympathetically, Yu Sang-won said he was sorry. Clenching her fist, Shin So-mi replied that she didn't regret it because it was her own choice. Taking her hand, Sang-won said that if she had plans for the future, he would do his best to help. He said that if she stayed with him, her level would recover, and he might be able to give her some skills. The problem is rank. Why don't they just find a new constellation? She replied that constellations don't like people who have had their assignments canceled. He said that all advanced skills are only unlocked at higher ranks or through skill book. He thought once they had a constellation to align with or be guided by, it was common practice. The director said it was not a problem. All three of them stared at Baek-ga-young in surprise. They didn't understand what she meant. With a smile, the academy director asked where he thought they were. This is Grandmaster's Iron Fortress. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won asked what it was after seeing the screen with glowing dots. The principal replied that it was a skill tree. A Yoon asked if it was a dream. She said the list of skills is huge and it's ridiculous. Sangwon replied that he shouldn't be conceited. Look at the skill trees and choose carefully. The head said this information is even better than the throne. The headmaster said she hid it for fear it would fall into the wrong hands, but they won't use it for evil. A surprised So-mi asked if the captain was referring to him. Baek-ga-young interrupted her and said that he had his faults too. Moving closer, Yu Sang-won began to help Shin Ah-yoon choose a skill. He saw the blacksmith skill and said that it wasn't bad for the new owner of Iron Fortress. The guild leader replied that he would keep it in mind. At this time, huge lightning bolts flashed over the Gyeongsangnam-do Hotel, dissecting the space. In the hotel, 6 archdemon beasts sat around a round table. 2 hunters were talking about where the Golden Knight was hiding, that no one had seen him, what else he's up to. One said they captured his face and they could get out of here. They approached the huge door, intending to leave this room. When they stepped out into the hallway, Pastor Lee suddenly came out to meet them. He asked where they were going, and the hunters tried to justify that they were going to the bathroom. Pastor Lee told them not to be stupid and to go back to their seat. Lowering their eyes, they went back inside, not daring to argue with the pastor. The pastor said it looked like they had already eaten and could begin the ceremony. But first, he'll introduce them to someone who will help them make a plan. At that moment, a man standing not far away waved at them and smiled. Frowning, they asked how he got here and what was even going on. The head of the Soul Guild, Shim Kang-hun, smilingly stood beside Pastor Lee. They screamed that the son of a bitch was trying to sell them, thinking they were easy prey. One yelled for the guys on the street. Pastor Lee told them to calm down. They're the ones who approached him about cooperating. One of the guys yelled out what was the point of this. After all, it was Shim Kang-hun from the Soul Guild. The head of the Soul Guild said he understood their doubts, but the enemy of his enemy is his friend. All he asks is that they join forces for a while to deal with the cursed Golden Knight. If they lose him, they jeopardize this place and themselves. If the Archdemon beasts go after the Golden Knight, he will follow them and ask for their cooperation. Pastor Lee said it's a great idea. Head Shim said that for now, they should work together and focus on defeating the Golden Knight. The reward would be worth it. Pastor Lee raised his palms up and swore his allegiance in the name of the Butcher King. As he was about to leave, Shim Kang-hun said he was leaving them behind. He would keep them informed of the details of the operation. Pastor Lee told his men that the guild leader is their joker against the Golden Knight and their spy to wreak havoc in the internal affairs of the enemy. The guy said it was unexpected. He's pretty sure the Soul Guild are criminals now. They lost too much, so they're taking revenge. They just want to destroy the Golden Knight and make a name for themselves, then they'll stab them in the back. One of them suggested destroying the Gold Knight first. The other one supported that they could even take over the Soul Guild. Pastor said that he won't stab them in the back. His goal is to destroy Korea after Sangwon. That was why Soul's guild leader wouldn't betray them until that goal was achieved. At this time, Yu Sang-won, along with the academy director, were in the Iron Fortress. Inside the fortress were piled mountains of boxes tied with gift ribbon. He asked what they were thinking and doing. Baek Ga-young replied that he's a SS-ranked hunter, so they want to get to know him. He has a contract with the association. Examining one of the boxes, Sangwon was surprised that Olympus had moved quickly from threatening to teaming up with the Blue Dragon. He grudgingly said that part of him wanted it all back. Director Baek said to keep it just in case. At this moment, Yu Chung appeared and said that it was the right thing to do. There's no refusal of favors. At that moment, a subordinate came over and said that Sangwon had been told to hand this over and held out a paper. Grabbing the paper, Yu Chung said that the letter would only be delivered to the king through him. Bowing, Yu Chung said that His Majesty had received a letter and held out an envelope. Looking at the two identical envelopes, Yu Sang-won tried to figure out what it was. It said that the Blue Dragon had no choice then, and Olympus offered Sangwon a weapon. The Angel Knight said that fighting a great evil is the epitome of chivalry. She gathered up all the letters and notices stacked by the entrance. Pulling out one of the letters, Sangwon read that he needed to visit the association to record his status for SS-Rank Hunter Data Registration. Director Peck said it's a routine procedure, so you'll just have to go. Dropping the letter, Sangwon said they'll think he's coming. He doesn't want to establish a relationship with the association. The academy principal said they could ignore the letter anyway. At this moment, Sangwon opened another letter and was dumbfounded that it was a complaint from the Southern Reconstruction Organization. She said she knew a law firm. He said he would take care of it himself. She asked what he meant by that. He replied that they would continue to deal with the bastards as they did. In the end, there is only one complaint to worry about. There's no bidding on the B-rank dungeons they're going to clean up. She replied that she wasn't more concerned about the dungeons right now, but what they would do with the damage. At this moment, Yu Sang-won jumped up and shouted that he had a great idea. He thought it over and decided he'd start with the dungeon. Waving her hand, Yu Sang-won shouted that she didn't worry about it too much. She figured she didn't know what he was going to do, but at the same time, she didn't know what she should do. After a while, Yu Sang-won loaded into the trailer and headed towards the dungeon. Looking at the crew sitting behind him, the guy asked why he was driving. Couldn't any of them know how to drive? They said they would look into it and other skills. Crockbane said he was sorry that he was the only one who knew how to use the Iron Horse. Turning around, Sangwon asked Akalon what about him. Does he know how to drive? Golem replied that he didn't have a license. Kolf wondered how Sangwon was controlling it without having such a skill. With a smile, Sangwon said that he understood. Akalon is a law-abiding tin can. At that moment, they passed under a bridge on which hung a sign saying that it was 5 kilometers to Gyeongsang-bu. They arrived at a dungeon with evil goblins. Inside the cave was a whole settlement. Looking through the binoculars, Kolf said it's different here. There are wizards and steam-powered cars. Coming out of the trailer, Yu Sang-won told everyone to gather. There will be a briefing now. He told me that the B-rank goblins are no joke. They have an army of wizards and civilization. Doubtingly, Sam Myeol said those are goblins. Their skills should be able to handle them. He replied that they were goblins outside the dungeon. He thinks those goblins inside are different. They're protected by a magic circle and have a huge army. There are 400,000 goblins in the cities of the Empire. Showing the photo, he said that with a goblin like that, the difficulty level was B basic. If they can take the Goblin Emperor in the main city, they can clear the entire dungeon. Some Mel said that they could just destroy the shields, spread out, and deal with the Emperor quickly. Knight Yu Chen supported that no matter how they looked at it, it was a massacre of the entire Goblin heritage. The Golden Knight thought that if V was right, then they would have to change their plan. Knight Chung said that even if they tracked down the Goblin Emperor, they could only crown another Goblin King. He will never be pure. The guy said that the individual troops were B rank and shouldn't be much of a problem. It would be strange if their strength didn't break them. He's come up with a plan to break through the defenses by riding Edrin, and they will enter the dungeon immediately. Standing in front of him, the entire team of knights shouted that they agreed with him. The two newly summoned Heavenly Sword Knights saddled their horses. At this moment, Yu Sang-won climbed onto the dragon and asked if everyone was ready. The rest of Yu Sang-won's knights also used their transport. The Golden Knight thought that even B-rank goblins could be dangerous when surrounded. They need to move on and destroy them quickly. At this point, Crockbane shouted that the goblins seemed to have noticed their presence. Taking out a Titan stake, Yu Sang-won said that it seemed like it was time for another idiotic speech. He said that raging demons had invaded their world. Let them drop their weapons and run if their lives are worthless. If they do not fulfill his demand, they will not see the sun tomorrow. The Golden Knight ordered all troops to head forward to the dungeon. The entire team moved to the attack, shouting for the honor of the king forward. At this time, a meeting was being held at the Korean Hunters Association. Hunters asked Director Peck, is she seriously suggesting that this should not be monitored? Refusing to inspect the association is too much. She said she would cooperate quietly. So let's not be too harsh. She asked about the lawsuit. It's the Soul Guild. They said they were losing members and supporters to the guild, so they decided to return the favor. If they had done nothing, it would have been their fault. She asked what they wanted to accomplish by doing this. If there is a lawsuit, they will say they may have a bad history. The hunters replied that there was nothing they could do about it. This is the best they can do at the moment from their point of view. She said she'd figure it out on her own. There's nothing here. As for the test they requested, they're cooperating. As she was leaving, Baek Ga-young turned around and said that she wanted them to trust her. The hunters stood up and told her they were in agreement. They would see how it went. She thought an SS-ranked hunter was showing up and they wanted to control him. No wonder the Grandmaster left. At this time, Yu Sang-won and his team were in the dungeon fighting monsters. The system gave Sang-won that the purpose of the dungeon was to destroy the defensive spires of the Boss Goblin Empire capital and the Goblin Empire core. The Golden Knight thought it was a big scale. There's a lot to do. Goblins have a highly organized army, so they are B rank. They are well-armed and extremely dangerous. Bloodthirsty goblins obey commands without question. A huge horde of armed monsters rushed to attack the knights. The summoned knight said in surprise that there was so much to destroy. Koloff shouted that blood was calling him. Stepping forward, Angel Knight. Some Meal shouted that she would point the way. Swinging her sword, she rushed into the attack, destroying the bloodthirsty monster. The entire team of knights attacked the goblin army, destroying all who got in the way. The knights shouted furiously, swinging their weapons and delivering crushing blows. Looking at the confrontation, Yu Sang-won said that there were a lot of goblins. At this moment, with a shout of rage, the Golden Knight was attacked from behind by a goblin. Swinging the Titan's stake, Yu Sang-won destroyed all the monsters that approached him. Looking at the status window, he thought that nevertheless, for the subordinates, it is a great experience. It's not pleasant, but he must grow too. The goblin army was furiously rushing towards the Golden Knight, intending to destroy him. Looking at them, Yu Sang-won grinned and thought that let them give him his experience points. He gripped the Titan's stake tightly and releasing the energy prepared to deliver a deadly blow. The Golden Knight struck a powerful blow and the ground of the dungeon cracked and rocks flew in all directions. The shocked monsters looked on in horror at the Golden Knight's crushing might. The blast wave scattered the attacking goblins in different directions. The Golden Knight looked at the effect of the strike made and the monsters destroyed. A month had passed since those events. Baek Ga-young and Shin So-mi were at the Iron Fortress. The guild leader said it's taking too long. If it's taking so long, there must be something wrong. The principal replied that maybe because Goblin Empire is a big dungeon. Seo-mi said that she was just wondering why it took so long. Director Baek said it's not uncommon. It takes months to go to the big dungeons. There's no need to worry too much. Holding out the paper, she said it was something to worry about. A dumbfounded So-mi asked if it had been decided. The trial is postponed when something like this happens to a hunter in the dungeon. The director replied that most guilds had lawyers, and there were protections in place. Sang-won had nothing. It was just a matter of public opinion. And it's all useless anyway. The only sanction is a ban, which won't do much good. If the complaint was related to the Soul Guild, they could have used that. She's been trying to investigate the case for about a month, but even their own members don't know what's really going on. At that moment, the association's emergency notification came in. It was required to urgently gather in the association immediately after receiving the message. The shocked Seo-mi Ga-young looked at the double code red and thought that a crisis of epic proportions had occurred. The fate of the nation was at stake. The principal shouted to Seo-mi that she should go to the association right away. Have her ask the guy to contact her as soon as he came out of the dungeon. The guild leader thought about what had happened as she looked at Baek Ga-young, who was rapidly moving away. She decided to check the news and turned on the TV. The announcer was saying that north of Seoul, Pastor Lee was heading south again with his monster. In addition, simultaneously across the country, a group of intransigent scavengers, Songseok, Sangjun, Songseok, Black Cloud. The monsters of the evil tendency constellation simultaneously leave their territories and head to each city with their horde. Hearing this, Shinsomi was shocked that scavengers and monsters are together. The announcer said that experts believe they've formed a secret alliance for an offensive. This has never happened before in the history of the Hunter world. Most constellation powers rarely unite due to conflicting interests and merits. At this time in Gangnam, at the Seoul Guild, the guild leader was also following the news. He, too, received an emergency notification from the association to report in. The satisfied guild leader smiled and said that it was finally time. Since he made an unbreakable pact with that bastard pastor, Gangnam is perfectly safe. Besides, there's no Golden Knight. The only ones who can stop him are the Blue Dragon and Olympus. The news said that all of Korea is under attack by monsters. Guildhead Shim thought that 2 S ranks were busy in the provinces, 3 in Blue Dragon, 1 in Olympus, the president of the association, and the old lady. Under Seoul, the S-rank monster Bohaku is rising and will threaten the city. He will hand over the smaller monsters and team up with Pastor Lee as agreed. As a result, Gangnam will only deal with weak monsters, and the rest of Seoul's citizens will flock here as the safest. It will become the only cradle of Korea. Head Kim happily thought it was the perfect plan. Without the Golden Knight, there are no distractions. At this time, Yu Sang-won along with his knights continued to destroy the goblins. Swinging the Titan's stake, the Golden Knight dealt crushing blows to the bloodthirsty monster. But despite that, the hordes of goblins did not diminish. A huge army stood before them. The Golden Knight stuck a stake into the ground and looked at the monster army. He said there were an estimated 400,000 of them. He wondered why there were so many. Knight replied that Achelon had scanned and said the estimated population, including the hidden, was over 1 million. Clutching his head, Sangwon shouted that he now understood why no one wanted to come here. The knight said that this dungeon was a battle dungeon, so it was difficult for the whole guild to go through it. Sangwon replied that he had already realized it himself. At that moment, Crockbane said he heard something coming up from the basement. Saying Xiaomiol said that she thought reinforcements were on their way. Grabbing his weapon, Sangwon dumbfoundedly clarified what other reinforcements. At that moment, there was a powerful, deafening explosion from which the guy flew aside. A huge metal soldier with burning eyes appeared from the tunnel. The Golden Knight said they would stop filling him with experience and start marching into his home territory. Knight asked, meaning they won't touch the tunnel, just block it, and then hit nature. He replied that they were making their way to the main building, trying to keep their backs to the wall. Golem replied that he agreed with the plan. Kalf said he liked that answer. Pointing at the metal soldiers, Sangwon said that we should deal with these guys first. Opposite the team of knights stood several huge metal soldiers. Swinging around, Sangwon gave the soldier a crushing blow and the metal casing cracked at the seam. At the confrontation with the other metal monster, rushed Achelon. Peeking out from cover, the goblins watched the battle from the sideline. They were talking amongst themselves. One of the goblins said a lot, the other supported it. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won asked what kind of troop it was when he saw the goblins coming out. Some Meal pointed at the cave and shouted that enemy soldiers were coming out of there. The enraged Sang-won clutched the Titan stake and furiously thought that he was already fed up with them. Suddenly, Som Meal shouted that the enemies had a white flag. They dropped their weapons and followed the Goblin Emperor with the white flag. The shocked Yu Sang-won dumbfoundedly asked what the goblins were doing. Frowning, the goblins raised their hands in the air and marched out to the knights to surrender. They threw all their weapons right on the ground and went after their boss. In front of them, the Goblin Emperor was riding in a carriage and waving a white flag. The knight said it might be a trick, so we should be prepared. The other supported that we should never take off the armor. The carriage with the Goblin Emperor was rapidly approaching the knights. Finally, the Emperor came out and all the subordinates fell to their knees. He approached Sangwon. He said the stars from the place are the big ones that came through. They think it's them. The Goblin Emperor says they will fight no more. They surrender. Their king Big Wald is gone. He can't see his men and soldiers suffer for nothing. He can't stand it and has made a decision. So they surrender to the High Gold King. He leaves the empire and his destiny to the High Golden King. Smiling, the knight said that the goblins were giving the kingdom to his majesty. The dumbfounded Yu Sang-won wondered if they were really going to make him king. The Golden Knight was dumbfounded that the Emperor was surrendering. He couldn't understand what had happened. He asked the knights what they should do, if they could do it at all. Yu Cheng said it was up to the king. Some Meal said they would obey his opinion. The Goblin Emperor looked at the Golden Knight, waiting to see what decision he would make. He wondered what would happen if he got power. That's when the system should have shown up and given him advice. But she didn't. Everyone looked at Yu Sang-won, waiting to see what he would decide. His knights said they would support him. Finally, he says there's no point in fighting anymore. He accepts the surrender of the Goblin Empire. The system indicates that he has accepted the surrender of his enemy. The Goblin Empire is now at his disposal under his rule. He can control them. At this moment, The emperor, along with the rest of the goblins, fell to their knees and saluted the Great Golden King. The Goblin Emperor said that he worships the Great Golden King and will follow him. A surprised Sangwon asked why the knights were just watching. Yucheng congratulated him on his first conquest. Crocbane said he was happy for his victory. Some Myo laughed and congratulated the king on his victory. Sangwon wondered if he was really the king now. The entire horde of goblins stood in front of Yusanwon, waiting for his order. The goblins said they'd call the Golden King their majesty, and they will do his bidding. The knight whispered to Sangwon that the goblin says he has become one of his servants, but he's not reliable, so be careful. The Golden Knight said, just don't let them send them outside the dungeon for now. The goblin said he'd be right back. Sangwon thought that their human speech was still poor. He was surprised that they could even speak their language. After getting out of the dungeon, Yu Sangwon went to the shower to clean himself up. As he shampooed his hair, he thought about the situation. He was glad that he would live. Falling onto the couch, he stretched blissfully and decided he needed to sleep now, preferably for a month. After a moment, Yu Sangwon fell soundly asleep and quietly snored in his sleep. At that moment, the phone rang and Shin Somi's name popped up on the screen. At this time, military forces were concentrating on Seoul's outer front. In the Blue Dragon Guild faction, it was discussed that something was different in the pastor's attack this time. Chief Ko said the defense systems and unmanned turrets on the city walls aren't working as they should. The attacks are focused on the generators. The military didn't understand how it happened. The location of the generator is top secret. They don't know how he got out, but they're targeting him. Even if they stop the assault, they're in trouble if they don't find the mole. The martial artist said correctly, Guild leader Gao Tianshu. He asked if A-rank monsters were so hard to destroy. He needs to defeat the elite monsters before he can deploy troops. He can't fight because he can't defeat them. If the battle of attrition continues, it will cause problems for their supply line. The head of the Blue Dragon replied that they had formed a strike team and were taking one by one. They are trying to do it as fast as possible. The military said that the head said that Korea is ready for any crisis. If they're that good, they can keep their 3 guild titles. The head replied that they now need to work with the military to fight. They will leave this topic until the next negotiation. The military agreed with him. He asked the general what the status of Olympus was. He thought they were negotiating with the government. He was told that the Olympus Guild was discussing sending troops to hold the front line in Northeast Asia and the arrival of SS-ranked hunters. They need to discuss this as soon as possible. If the beast archidemons engage in battle, they will lose many strongholds. The gaps in provincial defense became a problem because of the S-rank hunters being concentrated in the capital. It was too obvious. The head of the Blue Dragon said that enough talking, it was time to go to the battlefield. He replied that he wasn't sure how to report it to his superiors. At this time, there were fierce battles between hunters and monsters. The crushing blows sent the enemy warriors flying in different directions. The beast archdemon Iberico shouted bombardment furiously. He ordered the walls to be torn down. The soldiers used powerful weapons to deliver devastating blows, destroying the enemy. Waving his sword, the commander bravely destroyed the attacking monster. He clenched his fists and looked at what was going on around him. Everything was shrouded in smoke from the explosion. He shouted furiously to keep the soldiers from breaking through the defenses. "We need more air support." The warrior reported to the commander that there are already dead at the airbase. They're terrorizing the hangar. They don't have time. Clenching his teeth furiously, the commander swore. He shouted what those damn hunters were doing. At this time, it was reported that a supply convoy delivering ammunition was attacked by a Citadel minion. Slayed A-rank dragons are arriving. Chief Ko said that this means he may have to leave Korea. He greeted the commander. He asked how he was doing. The commander said it's bad. They've got a bunch of 4s, but they're keeping up. A-Rang's men have put up a barrier and are targeting them. They take the bodies of their captives and fallen and feed them to the archidemon beasts. The head asked what madness he had to go to make him feel better. He replied it takes the power of an S-rank hunter to destroy. He doesn't qualify. Head Ko told him to calm down and go get some rest. The commander agreed. At this time, Yu Cheng told the goblin that he needed to learn the language as soon as possible, for it's the king's name. Frowning, the goblin carefully wrote down everything that Knight Yu Chung had taught him. At that moment, Crocbane was pulling the rope with Knight Li Jin Sok. He said that the man was strong. Trying to pull as hard as possible, Jin Seok said that he didn't know Crocbane was a dragon. Suddenly, they noticed they had a guest. Shinsomi was approaching them. The Draconoid fairly shouted that he had almost defeated the human already. Suddenly, the knight dropped the rope and knelt down to greet Somi. Crocbane fell down in surprise. Before he could react, he flew aside and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Smiling, Shinsomi asked how they all got out of the dungeon. She hadn't heard from them, so she came to see if they were hurt. The knight replied that the king was unharmed. She replied that she was glad to hear that and asked if she could see him. The knight asked if it was urgent. If not, could they sit down and wait for him to wake up? Lowering her eyes, Shinsomi sadly replied that unfortunately it was very urgent. The entire team of knights looked at her carefully. They didn't know what had happened. After thinking for a while, Yu Chung said that they would bring His Majesty. She replied that she would wait. While Somi was waiting, she called to say that Sangwon was safe. He fought for a month and fell asleep right after he got out. Mrs. Bake said the government wants to hire him. Have him contact her as soon as possible. She'll give them a commission. A surprised Shinsomi asked, rather than they will give $1 trillion commission. At this time, Sangwon, who had slept well, stretched and realized that his muscles were sore. He decided that he needed to learn the skills of regeneration and physical recovery. After getting to the refrigerator, he decided he was thirsty and went back to bed. Taking out a can of drink, Yu Sangwon saw Somi sitting at the table in the reflection. At that moment, Yu Chung reported to Sangwon that Shin Somi had come to visit him. Clenching his fists, the guy asked how she got here. She asked in surprise that he was already awake. Pointing to the trailer, Xiaomi said that they have a very serious and urgent situation. We should go with her right away. Let her get in quickly and she'll drive. He asked dumbfoundedly where they were going. Shin Somi replied that it was to the Iron Fortress. $1 trillion order from the government came in for him. He yelled that $1 trillion request is not normal. Xiaomi replied that she'd give details when they got there. The situation has gotten too big. They got to the Iron Fortress and passed the inspection. Sangwon said he thought he would never get the order again. After telling her everything, she said it was very dangerous and complicated. Sangwon replied that the situation is unpleasant. It's a national crisis. She said she knew he didn't like doing things like that, but a lot of people's lives are at stake. At that moment, people arrived at the Iron Fortress. Mrs. Bake asked what happened. Looking at them, Yu Sangwon wondered who these people who came here were. The director replied that they were sent by the government to fulfill an order. The man said that there was an unprecedented combined attack of malevolently oriented constellations and scavengers. It centers around Pastor Lee's Apostle Butcher and the SS-Rank demon. They threaten the entire country. He showed the materials. The Golden Knight thought that wasn't normal. He asked what they were paying him $1 trillion for. He answered that for destroying SS-Rank demon worshipper Pastor Lee. Looking at his picture, Yu Sangwon thought he was a pastor who lived with archdemons. He thought he wouldn't lose this fight, but it might give them an excuse to use him for political purposes. That can't happen. The government representatives asked what he thought about it. It all relates to the treaty. The Golden Knight replied that he couldn't do it that easily. He needed a guarantee. They asked if he meant an advance. The director said they have a strategic warfare fund. It'd be good to take care of that in advance. An advance of $1 trillion. They replied that they were under attack right now, so it was hard to handle that amount. Sangwon asked if they hadn't approved the order in the first place. If you count the cost for the loss of tanks, fighters, and troops, it would be more favorable to give him a 50% advance. Shin Somi said that if they decide to use Section 1 as an emergency fund, they will pay from it when possible. Sangwon crossed his arms and said he didn't understand what the problem was. It's this minister, not the other minister. The spokesman said that no matter how much they say, it's too much. People are dying. They'll give them an advance as soon as they can. The Golden Knight replied that so let them hurry as fast as possible. The man asked if he didn't care about people's lives. Sangwon replied that he didn't want people to get hurt. But they're the ones taking advantage of it. You don't have to make him feel human guilt for nothing. It only makes it worse. They asked the Golden Knight to give them some time. They need to make a report. The director asked if he knew there would be trouble. Sangwon said he knows, but if they give him a free hand, they can use him later. Looking at them coordinating the issue with Minister Sangwon, said the least they can do is admit that he is not their toy. The principal said there was no time for that now. Sangwon sighed that he was tired of this damn world. If those people were in a hurry, they would have started by paying the advance. Becca Young replied that it's obvious that they understand that. Ziying, Yu Sangwon said that it looked like there was a tough battle ahead. He opened the status window and read that all indicators had SS+ rank. SSS rank confirmed. Mrs. Shin asked if he had any successes in the B-level dungeon. He replied that he had made some progress, even though it was difficult. Sangwon asked how Ayun was doing. She said that Ayun went to the dungeon to upgrade her status. He asked how long ago she left. Shinsomi said it was 3 days ago, so she should be out soon. She said that Ayun had almost reached level 45. Sangwon said that it seems that high-level people recover faster from a fall. He asked if she had any previous walkers. Xiaomi replied that she hadn't. Instead, she rebuilt her skill tree. Maybe next time they could go to the dungeon together. He asked her the same class as before. Shinsomi smiled and said no, she already has a different class. Seeing the rifle in Shinsomi's hands, he said that it would give them some support. She said she chose the rifle because it has good base detection. It's an auxiliary, but it will help us attack. Sangwon said it's a good choice. Now the team just needs a real healer. She replied that they can use medical facility. No need to look for a hitman. He said he still has his boys. At that moment, the director said that the government had approved an advance of 500 billion, so it was worth continuing the conversation. A dumbfounded Sangwon asked if they were going to give him 500 billion won right now. Looking at the government representatives, he thought it was faster than he had hoped. The situation seemed very serious. They said the request was approved by management, but if he failed, he would have to pay back the advance 3 times as much. He realized that if they couldn't destroy the pastor, they would have to shell out 1.5 trillion won. He said their accounts are currently blocked. The man asked why his accounts were blocked. Sangwon replied that his account was frozen as a legal sanction due to a lawsuit by the people of Xinjiang. He thought it was a matter for their supporters. The other said it was a provisional measure for the trial. Golden Knight said that they have to either unfreeze the account or pay cash. The man said if that's the case, there's nothing they can do about it. The other man said they're screwed. He's got cash. They told Sangwon that unfreezing the account would be a little difficult. The guy thought it was right. Their bosses are Gangnam sponsors. They can't pay him right away, so they'll set up a temporary account so he can deposit the money. He has to understand them. The principal said to keep things the way they are. The Golden Knight supported it. Yu Sangwon said they've had enough. The director replied that they went too far. Sangwon said he didn't like the idea of letting people in power do whatever they wanted. They work for themselves, not the people at the bottom. The people at the bottom can't get up no matter how hard they try. He was like that until he woke up. He wanted revenge. When he saw that his demands were approved, he thought that big power was no joke. They've been adrift all this time. It's not a bad idea to distance yourself from the corrupt and the stupid. Human life is more precious, so it's better to act quickly. Yu Sangwon asked Knight Yu Chung if they had a better way. They could make their demand. Knight replied that it would be nice to find another force that could stand with them and were a restraint for both sides. It would be nice to have their enemy's enemy on their side and show them a letter of sympathy. The Golden Knight said if they hit Busan and Gwangju, they can definitely take them by surprise, since the attacks are centered on the capital. If the S-Class hits the provinces, then the enemy will focus on the provinces because they didn't expect it. The director said it's not a bad idea. They think they'll defend Seoul with the strongest hunters, so they're concentrating their forces there. He said that if he could destroy the provincial armies very quickly, the main enemies of the metropolis would be put out of action. That's when the big guilds will be on the move. The men said they need to move quickly. They're having feasts to keep morale up. Ms. Bake said, do they have cannibalistic parties sacrificing prisoners and fallen soldiers? The Golden Knight said they're going to get to work. They'll hit the provinces, join with allies, and then lay siege to the Archidemon monster. He told Xiaomi that he would attach Wee Jinsok and Mervin to her. He and Ayun will join them later. At this time, warriors were working tirelessly on the city wall of Kwangj, destroying monsters. The monsters attacked the wall, trying to climb it and get inside. The knight shouted that he was out of silver bullets. The second one cursed that Hanjin Ho was a bastard who was going to use a gun and charm. At this time, the leader of the Class A Death Sting Scavengers, Hanjin Ho, was watching from the side and said that it was hard to eat one small city. He had already even enlisted Chinese and Japanese mercenaries to help. At this moment, S-Class Hunter Choi Chun-soon, attacking the monsters, shouted for the cowardly scavenger Hanjin Ho to come out. One warrior asked the other how long it would last. He replied that insects were in the way. At this time, Hanjin Ho waved his staff and called on the deceased to rise up. A moment later, bony hands with long fingernails emerged from the ground. Hunter Choi Chun soon shouted furiously not to dare anger him. Drinking the elixir, the scavenger leader said to let him fight him if he had time. Looking at him hatefully, the hunter replied that he would gladly cross swords with him. The warrior said he would give him as much as he wanted and prepared to attack. He lunged at Choi Chun soon, intending to give him a devastating blow. But suddenly, a powerful wave of energy pushed him away and he flew off to the side. He said he had a very strong exoskeleton. The magician asked Nakamura to do something. He replied that he was trying to put debuffs on him. Swinging their swords, they rushed at the hunter, intending to crush him. Scattering the enemies in all directions, Choi Chun-sun shouted furiously for them to get out of here. The opponents watched the S-Class hunter fight. They were waiting for him to run out of strength. Looking at his enemies with fury, Choi Chun soon realized that they were outnumbered. The mage shouted that at last the hunter was tired. Satisfied, the vulture rubbed his hands together and ordered him bound. The opponents rushed at the hunter from all sides and bound him with magical rope. At that moment, a vulture flew toward him and delivered a crushing blow with its spear with fury. Satisfied with himself, The magician said he was done. Everything had worked out just the way he wanted it to. From the crushing attack, Choi Chun-soon flew aside and fell to the ground with a clatter. Overjoyed that the S-ranked hunter had been neutralized, the enemies rushed to attack him. At this moment, using the remnants of his strength, Choi Chun-soon broke the shackle. Not intending to surrender, he struck back at his enemy, but still, one of his opponents managed to damage his chitinous shell. It cracked. At that moment, the hunter caught his foot on a pile of stones from the ruined earth. Losing his balance, he began to fall rapidly. There was a huge explosion. A crowd of enemies with naked swords watched the hunters fall. Grinning, the vulture ordered his subordinates to be quieter. The wounded hunter, stripped of his armor, lay on the ground. He told the enemy he looked like shit. Coming closer to the crushed hunter, the vulture said it was time to gain experience. Lying on the ground, the hunter thought he'd accept a call for help from the associative bastard. Suddenly, he saw a huge dragon flying over the city and thought it looked like the city was going to burn down. Everyone in the city raised their heads up to look at the golden dragon. Yu Sang-won was sitting on Eldrin. He looked at what was happening down below. Armed with spears and swords, the vultures surrounded the defenseless hunter. Sitting on top of the dragon, the golden knight ordered her to fly on. Looking at the wounded hunter, the enemies mockingly asked why he didn't run away. Perhaps he doesn't have the strength to fly like before. Swinging his sword, the vulture said with a wry smile that it was his time to go to the other world. At that moment, he was dumbfounded to notice that a huge, intimidating shadow had appeared on the east. Leaving the hunter, he turned around and saw a huge golden dragon standing in front of him. At that moment, Eldrin used her dragon breath, destroying anyone who stood in her way. From its powerful crushing flames, the whole area was covered with puffs of smoke. Looking at the injured hunter, Yu Sang-won hoped that it wasn't too late. A shocked Nikamudu asked who the hell the Golden Knight was. The enraged opponent furiously asked how long ago he had arrived here. On the ground, Choi Chun-soon said Golden Maiden, but then he corrected himself that he was a golden dragon. Frowning, Nikamudu asked if he had heard about the Golden Dragon. He said the Golden Knight hadn't said he was coming. Pulling out a Titan stake, Yu Sang-won replied that he was here to take down this gang of ministers. He told them to get ready to salute him and the swords of his knights. Raising the Titan stake above him, the Golden Knight shouted to his team to attack. With shouts of battle commenced, the team of knights rushed at their opponent. The scavenger leader thought these knights seemed stronger than he'd heard. Time to go. He decided he would take it for granted. At that moment, Kolf appeared behind him and asked where he was going. The dumbfounded Han Jun-hwo couldn't understand how he ended up here so quickly. Looking at him carefully, Kolf inquired he must be the leader. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted in front of the scavenger leader. He fearfully shouted to his subordinates to stop the knight and protect him. The Abyss Knight threateningly said, let the necromancer stop him if he could. A moment later, he delivered a deadly blow, crushing the scavenger leader. He said a precise crushing blow was all it took to take out the commander. Smitten by the powerful strikes, Han Jun-ho turned into a lifeless skeleton. His entire undead army immediately fell to the ground without giving any signs of life. The surviving warriors watched in shock. They decided that they had to run away. The Golden Knight said he's counting on Crocbane. Have Accolon take out the others. He can take it from here. Looking at the enemy's clothes and martial arts, Yu Sang-won realized that it was a Chinese hunter. Two of the strongest opponents came together in a crushing confrontation. At that moment, another warrior shouted for Nikamura to retreat immediately. Golden Knight said the Japanese hunter is here too. Not a bad collection. The wounded Choi Chun soon guessed that it was the Golden Knight and his team. They're all S-Rank. At that moment, Crocbane came up to him and asked how the big scarab man was doing. The hunter replied that he was fine. With difficulty getting to his feet, he asked the Draconoid who he was. He introduced himself as Lord Crocbane and said his master had given him orders to protect the hunter. Handing him the elixir, he said that Choi Chun-soo needed to be healed as soon as possible. The hunter thought there were a lot of them. The situation was beginning to clear up. At this time, Eldrin flew over the enemies and showered them with dragon breath. Watching the battle, Sang-won said that the Lord of Seoul was definitely weaker. That's why he brought in hunters from China and Japan. At this point, Kalif held out the skull and said that the mage wasn't as good as he thought he was. He should have stayed in town. Supported by the Dragonoid, a still weak Choi Chun-soon approached. Sang-won asked how he was feeling. Hunter replied that he was fine, but he needed to protect the city. Sang-won replied that there was someone to protect the city. They destroyed their leader. They will retreat soon. He asked if the hunter could direct the scavengers to clear the underground city. Hunter replied that yes, he would keep the Golden Knight informed. Neo-Sinan suburbia is the biggest scavenger den this side of the country. It escaped government control due to its location on the coast and islands, and began to evolve from the Age of Awakened and Constellation. It is now the center of illicit trade between China, Japan, and Southeast Asia. Sangwon asked, "There are no salt fields there now." The hunter replied that sea salt production is a thing of the past. Now, the main industry is the drug and slave trade. Judging by the influx of shell companies and foreign capital, he assumes that hunters with ties to the Triad and the Yakuza are involved. Sangwon said that even if it wasn't, the place needed to be cleaned up. Chunsun asked what to do with the slaves who were detained after the cleanup. He said they are human and must be rescued. They were enslaved against their will, so if they were to be free, they would end up as beggars or scavengers. There are problems that the government and the association cannot easily prevent. As a result, crime and resocialization costs increase. Sangwon asked, "So there's a problem and ways to deal with it, but it's not that simple." He thought things he thought were absurd were too disparate. Hunter said that's the problem with society. If you close one door, another door will open. So they have to do as little damage as possible. That's why they can't do anything about this problem right now. It's a sacrifice to mitigate the damage. The Golden Knight asked if there was no way to save the people there. Chunsung replied that while they wait and watch, one day they will save them all. Sangwon said they should do something on a national level. He's not going to fight, but he can't help himself. Returning back to his team of knights, Yu Sang-won said that they were leaving. At that moment, Choi Chun-soon shouted for him to wait for a moment. He knows it's a national emergency, but he still wants to help. He wants to serve the country, just like Sangwon. The guy said he shouldn't be so loyal to his country. There's a lot of people here who need a hunter. Let him focus on protecting this place. The Abyss, Knight asked if they weren't going to team up with the S-rank hunters in the south. Sangwon replied that they should leave some here. They don't know when this Neo-Shinen will strike inland again. The provinces are very important. After a while, the whole team of knights arrived in the city. People shouted that the Golden Dragon Knight had arrived. Surprised that he was real, they decided to come closer and say hello. The mayor of Gwangju City thanked Sangwon for the rescue and expressed his respect. The reporter approached the guy and asked him to tell them what brought him here to help them. Sangwon apologized and said he had a busy schedule. He shouted loudly to Eldrin and Som-mayel that they were leaving right now. The entire team of knights loaded into the trailer. The dragon flew above it. The disappointed mayor said that people had just gathered and he was already leaving. A journalist asked if he was nervous about appearing on television. At that moment, Choi Chun-soon suddenly appeared and blocked the trailer's path. A surprised Sangwon said he had come all this way. The hunter replied that he wanted to tell him a story. He's an S-rank hunter, but only because he used to work for the Forest Service, and then awakened and took the Druid class. It took a lot of training. When he gets it Tijstranier, he'll focus on defense like Sangwon said. He said he's not a guild leader or an instructor. He can't give him instruction. Interrupting this pointless conversation, Yu Sangwon told Akalon that they were leaving. A frustrated Choi Chun soon looked at the rapidly receding trailer. The Angel Knight said she thought so, and asked if she should go up. Sangwon replied that she would last long enough to fall. He was interested in the current situation. He ordered to check Seoul and Gyeongsang province. It popped up on the screen that Seoul was currently in a battle with the minions of the Destroyer King's SS-Rank demon, Pastor Lee Yi Archidemon. If you haven't evacuated yet, you should go to a shelter as soon as possible. This is Busan. There are many mermaids and sea animals in front of the hotel. A confrontation with the local guilds and Busan's military forces is underway, but the enemy commander is sending monsters. The Golden Knight said that Busan's side is holding up well. This battle is getting longer and longer, because Busan's friend is competent. Suddenly, Chun-soon appeared next to Sangwon. The dumbfounded boy shouted out a surprise from Mr. Ses. He asked how he had managed to get in. The hunter replied that he had turned into a flying fish and climbed through the gap at the top. The boy replied that that's why he was able to escape before everything turned into a big mess. The hunter said that if he had escaped, the city would have fallen. Sangwon lowered his eyes and said, staying with him won't accomplish anything. Only a lot of fights. He doesn't even want to think about how many times the strong have lost. Kneeling down, Chun-sung replied that it was a good thing. If he couldn't train or keep subordinate, then he would prefer to be a partner. Looking at him, Sangwon replied, it's not much different. He's just a mercenary destroying on commission. It doesn't match his moral devotion. The hunter replied that he didn't understand how the Golden Knight felt. If he can, let him save people. That's all that matters. If you can save people, even if it means leaving your moral allegiance, that's enough. The guilt of not being able to save someone, not because of lack of power and ability, but because of government and association guidelines. He can save them because he has the power of ability and authority. No matter how many times he asked the association and the government for help, they didn't care about people's lives. He no longer wants to see people die. So instead of following their instructions and orders, he increasingly feels that he wants to be with Yu Wen. That. The Golden Knight replied that he didn't want to do what the association and the government said to do either. Neo Shinan was the same way. The hunter said they feared his majesty and fell to his knees before him. Yu Sheng appeared and said that from what he had heard, there were many reasons to make him one of His Majesty's men. He was supported by Jin Seok. He said it was a mixture of compassionate revenge and respect for His Majesty. Some Miel also intervened. She said that the desire to save is a powerful thing. It would serve them well. Smiling Crockbeak shouted that the insect man was a friend. The Abyss. Knight told Yu Sang-won that he would prepare a contract for him. Even the goblin that suddenly appeared said that he was also in favor. Sang-won shouted that he understood. He told Chun-sun that he couldn't help and do anything for him, and there might not be a reward for his labor. But if the hunter doesn't mind, let him help him. Chun-sun smiled and thanked Sang-won. They shook hands as a sign of the pact they had made. The boy wished the hunter good luck. This is how beautiful old Busan Haeundae looked, a calm, sunny city. Modern-day Busan Haeundae was a grim and rather dangerous place. Hunter S-Rank elementalist Young Ji-ae created a thunder giant and ordered it to destroy them all. A thunder giant appeared, throwing deadly lightning bolts to destroy the enemy. Sea beasts and mermaids flew apart from his crushing blows. The huntress, using the lightning bomb, prepared to blow up the monsters. At that moment, the trailer of Yu Sang-won and his knights entered Busan. Sang-won looked out the window and asked if it was an elementalist. Chun-sun replied that she specialized in spirits related to thunder and lightning. That's why she's a big threat to mermaids. Sang-won asked if she needed help. Looks like they're losing power. Hunter revealed the dungeon of the A-Rank mermaid. The dungeon boss is the warlord of the A-Rank newt. It's called an S-Rank slap. If the enemies pounced on him with weapons, even Haeundae would collapse in an instant. It looks smaller than the dungeon of the A-Rank goblin empire. The Golden Knight approached Achelon and asked him to pick up the pace. At this point, the newt warlord joined the confrontation. Fighting furiously, the girl shouted for them to go back where they came from. Looking at the creepy monster, Zhang Jie wondered what he was thinking about. There's no way a newt warlord would do something like that. At that moment, the warrior shouted for Mrs. Chong to be more careful. Bloodthirsty monsters surrounded the girl about to attack from behind. Using deadly lightning bolts, she struck the monsters with a devastating blow. They thought his health was deteriorating, and something had to be done. The grinning sea monsters figured out how to defend themselves from the lightning bolt. The military man said to Zhang Jin-ah that it looks like the monsters are leaking something. Green streams of slime flowed out in powerful streams directly at the monster. The warriors realized it's plastic and rubber junk that the newt makes armor out of. He wears it for protection against electricity. The leader of the newts grinningly continued to cover his subordinates in rubber armor. Soon, the entire monster army was protected from the electrical discharge. Unleashing their weapons, the horrible monsters prepared for another attack. The dumbfounded soldier looked shocked at what was happening, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Zhang Jin-ae shouted furiously that open fire was necessary. The military prepared weapons to shoot the sea monsters. The bullets flew toward the newts, but bounced off like peas without doing any damage. The dazed soldier screamed why the bullets weren't doing them any harm. What's going on? Frowning, the hunter replied that this plastic armor seemed to be enchanted. At that moment, she was told that the honor guard was approaching. Covered by their shields, the sea monsters rushed in to attack, destroying the humans. Grinning, they attacked the military and struck deadly blows. The lightning strikes flew off their defenses without reaching their target or causing any damage. The monsters were furiously destroying the human army without meeting any decent resistance. Military equipment was easily scattered in different directions by them. There were cries for help from wounded soldiers on all sides. Hunter Jin-ae realized they were losing. It was a deliberate battle of attrition to see if reinforcements were coming. The thunder giant gathered all its strength and released a powerful discharge of lightning. In front of him stood a crowd of monsters who prepared to attack. Realizing what he was about to do, Zhang Jin-ah screamed in horror for him to stop. A moment later, a tremendous explosion rang out, illuminating the entire area with a crushing stream of lightning. Rounding her eyes in horror, the girl shouted for all forces to retreat to the city. The soldiers who survived the battle stood knee-deep in water in the pouring rain. At this moment, the leader of the newts rode out riding a huge sea monster. As he moved, he parted the water, and powerful waves spread out in both directions. The bloodthirsty monsters continued to destroy the surviving humans. The girl watched the bloody confrontation, realizing they didn't stand a chance. She cried out in horror that the newt warlord was approaching. The military was screaming for her to say something sensible. What can they do? The bullets are blocked by shields. There's nothing they can do. At this moment, the bloodthirsty monster delivered a deadly blow, destroying 3 soldiers at once. He grinned contentedly and continued his offensive intent on wiping out the rest. The commander yelled for the soldiers to move. They're retreating. Do they really want to be left behind? The soldier shouted to Jung Jin-ah that the defense was collapsing. They need to urgently return to the secondary defense. She replied that if they get to the second line, they can't get reinforcement. If the line was breached, so would the second defense. The soldier told the guild leader that it looked like Dashiell would fall in a few minutes. The girl gritted her teeth in anger and swore furiously. She didn't know what to do next. Only reinforcements could save them. Trying to escape the monster's attack, the soldiers tried to hide behind the second line. Firing back, they ran inside and pressed the door lock button. The shocked soldiers watched dumbfounded as the door flew apart. Bloodthirsty monsters sneaked in and wiped out the people sheltering there. Hunter-chan told the guild leader that it looked like the city would fall in a few minutes. He replied that they should immediately launch a rescue operation. They should retreat and then think about what to do next. She said they've already brought all their rear troops into the battle. If they lose here, Busan is finished. At that moment, a subordinate ran in and shouted that the defense of the 20th floor had been breached. The general shouted that they can't stay here. We must get Jia Yang out of here immediately. Have them prepare a helicopter. The girl said she would defend this place to the end. Have the general retreat and call for reinforcement. He ordered the soldiers to immediately prepare to retreat. Soon the helicopter was ready and the military were loading into it to fly out of here. Hunter John Jie looked at the helicopter as it flew away. She hoped that they would be able to call for help. A guild member came up to her and said they were retreating. Does she think the government will send reinforcements? She replied that she hoped the general was different from the rest of the dignitaries. The guild needs to retreat and regroup. Hunter replied that she couldn't. Alone, she would be in danger. Jia said she would go with the Thunder Giant and circle to distract the mermaids. At that moment, a powerful explosion sounded very close by. The blast wave reached them. The girl shouted that they were approaching. The guild needs to retreat as quickly as possible. He obeyed the order. As he left, the hunter said she would succeed. She should definitely come back. After a moment, the guild hunters began to retreat, trying to evade the attacks. Thinking back on the events that had happened, Jin-A wondered what she had been doing in the first place. How could she let something like this happen? A lot of people were destroyed. Suddenly, the dumbfounded girl saw the hunter Chun-Sung arriving. He said he'd just gotten here from cleaning. She asked how he got here. She heard there was a crowd there too. Looking at Zhang Jie, the hunter said that help had come to his aid. The dumbfounded girl wondered who would even help in such a situation. At that moment, a huge dragon flew over our heads. Jia opened her mouth in surprise. The golden dragon Eldrin was pouring deadly flames on the bloodthirsty monster. Standing on her back, Yu Sang-won bared his sword and shouted, "How dare they invade humanity's territory?" Along with the Golden Knight, his entire team of loyal knights arrived. Swinging his sword, Sang-won shouted that since arriving in Busan, their victory was lost. If they didn't want to die, they should go to their Newt Palace. With a frown, Zhang Jia said that the Golden Knight's words were too loud. She asked in surprise how they had gotten here in the first place. He replied that they would talk about it later. They have to fight. At that moment, the slabs beneath them shattered apart, and a bloodthirsty monster emerged from the breach. The girl said it was a Newt warlord. Chun-Sun finally answered. In front of them, the Triton leader's table was accompanied by his subordinates. They prepared to attack. Hunter Chun soon told the girl that he would take on the boss. She replied that she would take care of the other. With a wave of her wand, Zhang Jie called out to her aides and told them to gather around her. In a moment, the girl was surrounded by powerful warriors ready to fight. Together with Hunter Chun-Sung, they rushed to attack the monster. At this moment, the Golden Knight waving his sword was also destroying the sea monster. Eldrin said squeamishly that she didn't think the fish odor would wash off. She would charge extra for a bath to bury the smell of those things. He replied that he would let him pay for the tub and whatever, and then they would talk. Eldrin grinned and said that if he didn't remind her, she would forget. It had been a few thousand years after all. The Golden Knight shouted, "Let the sky test his sword that reached the zenith. This blow will prove that he is a star on this earth." The Heavenly Sword Stream Emperor is the head of the first Jingsheng Island. He delivered a powerful, crushing blow. A moment later, the mermaid dungeon erupted in deadly flames. Seeing this, the Triton warlord dumbfoundedly thought that it was only one strike. They can't handle the Golden Knight. He shouted to his subordinate monsters that they needed to retreat urgently. Hunter Chun-Sung fiercely cursed and shouted that the monsters were fleeing. We can't miss their boss. The Triton warlord swiftly rushed to escape to get out of here as quickly as possible. Grinning evilly, he promised that next time he would make their demise agonizing. A moment later, he threw himself into the water, hoping to evade pursuit. At that moment, Crocbane's powerful hand grabbed his leg. The Draconoid said he couldn't run away from him. The leader of the Newts tried to break free of his opponent's clutches. Suddenly, the dazed Newt found himself high in the air, pulled out of the water. Swiftly flying off to the side, he collapsed straight to the ground with a clatter. Stunned by the rapid fall, the Newt warlord lay on the ground sighing heavily. At this moment, Yu Sang-won and his team of knights approached him. He said, surprised, that he didn't know Crocbane was such a good swimmer. Catfish Mole said she'd heard he'd been blessed by the goddess of swamps and rivers. Achelon suggested the Lord chop the bastard to pieces. Tritons are nutritious and tasty, well digested. One could take it as medicine. The Golden Knight asked if Achelon would really eat him. The shocked Newt thought they weren't just regular crazy assholes. Grabbing Sang-won's hand, he said, "Is the warlord of the Newts," and declares surrender to the Golden Knight. At that moment, the guy received a message saying that the keeper of the Triton Palace had surrendered. He could accept the surrender or refuse. In a pleading voice, the Triton warlord promised to give all the trophies stored in his palace, only to keep him alive. Giving him a low blow, Sang-won said he was watching from afar. His attacks were very vicious. In addition, the Newt attacked from behind the opponents fleeing from him. He can't accept a surrender from a bastard who doesn't have a shred of chivalry in him. The monster tried to justify himself, but Yu Sang-won had already pressed the refuse button to accept the surrender. A moment later, Jin Seok dealt the Newt warlord a deadly blow, destroying him. At this time, Jong Ji-ae continued to fiercely fight the surviving monster. Chun-sun came up to her and asked if everything was settled here. She confirmed and said that they had finished on land as well. Taking off his armor, he offered to come down. There was still a lot to deal with. The hunter reported to Sang-won that the S-class hunter from Busan, Jung Ji-ah, had arrived. He replied to let them pass. She thanked Mr. Golden Knight for coming to her rescue. It was thanks to him that she was alive. He replied that he'd heard on the news that they were doing well. Apparently that wasn't true. She said they had pulled all the troops out and were fighting. If help had arrived 10 minutes later, D-City would have been destroyed in an instant, from Jaesong District to Bain District. He thought it was rare to find such a humble person these days. She said she should have acted strategically, but didn't. But she is very grateful to him anyway. Sang-won said not to. He's a mercenary. As expected, the reward for the A-class boss is huge. Thanks to her, he had fun too. Strangely enough, the dungeon didn't disappear. It just turned into a B-class Newt Palace. Jinna said that the entire dungeon would only disappear when all the tasks were completed. Apparently, the conditions changed because she caught the boss outside the dungeon. The guy said for a while they wouldn't think of attacking. He needs to go somewhere else. If he needs anything, have him contact him right away. He handed her a business card and added that if he wasn't busy, he'd come right over. Taking Jungjia cradled her to her side and thanked Sang-won heartily once again. A surprised Chun-soon asked, wouldn't it be better if Jia joined too? He said he wasn't going to develop that power. It's strangely connected to that man. Sang-won asked Yu Cheng if he was done with the trophy. The knight replied that he was done. He was surprised that there were so many. Yu Cheng said His Highness's exploits were great. Sang-won said he understood why the kings of the past loved their flattery so much. When he saw Chun-soon, he said that he knew he wanted to team up with Jie. There are many injured and destroyed guild members that need to be taken care of. He can't mindlessly invite someone to team up with them. They'll get in touch as soon as the situation here improves. There was no need to worry. Jun-sun exhaled a breath. At this time, the hunters on the northern front of Seoul were bored out of their minds with idleness. One said it pisses him off that they wait a few days. The other said he didn't mind fighting or making money. We should have gone to the province. At this time, the archdemon beasts were happily dainting in the open air. Everything seemed perfect to them, especially the meat pudding. Leaving only the nibbled bones on their plates, they asked Pastor Lee for more bone pudding. Smiling, the pastor replied that there was plenty more. Let them eat as much as they like. A moment later, the subordinates rolled out a huge tray stacked with a variety of dishes. The archdemon Tosa Inu asked for a refill as well. The pastor thought it was strange that he didn't show up to all this commotion. Could it be that he's monitoring the situation? At that moment, a subordinate came up to him and whispered something quietly in the pastor's ear. The pastor cried out, "Did the Golden Knight appear and clear Gwangju and Busan?" Hearing these words, the archdemon beasts abandoned their meal and looked at the pastor. The one reasoned that it was a good thing. That's why he never showed up. Barking furiously, Tosa Inu inquired if there was a problem. The pastor asked if the apostles of the Great Butcher could listen to one request. There was a little problem. The ram replied that they were so full, they needed to stretch. Kalel said that he would be willing to help a little if he could give him a potion to increase his level. After showing the map, Pastor Lee asked to simply destroy some power generators at the location he was talking about. Trump said that in case we have to deal with Pastor Lee's requests again, we need to fix the condition with the upgrade potion. The slow Ram could follow him. He replied that even if Gauman is faster, he has more power of destruction. He would go first. The pastor wondered if they'd divert attention if they hit the province. There was no way he would be fooled by such cheap tactics. He would show the strength of a butcher. At this time, there were military personnel guarding the area on Seoul's northern wall at a post. They received a report that the S-class monster beast, archidemons, Ram, and Goatman were approaching the northern wall. The time is 21:52. The archidemon beasts are confirmed to be approaching. All troops prepare for battle. After hearing the warning, the head of the Blue Dragon said that they had finally arrived. He ordered all the troops to prepare for battle and have them call Ji Yong-yi and contact the association to find out when Olympus can support. They need to check the expected attack route and send A-class hunters there. There should be no gaps in the front line. Everyone needs to be contacted. The armed soldiers rushed to carry out all the orders of the guild leader. The soldier radioed in that the Blue Dragon and Blue Dragon 2 are here. Have them do a sugar sensitivity test. The guild leader has received a message that the Blue Dragon constellation welcomes him to a new battle. If he wins, he will receive a huge reward. He shouldn't run away since this battle was long overdue. Cheon-su was angry and thought that he should fight even if he died. The military were hastily distributed to their position. They were told to report on the supply situation. The commander asked if the guys who were patrolling behind the wall had returned. The enraged Blue Dragon head stood on the wall waiting for the monsters to arrive. Soon the beasts of Archdemon had almost reached their intended target. The Archdemon beast, Goatman, grinningly promised to wipe everyone out. At that moment, the soldiers behind the wall were ordered to load up quickly. They need to get back. At this moment, the dumbfounded commander noticed the Archidemon beast. The monster swiftly attacked violently, overturning the van with people. It was the Archdemon beast Ram. He looked at the soldiers with fury. The knights on the wall shouted that the monsters are coming. Ram and Gottman's army is moving forward. Head coach shouted to hold on until the end. If they managed to catch them, Mr. Constellation would reward them. Drawing their swords, the knights gave a friendly shout of praise to the Blue Dragon. Getting ready to fight, Cheon-su said, "Did they really think they could absorb Seoul so easily?" At that time, there was a meeting at the Hunters Association. Director Beck said that the president of the association had gone to the North Wall. At the Northern Wall, the battle of the Blue Dragon Guild began. The enemy Archidemon monsters, Ram and Goutman, appeared. Hunter said apparently they've started putting out beast Archidemons. When will the support of the Olympus Guild be received? He was told that the Apostle of Athens would arrive within 3 hours. They informed him that they would first solve the problem of the province under their jurisdiction. The hunter said it looked like no help was forthcoming. He was promised that an S-class Tritonus hunter from the Pacific Front would be there within 5 hours. The director thought that in the end, there would be no more support besides the 2 S-class people, but even they would be too late. The hunter suggested additional hunters from Busan and Gwangju. He was told that there would be Blue Dragon 3 people, Olympus 2 people, Seoul 1 person, including the president of the association. The total is 9. If you count A and B class men, it's possible to repel the attack. At this moment, it was reported that the hunter Choi Chun-soon from the Gwangju side had rejected the call. The hunter said there is a rumor that they're teaming up with the Golden Knight. The other asked what the point of that was. How would they keep the territory defensible? He replied that it was not possible to maintain the required number of troops in the province, so he decided to control the province with the help of San Juan. This made the knight a hero among the local hunters. The general said it means that the Golden Dragon Knight unites even the local forces. Director Baek smiled and thought that Yu Sang-won definitely had a charm that attracted people. Enraged, the man shouted what the hell the association had been doing all this time. Hunter shouted. He didn't think the Department of Defense and the government turning a blind eye to Neo-Sanan's illegal activities had anything to say. This government has built a reputation that there's no support from the provinces. He was interrupted, saying it was confidential information. Mrs. Baek said it's their choice in that case, so let them decide for themselves. The general said that the Seoul Guild has responded. They would not be able to help, as there was a battle going on in the south. At this point, a subordinate reported that a report had come in that one of the power generators on the north wall had been destroyed. The scavengers report that the evacuation line has been overrun. They say the guildmaster in charge of supplies is dead. The minister said the director of laws is not a situation where responsibility should be shifted. He suggested an additional contract with Sangwon. The government said that judging by the situation, it is time to start acting. Funding issues should be referred to the Ministry of Finance. They'll make an additional contract, have them send a request to set aside 500 million won, equal to the amount paid. The director reported the information to Yu Sang-won. He replied that he understood and was on his way to Seoul. He ordered Achelon to go to the north wall of Seoul. Golem replied that he accepted. He announced to the knights that when they arrived in Seoul, there would be a battle with the Archidemon beasts. If there's anything he can fix, he'll do it. At this time, a fierce confrontation was taking place on the north wall of Seoul. A grinning Ram looked at the frightened lowly human. They shouted dumbfounded that the monsters had broken through. They shouted fearfully who would hold them back. The hardest one is Ram. Monster said, would he be considered a winner if he just broke it? He swung a huge chain. The knights shouted to protect the generator. With a crushing blow, the Ram shouted furiously for them not to dare tangle under their feet. The knights drew their swords and attacked. They shouted for the monster to go to the afterlife. Enraged, Ram struck a crushing blow at the knights, knocking them to the ground. The shocked knight looked at the bloody stick in the monster's hands. The Ram asked why he had stopped. Did he suddenly want to live? The infuriated knight shouted furiously for the bastard monster to shut up immediately. Enraged, Ram struck another deadly blow at the knight. The powerful impact left a huge dent and a bloody stain on the ground. After reaching the generator, the monster began destroying it to complete the task. On the wall everywhere lay the wounded and destroyed soldiers defending. Satisfied with himself, Ram said that this time he's betting on his own victory. At that moment, his attention was caught by the appearance of a new huntress. The girl said that under the guidance of the constellation of Lady Athena, she had come to punish the demons of the evil god. It was an S-class Diomedia hunter, ready to fight monsters. The overjoyed knights shouted that it was the apostle of the constellation Athena, the huntress Diomedes. They are saved. Reinforcements are on their way. Swinging her spear, the girl said she would put the monster's head on the altar of Lady Athena. The enraged Ram shouted furiously that he would present their heads to the great King Butcher. He swiftly rushed to attack the huntress, intending to crush her. The girl put her spear in front of her and rushed towards the archdemon. The two strongest opponents came together in a fierce confrontation. Stones flew in all directions from the ruined wall. The knights covered their heads with their shields. The commander said that Diomedia seemed to have arrived. The guild leader agreed with it. The huntress told them to focus. Looking at them, Goutman ordered Baphomet's minions to attack. Head coach Yeonsu said that they need to get their act together and target Goatman. The three hunters of the Blue Dragon Guild rushed to attack the bloodthirsty monster. The surprised archdemon watched their attempt to win with a chuckle. The enraged guild leader shouted furiously to the hunters ahead, "Don't give up!" Raising his head up, Goutman watched as the Blue Dragon Guild hunters rapidly approached. Three shadows approached the monster. He grinned and shouted that they were fools. At this moment, the archdemon's subordinates prepared to fight. The guild leader delivered the first crushing blow to the monster standing in the way. The dazed huntress screamed in horror that there were too many of these bastards. The head shouted that these monsters are reckless in their pursuit of death. They were difficult to deal with. The girl shouted to get out of here. While fighting the monster, Ko Chung-soo shouted to Jo Ji-young to retreat. The frightened girl replied to Cheon-soo that she would try to do that. The guild leader gave a powerful blow to the monster and it loosened its grip, releasing Cho Ji-young. Flying up, the girl saw the commander fighting the monster. Using the Blue Dragon Fire technique, he delivered a devastating blow. The monster was crushed, and the commander managed to fly high into the air. Pointing her finger in the direction of Jo Ji-young, shouted that the guild leader was there. Grinning Goutman asked if they thought ending him would be so easy. The head of the Blue Dragon told the hunters that they must fight hard. They must defeat that bastard today. At this time, Diomedia was fiercely battling the archdemon Ram. The huntress dodged the blow of the powerful stick, which made the monster furious. Furious, he yelled that this was all starting to annoy him. Ji-young was exhausted and waited for Tanius to arrive. They were already at their limit. At that moment, another archdemon appeared and asked with a chuckle if Ram was helpless against this girl. Przewalski said he's getting to the point where he's no longer having fun. They should be done by now. Clenching his fists, the Ram shouted furiously that it wasn't time yet. There was no need to rush him. At this moment, the soldiers screamed that they had run out of magic bullets. Goutman grabbed the helpless soldiers and destroyed them. The huntress heard cries for help coming from all directions. She realized that the situation was getting worse. If this keeps up, they'll be wiped out. They need help now. Waving his deadly wand, Ram shouted furiously that it was time to finish with the humans. Striking a crushing blow, the huntress shouted that he was mistakenly counting on an easy victory. She used Ares' deadly crying technique to deliver a powerful strike. The archdemon laughed loudly and shouted that the huntress had been caught. The shocked girl looked dumbfounded at the monster, wondering if she was wrong. At that moment, a powerful crushing explosion rang out, blowing everything around. The hunters were dumbfounded to see Ares crying. Diademia had used her crowning skill so quickly. The archdemon used the skill of repulsion. The harder you attack, the harder you hit back. Holding the wounded huntress by the head, Ram said he looks at it and thinks that's the downside. It was a nice try, but he'd have to take advantage. He threw the girl to the ground. Releasing his powerful energy, he said with a chuckle that now they would have fun. Furiously inflicting crushing wages with his deadly wand, he laughingly shouted that he wasn't done yet. The powerful blows sent the huntress Diademia flying far to the side. Przewalski reminded him that Pastor Lee said to leave the higher-class hunters alive. Grabbing the girl's leg, Ram lifted her into the air. The wounded hunter was hanging upside down without strength. With a forceful swing, the archdemon tossed Diomedia aside. The exhausted, barely alive girl collapsed with a clatter onto a pile of rock. The Ram said that then he would have to eat those poor people. Przewalski replied that he would then side with Goutman. The hunter saw Diomedia lying on the ground and shouted to the general to save the lady. At that moment, the archdemon turned his attention to them. Ram shouted for them to attack. The hunters were dumbfounded. They looked fearfully at the monster. One of them said it looked very strong. A moment later, the archdemon was surrounded by bloodthirsty subordinates with sharp fangs. They launched an attack on the humans, destroying anyone who got in their way. The hunter used his horn, urging people to pay attention to it. He shouted to the hunters that they were all retreating. The men rushed out trying to escape. Ram said with a grin, "Do they think they can retreat whenever they want?" Raising his head upwards, Archdemon Ram let out a victory cry. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Something was coming toward him. A powerful stream of crushing energy rained down on him from above. The Archidemon barely had time to dodge before a deafening explosion rang out. A moment later, a golden knight descended on the wall. He clenched his fists furiously and looked at the monster. The happy hunter shouted with joy that the golden dragon knight had arrived. Now they were saved. When Yu Sang-won approached the injured Diomedia, he said it was a nightmare. Her pulse is weak. Lifting the girl in his arms, he asked Eldrin to take care of her. The dragon replied that such treatment was not covered by insurance. Clenching his fists with rage, the infuriated Ram shouted at the golden knight. Taking out his weapon, Yu Sang-won said that if he wanted to play so badly, let him play with it. The archdemon shouted furiously that he had taken his horn away. He won't let him go that easily. Sang-won replied that Ram had taken lives and was worried about the horn. The enraged monster swung his crushing weapon and shouted furiously that he would never forgive the Golden Knight. The guy asked if Aang had arrived. He replied that because he was called so urgently, he had a hard time getting there. He decided since Aang had also arrived, he would leave this battle to others. In the meantime, he'll take care of the Archidemon. The Golden Knight came together in a crushing confrontation with Ram. The building shook from the powerful battle. Cracks crept up the wall. The vultures screamed in fright at the earthquakes. One said apparently it had already reached S-class. The other said he heard Diomedia was crushed. They decided that they would act according to the situation. Now they were collecting magic stones. Shin Yun was watching them from around the corner. She thought that those scum were already here. They picked up the lifeless body of a hunter from the giant guild and decided to sell it. They had to take it to Neo Sanan. The vultures were discussing the battle. One said it was being done quietly. The other said he was on Pastor Lee's side because he had the advantage. Suddenly, the dazed guy received a powerful punch to the jaw. Coming out of the ambush, Shin Yun delivered a crushing blow that sent him flying off to the side. The other looked at the huntress, who had appeared out of nowhere with horror. The girl thought that these scum were human beings but lived by stealing. She said that selling a lifeless body was inexcusable. Dropping the body bag, the guy screamed in horror that she was a C-class. Gotta run. But she wasn't going to let them go. Clenching her fists and covering her eyes, Ah-Yun released a powerful energy. A crushing torrent rained down on the boy's head. The impact sealed him to the ceiling. A moment later, he collapsed to the floor under Shin Ah-Yun's feet with a clatter. Knight Jin Seok asked if she wouldn't follow through. She replied that she would let them live, and he will report the situation to his colleagues. Because of their greed, not only the lives of others, but also their own were jeopardized. At this time, the knights went around the battlefield to help the wounded soldier. Knight said that localized fighting is still going on the front line, and Yoon asked where Uncle Sang-won was. He replied that Sang-won was engaged in a heavy battle with the archdemon. She asked that they try to clean up the rest of the front as quickly as possible. He said it would be done. He can't wait to get it over with. The girl said the battle wasn't over yet, so it was too early to relax. He promised to run faster than the wind and become a shield against danger. She asked what kind of nonsense. He surprisingly replied that the more colorful the expressions, the more sincere it sounds. Thinking about it, Ah-Yun said that of all the knights summoned by Sang-won, Jin Seok and Yu Chung were the strangest. Pointing to Crocbane and Accolon, he asked if that was too much. At least he's no worse than they are. Shouting uncle is a strange man, Shin Yun ran far ahead. Knight said he said it was too much, and she just walked away. At this time, the crushing confrontation between Sangwon and Ramram continued. The Golden Knight said that the monster rushed into battle with such courage and had already decided to finish it. The enraged archdemon yelled for him to shut his mouth and promised to tear him to pieces. Looking at the monster, Yu Sangwon thought that it was much easier than he thought. It must have gotten too strong. The furious Ramram shouted angrily, "How is this even possible? It's only a human being." The Golden Knight told him it was time to call it a day. He had a lot to do. Suddenly, someone yelled at him to take his time. That can't be right. The guy asked Przewalski if he wanted to intervene. He said the jerk was a decoy. Now it's time for them to step forward. A dumbfounded Yu Sang-won asked in surprise if Ramram was the bait. After a moment's furious shouting, Przewalski rushed to the attack. At this moment, he was joined by 3 other strongest archdemons. Grinning, the Golden Knight said that he had called many people with him. Pastor Lee said that to catch the Golden Dragon Knight, you have to act like this. Bowing, he introduced himself as Pastor Lee, serving the Butcher King. Sangwon said he was a soulless man who kidnaps and eats people. He replied that it was a sacrifice for the constellation and could not be a sin. If it's his job to serve the constellation, it's his job to give it what it wants. Sangwon said that from his speech, he's not going to stop. Pushing Sangwon's weapon away from him, Pastor Lee offered him a deal. The essence of him serving the constellation of the Butcher King is quite clear. He heard that Sangwon doesn't serve the constellation and works as a mercenary. He needs a few lives for the sacrifice. If the Gold Knight does not interfere, they will give him all the loot from the hunt. Then both the knight who wants to make money and he can get what he wants. Their goodies, their money, their weapons, their magic stones will all go to Sangwon. The Golden Knight replied that the pastor's offer was certainly tempting, but if the money has nothing to spend it on, it's completely useless. He thought he didn't care what became of the world, but there were people he had to protect. He made a deal with the government. Besides, most of all, he doesn't like the world he wants to create. Grinning, Pastor Lee asked what he thought the world he would create would look like. Pointing the Titan's stake behind his back, Sangwon replied that he was right behind him. This is what the world the pastor wants to create looks like. Behind him lie the lifeless bodies of destroyed people. Laughing, the pastor said it was the first time he had seen a man behave like this in front of the wealth on offer. The Golden Knight suggested he just disappear quietly, then he would keep him alive. Grinning evilly, the pastor replied that he had heard a lot about his mission to God, but this was the first time he had been so insulted. Sangwon said that if he didn't want to lose all his minions and disgracefully end up at the bottom, it was time to escape. The pastor asked if the knight is using subterfuge because he is afraid that if they engage in battle here, people there will get hurt. He replied that if they started fighting for whatever reason either way, the pastor would end up on the floor. Glaring furiously, Pastor Lee said that Sangwon had sabotaged the negotiation. At this moment, all the archidemon beasts that had arrived with him approached him. Grunting, Przewalski said there were only 5 of them. How did Sangwon get such confidence? The Achelon has arrived and reports that assembly is complete. Emergency cooling has been implemented. Some male reported that they had dealt with the lousy sheep. Looking at the monsters, Kolf said their meat was tough and their skin thick. Crocbane kneaded his fists and said he was still very hungry. Suddenly, one of the archidemon beasts realized that Gautman was hurt. At some point, it stopped sensing his energy. The Golden Knight told Przewalski that now it was his turn. The enraged archdemon furiously promised that he would destroy them all. The guy shouted that enough talk. Let him come out to fight without restraint. The archidemon beasts fiercely advanced to meet the team of knights. Taking out their weapons, Yu Sang-won, along with Achelon Calf Crocbane, and Som Miol, rushed to attack. The crushing battle between the Sangwon knights and Pastor Lee's archidemon beasts had begun. Hunter said that the Golden Knight and his guys are fighting against the bastard. The second replied that he never thought he would see a battle between S and SS classes. At that moment, television crews with cameras arrived at the scene of the battle. A reporter yelled that he'd filmed the descent of the Golden Knight. Get them moving and get the microphone ready. There's something wrong with the sound. The journalists were blocked by security guards. They said they can't go in there now. It's very dangerous. Let them stay here. A crowd of people on the ground were watching what was happening upstairs. One guy decided to see for himself what was going on. He released a drone that began to rapidly gain altitude. The camera on the drone was transmitting images of the deadly confrontation. Soon, the first drone was joined by several more to film everything. The people shouted that a Dragon Knight had arrived. They are saved. At last, he has arrived. Some shouted their thanks to him. Some wanted to see him with their own eyes just once. Among the crowd of gawkers was one man hiding his face behind a lowered hood. It was the head of the Soul Guild, Shim Kang-hoon. He decided it was time for revenge. Pushing apart the men standing in front of him, he strode resolutely forward. Pulling his hood down low, He pushed through the crowd, pushing the gawkers out of the way. A correspondent was filming a report on what is near the north wall of Seoul, where a battle between the Golden Knight and the Archidemon beasts broke out. He said that judging by the situation, the human toll is expected to be enormous. At this moment, the Soul Guild head had already snuck upstairs closer to the battlefield. He decided it was time to get started and headed down the hallway with determination. He was stopped by armed guards and told that he was forbidden to go any further. To get rid of the obstacle, Kang Hong gave a powerful punch, and the guard flew aside. Stepping on the downed man lying there, he headed towards his intended target. As he made his way closer and closer, he thought happily that Sang-won was stumped. He would enjoy the sight of his defeat. Pressing the button that opened the entrance, he smugly promised that Sang-won would die at his hand. The Golden Knight clutched the Titan's stake tightly in his hands, about to strike. Ramram asked if he was going to fight with just that. Przewalski added that it would be better to fight with whatever he could hold. He replied that it made no difference whether he fought with a wooden branch or a banana. Let them surrender if they are afraid. The enraged Ram swung around and shouted furiously for Sang-won to go to the other world. The Golden Knight dodged the blow. At that moment, Przewalski attacked him with his hoof. The boy swung his Titan stake back at the monster's head. Releasing his energy, Yu Sang-won delivered a devastating blow. There was a huge explosion. The Archdemon Ram fiercely attacked using a deadly stick. The Golden Knight dodged, and the powerful weapon left huge dents in the floor and walls. In response, Yu Sang-won attacked the Archidemon with the Titan stake, delivering a devastating blow. The monster spun in the air and flew off to the side, slamming into the wall. The shocked Przewalski was dumbfounded that such a strong man existed. He did not believe that such a thing was possible. Grinning, Yu Sang-won said that fighting them was more boring than he expected. He's not the type to enjoy the tension. Compared to the mess they've made of this place, their skills are mediocre. A furious Przewalski shouted at him to shut his mouth. He would shut his insolent snout himself. At this time, the Angel Knight Som-mol was fighting the archdemons of Tosa Inu. She was assisted by Akalon. Soon the monster was lying upside down on the ground. The Knight of the Abyss, Kulf, has come together in a confrontation with the archdemon Iberico. They fiercely fought, mutually exchanging crushing blows. The Golden Knight continued to attack Ram, and the latter frightenedly babbled. Swinging the Titan's stake, he shouted furiously forward and struck. At that moment, the enraged Przewalski was rapidly approaching him. The Archdemon delivered a powerful, crushing blow, knocking Sang-won off his feet. With a violent blow, the Golden Knight flew aside and collapsed to the ground. He thought the count was 2-1. It's annoying. Plus, it's an S-class. Clenching his fists, Przewalski promised that he would chew and swallow every bone of Sang-won. Turning back to the team, Yu Sang-won suggested that they take down one bastard first. At that moment, Akalon fighting Iberico dealt him a mighty blow. Hearing his master's call, he turned to help him. Fighting furiously, the Draconoid shouted to Nadia that it was his opponent. A moment later, multiple powerful explosions rang out across the roof. The Golden Knight thought that this was a good thing. If one went a little farther, their stamina decreased. Grinning evilly, Przewalski shouted furiously that enough was enough. It was their turn. Their strength with Ram increased. The archdemon beasts, Iberico and Tosa Inu, also began to have a surge of power. The dazed Som-mol realized that their endurance, agility, and strength were rapidly increasing. A moment later, Iberico delivered a mighty crushing blow to the golem. From the strongest attack, Akalon flew aside and collapsed to the ground with a clatter. Suddenly, Tosa Inu fiercely clamped his powerful teeth into Crocbane's arm. With fiercely flashing eyes, Przewalski rushed to attack the Golden Knight. He pushed off with his powerful hooves, and cracks and shards of stone flew across the floor. Flying upwards, the archdemon swiftly approached Yu Sang-won. A moment later, he delivered a mighty blow with his hoof. The boy was dumbfounded. Swinging the Titan's stake, Sang-won fended off his attacks, but it was getting harder and harder for him. The dazed guy was surprised to realize that he had suddenly become much stronger. Suddenly, he received a message from Shin So-mi. She said that the Archidemon beasts had suddenly started receiving buffs. They are constantly getting buffs that enhance their combat ability. He asked if anyone had the skill to buff, or is it Pastor Lee? At this moment, the archdemon beasts, gaining extra power, joyfully shouted. Ms. So-mi reported that it was not a buff from King Butcher's constellation. These buffs to the Archidemon beasts are sent by the head of Seoul, Shim Kang-hoon. A shocked Yu Sang-won saw that on the opposite side, Shim Kang-hoon was standing with Pastor Lee. At that moment, a deafening explosion rang out and part of the wall collapsed with a rumble. Pastor Lee said it was on the edge. Kang-hoon replied that he took the barrier off the wall, so they can do whatever they want from here on out. but Yu Sang-won's head will go to him. The pastor answered as he wishes. A piece of his flesh will be enough for him. The Golden Knight with the Titan's stake stood in front of the enraged Przewalski. The archdemon shouted that now they would begin. Let the Golden Dragon Knight attack. With a smirk, Sang-won said that the great archdemon relies on buffs from humans. That should be disconcerting. He replied that the pastor did it. Shin Somi dictated the buffs applied to this monster. These are Charisma King, Hurricane Speech of Bravery Greatness, and Scream of Despair. All stats have been nearly doubled. Defense against ailments has been reduced to 40%. A dumbfounded Sang-won said that this was no joke. At this moment, Kolf came over to the Golden Knight and said that these bastards had suddenly gotten stronger. Golem said that due to the buffs, the enemy's characteristics increased. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Sang-won asked if they had a chance of winning. The Knight of the Abyss said that victory is something you have to create with your own hands. Some Mel supported. Despite not having debuff skills, they seemed to be able to fight. After assessing the situation, Akalon announced that they had a 74% chance of winning. There's no problem. The guy said that's good, so they can keep fighting. Angel Knight said that they haven't put their best foot forward yet either. Crocbane said that they would fight until they won. Looking at them furiously, Przewalski shouted what they were conspiring about. The Golden Knight said that since that was the case, they would work as a team properly. They rushed to the attack. The Archidemon screamed for them to go to the other world. The Golden Knight shouted to his team that they would try it once. The Knights and Archdemons attacked each other. A fierce battle ensued. At this time, the headquarters of the Hunters Association was keeping a close eye on what was happening. They were trying to figure out who gave the Archidemon beasts the buff. Shin Somi informed them that Shim Kang-hoon's inspection was complete. It was Shim Kang-hoon from the Soul Guild. They were dumbfounded by her message. The hunter asked if she was sure. No one could understand why Shim Kang-hoon would cooperate with Pastor Lee. One of them asked if he hadn't created an illusion to confuse them. The general said that Shim Kang-hoon is in Gangnam. He's putting all his energy into stopping the S-class monster Bohaku from advancing. No matter how badly he treats Sang-won, he couldn't have conspired with the vulture. The staff assumed it was an illusion or a trick. With a frown, Somi replied that no illusion could use the buffs. In addition, the barrier surrounding the wall was dispersed. It's something that can only be done from the inside. The most likely person is Shim Kang-hoon. The general decided to find out the truth. He ordered to find out Shim Kang-hoon's whereabouts in Gangnam. In any case, they must support the Golden Knight. He would be helpless if the buff beasts broke through the wall. We can organize a support unit right now and start the operation. The suddenly surprised general realized that the Knights were winning. At this time, Yu Sang-won and his team were waiting for the attack of the Archidemon beasts. Tosa Inu lunged at them with angry eyes, intending to strike. Yu Sang-won put out a Titan stake in front of him to repel the attack. Swinging around, he delivered a powerful crushing blow to his enemy. From the deadly blow, Tosa Inu flew far to the side and collapsed with a crash. Following him, an enraged Archdemon Bull rushed to attack. He was glaring with rage in his eyes. Crocbane ran out to meet him. He grabbed the monster by its powerful horns. At that moment, an infuriated Przewalski was already flying at the Golden Knight. He put out a powerful fist to deliver a stabbing blow, but Sang-won dodged. The monster was met by Akalon's crushing fist flying into, and Przewalski and the bull, struck by the blow, flew off in different directions. Brick fragments flew in all directions from the bull's collision with the wall. A crushed Iberico followed them to the ground. In a moment, he was lying upside down. He was furious and shouted furiously that he wouldn't let those bastards. They can't win, and they're all going to hell very soon. Gritting his teeth in anger, Przewalski shouted furiously for Iberico to wake up. Tosa Inu, the archdemon beast, was crushed next. The crushing blow went straight to his head. The Abyss Knight laughed that it would be strange if they won. Crocbane seconded that it was a team effort, strategy. Her enemies don't have it. All the fighting techniques are caveman level. They're not up to par. At that moment, a monster crept up from behind, hoping to destroy them all. With broken horns, Ram was sneaking towards Sang-won, about to strike from behind. He swung a deadly stick, but it was stopped by his sword. After a moment, Kolf and Akalon twisted the arch-monster and laid him on the ground. The Golden Knight swung the Titan stake and delivered a powerful, deadly blow. The bloodthirsty archdemon beast had been destroyed. It was lying on the ground, slain. With a smirk, Yu Sang-won said that it was nothing special compared to what he had imagined. Let the Knights worry no more and calmly attack all at once. Przewalski informed Tosa Inu that Ram had been destroyed. He was dumbfounded that these people had managed to do it. Pastor Lee asked Guildmaster Kang-hoon how this happened. He said it couldn't be. The pastor promised that if they lost this battle, he would be held accountable for everything. The Knights and Beast Archidemons stood opposite each other, ready to continue the battle. With a swear word, Kang Hun said that the buff had become poison on the contrary. There is no concept of teamwork, so they only hurt each other. Frowning, Pastor Lee watched the scene, deciding what to do next. At that moment, Przewalski, with a cry that he would not forgive him, rushed to the attack. The Dragonoid shouted to Yu Sang-won to defend himself. He replied that he understood. The Golden Knight put out his sword and tightened stake in front of him to repel the attack. With their swords drawn, Krokbein and Yu Sang-won repelled Przewalski's crushing blows. At that moment, Tosa Inu crept up from behind and swung a punch at the guy. Yu Sang-won dodged the deadly blow and wounded the archdemon in the leg in flight. The monster howled loudly in pain and opened its mouth wide with huge fangs. The head of the Soul Guild realized that it would be better to remove the buffs. The pastor replied that it was a complete failure. Angry, Shim Kang-hoon shouted that it wasn't his failure. Pastor Lee frowned and asked if he thought it was his fault. Kang-hoon shouted that wasn't it a failure from the start to gather such disparate bastards. Grabbing his arm, Pastor Lee replied that it was still not a good idea to swear at the King Butcher Constellation Apostles like that. At this moment, the Blue Dragon Guild's guild leader delivered a crushing blow. From his powerful blow, Goatman bellowed pitifully and collapsed to the ground. With a smirk, Ko Chung-soo told him to go straight to the underworld. The slain archdemon lay on the ground at his feet and uttered his last melee. Pastor Lee frowned as he watched everything that was going on. He realized that they had lost this fight. The satisfied Blue Dragon hunters breathed a sigh of relief that they had won and would soon receive the bonuses. The pastor said that they would have to retreat. Shim Kang-hoon said he would retreat too. If he leaves Shin Kang-nam for a long time, suspicion will arise. He turned to leave when the pastor yelled for him to wait. Even though they failed, Shim Kang-hoon did a good job. We need to give the promised reward. He held out the box containing the skull ring. Grinning, Kang-hun wondered if he wanted to reward him after the failure. The pastor said that a show of trust to plan further matters. Putting on the ring, Kang-hoon said he accepts it. It feels like black energy. It's a very good thing. Suddenly, the shocked head felt the ring sucking the life force out of him. He cried out desperately, grabbing his injured arm. The ring was rapidly absorbing his energy. Pastor Lee recalled that he was told he would be held accountable if he failed. The dumbfounded Shim Kang-hoon guessed that Pastor Lee had deceived him. He was desperate. The pastor confirmed that Shim Kang-hoon's life will be presented to the constellation of the Butcher King. The head of the Soul Guild was losing his life force. The ring was rapidly destroying him. A few minutes later, his lifeless body fell at Pastor Lee's feet. Removing the ring from his finger, the pastor said, "May Kang-hoon rest in peace in the arms of the Butcher King." After a moment, there was no one on the roof. There was only the sound of the beast archdemon summoning. The dazed hunters looked up, trying to figure out what was going on. Turning around at the sound, Przewalski said that there was an order to retreat. He promised that he would step on the throat of the Golden Dragon Knight next time. After a moment, he promptly disappeared, leaving only puffs of smoke behind him. The Abyss Knight asked if they would give chase. Sang-won replied that he should forget about them. There was a lot to deal with here right now. Perhaps the structure of the association will change drastically. Even the guild's passive response to Shim Kang-hoon's betrayal. There will be many dead. Besides, if the creatures invade again and the battle begins, the wall won't hold. He sighed heavily. This is the hardest part. From the dungeons of Gwangju Busan to here. Pointing to the precious crystals, Akalon offered to collect the loot. Sang-won replied that he should collect it faster. At this moment, a stranger ran towards the Golden Knight swiftly. Apologizing, he asked Yu Sang-won to talk to him for a bit. Bowing, he said that he came here to ask the Golden Knight. He replied that he was very busy right now and very tired. Akalon grumbled that it pissed him off that there was so much to do. Krokbane shouted carefully. Turning away, Yu Sang-won said that they weren't quite done yet. He asked Akalon what kind of gurgling sound he heard. Krokbane replied that it made no sound. Golem replied that there was no input signal. A few days later, Yu Sang-won was resting in the Iron Fortress. He leafed through his programs thinking that the show was multiplying into a show. At that moment, Shin So-mi walked in and offered to eat since he was up. Falling back onto the pillow, the boy groaned that he would eat a little later. Frowning, she said he was acting just like her daughter. Let him get up and make his bed and go eat. Plugging his ears with a pillow, he replied that he was too lazy to even move a finger. His muscles were all clogged from the battle. Scanning his body, So-mi said, "His condition allows him to get his ass up and go eat," he replied when he wanted to call Akalon. After answering well, Shin So-mi resentfully left with all her might slamming the door. She told the principal that Sang-won would eat later. Baek Ga-young replied that it was because he fought so hard. Still, given the situation, I wish he'd get up and take care of some things. She grinned that she would get up sooner or later. Although he looks frail, but he is a SS-class hunter commander of S-class knights and the ruler of the Goblin Empire. The principal said she doesn't know what's on his mind. There's a lot of business to take care of, from offering to talk to the Dragon Knight to complaining. She read about the offer of cooperation in destroying the Butcher King and saving Seoul, and decided to let her rest. They would be very busy soon. When Shin Seomi saw the message, he said that it seems like politics, which he dislikes so much, is going to start. Director Baek reported that the head of the Seoul Guild, Shim Kang-hoon, had died. That Pastor Lee and his Archidemon beasts almost destroyed Seoul. The Olympus Guild and the Blue Dragon Guild have teamed up to fight together. They even teamed up with Yu Sang-won to defend Seoul from attack. Now they're negotiating the consequences. They are figuring out who will be responsible for the loss of life and property. Who is more to blame? Of course, we're talking about Sangwon. The power of the Golden Knight has been recognized by the world. He's going to be used more for political purposes. Knight Choi Chun-soon said that this is exactly what the boss hates the most. The principal said she could sort it out from her side to some extent. While she does, let them go and get some fresh air. He said that reporters are now crowding the entrance to the Iron Fortress. Now you can't just get a breath of fresh air. She replied that they could ride Eldrin or go to the Goblin Empire. She hoped they would have a good discussion. Shin Somi and Shin Ah-yoon inform Yu Sang-won that they are going on a picnic. It's the principal's suggestion. She said to get some fresh air since there'll be a lot to do later. A disgruntled Sang-won asked if they could not breathe the air and live without things to do. The girl clung to Sang-won and began to coax him to go along with them. Clapping her huge eyes, Shin Ah-yoon looked at him pleadingly. Seomi reported that there were reporters crowded at the entrance. They would have to ride Eldrin or go to the Goblin Empire. At this moment, a goblin appeared and asked to be allowed to take over their Goblin Empire. If they go to a B-class dungeon empire, it won't arouse suspicion, and it's full of the king's subordinates, which guarantees his safety. Knight Yu Cheng said he wouldn't trust the goblins. If need be, he will attack the dungeon immediately, so it seems like this way is fine. Suddenly, all the other knights appeared and started urging him that he needed proper rest to get stronger. Deciding to end the ruckus at last, he shouted that he understood. Everyone but Som Myeol is coming. The summoned knights fled and Sang-won was left in the company of Seomi Ah-yoon and the goblin. They stared at him expectantly, not about to give up. He had no choice. Realizing that there's no way to get rid of them, Yu Sang-won said, well, he's going with them. Seeing the report on the reorganization of the Goblin Empire's management system in front of him, he frowned. They had promised that they would play. Raising a finger up, Yu Chung said that traditionally, the king should never let state affairs go to waste at any time, not even when he's on vacation. He asked if Yu Chung could do it himself. The knight replied that his majesty is on the throne. He's just helping him. At that moment, Chun-sun announced that they were all ready, and Yoon shouted happily that they should go as soon as possible. Waving goodbye to them, Ga-young told them to be sure to have a good time. After escorting them out, she went back to her work. The Shinkanam Compensation Association requested that Sangwon's accounts be frozen. She called and said he put a lot of effort into the Seoul defense operation, and they're trying to get compensation. How did the civilian partnership find out? She was told that the chief prosecutor and his wife were members of the organization. Several employees of the Ministry of Strategy and Finance are also members. She swore that their top people had infiltrated everywhere and asked how much they were asking. She was told 500 billion won. A dumbfounded Gaeyoung said that this is the same balance the government has to pay without taking into account the contract commission. He didn't destroy the pastor, but the operation to protect Seoul was successful. He has the right to claim a portion of the money. Let them settle the matter. At this time, Pastor Lee returned to the underground city of Kaesong to the special class hotel. He said in surprise that he didn't expect so many followers to come. A furious Przewalski shouted that it was time to take responsibility for what the pastor had done. He replied that Shim Kang-hoon, who caused it, was responsible. He gave his soul to the constellation of the Butcher King, and he is satisfied. With glaring eyes, the archdemon shouted that it wasn't enough. He knows how much damage they've done. The pastor said to thank the remaining apostles and the sacrifices of Righorn Remram and Gottman. He had prepared a small gift. He laid out a variety of elixirs, weapons, and equipment in front of them. He prepared the trophies that were left after Shim Kang-hoon's destruction. He hopes they will be satisfied. The pastor said he spent nothing on himself and used everything on the apostle. Bull frowned and said that the mantle of charisma was Shim Kang-hoon's real item. Iberico supported that there were many potions containing his energy. Przewalski said it looks like Pastor Lee got a pretty good deal out of it, and they rushed to divide up the item. Bull and Iberico grasped the edges of Charisma's robe and pulled in different directions with no intention of relenting. At this time, Przewalski calmly drank the elixir he had chosen. Feeling a burst of energy, he fairly laughed that it was a fantastic power. All the others, looking at the increased strength of Przewalski, rushed to drink elixirs too. Feeling their bodies fill with power, they shouted joyfully that it was a great sensation. Satisfied with himself, Pastor Lee smiled as he looked at the archidemon beasts. Turning to the great constellation of the Butcher King, he said that because of his shortcomings, he had lost the 3 apostles of the Butcher King. If he gave him some more strength, he would definitely take revenge on the Golden Dragon. Falling to his knees, Pastor Lee begged the constellation to hear that faint voice. He begged him to let him become the Butcher King's sword and take revenge. Shocked people on the streets of the city rounded their eyes in a daze. A huge, powerful stream of energy cut through the sky and swiftly swept downward. The astonished Przewalski was dumbfounded that he had indeed come down at the call of a man. An incredibly powerful lightning bolt, sparkling with discharges, descended from the sky to the ground. Spreading his arms, Pastor Lee gratefully accepted the power sent to him. A huge piece of meat fell from the sky and collapsed to the ground with a crash. Dumbfounded people, as mesmerized people, rounded their eyes and watched what was happening. Pastor Lee, surrounded by sparkling lightning, rose above the ground and hovered in the air. Archidemon Przewalski screamed that the Butcher King had descended from heaven. A huge monster with huge horns appeared above Pastor Lee and reached out to him. A shocked Przewalski said he descended at the call of a human voice. How could this have happened? The pastor's eyes glowed with a violet light. He continued to hang in the air. In a moment, Pastor Lee's clothes began to fray at the seams, and his body began to change. Instead of a human face, the face of a huge monster with horns appeared. In the next instant, there was a tremendous shattering explosion. The whole place was covered with smoke. When the smoke cleared, a huge beast surrounded by lightning appeared. The beast's huge hooves smashed the ground, gaining strength. Stones flew in all directions. Instead of Pastor Lee, a huge buffalo with powerful muscles stood in his place. Falling on his knee, Przewalski said that the Butcher King had come down and revealed his will to them. All the other archdemon beasts also fell to their knees before the monster that appeared. The monster said the constellation still had work to do, so he decided to lend him his power. The shocked people didn't realize what was happening. They couldn't believe that Pastor Lee had converted. The monster said the constellation gave him the power to resolve the situation. This will be another chance for them to take revenge. He will take the oath of all who are here. Now that the constellation has descended, he will present this world to him again. If they obey him from now on, it is taken as an oath of allegiance to the constellation. All the people present immediately fell to their knees in front of the monster that appeared. With his head bowed, Przewalski said that he had come down. He is strong. They will not lose this time. Looking at his flock, the archdemon beast loudly proclaimed that they would serve faithfully. At this time, Yu Sang-won was resting together with the knights on the lake in the Goblin Empire's dungeon. He said he feels like he's come to live in the country. Frowning, Shin Ah-yoon asked how long they would rest until she would still want to pump up the level. He said it's not nerds who study on vacation, it's dumbasses. She said there's nothing to do but study. You can't even watch TV and movies here. Sighing heavily, the guy leaned back in his chair and said he was. It's boring here. Shin So-mi came over to them and offered to taste the sandwiches she brought. Watching them munch on their sandwiches, she said, they said if they wanted more. She'd been wanting to go on vacation for a long time. Shin Ah-yoon couldn't stand it anymore and said that she would go practice alone. Pensive, Yu Sang-won said that he thought he was spending his time now as he wanted to. So-mi replied that when things get hard, she puts things on hold for a while, like now. But after waking up and raising a child, she couldn't think of such a thing. So she understands him. Her old wounds have not healed, and she tries to avoid major upheavals. But with his power, many need him, and things get bigger. Maybe he needs a break more than anyone else. Let him apologize to her if she did something wrong. The guy shook his hands and shouted, "Of course not. How can she take all the responsibility? She's doing well enough with both the guild and Ah-yoon. Also, the class has changed this time around. She is best suited for the role of a supporter." Shin So-mi thanked him. He and Ah-yoon acquired the skills that are prioritized by their team. Sang-won said it was much more useful than Yu Chung and Kolf's skill. He wondered if he would be alarmed if she didn't keep an eye on them. Let him continue to take care of them in the future. She wondered if that was all. The boy replied that he lived alone and was used to dealing with everything alone, so he tried to work together with the summoned knights more than with people. He never imagined having a family, because he was afraid he'd lose it. Then people started showing up and changing class for him. He felt strange because these people were helping and being helped by each other. He's a man who only avoids it, an incomplete man. So Mi took his hand and told him that fate is not something perfectly prepared. It's a relationship that they themselves make perfect. He's not inadequate. He's just an innocent man who's afraid of getting hurt again. An embarrassed Sang-won said thank you. Then he wants to remain indebted to her from now on. Standing up, Shin So-mi said that she would go settle the rest of her affairs then. Grabbing his head, Sang-won thought he had said too much. It was an idiot's confession. At that moment, Ah-yoon told him he was a real idiot. The guy was dumbfounded that she didn't leave. The girl said that looking at her mother's reaction, you could tell she was embarrassed. She has a habit of getting up from her chair when she's embarrassed and walking away. He replied that it's not just because she's embarrassed. She has no choice but to act cautiously whatever their relationship is. A dumbfounded Ah-yoon asked in surprise what her mom's problem was. He said it's not a question of someone being a problem. It's not the kind of relationship that can exist on love alone. It's hard for her to accept sympathy and sympathize with someone. Her personality is such that she's more comfortable alone, and Ah-yoon too. She replied she likes her uncle. Sangwon asked what will happen to her mother if he leaves because he doesn't like restriction. He has to be judicious. Standing up and stretching, Shin Ah-yoon said that she doesn't know, but whatever the case is supportive of the two of them. The guy said it was time for her to stop ranting and asked if she had changed her fighting stance. Embarrassed, Ah-yoon replied that she was looking for a position where she could make up for her shortcomings and not cross paths with the knights. A surprised Sangwon said it made sense. Maybe she needs something. Laughing, the girl said she could use her uncle's armor. After being disconnected from the constellation, she can't properly upgrade her armor. Can't he give her his? She saw that Sangwon didn't use it much during the battle. If the Golden Dragon Knight doesn't wear armor, he'll just become a Dragon Knight. Her armor is bad, so it's hard to catch high-level monsters. It's difficult since she can't use the Flame Phoenix stance. Pensive Yu Sangwon said, "Well then, unfortunately," and looked at Ah-yoon carefully. Looking at his ring that he had gotten from the demon worshipper, Sangwon decided to use it. The dumbfounded girl asked in surprise what the uncle was going to do. A moment later, a shop appeared in front of them. Shin Ah-yoon was astonished. She gingerly watched as Yu Sangwon calmly opened the door and walked inside. Foxy greeted him and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A dumbfounded Ah-yoon asked who the Foxy girl was. Is he really cheating? He replied that it was just a store and asked Foxy to sell Ramram's outfit. The salesman estimated 6,500 points for that, plus 9,700 points. Including all the fees, that's 74,000 points. Does Sangwon agree? He said sure. He said this girl was cut off from the constellation so she can't control the Phoenix Flame dance. If there's any skrills or equipment that can help. Opening the display case in front of them, Foxy offered to take a look at the items. Surprised, Ah-yoon asked how many of these things could be bought. Sangwon said that one of them cost about 30,000 points. The overjoyed girl shouted that she could handle it thanks to the equipment. Thinking about it, Yu Sangwon scrutinized the display case, deciding what to choose. He needs a ranged weapon. He can't use it because of the peculiarity. A single Somi supporter won't be enough. Foxy asked if she can't learn magic. Sangwon replied that her knight class was better than magic. The vendor offered him a spear. He was surprised to hear that he wanted a ranged weapon. She said that javelin throwing is a real knight skill, so maybe this will help avoid the ban on ranged weapons. Looking at her, Yu Sangwon thought about throwing a spear. It might be a way out. The spear was designed for ancient people who were able to mark their targets with the greatest precision. It allowed to fight large animals since ancient time. Later, though, the bow came along. The spear was still in use for a long time because the material was hard to find and arrows had to be made additionally. The guy asked if there was a sample for demonstration. Foxy replied that after getting 1,000 points, they give it free of charge. After acquiring the spear, Yu Sangwon decided to try it out on the shore of the lake. He sprinted with all his might and hurled his spear at the nearest target. The deadly spear swiftly rushed towards the target, cleaving the air. Just a moment later, a powerful crushing explosion rang out as it reached its target. A huge blast wave hit the coast, blowing up everything in its path. Yu Sangwon's sunglasses flew off and small shards flew into his face. He was struck by the power. Foxy said that the destructiveness of a spear strike is determined by the strength and concentration of the thrower. He can throw it much harder than others. A dumbfounded Sangwon said that even for knights, there were no warnings about spear throwing. The seller warned that the sword symbolizes the victory of power and struggle, and the spear symbolizes the weapon of the soldier and defender of civilization. Taking out a Titan stake, the guy asked what would happen if he threw that instead of a spear. Shocked, Foxy wondered if he meant the Titan stake. It's a very difficult weapon to use. It was kept because there were almost no people who could use it, and it can't be melted down. Oh, it's not designed for long-range attacks. It might be possible to avoid the restriction. Sangwon replied that he would buy everything he has first. A few minutes later, a huge mountain of weapons lay in front of Sangwon and Ah-yoon. The surprised girl asked if it was all deadly weapons, and he was really going to use it as a ranged. He replied that as Foxy said, that if the force of destruction is determined by the strength and concentration of the thrower, he will show greater impact force. Smiling, Ah-yoon said that it was like lecturing about some country's new weapon that was getting more and more powerful. After putting on his equipment, Yu Sangwon summoned Eldrin and decided it was time to begin. Dragon set the defense magic to level 7 to pass the test. Swinging, Yusang-1 said fine, then test number 1 begins. He sprinted with all his might and threw the first spear at the intended target. Eldrin's magical defenses gave way. Large cracks crept across the surface. The Golden Knight was shocked by the result. He couldn't believe he'd done it. Covering her face with her hands, Ah-Yoon tried to protect herself from the blast wave. The team scattered in different directions with a cry of hot air. An unrealistically powerful flash swooped all around, piercing the high mountain. A shocked Eldrin asked dumbfoundedly what the Golden Knight had done. Angry, Ah-Yoon shouted it was a full-fledged missile. Akalon angrily said it was very dangerous. Only Calf shook it off and said she wanted one too. The knights knelt down and asked if His Majesty was all right. Sangwon replied that it was not the time to worry about him. They replied that the sudden explosion could have caused problems with the king's body fluid. He replied that they should take care of them first. Shin Somi and Choi Chun soon were approaching them. He asked what was going on here. Pointing to the mountain of spears, Yusang-1 replied that it was a test of a new weapon. A shocked Xiaomi thought this guy might be incredibly strong. Now he's so strong that it's astounding. After thinking for a while, Sangwon said there was no need to do test number 2. He broke the 7-layer Eldrin magic barrier. That would be enough. Dragon said that the Golden Dragon's magical barrier is stronger than any other barrier in the human world. The knights heard the sound of the Goblin Emperor's horn. It can be heard when the Goblin Emperor leaves the castle. Frowning, they asked Yusang-1 what they would do now. The Goblin Emperor rode through the forest in a carriage drawn by a trio of horses. The dumbfounded Yusang-1 and the knights looked at him, not knowing what to do. The goblins reached the knights, and the emperor came out to greet them. He told His Majesty welcome. It's a great honor for them. A confused Sangwon replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But what happened? He thought that the director had said he could rest in peace here. The goblin said the emperor has come here because he has an urgent request for His Majesty. Filled with awe, he reports that the previous king could not leave the dungeon, but had no choice. The guy replied that he was willing to listen to whatever they had to say. The goblin said the emperor wants Sangwon to trade the magic stone. The surprised Gold Knight asked if he wanted to exchange the gems, but why he needed them. The goblin replied that the magic stones are a resource to support their world. They were running low, and there was no telling how many years they would last. They can't stand by and watch their tribesmen die, so they came to him with a request. There used to be a lot of huge monsters and animals here, so there was no problem with it. But due to an unknown phenomenon, the ecosystem has been disrupted. As a result, magic stones became rare. Sangwon asked what they were doing with the magic stones. The goblin said they could be considered the fuel that keeps their empire going. After thinking about it for a while, Sangwon realized that magic stones were like oil on their land. He agreed to trade them. The goblins fell gratefully to their knees. But he has one condition. That's what he's saying for them. It is inefficient to hold on to resources that are already depleted and difficult to extract. Instead of resources like oil or coal, it is better to develop technology. Goblin asked if he meant what goblin slaves use for alchemy. Sangwon said that because the global economy on Earth depends on coal and gas, there are even clashes, and here they are used by slaves. Let them consider it an alternative resource for magical stones and use it as a basis for an empire. Better environmental problems than the collapse of the country. The condition for exchanging magic stones is to find the means and methods and bring him the result. The goblins frowned deeply at His Majesty's word. The guy asked what they could give him in exchange for the magic stone. After that, he and the knights returned to the shore of the lake. Akalon was preparing a barbecue. Sangwon asked what they would be having for dinner, and Yu Chung replied that the golem had cooked. He was very interested in what Sangwon had promised the goblin. The Golden Knight replied that he had asked for an army in exchange for the magic stone. They'll need the gems and resources themselves, but since they have plenty of human resources, he said he'd take it as it is. The magic stones are a major resource and it's depleted. So to preserve the ecosystem, you have to replace the resources. It's impossible to get rid of them completely. The goblins presented will belong to the Heavenly Sword Army. They will take advantage of this when planning tactics. At that time, a meeting was being held at the general headquarters of the Hunters Association in Seoul. It was reported that all barrier reconstruction work has been completed. The position of all generals has been changed. It is planned to create dummy nuclei to deceive the enemy. The repairs were finished quickly, but they're interested in compensation. They're having a hard time making up the budget after spending on the dragon. The general replied that this was confidential information and asked if Pastor Lee's location had been discovered. He's been told he's not showing up anywhere, including Kazan. Intelligence says he disappeared after the hotel penthouse explosion. This is a satellite image of the moment of the explosion. He was seen entering the hotel, but there is no confirmation that he left after the explosion. There's an argument over who's responsible for the defeat. They should consider the possibility of Pastor Lee's death. The military was shocked. They couldn't believe the pastor was dead. He is also responsible for the loss of the beast archidemon apostle of the constellation King Butcher. Demolition of the hunters' prison in Kazan has begun. The general wondered if this was the pastor's favorite prison for hunters. This is where Pastor Lee kept the survivors of captured hunters. Their life energy was used to develop potions and enhanced medicine. It was a symbolic place for the pastor. If this place began to change, it is obvious that the pastor's life began to change. If strife breaks out, if not this pastor, then someone else has taken his place. This case needs to be investigated more thoroughly. You don't have to speculate. You have to find evidence of his condition. Have them mobilize all the hunters in every division commander's district, all the way down to the police. 3 days later, Sangwon and his team were still in the Goblin Empire's dungeon. While practicing, Somi said that it is difficult to exchange vision with animals since they each have a different vision. And Yoon smiled that all skrills are good. If there is a vision exchange skrill with an animal, then it will help to deal with exploration. Mrs. Somai leafed through all the possible skills and decided crafting magic bullets was excellent. Her class is mage and she can use it effectively. My daughter reminded me that this skill was expensive. She replied that it was a good thing she only had to worry about firearms. A satisfied Ayun boasted that thanks to this powerful new skill book, she could properly use the Phoenix Dance. Smiling Shin, Somi thought that Yu Sang-won had helped them a lot again. Seeing her pensive face, Ayun curiously asked Mom thinking about Uncle again. Blushing and shaking her head, Shin Somi shouted that of course not. She was just very grateful for his help. Looking at Eldrin flying by, she said there was a storm coming. Sitting on the dragon, Yu Sang-won said that the view is intimidating. It's a healing experience. Eldrin grinned and replied she couldn't believe she was moonlighting as a cab driver for Magic Stone. He replied that he would make sure they weren't sad. Suddenly, Yu Sang-won felt his phone vibrate. He got word that rumors are spreading that Pastor Lee is dead. They need to go back. After a while, they returned to the Iron Fortress. Sang-won studied the latest news. He didn't believe Pastor Lee would just walk away. It's strange even if he was destroyed because of internal strife. Director Baek said that 3 archidemon beasts had died. The constellation of the Butcher King had no choice but to become enraged. The guy said they were lucky if he really died, but if the Butcher King disappeared, someone else would appear. She agreed that this was the crux of the problem. That's why the association hasn't confirmed the pastor's death yet. The government's holding off so they don't have to pay. After thinking for a while, Sangwon replied since he didn't personally destroy him, he would wait until his death was confirmed. Baek Ga-young said that there will be a hunters gathering. This time, we need to show up and strengthen our position. Frowning, Yu Sang-won replied that he didn't feel like it at all. But Ga-young insisted. If people trust him, his position will become clearer. With great power comes great responsibility. He said he'd be with his friends in the dungeon until then. When he's drafted, have him contact him. Looking after the departing guy, she thought that now it was time to face reality. At this time in the Goblin Dungeon, Crocbane was happily sunbathing. At that moment, a golden knight appeared in front of him and asked what Achelon was doing. Draconid replied that a golem was there not far away collecting data piece by piece. After finding Achelon, Yu Sang-won warned him that it was time for them to get ready to leave. At this point, Kulf came out in beach attire and was excited that they were going to have a sortie. The guy replied that it wasn't exactly like that. They need to prepare. The knight replied that he knew the battle was not yet over. They should move out while they are still in force. Some mole said she agreed with Sir Kulf. Clutching his head, Sangwon explained that he couldn't do this at will. Had he forgotten how he became a golden dragon knight? The dumbfounded Kulf and Som Mule looked at the guy in surprise. He warned them to be ready anyway so they could return at any time. At this time, the Sword Knights were training with the Goblin Army. The armed goblins with burning eyes clearly followed all the commands of the knights. Looking at them, Yu Sang-won frowned and said, "This is going to be a total disaster." The surprised knights turned around. Yu Cheng asked how His Majesty had gotten here. They fell on their knees in front of him. He told them to get off their knees and warned them to be ready. They might have to perform soon. The knights reported that everything would be done as the king ordered. A short time later, a gathering of hunters was held in Seoul. The Hypern Hotel was attacked by journalists. Standing with huge cameras, they asked members of the Crosspain Guild to pose for them. The knights enjoyed taking favorable poses for photos. All the reporters were waiting for the Golden Dragon Knight to finally appear. At that moment, they noticed a car with dark windows pulling up. The provincial governors of Gyeongsang and Jeolla provinces also attended the meeting. The reporters asked them to talk about Hunter Choi Jongseon, who defected to Jeolla province, and his joining the Golden Knight. They shouted it must be embarrassing that an S-class hunter went over to the mercenaries. They should have treated him well right away. At this moment, someone shouted that the Golden Dragon Knight's trailer had arrived, and everyone rushed over. They attacked Sangwon with questions about Pastor Lee's death and the battle in Busan. Is it true that he became a mercenary? At that moment, an inconspicuous cab pulled up, and no one paid any attention to. Yu Sangwon, Shin Somi, and Choi Chun soon came out of it. Sangwon breathed out a sigh of relief that it was quieter now. When they went inside, the girl greeted Mr. Yu Sangwon, the Golden Dragon Knight. They are employees of the Hyperion Awakened, who have received the patronage of the constellation of Apollo at their service. Looking around, the guy thought it was a very luxurious building. The girl said that the meeting would be held in the VIP conference room on the 45th floor. Mr. Sangwon will be staying in room 144A. The surprised guy asked if it was possible to stop here. She replied that she didn't know what she would discuss at the meeting. Many guilds will be here long after the training camp is over. They entered a spacious hall where the representatives of the various guilds were already seated. The hunters of the Blue Dragon Guild looked at each other in surprise when they saw the Golden Knight. They didn't expect him to come. At this moment, it was announced to the audience that SS level hunter Golden Dragon Knight Yu Sangwon was entering. Looking around the hall, the Golden Knight noticed that half of the Soul Guild was missing. Pulling back a chair, the girl motioned for Yu Sangwon and his companions to take their seat. A few minutes later, the hunters' meeting was announced. They will provide data in relation to recent events, report on the effects of the anomaly, and the battle. There were materials spread out all over the tables in front of the hunters for review. Sangwon read the damage in Shin Kangnam is the death of Shim Kang-hoon. Chun-soon is charged with manslaughter, soul barrier negotiation. The chair of the meeting said that they would proceed to the general meeting. He asked for feedback on the information presented in the material. All this is for the Republic of Korea and for the safety of its citizens. They should understand that. The former head of the Soul Guild, Lee Jong-won, has been demoted to a C grade. Guild head Shim Kang-hoon was found dead. All members are under investigation. Depending on the results of the investigation, the Soul Guild may be disbanded. At that moment, the general spoke up and suggested that we talk about Shim Kang-hoon's case later. They have a case of manslaughter in the execution of Hunter Choi Chun's son on their agenda. While on a mission to defend Gwangju, he left the combat zone without any notification to the association or the unit concerned. The hunter said because of Chun-soon's absence, there are no SS-class hunters in Gwangju, but he defended him without support and left when he took care of safety. The general replied that unauthorized abandonment of the territory for which you are responsible without reporting to your superiors is equal to desertion. If this were wartime, he'd be summarily executed. Since the emergency alert has been lifted, the matter has been brought to the meeting. The chairman asked what is the position on Yu Sang-won's group where Choi Jun-soon left. After thinking why about Yu Sang-won's group, the Golden Knight said that he understood why the minister was talking about it. But if we're being honest, more than anything, being an employee of the academy, he felt that hunter groups couldn't escape politics. A-class hunters are only concentrated in Seoul. And in rural areas, even A-class hunters are not enough, let alone S-class hunters. Having gathered all the strongest hunters, the largest guilds are building up their forces. Meanwhile, the provinces were rotting. Without strong hunters, security gaps emerged. Highly skilled hunters like Choi Chun-soon or Jang Ji-ya had nothing left but to suffer even more. To summarize, as long as they are all trying hard to increase the power of their guilds, the provincial hunters will leave more and more. Yes, he's definitely guilty of leaving his seat, but they need to think about his reason. If they punish Choi Chun-soon, the reaction of the provincial hunters will exceed all expectation. If they are worried about their safety, they should discuss the deaths of Shim Kang-hoon and Pastor Lee. Should we make Hunter Choi Jun-soon's agenda? At this moment, everyone fell silent and thought about Yu Sang-won's words. A satisfied Choi Chun soon gave the guy a thumbs up in gratitude for his support. The chairman of the meeting asked other hunters to speak on this issue. The head of the Blue Dragon said that Sangwon was right. The greatest strength of the government and the association was power. In an attempt to maintain it, an imbalance of power arose. After the imbalance of power caused problems, another power fell out. Trying to resist it, they criticized it and didn't want to acknowledge it. The power of association and government has begun to fade. A new force is driving the participants who are joining it. If it wasn't for Sangwon, maybe they would have been pulled in by Pastor Lee, like Shim Kang-hoon. All they have to do is run away and join someone stronger. He doesn't want to thank Yu Sang-won, but thanks to him, the invasion was stopped. A major contribution that hasn't been seen in decades. The surprised Golden Knight thought, didn't this type hate him? The chairman said that after checking out the situation, he would talk to Yu Sang-won. The following is about Pastor Lee. The minister reported that unusual information about Pastor Lee was recently discovered. Rumor has it that he died because of internal strife. But what can be said for sure is that the Butcher King and the Apostles have suffered serious damage. They are in serious disarray. Now is the best time to attack and cut the power of the Butcher King. So the Department of Defense sends a formal request to the Hunters Association asking for assistance in moving north. If Yu Sang-won and the 3 major guilds joined them, it would be of great help. Sang-won replied that he was a mercenary. The general replied he knows, but it's a direct security issue. If they don't nip it in the bud, this kind of invasion will happen again. With a grin, Yu Sang-won remembered his childhood and the death of his parents. The director said that since he doesn't want to follow orders, that we should ask him what he thinks. She asked what he thought about moving north. The Golden Knight replied that it was right that the timing was right, but even if things were bad, the Archidemon beasts were very strong. Even if they released one of them now, half of them would be destroyed. The hunters present were outraged that a Golden Knight would allow such a thing to be said about them. He asked if any of them had fought an Archidemon beast, if there was anyone among them who could refute his words. They have the climb skill, and their own skill, counterpunch. They didn't even use Ascent properly in this battle. One man was hit by the counter shield after all. The hunters frowned and looked at each other, not knowing what to say to Yu Sang-won. He said he didn't deny that this was a good time to attack, but if they didn't study everything carefully, they would be seriously hurt. A victory in which all allies die is not a victory. It is only a victory for ministers and governments who like to rant. At this time, the reborn Pastor Lee came to the Sun Palace Gumsuzan. Walking down a long corridor guarded by a multitude of soldiers, he went with the ruler. Pyongyang ruler Park Suk-ja said in surprise that there were rumors that Pastor Lee ascended to heaven and he became an Archidemon beast. He replied that his body had changed, but his soul remained the same, for it served God. Park Suk-ja, to prove her loyalty, sacrificed one eye, an arm, and a leg to the Butcher King. As a result, Pyongyang effectively became the ruler of Undercity. She asked what brought him here. They struck Seoul, Busan, and Gwangju and were strongly repulsed. She heard several apostles had been hurt. The pastor replied that they would start attacking soon. The half-demon beast asked if these little freaks really wanted to attack the Butcher King. He said their main target is Kazan, which they consider his base. They are also going to attack Pyongyang, where the temple of the Butcher King is located. The bastards think their power has weakened. If they invade Kazan, they will go all the way to Pyongyang and gladly chase them. If they thus lure them all the way to Pyongyang, giving them the opportunity to take over Kazan, they will completely isolate them, then destroy them. They need to consolidate all the major hospitals, subway stations, and school buildings located there. She said to just keep doing the hunter's prison. Why make waves on the shores of a quiet lake? If she favors him, he'll give her all the potions and weapons he has. The half-demon beast, Park Suk-ja, grinned. She thought about the pastor's suggestion. At this time, Pastor Lee's discussion was still going on in Hyperion Tower. When asked about the information from intelligence from Undercity, the minister said it was confirmed that Park Suk-ja's power is still enormous. She's been building a partnership with Pastor Lee for a long time. If the pastor's going to run away when he's defeated, that's probably where he's going. The hunter said he recently moved around the neighborhood to catch a group of fleeing scavengers. The defense line was better fortified than they had anticipated. It would be difficult to break through. Thinking about a strong defense line and strong enemies, the head of the Blue Dragon asked if they had a good strategy for this. The minister said that the lands controlled by Pastor Lee and Park Suk-ja are their territories after all. If the operation is carried out on scorched earth, then surely the human toll will be enormous. What's more, their troops are exhausted from the recent battle. During World War II, it all started with German aggression. He suggested using the strategy used by the Soviet Union. The minister suggested that the operation be called a deep breach operation. Chief Ko Chang-soo said that a deep penetration operation requires the construction of a large number of assets, and the army must also be superior to the enemy. The minister said that general artillery and infantry units have been deployed along the entire front. The goal is to push the main forces back to Pyongyang. We need to assign the 7th Corps equipped with magical stone equipment as a strike force against Pyongyang. The 5 main corps will fight on all fronts. Hunter said that if there's going to be such an operation, they need to go through the dungeons faster and expand the lineup. Seems like an unusual operation. The minister said that as soon as the exact timetable and plan of attack is determined, they will notify them. Let them maintain confidentiality. The director asked Sang-won what he thought. He replied he didn't know who they were going to surprise using a military strategy more than a century old. The reason why the Soviet Union was able to pull off such an operation was the huge production system unique to communist countries. They could produce large-scale tanks and give them to the troops, after driving them crazy by striking everywhere they hit vital places. She replied that it would still bring in a lot of resources, including support for the Olympus Guild, so don't underestimate her. As the Blue Dragon Guild hunters descended, he asked the guild leader why he sided with Yu Sang-won. Head Ko Chung-soo replied that he doesn't think it's necessary to fight for nothing. This asshole was involved in the accident that killed his son. One day he'll destroy him with his own hand. But right now, he was too strong. They need to raise their guild members as soon as possible by capturing high-level dungeons and archidemon beasts. All they have to do now is tolerate and obey until then. The hunters of Olympus went to the high priest for advice. He asked what was wrong. The girl said that they decided to join forces to defeat the Butcher King. However, Pastor Lee's whereabouts are unknown. The high priest replied the pastor's spiritual power cannot be traced, so he appears to be dead. But apparently he is hiding in the north of the peninsula. She said she would keep that in mind. The high priest asked what about Yu Sang-won. She said he's still taking a passive stance. He doesn't seem to want to draw attention to himself. The high priest said she should keep a close eye on him. Apparently he's hiding some great intention that they can't foresee. They should closely observe how he behaves when he is around them. A few days later, Yu Sang-won was in the Iron Fortress when he was approached by Yu Chung. He said it concerns the subjugation of the Butcher King, about which His Majesty conferred a few days ago. He thinks that we need to increase the Heavenly Sword Army's strength and strengthen their troops. The guy wasn't asking for support. He was asking for more troops. Rumor has it he's going to be cut out of the operation. The director said that we should supervise it. His fighting ability is well known, but don't invest too much. Sang-won supported that there was no need to increase the troops. Yu Cheng replied that if they were at a disadvantage, he would ask for help again. He doesn't think His Majesty will refuse the request. The right thing to do is to prepare for battle in advance. Thinking about it, Yu Sang-won wondered what the others thought about it. Ms. Somi said it's still better than sitting around reading a manhwa. The principal said something important is probably about to happen. He should be ready, not just hanging around. Happy Ah-yoon shouted, "Let's practice." Sang-won thought that if she joined the army, her co-workers would hate her. A short time later, the unified command of the operation to subdue the Butcher King was in Ilsun. The hunters were greeted by the military and saluted. Cho Pil-sung was appointed as the head of the unified command. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Ko Cheon-soo, was in charge of the guild alliance. He said he'd heard about the commander's heroism. He fought pirates in the south. He said it was nothing compared to capturing the archidemon beast. Showing Cho Pil-suk the lists, the guild leader said that there were only 17 guilds on the hunter side. He replied that there would be a total of 5 guilds. He said it would be good to share strategies with hunters. Ko Chung-soo suggested sharing real-time status with each other. He asked, although deep burst surgery is fast and good, but is it really possible? Pil-seok replied that it is widely used. The soldier asked permission to briefly report on the current situation. There are currently no reports of fighting on the fronts. At Ganghwa Paju Cheorwon, Fiochon, and the Kosan area, men of all 5 corps await the order to advance. The strategy is to strike deep, so the 7th Corps will be nearby. Whatever happens, all they have to do is attack. 849th Brigade of the 7th Corps is equipped with magic stone. The 3rd Corps will follow them so they won't be surrounded from the rear. The guild leader said he didn't think it would be easy. The 3rd Corps specializes in defensive tasks. Will they be able to be vigilant? He's decided he needs a full deployment of the front line. They'd divert their attention. Cho Pil-seok agreed and said that the major guilds should fight as close to the 7th Corps as possible so that they could provide support. After discussing the whole plan of attack, they came to a general agreement. The command of the operation to suppress the Butcher King has fully deployed the troop. We're given final instructions on the disposition of the soldiers and hunters. The Air Force was also ready to attack the archidemon beast. Looking at all of this, Go Chung-soo said it was time to move out. A few minutes later, the commander announced over the radio to all troops that the operation was starting. Upon receiving the order, all troops went on alert to attack. The armed military frowned as they waited for the capture operation to begin. The pilot of the military aircraft transmitted the coordinate and reported that the sighting was complete. The Blue Dragon Guild advanced towards Pyongyang, led by Go Jong-soo. The commander reported that according to the plan, the offensive began on all fronts at 2:00. He was asked a question about the timetable for the offense operation. The commander replied that 3 minutes after the start of the operation, the first shelling began in the areas of Kaesong, Cheorwon, Pyeonggang, Kumgang, and Kosan. At that time on the city street, the guys said they had to drop everything. If the Meat King caught them, he'd wipe them out. They were lucky they got caught. At that moment he looked up, hearing an unusual noise, and was shocked. Bombs were flying from all sides, and once they reached their target, they exploded, destroying everything around them. Huge numbers of warplanes flew over the attacked cities and dropped bombs. The commander was asked about civilian casualties, but he said the bombing would be precision bombing to minimize them. Within an hour of the start of the operation, they will deploy infantry across the entire front. The hunters are concentrating on strike positions in depth. After mopping up Kazan, they plan an offensive directly on Pyongyang. The commander's interlocutor said the operation is under political scrutiny. If it fails, his lordship will be in trouble. He replied that they had nothing to worry about. They would surely fulfill their mission. He was told that if all went well, the general would also be given an opening. Perhaps he would be invited to a post in the capital. He replied that he believed that Mr. Minister would be able to settle the matter. After all, this is all for the good of the people. The general offered to have a drink after the operation was over. He agreed and asked if his son had passed the medical examination. He warned him to try to keep it quiet. There is a lot of talk now about corruption in the military service. At that moment, the streets of the attacked cities were ablaze with deadly flames from the explosion. Injured, war-wounded lay on the ground waiting for help. Battlemates dragged them to safety, discussing the fact that scavenger resistance was hardening. Hiding in buildings, the scavengers shot back at the soldiers, suggesting they should go to the underworld. At that moment, a tank drove up and delivered a powerful crushing blow to the enemy. The deadly flames from the muzzle of the cannon destroyed half the building. A military officer shouted into the radio that their unit was suffering serious damage. The 7th Squad and the Hunter Squad must get to Pyongyang quickly at all costs. The soldiers cursed and decided they were all going to die. They have no choice but to hold on until the rear forces accomplish the mission. The commander shouted on the radio that the hunting party was coming in. "Let's go, everybody!" The combat vehicles were moving swiftly through the streets of the city under the crosshairs of the enemy. From all sides, the vehicles were bombarded by defensive scavengers. One of the cars was blown up. Deadly flames engulfed the vehicle. Setting up the chessboard, the pastor listened to the report that the Deep Strike Detachment was passing through Kazan. The 7th Corps and the Hunter Squad were passing through Kazan. There's been serious damage. The resistance is stronger than they anticipated. They need support. Watching the troops advance, Pastor Lee realized that the bastards had entered Kazan. That means they'll reach Pyongyang soon. Smiling, Park Sukja said that as expected, they are moving towards Pyongyang. Thanks to that, they will be able to catch them by the tail. He said it was obvious. As they take over neighborhoods, they will have a hard time. At that moment, Kwak Wan-ho, the ruler of Wonsan, and Ri Mi-ju, the ruler of Hamhyung, came in. They said they heard there was an interesting job. Smiling, Pastor Lee said he was glad they had come after all. A surprised Ri Mi-ju said she heard he was a monster, and the man in front of them was a human, so he can change his shape at will. Kwak Wan-ho said the pastor used to make potions. We should start with a few of these. Apologizing, the pastor replied that he didn't think he had time for that. Behind them came the very loud bellowing of Przewalski's archdemon beast. Surprised, they turned around and asked if Mr. Przewalski had ascended. The archdemon beast reported that the Olympus Guild was moving towards Wonsan. A dumbfounded Ri Mi-ju said that he said they were definitely going to Pyongyang. Grinning Pastor Lee informed them that they wanted to distract them from the defense line. With glittering eyes, Przewalski said that Iberico was there. They can't stand up to the ascended Iberico. At this time, Iberico watched as soldiers arrived in Wonsan and explosions rang out. He grinned, anticipating an interesting battle with the guild hunter. The hunters of the Olympus Guild, following the general's orders, arrived at Wonsan. The ascended Iberico shouted furiously that they would be victims for the Butcher King. The Olympus Guild hunters rushed to attack and dealt a crushing blow. The Olympus hunter furiously swung his battle axe and shouted for the archdemon beast to go to the other world. Suddenly, he cried out in horror after receiving a powerful backlash from the monster. The huge ascended Iberico delivered a deadly blow to the hunter. At this moment, the ascended Wagyu was rapidly approaching them with fiercely flashing eyes. Grinning, he asked if they thought they could resist the ascended beast archidemon. The hunter who fell to the ground cursed furiously, not knowing what to do with these bastards. At that time, the military was about 50 kilometers south of Pyongyang. They were moving in a convoy of military vehicles, about to attack Pyongyang. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild listened as the radio reported that the attack on Pyongyang was beginning. He said the location is currently about 50 kilometers from Pyongyang. Displaying long-range weapons, the military fired missiles in his direction. The shells exploded, covering the city in a continuous deadly flame. The people there were shocked to see what was happening. At this moment, Pastor Lee nonchalantly sat with a cup and calmly drank tea. Wan-ho came in and reported that fighters were stationed in every bunker. they will take back Kazan with the help of the Archidemon beasts, including Przewalski. Smiling, Pastor Lee replied that everything was going according to plan and suggested that we just enjoy this entertainment. Let them take Kazan and cut off the Deep Strike Force's retreat. Let the slaughter begin. The ascended beast, Archidemons, rushed to attack the stunned military men. The shocked soldiers looked in horror at the huge Przewalski standing before them. A soldier shouted into the radio that Kazan was under attack, that deadly attack of the Archidemon beasts. Frowning, the general realized that if Przewalski was attacking, it meant they had spotted their operation. If they lose Kazan, the deep strike group that advanced to Hwangju will be isolated. The lives of the Blue Dragon Guild members and their entire 7th Corps were in danger. The general asked if it was possible to support Olympus. The soldier said it's difficult. There was a battle going on in Wonsan. He asked which of the remaining 5 corps could be supported. The soldier replied that none except the Golden Dragon Knight. The general frowned and gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't know how to get out of this situation. The column of military equipment was moving swiftly through the streets of the city. Kwak Wan-ho walked towards them, frowning and clenching his huge fists. A crushing lightning flashed around his body. He moved confidently toward the military. Releasing a powerful charge of energy, he prepared to attack the war machine. When the day's driver saw him, he yelled out what kind of freak was coming their way. At that moment, he saw Kwak Wan-ho running straight at them with a powerful punch. A crushing torrent of deadly energy rained down on the car. From the violent impact, he flew into the air and flipped over, flying off to the side. Seeing the overturned car, the head of the Blue Dragon Guild was dumbfounded. He shouted furiously for everyone to stop all cars immediately. At that moment, Kwak Wan-ho rushed toward the cars behind them. The hunters and soldiers left the vehicles and prepared to confront the enemy. The soldiers pointed their rifles at him, ready to open fire. Looking at them, Kwak Wan-ho said that the Blue Dragon and the military are here. He hopes to have an interesting confrontation this time. At this moment, Rimiju suddenly appeared behind the back of the soldier with the weapon. With an instant strike, she destroyed the soldier in the blink of an eye. Waving her huge daggers, Rimiju grinned and shouted for them to give her their blood. A crushing confrontation began. There were cries for help from all sides. The hunter attacked Kwak Wan-ho, intending to deliver a devastating blow. But the demon worshipper managed to dodge, and he struck back with a powerful gift. The crushing blow sent the hunter's arms sprawling and flying off to the side. Armed military personnel held high-powered firearms at the ready, but the powerful death blow crushed several people at once. Swinging her deadly daggers, Rimijue was destroying people with ease. The head of the Blue Dragon said it was just a joke. He's not going to let it go. Park Sukja grinned and said that she thought they were so strong because they broke through so easily. With this strategy, that's over 100 years old, they were probably going to play a prank on them. Looking at the girl, Ko Chung-soo guessed that it was Park Sukja from Pyongyang. She said that she would give the Blue Dragon Guild rookie a choice. The grinning half-demon made the first offer to quietly and painlessly depart for the other world. The second option is they will fight to the end and die a terrible death. The Archidemon beasts have already taken over everything behind them. The guild has no way to stay alive. With his teeth clenched in rage, Ko Chung-soo cursed to himself. He couldn't understand how this happened. No one can help them now but Yu Sang-won. They have no hope but the Golden Knight. At this time, Yu Sang-won was in the dungeon fighting a huge monster. It was a B-rank dungeon, the barbaric city of Wild Dream. Sang-won cursed that this freak was so resilient. A monstrous monster with a huge mouth and tongue sticking out attacked the Golden Knight. He swung the Titan stake at it, sending it tumbling through the air. Finally, the bloodthirsty monster was crushed and lay on the ground upside down. Watching this, Ah-yoon said that the ugly guy is the boss, but he's getting double the trouble from his uncle. Seomi said that he's gotten much stronger. After killing the monster, Sang-won asked them where the final boss was. Seomi said that if you go outside the forest, there will be a dungeon. Suddenly, Shinsomi noticed that her phone rang. She was surprised. It was an emergency call from the academy principal. Sang-won was also surprised. Seomi thought something was wrong. Unless it was an emergency, the director wouldn't call when Sang-won was in the dungeon. Frowning, Ah-yoon wondered if they didn't urgently need to go out. A message came to the Golden Knight that it was unknightly to leave the leader of the enemy in front of him. He realized they were forbidden to abandon the cause halfway through. He promised to clean up the place as quickly as possible so they could get out of the dungeon. At this moment, while in the Iron Fortress, the academy director received a request for help. She replied that Sang-won is in the dungeon right now, and it's hard to give up the sweep halfway through. She's been informed that the 7th Division and the Blue Dragon are under attack. Kisong is in danger of being recaptured. Sang-won must help them buy time. She replied that it was difficult. Sangwon's squad was also preparing to deal with the Butcher King and Pastor Lee. They have unilaterally backed out and are now asking for help. What will happen to Sangwon's squad's position? The official replied that it was an emergency. He hoped for understanding. The director replied that they are irresponsible officials. Sangwon won't listen to her. The director promised to send an emergency call and told them to send Hunter Choi Chun-shong to Kaesong as soon as possible. At this time, fierce fighting continued in Kaesong. The whole city was engulfed in flames. The exhausted soldiers sat huddled against the wall. The archidemon beasts surrounded the area around the Kaesong City Hall. The military realized that if this place was captured, it would only be a matter of time before Kaesong was lost. Kaesong was almost lost. They're gonna have to retreat to save their best guys, otherwise, no one survives. At that moment, a soldier came running and reported to the commander that there was a call on the radio from the commander of reinforcement. The commander reported that they are currently cut off from forces near Kaesong City Hall. 12 soldiers require urgent evacuation. Right now, they were being attacked by several monsters at the same time. The excited soldier asked the commander what the command had said. He replied that the order was to hold on until the 7th Division and the guild retreat through Kaesong. They will defend this place until the troops that retreated to Pyongyang retreat. At that time in Hwanghae District, Hwangju County, Rimi-ju stood on a mountain of destroyed bodies and asked the hunters if they were already finished. With a grin, he wondered if this wasn't the end of it. She wanted to have a little more fun. Hunter thought these bastards were very strong. If this continues, they have no chance of winning. But while Kwak Wan-ho was distracted by the soldiers, maybe he and Jian could take out Rimi-ju if they tried their best. He said if that's the way she wants it, let her have her fun. Grinning evilly and flashing her eyes, Rimi-ju said that as they please. A moment later, powerful explosions rang out, crushing blasts. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild fiercely cursed. He gritted his teeth in anger as he stood in front of Park Sukja. She said that all the members of the Blue Dragon Guild have been wiped out. She can't believe that the guild leader is so lame. Looking at her hatefully, he screamed at her to shut up. He swore by the constellation that he would kill her. She shouted, "Let him try," and gave him a crushing blow from behind. From the powerful impact, the guild leader fell to the ground, and huge cracks crawled around the ground. With a huge paw with powerful claws, Park Sukja grabbed his head. A moment later, the half-demon beast flew aside from the powerful energy strike. The guild head about Cheonsu stood up, and his head glowed and sparked with discharges. With a smirk, the half-demon beast said they were starting round 2. At that time, the order to halt the attack on Pyongyang sounded. The operation has been stopped. The 7th Division and the Blue Dragon Guild to retreat immediately. At this time, Yu Sang-won made it to the final boss dungeon. An incredibly sized monster towered over the dumbfounded Golden Knight, fiercely looking with glowing eyes. He swung his huge axe. Sangwon thought that this was the final boss king of the arena. He swiftly rushed to the attack, swinging the Titan stake to strike. A powerful stream of crushing energy rained down on the evil monster's head. The Golden Knight struck more and more deadly blows to destroy the monster. From Sangwon's swift attacks, the final boss collapsed to the ground, losing weapons along the way. After crushing the main boss of the dungeon, the Golden Knight sank to the ground. A shocked Shin So-mi shouted that he took down the final dungeon boss in 3 hits. Yoon replied that it was only 3 hits this time. The Golden Knight said that the reward is not bad this time. He needs to pump up the Heavenly Sword army a little more. Mrs. So-mi reminded them to come back soon. Apparently the matter is so urgent that they keep calling. Taking off his gear, he says he's in. He's assuming there's an emergency call. A surprised Shin A-yoon wondered if he really knew. Frowning, Sangwon replied that no matter how you look at it, it has to do with the Butcher King. After a while, they returned from the dungeon to the Iron Fortress. Baek Ga-young had been waiting for them for a long time. She was surprised that they were able to return so quickly. The guy asked if there was a request for help with the surgery. She replied that the resistance was stronger than they had anticipated. And since the Archidemon beasts also had an upgrade, so there was no way to avoid a bloody battle. He replied that they were making so much noise all over the country that the archdemon beasts couldn't be unprepared. Admiring Ah-yoon said that they had become so colorful. She would like to try to fight them once. The director said that Choi Chun-soon was sent to Gyeongchang. They need to clear the way for the retreat of the group that advanced to Pyongyang. Frowning, Yu Sang-won thought for a moment and decided that we should start from there then. Eldrin flew above the flying plane with the Golden Knight. So-mi said that the whole incident was created unilaterally. And the picture is that they want to settle this without any compensation. Don't the officials look down on him? He said he just had this damn night notification window pop up. It said that an evil threatening humanity was spreading across the continent. He must actively pursue the mission. He told the Olympus Guild to converge on Kazan. They would clear Kazan and open the way for troops retreating from Pyongyang. When the Deep Strike Squad reaches Kazan, they will attack the main dungeon of those bastards. The principal was overwhelmed by the desire to enter the dungeon. He replied that they can't expect a counterattack in the main dungeon. These bastards are winning. Have them concentrate their forces on Kazan and create a distraction. The director said it was a bold operation, so Mi replied that this operation can be realized. The strategy is strong. The Golden Knight said it would take time for Olympus to reach Kazan. We need to contact them as soon as possible. They don't have time. At this time in the Hamju battleground, the exhausted Blue Dragon Guild leader was barely on his feet. A grinning Park Suk-ja stood over him and said it was time to give up. No matter what he did, he couldn't win. She offered to spare his life if he agreed to join them. If he begged them on his knees, Ko Chung-soo was barely holding on. At this moment, he heard in his earpiece that a Golden Dragon Knight had spoken. The military and the Blue Dragon Guild advancing towards Pyongyang must immediately retreat to Kazan. There, the troops are being reorganized. The guild leader said that he would use his secret for now, and Jien should withdraw the remaining troop, and also have Cheon-un while he uses the secret to help him gather troops. A moment later, Ko Cheon-soo released a huge energy dragon. At that time, fierce fighting was taking place in Gyeongsang. Choi Chun-soon arrived to help the soldiers. Military personnel were firing back with firearms. Fires were raging everywhere. Hunter shouted for the second platoon to go around and attack from the side. The third platoon remained in its current position. Looking up, he saw the golden Eldrin dragon flying above them. A moment later, the deadly flames of the dragon's breath rained down on the heads of the enemies. The entire team of Yu Sang-won's summoned knights descended to the ground. The overjoyed soldiers shouted joyfully that the Golden Dragon Knight had arrived. Now they are saved. The arrival of the Golden Knight was also noticed by the ascended beast Archidemon Przewalski. Archidemon Wagyu said that the bastards from the Wonsan Olympus Guild are heading in that direction. That's why they came here too. Frowning, Przewalski said he would deal with the bastards in the sky and let them deal with the bastards on the ground. A red light flashed in the cockpit of the airplane, warning of approaching danger. The terrified pilot heard the danger signal and saw the enemy approaching. The archdemon beast Przewalski attacked the plane, intending to destroy it. The chair in which Baek Ge-young, the academy's principal, was sitting shook. She was dumbfounded when she found out exactly what kind of enemy had attacked them. She screamed that it was the ascended Przewalski who attacked the plane. The grinning archdemon beast looked at his opponents with hatred. The principal shouted to Yu Sang-won that Przewalski was now something of a paladin. The Golden Knight shouted that it was a shitty paladin and rushed towards him. He shouted that it was only a bastard pony. Eldrin put out a huge paw toward Przewalski. At that time, Ko Chun-soo was confronting Park Suk-ja. She said no matter what technique he used, it wouldn't work on them. Didn't he realize that? If the guild leader is such a person, they should have attacked earlier. At this moment, Ko Cheon-soo released his internal energy. His eyes flashed. The huge blue dragon released outside appeared before the demon worshippers. Screaming a huge maw with sharp fangs, the dragon attacked the enemies. A dumbfounded Kwak Wan-ho surprisingly said that it seemed the guild leader was stronger than they thought. A moment later, a powerful crushing explosion rang out, shattering everything around it. At that moment, GN commanded the retreat of the surviving troop. The exhausted Blue Dragon head could barely keep up on trembling legs. After a moment, Ko Chung-soo fell to the ground. At that moment, Cheon-un ran up to him and tried to lift him up and bring him to consciousness. The whole area was ablaze with explosion. The surrounding buildings were razed to the ground. Standing amid the wreckage, Park Suk-ja said she didn't think he was using his special move just to create a distraction. A furious Kwak Wan-ho shouted furiously that the bastards had managed to escape. With a grin, she replied that she would just let them be. They would be torn apart by the archidemon beasts in Kazan anyway. At this time, the confrontation between the Golden Knight and Przewalski was taking place in Kazan. Grinning, Yu Sang-won shouted to the archidemon beast that he was just a freak pony. A furious Przewalski shouted furiously for him to go to the other side of the world. A golden dragon and an archdemon beast converged in a crushing confrontation. At that moment, the Olympus Guild arrived. Baek Ga-young shouted for Heavenly Sword to immediately join Hunter Choi Chun-soon. The arriving knights shouted an attack and rushed into battle with the enemy. Hunter Choi Chun soon fiercely fought a huge monstrous monster. He struck a crushing blow, and a moment later, a massive explosion rang out. At this moment, Yu Chung approached the hunter and shouted that the support had arrived. Raising his sword upwards, Yu Chung shouted to his army not to let a single bastard live. The archdemon Wagyu shouted that it was the army of the Golden Dragon Knight. Iberico replied that they would devour them all. Swinging their swords furiously, the Heavenly Sword Knights rushed into the attack, destroying the enemy. The hunters of the Olympus Guild also rushed to attack the ugly monster. The crushing attacks of the hunters sent the bloodthirsty monsters flying in different directions. A dumbfounded Przewalski wondered how they had managed to plan this. The Blue Dragon Guild and the soldiers who marched on Pyongyang are returning to Kazan. Yu Sang-won's Heavenly Sword Army and Olympus attack in the south and east of Kazan. All the Archidemon beasts in Kaesong are heading to the front line, Ko Chung-soo blurted out, as if only good things happen to Sangwon and Olympus. They're heading north of Kazan to hunt monsters. He doesn't think they're just leveling up. At this time, Yu Sang-won continued to fight the Archidemon beast, Przewalski. The dragon grabbed its archdemon by the throat with its powerful paw, and the monster screamed furiously. From the blow he received, Przewalski dropped his weapon, and it flew to the ground. With a groan of pain, the archdemon grabbed his throat and stepped aside. With a grin, the Golden Knight shouted, "Is this really all he can do?" Archidemon Wagyu said that the Blue Dragon and his army were returning from the north. Iberico said that if they left it like that, they would be defeated. Mocking Yu Sang-won shouted out whether the pony was going to continue fighting. He angrily replied for the Golden Knight to come to the main dungeon of the Butcher King. There, he would be shown who was who. Laughing, Yu Sang-won shouted out, were they going to escape? A moment later, a portal opened through which the archdemons were about to escape. Eldrin asked if the bastards are running away. Yu Sang-won replied that there was nothing to be done. They decided to find other people to start with and flew over the city. At this time, the Golden Knight's night troop was fiercely fighting the monster. Eldrin, who flew up at that moment, covered them with a wave of powerful flame. The Olympus Guild huntress screamed that the bastards were retreating. They can't be released. The military's been given orders not to let anyone go. None of the bastards are to leave here alive. The Golden Knight stood on the bloodthirsty monsters, defeated in battle. The system informs him that he has won the battle with Przewalski. As a reward, he is given a spear symbol of chivalry and the weapon of the ascended Przewalski. He figured he wasn't likely to use it, but let him have it anyway. The director reported that all the Archidemon beasts are scattering. Olympus and the Blue Dragon are chasing the survivors. The Golden Knight replied that although they couldn't capture Pastor Lee and the Butcher King, at least they were able to save the lives of the soldiers. The hunters raised their swords and thanked him for saving them. He had kept them alive. They called Sangwon a hero of his time. Embarrassed, Sangwon thought that he was very embarrassed by such moment. So embarrassing that he couldn't take it anymore. Hunter Chun-sung shouted that the enemy had been defeated. Yu Cheng shouted that Kazan has been captured. Let them report the victory. The dilapidated city was ablaze with fires. Everything around was ablaze and sparkling. The commanding officers of the operation to capture the Butcher King have received a report on the progress of the battle. The soldiers who carried out the deep strike operation have returned to Kazan. The enemies in the combat zone have been cleared. The general asked about the extent of the damage. It was reported to him that about half of the 7th Corps personnel were attributed to losses outside of combat. Also, 4 tanks, 2 AN-1, and 12 howitzers. He ordered a status report on the damage. He asked if they could regroup and make a sortie. He was told it was difficult. Additional supplies and troops need to be resupplied. If it wasn't for Sangwon's support and the grouping of troops for a deep strike, they would have been defeated. At that moment, a soldier came running to the commander and said that there was a message from the minister. He was informed that this operation was in fact a complete failure. He cursed furiously. At this time, Baek Ga-young was in the Iron Fortress listening to the news, where the newscaster was saying that the Blue Dragon Guild and Olympus were involved in the operation, and it was also conducted with the support of the Ministry of Defense. The seizure operation successfully extended the defense line. The director said the operation failed, but the news said it was a success, and Yoon said they're not lying, but giving inaccurate information. Sighing, Yu Sang-won replied that this is the domination of the media. An outraged Yoon said they never said a word about the Golden Dragon Knight, but the news on the internet and social media make him look like a hero. The director replied that it is not profitable for the government to turn a particular person into a hero. Right now, the Blue Dragon Guild is in Kazan. They are destroying the remnants of Archidemon beasts and scavengers. They have risen. The class of many has increased. Frowning, Sangwon said that those who couldn't successfully carry out the operation were finishing the sweet leftover. The director asked what he thought about the capture of the Butcher King. If they leave it as it is, Either they attack first or the blue dragon. She thinks the ministry will be the first. Gae-young looked at the boy questioning. He replied that whatever it was, he started it and he should finish it. They had rested, and now it was time to start packing for Pyongyang. At this time, Pyongyang was discussing the results of the battle. Pastor Lee said that all the apostles had returned to the main dungeon. They did a good job of blocking their attacks, but they didn't take that much damage. Kwak Wan-ho said that there was no problem with the soldiers and the Blue Dragon Guild, but all of a sudden, this Sang-won interfered and ruined everything. Rimiju said they were confused when the bastards from Olympus approached Kazan. If they had fought a little longer, they would have had a big advantage. But why did the apostles return to the main dungeon? They should have fought to the very end. What if they abandoned everything and hid in the main dungeon? Pastor Lee said not to doubt the words and actions of the Butcher King and his apostles. Obviously, there were no winners or losers in this battle, and Yu Sang-won is at the center of it. If it wasn't for him, they could have blocked all attacks and could have counterattacked to Seoul. Enraged, Kwak Wan-ho shouted that this was what he was talking about. If they didn't take care of him, he would interrupt them again. The pastor replied that the top leadership knows about it. The Blue Dragon and Olympus Guild's military forces' sole government is all but irrelevant. Golden Dragon Knight Yu Sang-won. We have to take that man out somehow. It will be difficult for the main army to reach Pyongyang. The goal of the Butcher King and the Apostles is to lure Sang-won into the main dungeon, even if they have to borrow power from other evil constellations. The half-demon asked another constellation, is the frozen ruler from Siberia. He replied that they were left to consider all sorts of ways. Pastor Lee revealed that he did a little investigation and found out that Park Suk-ja came out of the same institution as Yu Sang-won. Everyone turned in her direction, waiting for her to respond to the pastor's words. Park Suk-ja grinned and replied that that orphanage was a very dirty place, and the boys and girls there are forced to do manual labor. If someone's unlucky, they become their plaything. Most people who leave the shelter become scavengers or homeless. She thinks the Golden Knight Yu Sang-won is their most famous alumnus. Pastor Lee said she talked as soon as the subject came up. With a sigh, Park Suk-ja replied that she was just remembering old things. She didn't mean anything else. Pastor said that Yu Sang-won and his team will arrive in Pyongyang soon. They have to make preparation. He invited them to go and see together what he had prepared. They went to the dungeon. The pastor said that when he visited the Butcher King, he thought a lot about life and ethics and came to the conclusion that in order for the Butcher King to rule this world, must bring forth blind creatures that never existed before, and who will serve only him. These are the Butcher King's warriors that he personally created after years of research. Archidemon beasts and humans. New species have been bred by genetic combination. He didn't actually kidnap people just to make potions. Pastor Lee formally introduced them to the faithful dogs of the Butcher King. They are Archie puppets. The room was filled with flasks of creatures. At this time in the Iron Fortress, Yu Sang-won was preparing to attack the Butcher King. He opened the status window to check his characteristic. Would they be enough to deal with the Butcher King and Pastor Lee? At that moment, Ah-yoon appeared and said that her stepfather's stats were great. Sang-won was embarrassed to hear such words. All stats were at SSS+, and all skills had the status of unique. A dumbfounded Baek Ah-young said, "Isn't this the constellation level? He is the embodiment of the constellation." Mrs. So-mi said that she had been looking at other people's stats for a long time, but this was the first time she had seen such stats. The delighted Ah-yoon said that there are also knights and the Heavenly Sword Army. If he only wants to, he can take over the world. The director reminded us that with great power comes great responsibility. If he's so vain, he'll go down a path of darkness and decay. The constellations wouldn't just give him that kind of power. He will have to unravel their intent and apply that power correctly. He said he didn't know much about such things, but he has no intention of becoming famous as a hero or a villain. He needs to adjust his skills so that he can easily summon the Heavenly Sword Army. Judging from Pastor Lee, he will summon them more often. He learned the unique military strategy of the defeated knight, and Yoon said that now he would be able to summon the Heavenly Sword Army more easily. He told them to stop pressuring him. Why are they doing that when he's looking at the status window? The principal said she had something to say. She said that while investigating Pastor Lee's whereabouts, they discovered something interesting. Frowning, Yu Sang-won wondered what she meant by saying something interesting. She showed him the picture and asked him if he knew where it was. The Golden Knight rounded his eyes in surprise. He recognized both the place and the people in the photo. The director said that traces were found at the scene, indicating the involvement of the King Butcher Apostle. She doesn't know how involved he was, but they were spotted outside of town the day of the attack. He answered even in that time they should have been watching the Butcher King. Why didn't they do anything? She said the police and the hunter were bribed. Showing two pictures, Baek Ah-young said that he doesn't age because he absorbs the energy of living things. Looking at the picture, Sang-won asked why she was telling him this now. The director replied that his fighting spirit should go beyond the Iron Fortress because it would affect the whole world. There's also something about the orphanage where he was kept. Pastor Lee's influence was there too. A surprised Yu Sang-won dumbfoundedly asked how he did it. She said the pastor had tampered with the structure of the orphanage to get more scavengers on his side, even replaced the managers with his own. In short, unfortunately, the whole association was working for Pastor Lee at the time. And Yu Sang-won was their typical victim whose fate was predetermined. Looking at the guy with his head down, Baek Ga-young thought that he must be shocked. Clenching his fists, Yu Sang-won said that they should prepare an attack on Pastor Lee and the Butcher King. Have them prepare all the procedures. The clear objective is to eliminate Pastor Lee and the Butcher King. The enemy must be defeated. The director said there are a few things that need to be taken care of ahead of time. After the punitive operation, the government imposed a ban on travel to the areas where the fighting took place. If they go there unauthorized, there will be trouble. Isn't he gonna lead the Heavenly Sword Army? From the government's point of view, he and his soldiers are privates. They might think he's a traitor. A puzzled Yu Sang-won asked why. He had always done that. She said that so far, there has been a direction that has benefited the people and the government. That should be useful too. But it's different now. Sure, punitive command accomplished a failed mission, but if he goes against orders, it becomes a problem regardless of the outcome. So if one speaks out against the Butcher King, the government will naturally impose sanctions. So whether he succeeds or fails, he will have to explain the reason for the restraining order. He asked what she was proposing then. She replied that after the failure, the political situation is in chaos. The Blue Dragon is trying to take over the association, and the opposition is launching an offensive against the ruling party that organized these repression. Public opinion is on the side of the Blue Dragon. The angry Yu Sang-won clenched his teeth in anger. He shouted that they were so busy running away. She replied that it would be better for him to use this opportunity to influence the association. If he shows up, the people will support him. Then the community will unite to attack the Butcher King. She means they should start by building internal cohesion. He replied that he didn't understand why it was so hard to just catch the bad guy. The principal said he should think about more than just himself. He should think about the family members who trust him and follow him. Sighing, he replied that he agreed and wondered when they would start. News reports said that this morning, Iron Fortress announced that it plans to implement social projects worth 10 trillion won. As for the details of the project, it was stated that it would include the creation of an additional shelter, as well as the construction of barriers for protection. He also expressed his intention to provide periodic financial support to the association to help in the fight against criminal constellation. As a result, the government intends to present a certificate of appreciation to Yu Sang-won. A furious Ko Cheon-soo angrily shouted that just look at this, Yu Sang-won. He hints that the Blue Dragon has grown big and will ignore public opinion. Frowning Cheon-eun said that there must be a reason for such a change. The head replied that he may seem to be merely expressing the public's discontent, but he is smarter than one might think. Whatever his goal is, he probably thinks that nothing is impossible if you add public opinion to his power. The girl asked the guild leader what he was going to do about all this. He replied, the association also suggests that they develop projects to support local areas. People think Sang-won is doing this together with the association. He asked if they were still doing business with the big rat guys. Have them dig up some information on the Iron Fortress. Let them know what their real objective is and the exact number of their troops. Sometime later, a secret meeting was held in Singangnam Lane. Holding out an envelope, the man said they didn't want to leave any trace, so they would pay cash. They just need to know the number of troops in the Iron Fortress and Yu Sang-won's goals. Grinning, the man replied that they like cash. Don't let them worry, they will do their job well. Adjusting his glasses, he said that even if they were discovered, it shouldn't have anything to do with the guild. Grinning, the man replied that although they are an information company, they have good skills. After a while, he used drones to begin surveillance of the Iron Fortress. He videotaped the Heavenly Sword Army under Yu Chung's command. I also learned that Yu Sang-won has an army of goblins at his disposal. He exclaimed in surprise that this was no longer a joke. They even have goblins, and those knights are pretty good. When he saw Crocbane, he was dumbfounded that they even had a crocodile man. What a fortress. At that moment, he heard a question asking if the video was entertaining. He shouted irritably not to be distracted, but he was told that he was just curious. Standing up and taking off his glasses, he shouted furiously that he didn't need to be interrupted. Taking off his glasses, he looked dumbfounded at his partner lying on the ground. Yu Sang-won stood in front of him. He asked who the drone enthusiasts were. He replied that they had failed to control and were now looking for where their drone had gone. Sangwon's eyes widened in surprise and asked if it was true. They look like spies. He said it was just a mistake, a little miscommunication. It happens. Stabbing the Titan stake in front of him, Yu Sang-won asked who actually sent them. If he's an obedient boy, he can come home alive. He tried to justify that no one sent them. They were just playing with the drone, and they ended up here. Sang-won said it means they knew where they were. He wants him to find out, or he'll tell me himself. Drenching himself in cold sweat, the boy tried to figure out what to do. Bringing the Titan's stake up to his face, Sang-won asked if he would tell on his own, or be forced to talk. The frightened boy was terrified and thought he was going to torture him. That's very cool. The Golden Knight said he wasn't going to take what he filmed. Let him deliver it to the customer. He doesn't mind. He'll get paid and let him live his life. Scared and swearing, he said he knew he'd be out of luck. He'd been stepping in dog feces all morning. He said they were hired by the Blue Dragon. He's from an information gathering organization. He asked that Sang-won promise that it wouldn't hurt him or their organization, Big Rats. On a table in the Iron Fortress was a business card for a company of Big Rats. Seeing it, Ah-yoon was dumbfounded and asked what it was. Who are the Big Rats? The director replied that the Big Rats were a company created by the Garbage Men, so Mi was surprised that the garbage collectors could create a whole organization. She said Korea is a democracy. No matter how scum you are, you can start a company. Even criminals are citizens. Frowning, Xiaomi wondered whose it was. Where did it come from here? He answered that some time ago on a rock near the Iron Fortress. He felt a strange energy, so he went there. There he discovered they were being secretly filmed. He thinks the Blue Dragon is behind it, and Yoon asks if he just let it go, she would have destroyed it. He replied that he escorted him back and told him to take back everything he had taken and get paid for it. The director said it was a good job. If he destroyed him, another crook would take his place. It's more efficient to find the key link. A furious Yu Sang-won yelled that he's already on edge because of Pastor Lee and the Butcher King, but those Blue Dragon guys are just messing around. To begin with, they will put pressure on them with the Heavenly Sword Army. If they're lucky, they'll start cleaning up their own mess. You don't have to take out the Garbage Men. They need these guys to spread rumors. This is to let them know that if they cooperate with the Blue Dragon, they will end up sadly. The director showed the list of Blue Dragon Guild's partners collected by the Academy. Among them, the companies acting as purifiers should be weeded out. There are all sorts of organizations out there, from furniture companies to catering. Running a guild is like running a school and a business at the same time. There's a strangely large list of IT companies here. There's no need for that many. Sang-won said that's what they'll find out. It was ordered to gather all information on illegal activities related to the Blue Dragon Guild. Guild head Ko Cheon-soo was shocked when a subordinate brought him the information. He said that they started receiving complaints from companies that traded information with them. They were increasingly being attacked by unknown persons. Clutching his head, the head of the Blue Dragon asked what they were saying. He replied that they would not cooperate with them in the future. Furious, he shouted, "If this goes on like this, it's all over. If any of them divulged information about their dealings with them, they would suffer." Frowning, the subordinate asked what to do. The situation was really urgent. The officials and partners who traded information with them, have them burned. After a while, fires broke out everywhere in Singangnam Lane. Scavengers who cooperated with the guild were attacked. People shouted that they had been doing business together for a very long time and begged for mercy. They promised not to say anything, but the Punisher did not listen to their pleas and destroyed them in cold blood. Rumors were spreading among the scavengers that the people who cooperated with the Blue Dragon were dead. Blue Dragon's illegal dealings came to light, and Golden Dragon began to hunt them down, so Blue Dragon decided to cut off his tail. However, the Golden Dragon did not destroy a single scavenger, but the Blue Dragon immediately began to chop the heads of those who had anything to do with him. Most became trash because they hated the association. Therefore, in such a situation, it was better to seek help from the Golden Dragon. The scavengers came with white flags to the Iron Fortress. They said they were surrendering unconditionally and asked to be admitted. They won't make trouble. Looking at them, Yu Sang-won smiled. Everything was going according to the plan they had thought of. The news reported that the Golden Dragon is becoming the center of everyone's attention by summoning scavengers in downtown Seoul to the Iron Fortress. All the scavengers waving white flags expressed their intention to surrender and obey any order from the Golden Knight, Yu Sang-won. Citizens and police officers welcome this, stating that it is a great help in improving safety, but the military is expressing concern that this could be a private recruitment of soldiers. The government has not yet expressed a position at this time. The controversy is expected to continue for some time. More than 5,000 comments have been posted in support of Yu Sang-won. At this time, The Blue Dragon Guild was discussing what had happened. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild was smashing everything in his office. Hunters Ji-un and Cheon-un watched the boss violently tear apart the furniture. Swearing furiously, Ko Chung-soo shouted that that bastard Sang-won had crossed the line. At this moment, the police entered and asked if the head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Ko Cheon-soo, was here. They charged him with incitement to assault, embezzlement of public funds, and violation of personal data protection regulation. The dumbfounded guild leader was shocked that he was detained. He asked if they would arrest him right now. The policeman said they would just have a conversation first and asked to come with him. The girl said that it seems like the information about the cases conducted recently has leaked out since the scavengers have moved on to Usang-won. She reassured Ko Cheon-soo that he would be released soon because of insufficient evidence and the Hunter Protection Act. He'd better follow them now. While leaving with the police officers, Ko Chung-soo said that it was best not to mess around with their guild. At this time, there was a case in the Hunters Association in which the Blue Dragon Guild hired scavengers to illegally gather information. Journalists asked the president of the association if he knew about the guild leader's criminal action, what illegal information he had collected. The president responded that it had nothing to do with the Hunters Association. The news said that due to the investigation of the Ko Chung-soo case, there are opinions that Yu Sang-won should join the association. He said that before attacking the Butcher King and Pastor Lee, they would unite public opinion. It's a great success. Baek Ge-young smiled and said it was a good job. Then they move on to the next step. After a while, Yu Sang-won was being thanked. People said that he was filled with God's grace. The director said that everyone knows that Sang-won is from an orphanage. She suggested that we should support orphanages on a large scale. They also need to get rid of all the garbage orphanages that take bribes and abuse children. He also intends to prosecute the deputies of the National Assembly who turned a blind eye to such orphanages. They'll wipe out the last ones and take in the kids who have nowhere else to go. There are kids like that all over the country, but the Iron Fortress is too small for that. Therefore, the Iron Fortress is now in need of a major expansion. A few days later, Shin So-mi came to Yu Sang-won with urgent information. She said they had received information from Kazan. They say the archdemon was discovered in Siberia. The Golden Knight was stunned to hear about Siberia. He said it was very unexpected. She said that they say a man named Park Suk-ja and Archie Cooks appeared in the direction of Vladivostok. It's rumored to be a monster that's a mixture of archdemon and human genes. At this time, monsters and Archie Cooks arrived in Russia in the city of Vladivostok. Armed with clubs, they smashed everything in their path. In the streets of the city, people crushed by him lay everywhere without any signs of life. Captured men with bound hands marched under shouts for them to stride straight and not break formation. One man decided to take the risk of trying to escape his captor. When he had the chance, he hit the guard and ran away. The guard shouted for help. He ran swiftly away, intending to get far away from here. Looking back, the man ran around the corner, confident that he had managed to break away. At that moment, he suddenly saw a huge shadow of a pursuer behind him. After receiving a powerful blow, the man flew aside and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Looking at him, Kwak Wan-ho wondered how far he was going to run. From his blow, the nearest wall cracked, and huge fragments of bricks flew in all directions. From the crushing blow, the stricken man lay on the ground and did not move. An enraged Kwak Wan-ho shouted where they were looking. Why does he have to catch someone? The guards looked ingratiatingly into his eyes and said they didn't know he was here too. Enraged, Kwak Wan-ho threw a powerful punch and angrily asked if he couldn't control the situation. He shouted that there was no discipline. Park Suk-ja and Ri Mi-ju were standing nearby. Looking at Kwak Wan-ho beating up security guard Park Suk-ja, said enough is enough. Stopping, he ordered them to get up or they would turn into raw material themselves. Frowning, Ri Mi-ju asked what he was doing here. He replied that idiots can't handle people. The half-demon told him not to worry about it. They need every human being to create Archaeocure. Looks like Pastor Lee is up to something big. He needs a lot of people. At this time, after hearing the rumors from Shin So-mi, Yu Sang-won turned on the TV. He was surprised to note that the news didn't say anything about Vladivostok. The director said the media is under control. If the outside world knew that Pastor Lee was a villain, it would be their weakness to the West. Thinking about it, Yu Sang-won said that it looked like they should urgently go there in person. And Yoon shouted that she wanted to go to Russia too. He sternly asked if she thought it would be a tourist trip. Mrs. So-mi said she'll go with him too. It will be good to get some fresh air after all this time. After scratching his head, Yu Sang-won thought and replied that she was probably right. The director said it'll be like a family trip. Yu Chung and Jin Seok will take care of the garrison's defense and training. The Golden Knight said we should go and do it then, but we may have to fight. A happy Ayun shouted that it was even better. Xiaomi recalled that she was the leader of the White Knight Guild. The three of them mounted the golden Eldrin dragon and set off. It was rapidly cutting through space, carrying them toward Russia. She said it's gotten to the point where she's driving 3 people at once. If they don't want to pay for the ride, cabs also pay extra for a large number of passengers. The Golden Knight replied that he should take it as a personal favor. They're his family. Shivering Ayun said that they could have warned her that it would be so cold. Xiaomi replied that she said she told him to dress warmly. The girl replied that dressing too warmly would interfere with the battle. Sangwon replied that who said there was going to be a battle, and in fact, it's not a fate to take off the excess before the battle. She replied that if they continued to bully, she would start her own debauchery, even if everything was calm. At that moment, Eldren warned that they were crossing the border into Russia. Have them get ready. A moment later, the Golden Dragon began a rapid downward descent. In the light of the full moon, the Golden Dragon flew into the streets of the Night City. They descended to the ground, and Yu Sang-won suggested looking around first. Along with them, Yu Sang-won's summoned knights walked through the streets of the city. He said something's wrong. He doesn't feel anything here at all. Akalon replied that no biosignals were detected. Sum Myeol said she sensed an enormous evil force. Armed with a huge gun, Shinsomi said it was all very strange. At this moment, Ah-yoon saw a teddy bear lying right on the ground. She picked up a stuffed toy that had a paw and an ear torn off. One eye was missing. At that moment, Shinsomi shouted that something was approaching them. Golem said that a warning came in about an unknown signature approaching. A moment later, monsters were looking at them from all sides from the rooftops of nearby houses. The bloodthirsty Archikukuls surrounded the knights on all sides about to attack. The Golden Knight shouted to Akalon. He replied that they were beast-like monsters with no biological signal. Pointing her weapon, So-mi shouted that they were Archaeoculi. Those are the puppets that Pastor Lee created. The Golden Knight guessed that he brought all these people here to use as material. Did the pastor go too far in his heinous deed? A moment later, the Archaeocules furiously rushed to attack the standing knight. Crouching down on her knee, Shin-So-mi opened fire on the rapidly approaching monsters. She ran towards them, shooting anyone who got in her way. The vicious monsters fiercely roared and scaled. They were rapidly approaching. The entire team of knights prepared for a crushing confrontation. Sangwon shouted that they would destroy them. Rapidly jumping from rooftop to rooftop, the Archaeocules carried towards the knight. They surrounded them on all sides tightly in a ring and were going to destroy them. The bloodthirsty monsters reached out their clawed paws towards Sangwon Ayun and Shin-So-mi. At that moment, powerful crushing explosion rang out, blowing everything around it. The ugly Archaeocules flared up like matchsticks, screaming furiously and flying in different directions. An enraged Crocbane yelled that they didn't look very appetizing, but he would devour it. Swiftly flying into the crowd of monsters, he began to destroy them one by one. At this moment, Pastor Lee was quietly drinking tea when his subordinates came to him and reported the news. They told him that Yu Sang-won's unit had appeared in Vladivostok. Since the incoming force is small, they have engaged the Archaeocules for battle. Pensive Pastor Lee replied that he didn't think they would be attracted to it when they hadn't dealt with Pyongyang yet. Their brains seemed to work better than he'd bargained for. It seemed to him that the guy was selfish and far from common sense and politics. The subordinate said it's a small unit, 10 men at most. It'll be resolved soon. The pastor asked if he still didn't understand. That's why they're getting beaten up here and there. Even if you send one division, it can't stop 10 men. And why did he get such idiots? He would have been better off making them into raw materials for archaeocuries or potion. They're useless anyway. Terrified, the subordinates fell to their knees and began to beg Pastor Lee to forgive them. He said he was just kidding. He didn't think potions made from them would do much good. But if they continue to bring bad news, then he will be very upset. Have them go to the location and give this to Park Suk-Jakwak Won-ho and Rimi-ju. He's not going to destroy them. Have them bring one arm of each of those guys. Then he will give everyone a special reward. They will be very happy to receive it. At that moment, Akalon was fiercely fighting the attacking Archaeocules. He shouted that reinforcements are approaching. Heading for 10 Chav, he's requesting confirmation. Swinging her sword, Som-mail shouted to the captain that there were too many attacking monsters. Clasping the Titan's stake in his hands, Yu Sang-won said it wasn't a sword, but he hoped it would work. He shouted, "Let the heavens accept his sword reaching its peak, and let this strike prove that he is a star on this earth." At that moment, the system gave a message that the skill weapon compatibility had been changed to Titan's stake. He thought it was about time. He used the style of a heavenly sword lord. Chapter 1, Jaisen Island, and delivered a deadly blow. Shin-So-mi and Ayun covered their faces from the crushing energy that was released. A deadly stream of crushing energy rushed down the street, destroying the monsters in its path. The demon worshippers noticed an incredibly bright flash. Kwak Won-ho asked what it was. Half-Demon Park. Sukja replied that Yu Sang-won's unit is here. They're not far from here. Enraged, Rimiju yelled that they were always getting in their way. Pastor Lee told them to deal with the problem. Park Suk-ja suggested that they begin this task. She ordered everyone to follow them. Only a minimal number of troops remain to transport the material. The huge monsters accepted the order and headed towards Yu Sang-won's team. Baek Ga-young was asked if Sang-won had really traveled to Vladivostok and if she had relayed this information to the association. No matter how much he is a hero saving the country, he cannot ignore political and international relations and do as he pleases. She said the image she shows reflects the current situation in Vladivostok that she recently received from Sang-won. She understands their worries about the international and political situation, but right now, the first priority is to save the people. They agree. She was told that this could be a problem whether they acted or not. People need to be saved. She knows what Pastor Lee is focused on. The director replied that since North Korea was running out of materials, he went to Vladivostok to get them. They know what material is. If he gathers the right amount of material where he'll hit, she thinks it's right here in South Korea. Thus, Yu Sang-won's departure to Vladivostok was the best choice for their country, both politically and diplomatically. Of course, it will depend on how well they talk to the embassy. She was asked what Yu Sang-won plans to do after arriving in Vladivostok. Baek Ga-young frowned and replied that if the lips die, the teeth will also freeze. If the lips are gone, they will freeze. They propose to neutralize the entire North Korean region, including Pyongyang. The Butcher King is rampant, so China is in a difficult position, and Russia's hostility toward Butcher has increased because of the Vladivostok incident, so they're going to want to get rid of him somehow. However, they would not want the government of the United States and the Olympus Guild to cross Pyongyang and reach the Yalu and Tumangan rivers. Based on these motivations, they show a lukewarm attitude toward eliminating the Butcher King. We need to declare neutrality and attack Pyongyang. He wondered if China and Russia would accept it. What she said is not like the unification of the Korean peninsula. They don't know if they will accept it now. She replied that if Pastor Lee and the Butcher King are destroyed, will the evil spawn in Russia and China just sit back and watch? If they run away, they will end up going to Russia or China. What will happen to those countries then? While they are pushing out the Butcher King and Pastor Lee, China and Russia will be busy taking care of themselves. They will be forced to occupy North Korea. They still see the problem in political and international relations. At this time, Yu Sang-won's team of knights were desperately fighting against the Arkikukul. Kwolf said with a smile that the contractor was indeed strong. Akalon said there was no movement in the vicinity. Ms. Somi said that next time he should report a little earlier. Sang-won said that they were done at this point. The Golden Knight thought that by destroying the Arkiquacolans, he didn't get the reward. Could it be because they're not alive? At that moment, Eldran shouted that right now something was approaching from the southwest. It's like an archidemon beast. The team of knights prepared to fight again. The first three seemed pretty strong. Kwak Won-ho, Rimiju, and Park Suk-ja were rapidly approaching them.